Chapter 1, Automatic Training System. Douluo Continent, Heaven Do Empire. The sky in the Holy Soul village just started to light up. A figure fell from the sky and landed on a small wooden roof in the village. A white light of fish belly emerging from the horizon, sprinkled on the figure. That was a boy, dressed in a simple white village shirt with short hair, neat and tidy, with an extraordinary exquisite face. Well, the air in another world is really fresh, and it smells of a faint green grass scent, as if back to childhood. The host is not false. According to the timeline of the plot, you are already a 6-year-old child. What the hell? You said I'm only 6 years old now. Hearing the words of the system, Ye Chen suddenly felt like a bolt from the blue. System, I am going to beat you. Back to the host, there is no mother in the system. Damn, did you give me the shade? I didn't just look at the scenery when I crossed over. Do you think I'm embarrassed? Ye Chen's face was full of black lines, and he had to ask his own opinion about this kind of thing. Just when he wanted to incarnate as a Zhuan, the voice of the system sounded again. Automatic Training System Binding. Host, Ye Chen. Age, 6 years old, formerly 17. Realm, Level 0 Unawakened, Division, 1 to 10 Soul Master, 11 to 20 Soul Master, 21 to 30 Great Soul Master, 31 to 40 Soul Master, 41 to 50 Soul Sect, 51 to 60 Soul King, 61 to 70 Soul Emperor, 71 to 80 Soul Saint, 81 to 90 Contra, 91 to 94 Ordinary Title Douluo, 95 to 98 Super Douluo, 99 to 100 Ultimate Douluo/God. Identity, orphan of Yi's family in Chengun village. Orphan? Ye Chen was completely speechless, and this system was clearly making him mentality. Hint, please read the system instructions carefully, and then confirm the binding. As soon as the voice fell, a light curtain that only Ye Chen could see appeared in front of him, and the red font scrolling on it was very eye-catching. Automatic Training System, without any operation can automatically become stronger. I'm going, so cool. Ye Chen smiled, smiling obsessively. He doesn't like to fight and kill, but this system is very suitable for him. It's so good to be a salted fish all day long, and it can be automatically upgraded to become stronger. This is much cooler than the protagonists in the novel. Confirm binding. System binding successfully. A white light flashed, and Ye Chen suddenly felt a subtle to imperceptible warm current gushing out of his dantian, and then walked automatically in his body following a special trajectory, without stopping every moment. Does it start to practice automatically? Ye Chen smiled slightly. This feeling of being able to practice without meditation is really wonderful. The warm current followed the trajectory for several times in the body, and it seemed that it was slowly getting bigger and bigger, and I don't know if it was an illusion or something. Ding, the host is a novice after scanning. Do you receive the novice gift package immediately? Damn, do you have a spree? Ye Chen's mouth trembled, and he couldn't help but excitedly said, get it now. Successfully received the novice gift package, whether to open it now. Open. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the right to choose the spirit ring twice from 500 years to 2000, and one piece of space X10M3. A white light fell from the sky, and then a black ring appeared in Ye Chen's hand, which seemed very ordinary. After putting the ring on the index finger, the sky was already bright, and the people in the village gradually became lively. Let's talk about the choice of 2 spirit rings later. Ye Chen climbed down the roof and came up with the village to see the primitive style of Douluo Continent. Just got down, and a shout came from behind him. Ye Chen, come here, the village chief's grandfather is going to take us to awaken. Ye Chen looked back and saw the person who came, couldn't help but greeted with a laugh, Little San. Although Tang San dressed in blue is still young, his calm temperament has already been revealed. Are you going to wake up now? Ye Chen secretly said so fast. He had just crossed over, and wanted to adapt to the folk customs here, but he had no chance. Isn't it all agreed yesterday? Xiao Tang San ran over, dragged Ye Chen to catch up with the village elder Jack not far away, and then walked towards the Wuhan branch at the end of the village. 8 or 9 children over the age of 6, led by old Jack, came to a slightly tall building. Compared with other houses in the village, this Wuhan hall is indeed a little different. Children, this is the handprint left by the soul sage of our village. This handprint symbolizes the glory of our village. Old Jack pointed to the handprints on the dilapidated stone platform in front of the building and said with a laugh, while touching his beard, he told the story of the soul sage that he had told countless times. Suddenly, a figure jumped down from the roof of the Holy Soul Hall, with an unusually vigorous posture. When he stood behind him, the emblem of the three-handed sword carved on his chest was not automatically swayed. The number of 3 handles represents the 3rd-class title of the Soul Master, the Great Soul Master, and the long sword represents that the deacon from the Spirit Hall is a War Soul Master. Hello, respected Master of Battle Soul, I'm going to trouble you this time. Old Jack respectfully saluted the young man. There is a hint of pride in the young man's eyebrows, and he bows slightly, which is not salty or indifferent. It is a courtesy. I don't have much time, let's start now. Briefly introduced his own information, and the great soul master named Su Yun Tao took a group of children into the Hall of Martial Arts. After taking out the 6 black stones in Yukong and arranging a hexagon, Su Yun Tao began the awakening ceremony of the children in Chengun village. Ye Chen and Tang San stood behind the crowd, and it was not difficult to see from the expectations in the eyes of each other that Xiao San was very important to this martial arts awakening. Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com. The martial arts of the previous children are awakened. They are either sickles or hoes. They are very ordinary, and they have no spirit power, so they can't cultivate at all. As time goes by, there are fewer and fewer children in the Wuhan Hall. Ye Chen was a little nervous. To tell the truth, he came from the world, eating contaminated food and air, and didn't know if his spirit power was high. The last 2, which one of you will come first? Was named by the great soul master Su Yun Tao. Tang San saw that Ye Chen hesitated a little, so he took the lead. I'll do it first. Chao Ye Chen nodded, and Tang San first walked into the martial soul awakening formation. A burst of golden light flashed, and Su Yun Tao looked at Tang San with a little surprise. Wuhan Lan Yinko and innately full of soul power. Tang San's awakening was the same as before. Su Yun Tao lamented the rarity of innate full soul power, and at the same time expressed strong contempt for his blue-silver grass martial spirit. It's a pity, if your martial soul is anything else, it will be much better than this waste martial soul. What a pity, what a pity. Su Yun Tao shook his head one after another, secretly saying that this innate soul power had been destroyed by the waste martial arts soul, and he wanted to pack his things and leave. Seeing that Su Yun Tao was about to leave, Tang San on the side couldn't help but say, Master Soul Master, my friend hasn't awakened the martial spirit yet. Oh, I thought he had failed. Su Yun Tao looked at Ye Chen, without any mood swings in his eyes. It would be good for a small village to produce a child with spirit power. He didn't have any hope for Ye Chen. What will my spirit be? Ye Chen showed a look of anticipation in his eyes, and he raised his foot and stepped into the hexagon awakening array. I didn't lick Tang San and didn't worship the master, I started by updating 3 chapters a day, read it with confidence. Chapter 2, Sign in the Goddess. Su Yun Tao waved his hand, and a gentle spirit power suddenly poured into Ye Chen's body, pulling the martial soul hidden in his body. Suddenly, the martial soul that Ye Chen had not yet appeared became violent, rushing around in his body, and the extremely violent energy reaction churned like a boiling lake, like several giant dragons roaring and roaring. For a long time, a vague humanoid martial arts spirit emerged from Ye Chen's palm. Although the whole picture could not be seen clearly, Su Yun Tao's brows were frowned by the dark aura of the martial arts spirit. Not only him, Even Tang San was shocked, staring at Ye Chen's martial arts soul, speechless. As for the other children, they all ran out of the hall with uncomfortable faces, as if they had seen something terrible. The hexagonal awakening array is still running, and the humanoid martial soul on the palm of his palm gradually emerges true. It was an angel with black body and 6 pairs of black wings on its back. Even the first glance made people scared. 12-winged fallen angel martial soul, the most evil existence in the world. Su Yun Tao, who was slowing down, cried out, and then showed a cautious expression. Fallen angels, demons from hell, they are the opposite of the Pope's martial spirit seraphim, and they are each other's nemesis. Thinking of this, Su Yun Tao suddenly felt that the matter was a big deal, and the matter must be reported to the Pope as soon as possible. It should be a good martial arts soul. Congratulations, Ye Chen. Tang San glanced sideways at Su Yun Tao, pretending to be beside the aisle Ye Chen with a smile on his face, and whispered, "That great soul master is hostile to you. It's better to be careful." Hearing the words, Ye Chen put away the 12-winged fallen angel martial arts and nodded. Sure enough, there are crises everywhere when walking in another world. He was stared at on the first day he arrived. Immediately after the soul power awakening, Ye Chen probed his hand towards the blue crystal ball that was testing the soul power. Put his hand on the crystal ball for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and there seemed to be no response, which also meant that Ye Chen might not have spirit power. Ziosan, I don't have any soul power." With a disappointed expression on his face, Ye Chen shrugged with a complicated mood. Before Tang San answered, Su Yun Tao's stern voice came over, "Try again, I still have 3 spirit power crystal balls. Maybe the one just broke, and you didn't measure your spirit power." Before Ye Chen agreed, Su Yun Tao took out 3 more delicate crystal from his backpack and placed them in front of him, which was irresistible. "Thank you, Soul Master, I will work hard." There was a smile at the corner of his mouth. Ye Chen stretched out his hands again to reach the other 2 crystal balls. However, this time the result was the same as before. The crystal ball did not respond, and it was still dull. When Ye Chen touched the last crystal ball, a little light suddenly emerged from the crystal ball. Although the glimmer was very small, it was really there. As long as there is a little soul power, it means that he can practice meditation, which also proves that Ye Chen has the basic conditions for soul power cultivation. Soul power, level 1. Su Yun Tao murmured, and the vigilance in his eyes was also relaxed a lot. Innate soul power almost represents the quality of cultivation talent. Like Ye Chen's innate soul power at level 1, it can be said that the aptitude is ridiculously bad. Even if it can cultivate in this life, I am afraid that it will not be able to break through several realms. In this way, even if this kid possesses the fallen angel martial spirit, it is useless, and their martial spirit palace is not afraid of the rise of a waste. But anyway, after the fallen angel Wuhan appeared, he still felt it necessary to report to the Pope. "The awakening is complete, I should also go to the next village." Su Yun Tao packed up the awakening objects, and soon left the Holy Soul village. The night is dark, and the bright moonlight is splashing in the quiet and peaceful village. A small wooden roof, 2 thin figures lie halfway down, looking up at the bright moon in the sky. "Tang San, Grandpa the village chief said that there is only 1 enrollment quota for Nodding College. Go ahead." "Ye Chen, what am I going to do? I'm not worthy of abusing Nodding College." "Tang San, I'm serious, your martial arts spirit is too special." Su Yun Tao also said that your martial arts spirit is too evil, maybe it will be against you, you need strength to protect yourself. "Ye Chen, that's what I said, but I still can't go. Nodding City has many people with mixed eyes. It would be extremely inconvenient if my spirit is used by someone with a heart, it would be better." "Tang San, do you have any plans?" "Ye Chen, of course, otherwise do you think I will give you such a good opportunity?" "Well, everyone works hard. We will meet in Notting City in 6 years. I hope you won't let me down by then. Tang San sat up. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com raised his hands and clenched his fists at Ye Chen. Seeing this, Ye Chen also laughed and said, "Okay, we will meet again in 6 years, but the location will be in Soto City." Shizuya-san, don't let me get on the ground. How is it possible? You are only level 1 now, but I am innately full of spirit power at level 10. Tang San smiled slightly. He has the Xiantian Bailu by his side, and Ye Chen's innate soul power is only level 1. He said that he was meeting martial arts, but Tang San just wanted to make sure that this good friend who grew up with him would still be alive in 6 years. There is no permanent banquet in the world. After Tang San returned home, Ye Chen left the Holy Soul village at night. He had to find a reliable big family or sect, otherwise it would be bad if the spirit hall had any measures to disadvantage him. After all, Ye Chen didn't have a titled Douluo father to protect him. Early the next morning, Ye Chen quietly left the Holy Soul village without saying hello to anyone. System, is there any way to speed up cultivation? Just in case, Ye Chen still opened his mouth to the system. He imagined that the dream of being a salted fish lying down in a corpse might not be realized. Detecting the host's willingness to become stronger, may I ask whether the subsystem of the automatic training system, sign in the goddess system? What is that? Please introduce it quickly. Sign in goddess system, complete the sign in task, you can capture the heart of the goddess. Function, increase the automatic training effect. Each time you sign a goddess, it will increase the cultivation speed by 100%. With this superposition, each plane can sign up to no more than 10 goddesses. Deadline, after going to another world, the automatic training speed will return to the initial state. After listening to the system, Ye Chen couldn't help but get excited. Can signing in the girl speed up her cultivation? Haha, you are really a mature system, I like it. Chapter 3, Reject Sword Douluo. Taking advantage of the appearance of a child, Ye Chen stumbled on a ride that was not so easy, and finally came to the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect. Kai Bao Li Yulitsong, as the world's #1 auxiliary sect, often recruits outer disciples to supplement the inherent defects of its lack of combat power. A new round of selection trials began on the 3rd day after Ye Chen arrived. On the giant square outside the Kai Bao Li Yulitsong, a large number of people from all over the world are divided into 2 columns and lined up according to their ages. 6-year-old children who are not awakened are in a row, and 6 to 18 years old are in a row. Ye Chen feels that according to this arrangement, it is nothing more than to find good seedlings in the crowd to cultivate since childhood. Xiao Er, Wuhan Iron Chopsticks, Soul Strength Level 0, eliminated. Li Shang, Martial Soul Kitchen Knife, Soul Power Strength Level 1, eliminated. Lin Yuro, Wuhan 3 Claw Cat, Spirit Power Level 3, eliminated. The crowd was surging in the square, and most of them were eliminated. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer people in front of him, Ye Chen couldn't help but become a little worried. His martial arts spirit is so special. Will the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect accept himself? It can be thought that in the past few months of coming to the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect, Ye Chen had already raised his spirit power to level 10, and he couldn't help but feel a little self-confident. Although the early soul power training is very simple, the training speed of the automatic training system is not much better than that of real geniuses. If he could sign a few more goddesses to speed up his cultivation, Ye Chen would not dare to think that his soul power would show up. What kind of geometric speed skyrocketing? The selection of the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect was not as easy as imagined. After so long, Ye Chen's column has only been promoted by 2 or 3 people. This is too small for a team with thousands of people. In front of the sect's gate, Sect Master Ning Fengzi of the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect looked at the figures who had left, and couldn't help but sighed. When will the Zong sect come out with a genius who will attack the martial soul? Guaranteed. Although the Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect is one of the three major sects, the auxiliary martial spirit is an auxiliary after all, and the sect without attack means always lacks the foundation. Yechen number 101, is born full of soul power. There was a loud voice from the crowd. After Ning Fengzi heard it, his eyes suddenly burst into shocking glances. At the same time, in the huge square, the eyes of thousands of people gathered towards Yechen, and the countless pairs of eyes were mostly full of envy and jealousy. A boy with short hair bowed his head and thumped his chest, and said bitterly, "That kid has a very good life, he is actually full of spirit power. Hey, why do I only have level 5 spirit power?" The delicate little girl standing beside her laughed, "Come on, level 5 spirit power is still not enough, but it is indeed not as good as innate full spirit power." "What do you mean, are you ridiculing me? Then how many levels of spirit power have you awakened, you are qualified to say me?" "Oh, I only have level 7 spirit power, I really don't qualify." The little girl grinned. The original bright smile fell in the eyes of the short-haired boy, but he was so ashamed that his head was buried in his crotch. "Hey? That kid is a bit special." In front of the main gate, Ning Fengzi looked slightly, and walked towards the 6 to 18-year-old queue. Aware of the sect master's presence, the bearded invigilator immediately aroused his spirits, and said with a smile, "Xiao Yechen, what is your martial spirit? Go and feel its existence and let it appear in your palm." "Well, I will let it come out." Yechen looked embarrassed and didn't know what was going on. After the examiner's guided spirit power entered his body, the fallen angel's martial soul was silent for no apparent reason, and no matter how he operated his spirit power, he could not be summoned. The atmosphere in the square gradually became embarrassing. Many people looked at Yechen with suspicious expressions. They were very strange. Isn't Wuhan awakening easy? After all, it is a martial soul that everyone has. Is Yechen, your martial soul is very special, let me help you awaken it. Ning Fengzi waved his hand to let the bearded examiner retreat, and then stretched out his hand toward Yechen's eyebrows. After a while, a large amount of soft soul power rushed into Yechen's mind, constantly shaking and pulling the martial soul in his body. But the strange thing is that there are no traces of the 12-winged fallen angel martial arts. Instead, a blood-colored long sword gradually condensed from the right hand of the fallen angel martial arts, and then rushed out of Yechen's palm. The sword is more than 3 feet long, and the whole body is blood-red. The hilt of the sword is wolf-tailed, wide to the left and narrow to the right. Above the sword, 7 dark stars are spreading in the shape of a Big Dipper, exuding faint red light. This is the 7-star demon abyss sword. Ning Fengzi stared at the blood-red sword, the aura in his body was turbulent with his emotions. The legendary god-level martial spirit 7-star demon abyss, according to legend, only appeared in the ancient times. It was a miracle of an era and also represented the awakening of the Dark Era. Ning Fengzi never recalled a rumor that he had heard when he was a child: 7 stars link, demon abyss appears, sword transcends heaven and earth forever, demon abyss dominates the fairyland. According to legend, the first owner of the 7-star demon abyss, Lin Qi, turned into a demon. After entering the realm, he and the fallen angels dominate half of the realm, creating a god's realm that belongs only to them. But things happened too far away, and I don't know when it started. The legends about the sword demon forest abandoned and fallen angels gradually withdrew from the stage of Douluo mainland, so that the demon domain of the gods has also become an ancient legend known to very few people. But folk secrets have said that there is a sword demon tomb left by Lin Qi in the cold place of the extreme north, and the recognized inheritor can inherit the god of sword demon and ascend to the god realm. Ning Fengzi still remembered that Uncle Jian seemed to have searched for the sword demon tomb, but for some reason, the reason was gone. Suddenly, a silver light flew out from the Kaibao glazed glass sect, and instantly came to the sky over the Zongmen Square. Lai Ren is dressed in spotless white clothes, and his silver hair is very neatly combed. He has a sterling silver sword in his hand, about 3 feet long, without any decoration. His expression is very indifferent, his eyes seem to be unable to see anything around him, just standing there quietly. It gives people a feeling of the world and everything. Follow me. The middle-aged man waved his hand down, and Ye Chen's body flew towards him uncontrollably, and immediately flew towards the inside of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect. Seeing this, Ning Fengzi, who was still on the square, couldn't help but laughed. My 7 treasure glass sect finally waited for this day. Said, his heart was hot, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more out of control. The 7 treasure glazed sect's back mountain bamboo forest, in a simple thatched house. Ye Chen stood silly on the side, looking at the Super Douluo with great spirit power beside him with some longing. Can fly in the air, use a sword, and come from the 7 treasure glazed glass sect, then he is undoubtedly Sword Douluo Chenexin. Thinking of this, Ye Chen quickly arched his hands and said, the kid Ye Chen has seen seniors. You have a good temperament, and you can still be so calm when you see me. If you change other people, you are either begging to apprentice or your legs are so soft that you can't speak. You are quite calm. Chen had an indifferent expression, and made tea there for himself. Ye Chen shrugged and chuckled softly. Senior is not a scourge, why should the kid be afraid? Then do you know why I brought you here? The corners of the mouth that are like a smile but not a smile make people a little unpredictable. Seeing that my martial soul is special, want to accept me as a disciple. Hearing what Ye Chen said, Chen Xin couldn't help but nodded. It's smart, qualified to be my closed disciple. Wait, senior. Hey? Do you have something to say? Ye Chen showed embarrassment on his face. You reading www.yuuganshu.com. His companion martial arts soul is a sword, and it is naturally excellent to be able to worship Chenexin as a teacher, but... Sorry senior, I can't be your disciple, but I actually admire Bon Douluo. As soon as he said this, Chen Xin's indifferent face instantly showed a touch of anger. He didn't expect that he would be rejected personally accepting disciples, and the other party would also tell him something about Bon Douluo. Could it be that his heart is worse than that of Gurong? At the end of midnight, I will wait for you in Donglan. Hurriedly took a sip of the tea cup, Chen Xin glanced at Ye Chen meaningfully, and then disappeared into the hut. Seeing this, Ye Chen scratched his head casually, and said in his heart, is this trying to force me to become a disciple? The sign-in goddess task released by the system is, go to the Kaibao Liulitsong and sign in with Bon Douluo. It's not that he doesn't want to be Chenexin's apprentice, but the system has tasks. Besides, this is his second sign-in task. A plane can sign in 10 times in total. His first task has already given up sign-in Xiaowu, 3 or 5 will not be split, others have. Grandpa Sword, look at what I caught. Just as Ye Chen felt helpless, a crisp voice came from the bamboo forest outside the house. As soon as the words fell, a 5 or 6-year-old girl broke into the hut from the door, holding a butterfly in her hand, and her silver bell-like laughter attracted people's attention. Is a simple white dress, which gives people a very clean feeling. Under the long and smooth brown hair, the white and tender face is extremely delicate, just like the little princess from the fairy tale, noble and holy. Who are you? Why are you in Grandpa Jian's sword house? The little girl was puzzled on her face, looking at Ye Chen vigilantly, as if treating him as a thief. Chapter 4, Ye Chen. It's embarrassing, Ye Chen really doesn't know who he is in the Kaibao glazed glass sect. He was brought in by Chen Xin, and he just rejected Chen Xin's intention to accept a disciple. Strictly speaking, he has no relationship with the Kaibao glazed glass sect at all. You are a thief. While Ye Chen was still thinking about his identity, the cute little girl in front of him suddenly yelled, and his eyes went dark, and he fell to the ground. The little girl was riding on Ye Chen's back with excitement, her hands gripped him hard and folded her hands in one place, like a policeman catching a thief. Hey, I'm not a thief, Listen to my explanation. Ye Chen was speechless for a while. He didn't expect a girl to be so savage. Didn't anyone teach her to be a demure woman before anyone would like it? Hey! You are not a thief, I have never seen you at home. The little girl said angrily, don't be sophistry, this lady is not such a liar. After finishing speaking, she seemed to feel that it was a bit wrong to hold Ye Chen this way, so she used her legs to force Ye Chen to prevent her from moving at all. Who lied to you? I was brought into the sect by your grandfather Jian himself, please let me go, otherwise don't blame me for being polite. You big liar, Grandpa Jian has always been alone, how can he know you? The little girl's pink face was bulging, and the strength in her hands increased a little. Hearing this, Ye Chen was a little depressed. The little girl was right, but he didn't lie either. Are you sure you don't let me go? No. Okay, you forced me to do this. Ye Chen couldn't persuade him, so he had to use force. Agitated the spirit power in his body, Ye Chen's body was immediately full of strength, and his hands broke free of control with a little bit of force, and then the little girl was immediately taken up by him while supporting the ground. Yet, seemed to be frightened, the little girl hung her feet and hands around Ye Chen's neck in a hurry, her legs were tightly clamped around his waist, her small body weight was good, she almost stopped Ye Chen from breathing. I wanted to pull away the little hands around my neck, but didn't dare to use too much force to avoid accidental injury, but the little girl suddenly burst out with a level of spirit power of 7 or 8, making Ye Chen unable to get rid of it in a short time. For a while, the two of them fell unsteadily under their feet. One wants to escape and the other wants to catch, rolling all over the floor while entangled with each other. The little girl didn't have the temperament of everybody. She clung to Ye Chen and didn't let go, and Ye Chen couldn't be too tough to explode all the spirit power, which made him unable to break free from the of the little girl. She was like an oil bottle that couldn't be thrown off. She rode on Ye Chen for a while, and then hugged her thighs after being freed. There were all kinds of strange postures, just to prevent Ye Chen from leaving the thatched hut. Let go, my eldest lady, I will be strangled to death by you. No, you shameful thief, you dare to do something with me and watch Grandpa Jian come back without breaking your leg. Ahem. Ye Chen heard such unreasonable remarks, and suddenly he couldn't speak well. It was obvious that he had done nothing, and the innocent had died, okay? Just when Ye Chen had nothing to do, a word full of evil and fun came from the door. Hey, what are you two kids doing? You have to grow up in the bridal chamber. As soon as this said, the little girl lying on Ye Chen suddenly froze, and then released him as quickly as possible. Ahem, thank you senior, otherwise the kid will die here today. Ye Chen Ho, who was relieved of his anger, glanced at the little girl in fear, and saw that she had a small mouth that was not convinced, and secretly said in her heart that her young age has pinched the temperament of a tigress to death, and she doesn't know who will be so in the future. Unlucky to marry her. Haha, no thanks, my good disciple, in fact, this kid Rong is quite good, but he is a little impatient. The man is tall but skinny, with sunken eyes like a drum tower, and only a few sparse hairs. I think he is another titled Douluo from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Bone Douluo. Wait, Rong. Good boy? This Nima. Ye Chen suddenly thought of something, and his face changed drastically. At this time, the system's expression suddenly sounded from his mind. Successful apprenticeship with Bone Douluo, congratulations to the host for completing the task of signing into the goddess, and the automatic training speed is increased by 100%. Wait for the system, can I give up this sign-in task? Ye Chen yelled anxiously. If he remembers correctly, as long as he completes the sign-in task, the goddess who sign-in will have a 300% affection for him, which is comparable to a couple in mad love. The little girl just now is Ning Rong, that is to say, from the moment when the sign-in is completed, she will fall in love with Ye Chen unavoidably, and she will not be able to get rid of it in this life. The sign-in task after completion cannot be cancelled. This. With a grunt, Ye Chen swallowed nervously and turned to look at Ning Rongrong. Unsurprisingly, all the anger in her eyes has disappeared, replaced by a green and pure admiration. The face of Ye Chen, who has been a single dog for 17 years, blushes. I have to say, the taste of being liked is very good, although it is a little tigress. What do you think, brat? Grandpa Bone has accepted you as a disciple, so hurry up. Ning Rongrong gently pushed Ye Chen, although his tone was a little anxious, but his movements were very gentle, and his voice became smaller and smaller. What happened to this little Nizai today? Has her temper tempered? Looking at Ning Rongrong's changes, Gurong didn't know whether it was happiness or sorrow. Both he and Chen Xin treated this little Nizai as his granddaughter, but now Ning Rongrong's eyes seemed to be full of that kid. Inexplicably Gurong was a bit lost. Thank you. Chao Ning Rongrong nodded, and Ye Chen knelt on one knee and said, Master is here, please accept Ye Chen. Haha, good. Gurong touched her long hair and said with a smile, Ye Chen, you can reject Genexin's old antique, which shows that you are very discerning and can't be stingy as a teacher. This gadget is just take it as an apprenticeship. With a wave of his skinny palm, a beautifully textured black bone pendant fell into Ye Chen's hands, and then Gurong continued, meditate and practice well. When your foundation is firmly established, I will take you to hunt your first soul ring as a teacher. After saying this, the man flew away in an unknown direction. Inside the thatched sword house, the remaining two people casually looked at each other, and the atmosphere gradually became awkward. Because of the unpleasantness before, Ye Chen and Ning Rongrong didn't know what to say. It wasn't until Ye Chen made a grunting noise in his stomach that Ning Rongrong took the lead to speak. It's time for dinner, I'll take you to dinner, the food of our 7 treasure glazed glass sect is delicious. As she said, she took Ye Chen and walked towards the cafeteria. The two walked all the way out of the mountain bamboo forest, and in a short while, they arrived at Yanwu Square inside the Zongmen. At this moment, there were a lot of people on the martial arts field. The disciples of the sects were all cultivating very hard, but when Ning Rongrong and 2 of them came, Ye Chen could clearly feel the countless eyes around him were gathering on him. Come! Suddenly, a group of 11 or 12-year-old boys blocked their way. You reading www.youcanshu.com. One of them said, Boy, let go of your dirty hands, how can you defile the lady? The person standing next to him answered, Where did the wild dog come from? Do you know where this is? You can hold the hand of the lady. 7 or 8 people say something to me, as if Ye Chen had committed some taboo. Cough cough, you see clearly, it was Rongrong who led me. Ye Chen raised his 2 small hands tightly, not afraid of boiling water, and said innocently, A good dog does not stand in the way. We are going to eat when we are hungry. We blocked it, so what? Then you are a bunch of bad dogs. Ye Chen smiled slightly, saying that the front was hidden. Hearing this, the group of 11 or 12-year-old boys suddenly blushed, making it a dog to not let it go. In their eyes, Ning Rongrong is the daughter of the sect master and a famous little goddess in the 7 treasure glazed glass sect. As long as they can see Ning Rongrong, they feel that the future is full of hope and excitement. But right now, their little goddess is actually held by a kid of unknown origin, strolling and dating? No one can stand this. One of the taller boys stood up, cheeks were blue and red, and said, My name is Yao Shi, I want to challenge you. Ning Rongrong suddenly became displeased when he said this, If you want to be shameless, you have to challenge Ye Chen if you are such a big person. Your spirit power is 16 and you have a spirit ring. Our Ye Chen is only 10 level. Soul power only. You're home. Yao Shi and the others looked at each other, and they all thought to themselves, Who is the kid named Ye Chen from Miss Rongrong? He was so defended, and he said, Our house, Ye Chen, which is really damning. Chapter 5, Spike Soul Master. Yao Shi and the others, they all looked at Ye Chen with anger and hatred, almost swallowing them up with the anger in their eyes. Miss Rong, you are still young, and you don't understand the dangers of the world. Who knows what kind of intestines are hidden in this kid's belly, you have to be careful. Shut up, why do you need to explain what this lady is doing? Ning Rong showed a bored expression, turned his head and pointed at Ye Chen and said, I declare that Ye Chen will be mine from now on. If any of you dare to bully he, this young lady will definitely make you regret it. Ning Rong pursed his mouth to protect Ye Chen, with the tender white fist clenched tightly, and the appearance of the wicked milk is cute and domineering. Miss, we just want your attention. Yao Shi still wants to say something, but Ye Chen can't stand it anymore. How can he let a little girl protect himself because he is a man? Pulling Ning Rong behind him, Ye Chen looked directly at Yao Shi and said, I have accepted your challenge. Ye Chen. Ning Rong pulled Ye Chen's sleeve, trying to say something, but was interrupted by him. Don't worry, I have my own measures. Okay, you are a man. Yao Shi patted his strong chest, his eyes revealed fiercely, we will fight in the martial arts arena in 10 days. Don't be a turtle by then. Why don't you need 10 days, I can beat you as father now. Ye Chen smiled at the corner of his mouth, his right hand was slightly opened, and the 7-star demon abyss sword with a red halo appeared in his hand. You actually look down on me? I'm a senior spirit master with 16 spirit power. Yao Shi looked up to the sky and screamed, his whole body's soul power constantly surging, exuding a circle of yellow brilliance, and the momentum was compelling. Noisy. A soft drink sounded from Ye Chen's mouth, and he saw Mou and violently swung out by him. In an instant, a broad blood-colored sword light rose into the sky, engulfing Yao Shi and flying dozens of meters away. You attacked me sneakily? I haven't used the spirit ability yet, how can you attack in advance? With blood leaking from the corner of his mouth, Yao Shi was lying on the ground in an awkward manner. He didn't expect Ye Chen to be so unruly and suddenly riot when he was accumulating soul power. This was unfair. Shabai. Ye Chen really didn't bother to pay attention to this kind of unreasonable making trouble, so he pulled Ning Rong and walked towards the cafeteria. With such a dramatic scene, the disciples who watched the martial arts field burst into bursts of faint smiles. A corner of the square, this Yao Shi is also a level 16 spirit master, and he was killed in seconds by a 6-year-old child. Do you think he will have the face to go out in the future? If I were him, I would have dug a pit and buried myself. Is it bad to reincarnate? One person answered, who said it was not, but Ye Chen is also really strong, his spirit power is only 10th level, and Yao Shi has no strength to fight back. You and I may not be his opponents. The other boy suppressed his smile and looked around and said, hush, keep it quiet, don't be heard by someone who is interested, if it reaches brother Yao Shi's ears, we won't be able to eat it and walk around. When he mentioned Yao Shi's brother, the contempt in the eyes of these 3 people disappeared without a trace. If Yao Shi is a mediocre person, then his brother Yao Hai is the ceiling of foreign disciples, and because the Kai Bao Glaze sect master is an auxiliary martial arts soul, Yao Hai, the first person of the foreign system, is a genius who is highly valued by the sect master. Only a few years older than Yao Shi, Yao Hai has reached the level of 26 Great Soul Master. His talent is already the best in the Kai Bao Glazed Glass sect, and he has been carefully cultivated by the sovereign, and the future can be expected. And as everyone knows, Yao Hai has long been attracted to Miss Rong, and even threatened to wait for Ning Rong to grow up. Yao Shi was afraid that it was because of his brother's challenge today, but he did not expect to encounter a stubbornness. Kai Bao Canteen. Ning Rong took Ye Chen to the window selling vegetables under the jealous eyes of thousands of disciples, and ordered 7 or 8 of her favorite dishes in person. You taste it quickly, if it doesn't suit your appetite, let's change it. Looking at the stir-fried beef that was handed to his mouth, Ye Chen was a little embarrassed and said, that Rong, I have hands, I can eat by myself. Yet, suddenly realized something, Ning Rongrong hurriedly put down his bowl and chopsticks, sat on the opposite side, watching Ye Chen smirk. This Nizai, isn't she stupid? Shook his head secretly. Ye Chen didn't expect that some princesses, Ning Rongrong, would be a little silly and cute when facing him. As soon as she left the canteen door, Ning Rongrong was called away by her father, Ning Fengzi, who seemed to be in a hurry. But Ye Chen went to the Huishan bamboo forest alone, found an empty grassland and fell asleep. The automatic training system in his body, after successfully signing in for the first time, his cultivation speed became so fast that the final results of his own meditation practice were negligible. And Ye Chen's own talents are so bad that the results of his own meditation practice are so low that they can be ignored in the face of automatic practice, so he doesn't bother to meditate on his own. When a salted fish lie down, it will automatically upgrade its cultivation. Isn't it fragrant? Time passed quickly, and Ye Chen felt as though someone was calling his name. Opened his eyes, a bright moon was already hanging high, a little bit of stars accompanied by the bright moon dotted the cloudless night sky. Jian Douluo Chenexin sat quietly beside Ye Chen. Seeing him stretched lazily after waking up, Chen Xin couldn't help frowning and said, "Your kid is so talented and you should practice well. How can you be so lazy and normal? Do not meditate." Seeing the accusations that gradually rose in Chen Xin's eyes, and the appearance of hating iron and steel, Ye Chen was really aggrieved. "Senior Sword, let me tell you, if I meditate seriously, my spirit power will increase even more." Bad. Chenexin didn't speak, but his indifferent eyes were enough to express everything. Ye Chen scratched his head, secretly saying that he did not lie. If he concentrates all his mental meditation practice, he will have an adverse reaction with the automatic cultivation system and interfere with each other, which will cause his spirit power to increase extremely slowly. It's better not to think about anything, to sleep peacefully. It's not that he doesn't work hard, but has to be a salted fish. Senior Sword, you will believe me, I really. Ye Chen wanted to say something, but Chen Xin interrupted her words. Your future belongs to yourself, and all I can do is help you rule out some crooked roads. After speaking, Chen Xin's palm stretched out, and the silver long sword he saw in the day appeared in front of Ye Chen. Send it to me. Dreaming. Ye Chen was quite depressed. If you don't send it to me, don't hand it over. Isn't this Chi Kuo's show off? Just as his thoughts continued, Chen Xin suddenly said, "Take it, let it accompany you for 10 days. Hearing this, Ye Chen was a little puzzled, asking him to hold a sword for 10 days, what good is it? Although very confused, he still took Chenexin's saber. Next, Chenexin did nothing. There was no teaching method under the moon that Ye Chen imagined, and there was no exclusive analysis of kendo. After that, he left the bamboo forest, leaving only Ye Chen stunned in the moonlight. My kid, do you have a lot of question marks? Could not help but think of this song in his heart. Ye Chen was helpless and hesitated. His master, Bone Douluo, gave him a piece of bone jewelry and it was done, but Sword Douluo gave him a saber and it was done, but what is the matter? Ye Chen lay on the grass in large letters, looking at the sky speechlessly. But he didn't notice that the silver-white long sword held in his hand was emitting a pale white halo that was sometimes deep and sometimes shallow, as if he was breathing in, possessing life. The bamboo forest was very quiet at midnight, and Ye Chen walked to the Jianlu thatched cottage and planned to have a good night's sleep here. Now that his spirit power has reached level 10, he will go to Master Bone tomorrow morning and let him take him to hunt for spirit rings, so that his spirit power can continue to improve. Zhang! A sword sound suddenly sounded. Before Ye Chen had time to react, the silver long sword in his hand broke away automatically and hung over his head. Immediately, the silver sword emitted a milky white halo that enveloped him, like a curtain of gurgling water. Upon closer inspection, there were several villains on the halo making sword moves. Ding! Detect that the host is enlightening the inheritance of swordsmanship, whether to turn on the system to automatically practice. Open for Lao Tzu. Ye Chen Qiang endured the joy in his heart. He didn't expect Chen Xin to be so generous. He would teach him his swordsmanship the second time he met. This is the inheritance of the Super Douluo level, the treasure that many people dream of. The system is successfully turned on, and it is automatically studying the inheritance of swordsmanship. Enlightenment progress, 5%, 10%, 30%, 70%, 90%. The progress is 100% successful. Congratulations to the host for fully comprehending the 7 kills sword art, if it will pass. The sound of the system is always so sweet. Ye Chen summoned the 7-star demon abyss sword to stand on the spot, and a feeling of familiarity with the heart was instantly transmitted from his mind to all parts of his body. That familiar sword technique could no longer be familiar. It seems to have been practiced hundreds of millions of times by him. The heavy sword has no edge. Ye Chen couldn't help swinging a sword out of the house, and in an instant he cut out 6 sword lights, and the sword light flew in the air and formed a sword light in the shape of a killer straight into the deep sea of the bamboo forest. There was a loud bang, and after killing the word Jianmeng hit a few green bamboos, a powerful impact exploded and spread to the surroundings, tearing the bamboos to pieces in the blink of an eye. Very strong swordsmanship. Ye Chen's eyes showed excitement and a smile, but soon he sat on the ground vainly. The blow just now almost drained his soul power and consumed too much. 7 kills swordsmanship is divided into 3 types. Although Ye Chen has fully understood the spirit power required for the following 7 emotions, 7 injuries, and extremely unworkable is becoming more and more huge. Currently, it cannot be used, but there are no heavy swords. The front is enough. Let's take a look at the effect of the boneware that Master Gu gave me. Maybe it's also his inheritance. Took out the bone jade pendant hanging around his neck, Ye Chen tried to input spirit power inward, and in an instant, a black air pressure burst out from the bone penetrating, directly enveloping Ye Chen. This is gravity. Feeling the pressure on his body, Ye Chen estimated that the air pressure at this moment was twice as high as usual, but this boneware seemed to be able to regulate gravity. There are 7 holes on the surface of the boneware. After Ye Chen input spirit power, only 1 hole glowed with a slight halo. If he continued to transfer spirit power, he might be able to light up the remaining 6 holes. Just do it when he thinks of it. After Ye Chen sat cross-legged and recovered his spirit power, he began to input a large amount of spirit power into the black bone pen. Soon, the 2nd hole was lit, and the surrounding gravity reached 4 times the gravity. Under the enormous pressure, Ye Chen had to summon the 7-star demon abyss. With the appearance of Wuhan, the surrounding gravity was shared a lot. Without hesitation, Ye Chen continued to input soul power. Then, the 3rd and 4th holes were lit up one after another, and the gravity of the surrounding sky had reached an astonishing 8 times the gravity. Tarzan-like gravity instantly crushed Ye Chen to the ground, without any movement, but to my surprise, the spirit power in his body actually grew significantly under tremendous pressure, and the operation of the automatic training system also accelerated a lot. Seeing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but secretly said, "The things the master gave is really not bad. If you continue to cultivate at this speed, it will not be long before his soul power reserve can match the high-level soul master." Not enough. There was a touch of greed in his eyes. Ye Chen lay on the ground and roared, summoning his master spirit, the 12-winged fallen angel. The martial spirit of the fallen angel, who had been hidden for a long time, was summoned by Ye Chen and soon appeared above his head. 7-star demon abyss automatically flew into the hands of the fallen angel. Once the two merged, Ye Chen felt his body full of strength. He stood up under the pressure of gravity. Then the 5th hole on the boneware was lighted up, and the surrounding gravity suddenly increased to 16 times. Ye Chen was also trembling under such a huge gravity, which was already the limit he could bear. Automatic training system, the next step is to watch you perform. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Ye Chen tried his best to keep himself in the most labor-saving way of rest, so as to be able to sustain more time under the environment of 16 times the gravity. The greater the gravity, the faster the automatic cultivation speed. He wants to become stronger as soon as possible. This is the best way. Early the next morning, Ning Rongrong ran to find Ye Chen to play, but after seeing that she was cultivating spirit power, she also sat beside Ye Chen in a meditation manner. I talked to Ye Chen when I was tired, and didn't go back when I was tired, so I lay on the bamboo bed in Jianlu to rest. But within a few days of their harmonious cultivation time, a group of uninvited guests appeared in front of him. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Ye Chen child, despicable and shameless, secretly wounded, and attacked the same door. Ye Chen get out, don't hide in Jian Lao's house and be a turtle with his head. Ha ha ha, a villain who only knows the calculation of sneak attacks, do you think he has the courage to come out? It's ridiculous. The crackling curses continued, and all kinds of foul language made Ye Chen frowned. And immediately put away the gravity boneware and walked out of the door. Looking at the hundreds of sect disciples outside Jianlu, Ye Chen stretched out his fingers and put a finger on his mouth and said, "Hush, keep quiet, Rongrong just fell asleep." As soon as he said this, everyone in front of him made a hissing sound and took a few breaths of cold air. "Don't wake up Rongrong!" What the did Ye Chen, a little beast, do? He can do it when the young lady is so young? For a while, almost everyone has this dangerous idea in their minds, and anyone who hears that sentence will inevitably not think too much. "Damn it, I'm going to take your skin and make a lantern." A thin young man rushed out of the crowd. He was about 13 or 14 years old. He was dressed in luxurious brocade clothes. He was pretty handsome, but the murderous intent on his face made him look a little feminine. A man standing behind him grinned strangely. "It's brother Yao Hai, is he finally going to make a move?" Yao Hai's appearance made the scene of the tension of swords boil. Everyone began to criticize Ye Chen. Looking at the posture, people who didn't know thought that Ye Chen was a heinous villain. "Ye Chen, you first attacked my brother in a duel, and then you did such a violent thing to Miss Rongrong. Today I will clear the door for Sect Master Ning." Yao Hai couldn't restrain the anger in his heart. Although the boy in front of him had only been to the sect for a day, he was already notorious. Today, Ye Chen, he is dead. Chapter 6, Seething War. Ye Chen's eyes looked at Yao Hai slightly. For a person who wants to die on his own, he doesn't mind sending him to with his own hands. But before Ye Chen spoke, Ning Rongrong walked out of the Jianlu behind her. She had been woken up long ago, and she heard a general idea inside. As soon as he came out, he pointed to Yao Hai's nose and cursed, "You two brothers, don't go too far. I said that if anyone dares to bully me, this lady will break him into pieces, no matter who it is." Ning Rongrong showed a fierce intent in his eyes, obviously not joking. For a while, all the disciples who came to fight against Ye Chen became dumb, bowed their heads and dared not say anything. But Yao Hai's face is very gloomy at this moment, and the person he likes defends a man so much that he can't stand it. Arched his hand, Yao Hai gritted his teeth and said, "Miss Rongrong, this is a personal grievance between me and Ye Chen, and I won't be too restrictive if I want to come to Sect Master Ning." Speaking of Ning Fengzi, Ning Rongrong's momentum suddenly weakened a few grades. Her father admired Yao Hai very much, maybe. Was thinking, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was surprisingly Sect Master Ning Fengzi who had come. "Meet the Lord." In front of Jianlu, a group of disciples knelt down and bowed their heads, bowing their heads without saying a word. They didn't expect that this incident would cause such a big trouble, and it would attract the helm of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect. Could it be that they came to help brother Yao Hai? The disciple has met Sect Master Ning. Yao Hai lowered his head, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now that the sect master is here, who can stop him from killing Ye Chen? Get up all! Ning Fengzi waved his hand expressionlessly, then smiled and hugged Ning Rongrong and said, "My stupid daughter, why won't you go home for so many days? Don't you want Dad?" "Daddy, I'm cultivating with brother Ye Chen, don't you always say that I don't work hard, hey?" Ning Rongrong pouted her mouth, causing Ning Fengzi to dote on her little forehead. "You are the smartest, Dad is just afraid that you will be bullied here." As soon as this remark came out, Yao Hai suddenly knelt down and shouted, "Sect Master, the young lady must have been bullied by that Ye Chen, and I still heard him say that Rongrong just fell asleep, but I think what happened in the past few days." "To shut up!" There was a loud bang, and Yao Hai had many scarlet palm prints on his face. Ning Fengzi looked at him solemnly, "Can you criticize my daughter?" "Yes, I blame me for talking, but Ye Chen." "Pop!" Yao Hai did not finish speaking, but 2 slaps came over again, and he knocked him to the ground and turned a few times. Rubbed his aching hand, Ning Fengzi looked at Yao Hai coldly and said, "Ye Chen? You are worthy to speak ill of him. Haha, good fight." Ning Rongrong waved his pink fist fiercely, and then he hugged Ning Fengzi's neck and kissed his face. That little face was almost full of laughter. Hiss! Ning Fengzi's behavior made all the disciples in the audience take a breath. They didn't expect that the sect master was not here to help Yao Hai, but instead slapped him in the face. Is the relationship between Yao Hai and the master not as good as the legend? And that Ye Chen, is the son-in-law, genius, most valued by the sect master? Sovereign, you! Yao Hai, who got up, looked incredulous. He never expected that the former sect master who was kind to him, not so much said a few words, would actually hit him continuously. Turning his head fiercely, Yao Hai stared at Ye Chen with bloodshot eyes. The humiliation he suffered today was because of that kid. "It's all because of you Rongrong that doesn't like me, and it's all because of your suzerain who treats me this way." Thinking of this, Yao Hai has only one thought in his mind, that is to kill the other party. It is almost impossible to kill Ye Chen in the 7 treasure glazed glass sect. It is almost impossible for the sect master to protect him together. But almost not absolute, Yao Hai has already thought of a logical murder trick. Right now, he pointed at Ye Chen and said, Yao Hai is making a life and death fight against you. It doesn't matter if you wait a few years. The life and death battle of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect must be accepted after being initiated, but when the realm of the 2 is too different, the person with the highest realm as the initiator must stop the realm improvement, and have to wait until the recipient's realm is the same before continuing the life and death duel. If a person with a low level is the initiator, there is no time limit and it can be executed at any time. Ye Chen. Ning Rongrong ran to Ye Chen's side and lay on his ears to explain. After listening, Ye Chen couldn't help but shook his head and smiled, interesting, but why wait for a few years? Someone is anxious to die, and I will fulfill him. After that, Ye Chen walked towards the martial arts arena, the stage of life and death. Over there. As soon as this statement came out, it was like a huge boulder that shocked the sea. Everyone on the scene looked at the direction Ye Chen was leaving and was shocked. They never expected Ye Chen to be so rigid, and they immediately executed a life and death battle. You must know that Yao Hai is a 26th level Great Spirit Master, and Ye Chen is just a 10 little Spirit Master who doesn't even have a spirit ring. There is still suspense in this duel? A man in the crowd shook his head and said, then Ye Chen is not crazy, or does he think that Yao Hai is backed by the sect master and dare not move him? That's a life and death battle. Hearing this, the other person suddenly said in a daze, with a soul warrior against a great soul master, this duel must be unprecedented, so how dare Ye Chen? Ugh! Everyone around shook their heads, they all felt that Ye Chen was dead. After all, the duel was too far apart. The news of Ye Chen and Yao Hai's duel was dressed very quickly. After a while, most of the people from the sect gathered in the martial arts field, whether they were elders or ordinary disciples, all rushed to join in the fun. The two Douluos of Jianbon were no exception. At this time, they were standing on the top of the building next to the martial arts field with Ning Fengzi and Rong Rong, watching the battle together. Ning Fengzi, two uncles, do you think Ye Chen can win? After all, he has only recently awakened, and he has no spirit ring yet. Bon Douluo shook his head, with a worried look on his face. Sword Douluo affirmed, even if I am his age, it is impossible to beat Yao Hai without crossing the 16th level and 2 less spirit rings. Ye Chen can't win. Hearing this, Ning Rong Rong suddenly shouted, you don't know him. I guess Ye Chen will win. Mixed with blind trust, the three of Jian Douluo shook their heads, and they didn't stay in the female college, but their family Rong Rong was only 6 years old. In the martial arts field, Ye Chen and Yao Hai were facing each other. Neither of them said much. After standing for a while, they both launched their own attacks. Ye Chen held the 7-star Demon Abyss sword, and took the lead in the impact with a step. The long sword in his hand was impenetrable by the dance. At first glance, he looked like an old swordsman who had battled through the battlefield, extremely fierce. This kid, he has penetrated so much of my swordsmanship, he is so powerful. Jian Douluo, who stood on the top of the building, had his eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't believe what he saw before him. He had made this achievement after decades of training with a sword since elementary school, but Ye Chen's performance is now on par. It's too amazing. Seeing Ye Chen launch an attack, Yao Hai was also unambiguous, and after a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, he immediately summoned his martial soul. Hyun Gun. With a violent drink, Yao Hai burst into blue fireworks all over his body. Then, all the blue flames crazily gathered in his palm, forming a spear made of flames. Without leaving any hands, Yao Hai waved the sea flame spear with all his strength and slammed at Ye Chen. Hyun's spear came out, and the air pressure on the soul fighting arena suddenly became thicker, and the invisible pressure of the thighs made everyone on the scene breathless. Outside the martial arts arena, a sect disciple said dumbly, Yao Hai's soul power has reached level 28, and Ye Chen is estimated to be killed by a spike. A female disciple standing beside him shook her head and said, not necessarily, Ye Chen's martial arts seems to be very strong, he should be able to hold on for 3 seconds. Hearing this, the people around him shook their heads. In their eyes, Ye Chen Luo, a self-conscious person, is simply seeking his own death. Clang! The sword and spear hit one place, and there was an ear-piercing impact. Then, Ye Chen's thin body was thrown away tens of meters, and it slammed into the martial arts arena, causing a burst of rubble. Is this the power of the Great Soul Master? It is really powerful. Ye Chen's throat was filled with fishy sweetness, and his sword-holding hand was trembling, but the corners of his mouth could not stop rising. Fighting with the strong for the first time, Ye Chen felt that not only was he not afraid, but extremely excited. The desire to fight hidden in his body was constantly soaring with the adrenaline rush. Come again! With a big laugh, Ye Chen rushed out regardless, and the 7-star Demon Abyss in his hand was like a dragon, rushing toward Yao Hai. Looking for death. Yao Hai's eyes were full of murderous intent. After several blocks blocked Ye Chen's offensive, he took the opportunity to raise the Hyun spear and grab Ye Chen's eyebrows. There was a loud bang. Ye Chen's swordsmanship was so fast, he raised the Demon Abyss with his backhand and blocked the spear, but his body was beaten upside down again, but this time the distance he flew out was significantly shortened. Why is this kid so strong? What kind of monster is he? Yao Hai tightened the sea flame spear in his hand, and when he was able to fight, he could clearly sense that Ye Chen's attack had already exceeded the limit that a spirit master could reach, and even approached the attack level of a senior spirit master. Can't drag on any longer, must have a quick fight. After repelling the attacking Ye Chen again, Yao Hai took advantage of the gap to hold the sea flame spear high and launched the second martial spirit ability with all his strength. The sea of flames loudly roared in his mouth. Yao Ha's sea flame gun was violently thrown up by it, and then the gun body was broken down into dense blue flames floating in the air under the urging of soul power, and it spread over most of the martial arts field like stars. The surrounding temperature began to climb rapidly. And the sect children standing in the audience watching the battle broke out in heat and sweat. They did not feel any better after retreating for more than 10 meters. It's so powerful, I should use it too. Ye Chen stood up with his sword, a mysterious smile on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 7, I'm really not a genius. Against the Great Soul Master, Ye Chen was naturally prepared. System, give me a 500-year spirit ring. Ding, it is detected that the host's spirit power far exceeds the reserve of the spirit warrior. You can try to absorb the spirit ring of 1000 years, whether you consider to exchange for the novice spirit ring reward. 1000-year spirit ring. Ye Chen couldn't help being shocked when he heard the system. If I remember correctly, the limit of the first spirit circle of ordinary people is only 423 years, why is he so different? Seemed to hear his voice, and the system's voice sounded again. The spirit power cultivated by the automatic training system is the purest energy in the world. It has many characteristics such as inclusiveness, self-cultivation, and spiritual cultivation, so it will hardly be resisted by the beast soul when absorbing the spirit ring. So that's the case. Ye Chen smiled at the corner of his mouth, then what are you waiting for? Get the absorption. Originally, he only wanted to absorb the 100-year spirit ring and let himself break through the soul master, but if the first spirit ring could absorb the 1000-year beast soul, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile with excitement. 1000 years of spirit ring when Demon Python successfully received, began to absorb. The process is 10%, 30%, 60%. Death is approaching, and I even laughed out loud. Yao Hai stared slightly, bathed in the sea of flames, the sky full of blue flames shone on his face, like a blue-faced god. Process 80%, 99%, 100%. Ye Chen slowly opened his eyes, and the curvature of the corners of his mouth became more obvious. If I were you, I would use my full strength, otherwise I would go down with this sword, and you might really die. Flexed his fingers to stroke the red blade of the demon abyss, Ye Chen stood alone and faced the sky and sea of flames. His face did not show a trace of timidity, but calm and terrible. This Ye Chen is either really stupid or pretending to be coercive. I can see the coercion floating in the air. It is so / big. Brothers, Ye Chen's force is too strong, even if he loses, I would like to call him the strongest. The spectators outside the martial arts field were talking about it. How about a 10th level spirit warrior dare to slander the great spirit master with a single sword? Who will believe this? Yao Hai didn't say much, but the murderous aura in his eyes almost spread. Die! At the last moment when the spirit skill flame sea was completely condensed, Yao Hai waved his arm fiercely, and in an instant, the small blue flames overwhelmed by his spirit power rushed towards Ye Chen with mighty momentum. I have to say that Yao Hainan has such a cultivation level at this age, and it is not an exaggeration to call him a genius. But unfortunately, he met Ye Chen. The first soul ability, pull the wind and cut. There was a silent voice in his heart. Ye Chen took the sword in a virtual grip, and a rotating black wind instantly surrounded the 7-star demon abyss with a weathered sheath, and then the demon abyss was pulled out by him with all his strength. At the moment the sword body pulled away from the wind sheath, a flat black wind blade surged out of the demon abyss sword, forming a semicircular horizontal slash with Ye Chen as the center, and rushing straight into the sea of flames. For a time, the sound of puffs was endless, and all the blue flames that came into contact with the wind blade were extinguished in the air, and the majestic and dense sea of flames could not play a defensive role at all. Yao Hai watched as the giant wind blade swept over, arrived in front of his eyes like a rotten, and then flashed past his body. How can it be? Exhausting his last breath, Yao Hai's body was broken into 2 pieces and scattered on the ground in full view, and the scarlet blood gradually stained the square bricks red. Thousands of disciples were dumbfounded by the scene in the performance of the martial arts center. They thought Ye Chen would be the one who would be killed by Spike, but the reality slapped them in the face severely. It's a second kill again. Then what kind of monster Ye Chen is that can crush the great soul master with the realm of the soul warrior? It's too strong. It turns out that he is such a ruthless person, no wonder the suzerain has to defend him. This sun is as terrifying as it is, and in time it will surely shock the entire Douluo continent. After the battle, many elders and sect disciples outside the martial arts field made comments from time to time, all discussing the special nature of Ye Chen's battle and expressing their own opinions. However, the master of this dispute had already been taken away by the two big Douluo and returned to the bamboo forest in Hushan. Let's talk about it. What happened just now? How can your soul power be so mellow? Bone Douluo looked at Ye Chen with joy, the shriveled eye sockets mixed with hope. However, before Ye Chen spoke, Jian Douluo pulled Gurong aside and said seriously, I'm telling you how to understand your swordsmanship? How many levels have you penetrated? I saw your swordsmanship unusually well before. My level of 8 or 9 points is even higher, which is incredible. Old man Jian is my apprentice, so he should answer my question first. Bone Douluo couldn't help eagerly seeing Chen Xin blocking him. Hearing this, Ye Chen hurriedly came out to make a round. Senior Master Sword, don't fight, I will answer one by one. After sorting out his thoughts, Ye Chen continued, the bone pendant given to me by the master has been opened to 16 times the gravity, so my soul power will be much stronger. As for the inheritance of swordsmanship of the swordsman, I think, should be regarded as fully understood. Right. His words were very light, but when they fell in Chen Xin and Gurong's heart, there was a stormy sea. Gurong, the boneware is opened to 16 times the gravity, is this going against the sky? Chen Xin, the swordsmanship that I have learned through decades of hard practice can be fully understood by a 6-year-old child in less than one night? How did you do that? Gurong and Chen Xin looked at each other, and both saw incredible gazes in each other's eyes. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. What you said is true. Regardless of the gravity boneware, let's talk about the inheritance of the old man's sword, but he realized it after decades of fighting. How on earth did your kid do it? Gurong still couldn't help expressing the confusion in his heart, and the sword Douluo on the side rarely showed a touch of nervousness. They seemed to want to know. Scratching his head, Ye Chen said calmly, you can learn by looking at it. It doesn't seem to be difficult. Talking, Ye Chen summoned the 7-star demon abyss and swung a sword at the bamboo forest not far away. I saw a cross-shaped sword glow rushing out, tearing a few thick bamboos to pieces in an instant. This is the first style of the 7 kills swordsmanship, épée without edge. Seeing is believing, Chen Xin no longer doubts about this, but the shock on his face has not disappeared for a long time. Gurong laughed loudly and said, Ye Chen's disciple, you are really a peerless genius. With such enchanting aptitude, no one in the entire continent can compare with you. Master is too acclaimed, I am actually very ordinary. Boom. Ye Chen was halfway through speaking, and Gurong gave him a violent thrill. Modestness is good, but being too modest makes people very uncomfortable. Master, what I said is true. Actually, I am a waste material. It is difficult to cultivate even soul power. Boom. Another big hand hit Ye Chen's head directly, and Chen Xin looked at him with a serious face and said, I like to pretend to be so young. Haven't you ever heard a word? Don't pretend to be forced. Pretend to be struck by lightning. What did I pretend? That's all the truth. Ye Chen couldn't help muttering, and then touched his aching head with a grieved expression. Why would he be punished for telling the truth? Obviously he is not a genius. Chapter 8, Leave, Attend Appointment. 6 years later. Kaibao glazed glass sects back mountain, a vicissitudes and loud voice spread throughout the valley. The stinky boy is lazy again, can you learn the soul power forging method that the old man taught you? A huge bone dragon swept over the valley. Above the dragon's head, Gurong looked down and looked around, as if looking for something. After a while, Jian Douluo Chenexin stepped on his sword, and when he saw Gurong, he asked out aloud, "Older, where is Ye Chen? Has he understood the new understanding of the sword intent that he arranged last month?" Hearing this, Gurong touched the pitiful few hairs and said, "The old man hasn't seen that kid for half a month. If he doesn't practice all day, he knows to eat, drink and have fun everywhere. I really don't know what he is thinking, obviously. The talent is amazingly good but so decadent," really annoyed the old man. Chenexin sighed and shook his head alone. Since that duel, Ye Chen has settled down in the 7 treasure glazed glass sect, and the 2 old guys have treated it as if they had given it to each other over the years, without any negligence. What is irritating is that Ye Chen is very naughty and has no intention of practicing. Yesterday I took Rong down to the river to catch fish, and the day before yesterday I took her up to the tree to dig out bird eggs. Some time ago, I took Rong directly to the sea and set up some desert island to survive, in a place where birds don't shit. Stayed for several months. For 6 years, Ye Chen has made countless absurd behaviors, but none of them are about cultivation. But the most annoying thing is that Ye Chen's spirit power is still growing methodically and rapidly under this situation. Chen Xin thought of this and couldn't help but mutter, "If that kid can work a little harder, even if it's only a loss, old man, I'm satisfied too. But will he work hard? Alas, I just hope he will be more sensible when he goes abroad to practice in some time." Bone Douluo shook his head with a hatred of iron and steel, and he didn't believe what he said. Inside the clock tower of the Kaibao Liulitsong foreign system, Ye Chen lay under the giant clock and looked into the distance through stained glass. "It's been 6 years, how are you doing, Xiaosan? Time flies too fast," and in the blink of an eye, it was the day agreed with Tang San. He should also be ready to go to Soto City. The 3rd check-in target released by the system was there. "Who is Xiao San? Do you have any brothers and sisters out there?" Ning Rong, who was leaning against Ye Chen's arms, looked curious. For 6 years, she didn't want to be close to this man all the time, but Ye Chen always said that she was too young to keep the 2 of them at a distance. Looking at Ye Chen, who was close at hand, Ning Rong always had the urge to rush to eat each other, but unfortunately, the most intimate act of the 2 was nothing more than a kiss. "Little San is a good brother from my hometown. We grew up together since childhood." Ye Chen stroked Ning Rong's brown-grey hair. The little girl who had been out of the country at the time was extremely beautiful. Her beautiful face was extremely white and tender. A azure blue pleated skirt wrapped her well-developed body. The overall appearance was extremely noble temperament. Although only 12 years old, Ning Rong looked like a big girl, both young and attractive. Seems to notice Ye Chen's gaze, Ning Rong suddenly turned over and sat up, then hooked his chin and blew the fragrance, "Am I beautiful?" Ahem. A few awkward coughs, Ye Chen quickly turned away from looking at her. After this little demon girl grew up, she became more and more attractive, and her picking skills gradually improved. If Ye Chen hadn't been accustomed to it for a long time, he would be unable to control the few movements alone. After spending the last few days in the Kaibao glazed glass sect, Ye Chen packed up his daily necessities and prepared to leave. The sun was just right on this day. On the square outside the sect, the 2 Douluo and Ning Fengzi of Jianbon looked at Ye Chen and Ning Rong standing in front of them, and said with a bit of reluctance, "Ye Chen, you have to take good care of Rong. If I find that the little girl is missing a hair, the old man will not spare you lightly. Apprentice, you have to practice hard when you are outside. Don't forget that there are people outside the world. You have to be cautious when you are in trouble. You don't know if you can't win. Rong, listen to Ye Chen's words more outside, and be less temperamental. Daddy can't take care of you anymore." Pay attention to everything. Faced with the worries of several elders, Ye Chen could only nod their heads in response, but Rong Rong looked very excited, holding Ye Chen's arm and jokingly said, "Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Bone, Daddy, don't worry, leave me to Ye Chen, he will take care of me." After saying that, he waved his hand, then pulled Ye Chen into the carriage and set off in the direction of Soto City. "This girl, I like Ye Chen to the core, but fortunately, that kid is calm and not messy, otherwise I have to." Looking at the two people drifting away, Ning Fengzi shook his head without a smile, waved his sleeves, and walked back with the two Douluos. Soto City is located at the border of the Barak Kingdom and the Fasno province. Ye Chen and the two traveled without delay, and it took more than a month to arrive in this city. Entering the main city, there are many people in the streets of Ziximiao. People from the two kingdoms often gather in the bordering city of Soto to exchange business and profit, but it has also created the prosperous city today. Looking at the bustling shops around, Ning Rongrong's talent as a woman seemed to be inspired, pulling Ye Chen to start shopping. "Ye Chen, do you think these earrings look good? And this skirt, it's so different from what I usually see." Ye Chen grinned and said with a smirk, "They all look good, buy them if you like them." After a while, Ye Chen was carrying a lot of big and small bags in his hand, and various shopping bags were hung everywhere, looking like a human-shaped tree. "Ye Chen." Just as Rong Rong was about to walk into a large shopping mall, a strange and familiar voice suddenly came from not far away. After removing the bag that blocked his vision, Ye Chen couldn't help but grinned and said, "Little San, it's been a long time." As he said, he wanted to say hello, but found that he had no free hands. Tang San in blue came over, followed by Xiaowu with a scorpion tail braid. "Long time no see, you should have had a good time these years." Looking at Ye Chen's embarrassment and Ning Rongrong standing by, Tang San suddenly laughed. Seeing this, Ye Chen picked up his spirit power silently, and put all the shopping bags into the ring at will, shrugged and said, "Hey, someone thinks that this is the only way to show how much I care about her. It's a headache." After took the shot, the four of them walked to a hotel, planning to sit down and reminisce about the past. The architecture of Douluo continent is very similar to the Nordic decoration style. The Roman columns and marble slab crystal lamps in the hotel lobby all exude a contemporary atmosphere. "Boss, open us 2 first-class suites." Xiaowu blinked and looked at Ning Rongrong, "You reading www.uuganju.com stretched out 2 index fingers to touch one place and said, 2 rooms? Have you already had?" No, you guys think too much." Ye Chen hurriedly came out to explain, but Ning Rongrong nonchalantly pursed his mouth and said, "We often sleep together, and Dad said, don't be extravagant and wasteful when you go out, are you right?" Ye Chen smiled awkwardly when he was holding his arms, and then nodded and said, "What you said is right, save it." Hearing this, Tang San and Xiaowu snickered. They all saw that Rong Rong had bought a lot of impractical things. If this was not a waste of extravagance, it would be economical to open 10 more rooms. As the 4 people talked and laughed, a tall, yellow-haired man walked up with 2 charming women, hugged left and right to see the envy of others. The most noticeable thing is the man's eyes. They are a pair of evil eyes with double pupils. Since there is no room left, the boy couldn't help but yelled at the front desk clerk, "New here, call your manager out." Tang San couldn't stand it any longer, and stepped forward to remind himself that the waiting talents came first, but the other party arrogantly responded, "I think you are also soul masters. Come, I will give you a chance to let me quit." Seeing this, Xiaowu and Tang San wanted to compete with them, but the man ignored them and pointed to Ye Chen, "You are the person with the strongest spirit power among them. Master fight." "Me?" Ye Chen scratched his head and shrugged helplessly, "You should choose Tang San." Hearing this, the yellow-haired man couldn't help but laughed and said, "Why, afraid? I'm very scared." Ye Chen nodded, then chuckled lightly, I'm afraid that you will lie down and go out if I make a move. Chapter 9, Don 3's Shock. Ye Chen, he is very strong. The contemptuous expression on the yellow-haired man's face made Tang San's heart tense. He couldn't see through his opponent, which meant that this person's spirit power was much higher than him. Now Tang San's spirit power is a 29th level Great Spirit Master. If the yellow-haired man is stronger than him, at least he has exceeded 30th level and reached the realm of Soul Sovereign. Tang San felt that he couldn't beat the opponent without using hidden weapons, and Ye Chen's spirit power was only level 1. How far can his spirit power rise in just 6 years? Thinking of this, Tang San couldn't help but say again, "Let me defeat him, so you can see the results of my 6 years of cultivation. Do you remember our agreement?" "Of course I remember. My main purpose in coming to Soto City is to find you, mi." Ye Chen smiled. "In fact, it doesn't matter who takes the shot. Anyway, he knows his strength very well. Hey, are you too long enough? Let's go together." Seemed to be a little impatient. The yellow-haired man with different pupils was impatient to wait, and immediately shouted White Tiger Possession. In an instant, a tall white tiger appeared behind the man, and immediately a purple spirit ring erupted from his body, scaring the guest officials in the hotel lobby into a riot. 1000-year spirit ring, 37th level War Soul Sovereign. Tang San exclaimed, and immediately summoned his martial soul Blue Silver Grass as a response. But the man with different pupils didn't mean to fight him at all. He stepped on his feet, and the marble floor suddenly cracked with traces of spider webs. Then he swooped down towards Ye Chen at a rapid speed. "Ye Chen, be careful!" Tang San was startled, and immediately shouted, "Parasitic entanglement!" Almost instantly he used his 2 martial arts skills to protect Ye Chen. But Tang San's spirit skills needed a short growth time. When Lan Yinko had just crawled out of the yellow-haired man with different pupils, his body flew upside down like a cannonball, directly smashing through the hotel door and rolling out. The sudden scene inadvertently stunned Xiaowu standing by. Even Tang San looked at Ye Chen with shock, and muttered, "1000-year spirit rings, too." The 2 purple spirit rings surrounding Ye Chen's body exuded a dazzling brilliance. He didn't even get out of the demon abyss sword, and the man with different pupils lay down. "It's so weak." Patted the dust on the corner of the clothes. After Ye Chen put away the spirit ring, he threw a few gold coins to the front desk staff and said, "Let's open the room." "Good, good, please come upstairs," from the guest official. The waiter was very discerning, and after he handed the gold coins, he took the 4 of Ye Chen to the most luxurious imperial suite. The huge room is like a palace, with a long red carpet on the floor extending to the master bedroom. The exquisite crystal lamp in the living room is exquisitely crafted and exudes a dazzling white light. Closed the door, Tang San pulled Ye Chen's to sit on the sofa, and then looked at him very seriously. "Brother Chen, how many levels are you? How come you have 2000-year spirit rings at the same time? If I remember correctly, the lowest level that can absorb a 1000-year spirit ring is also 30 or higher. Could it be that Ye Chen is already a 40-odd soul sect? It's incredible." Looking at the confusion in Tang San's eyes, Ye Chen couldn't help but waved his hand and smiled, "Oh, my aptitude is too bad. I have only reached level 30 after 6 years of hard cultivation. It is pure luck to be able to absorb 2000-year spirit rings. Mistress, there is no 3rd spirit ring yet. Isn't brother very fishing? 6 years from the level 1 Spirit Master to the level 30 Great Spirit Master called the qualification is too bad? Will the 1st and 2nd Spirit Rings be very profitable if they are all 1000-year Spirit Rings? Then what have I been doing for the past 6 years? What kind of fun are my 200-year-old Spirit Rings?" Tang San felt sullen in his heart. He originally thought that he had gone from level 10 to level 29 by relying on Suanei Shanbailu, and he had absorbed 2 almost limitless 100-year-old spirit rings. But compared with the abnormality in front of him, Tang San even felt that he had been wasting his time and doing nothing for 6 full years. Ye Chen, I really admire you. I think you only had level 1 spirit power when you and I awakened together. I didn't expect to catch up with me in just a few years. You must be practicing very hard. Patted Ye Chen on the shoulder, Tang San showed a burst of loss on his face. He hated himself for not focusing all his energy on cultivation. Puff, ha ha ha. The sudden laughter interrupted Tang San's contemplation, and Ning Rongrong, who was still chatting with Xiao Wu, suddenly clutched his stomach and laughed, making Xiao Wu and Tang San look bewildered. It's your brother who said something wrong, wrong, why are you smiling so happily? Facing Xiao Wu's doubts, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but smile and said, Don't get me wrong, I just heard Tang San say that Ye Chen worked very hard to cultivate, so I couldn't help it, ha ha ha. What do you mean? Isn't Ye Chen working hard? Effort. Ning Rongrong relieved his anger and waved his hand quickly, No, I think you have misunderstood, Ye Chen, he, and the word effort are simply not compatible, let alone extraordinary. Once these words came out, Tang San and Xiao Wu didn't understand even more. Chi turned their gazes to Ning Rongrong. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com hoped that she could explain it clearly. Zi's gaze made Ning Rongrong a little embarrassed, but he couldn't find any good words to describe Ye Chen. After a long time, a word came out of her mouth. Ye Chen's spirit power is like some people gain weight. You don't need to eat food, just drink water. This sentence is very easy to understand. Drinking water will make you gain weight. Doesn't it mean that Ye Chen has the enchanting talent and the spirit power grows incredibly fast? After hearing so much, Tang San finally understood, and then said to Ye Chen, So you are a peerless genius. You think too much, Ziasan, what Rongrong said is not what I mean. Ye Chen shook his head to explain, but Tang San greeted him and went back to his room. Ye Chen's affairs made him understand that he was not talented enough to work hard. He didn't want to be left behind by this brother too much, not to mention that there was still a battle between the two. Tang San knew that at present, even if he used hidden weapons, there was a great possibility of defeat. He didn't want to lose, so he had to work harder to cultivate. After the two of Xiao Wu left, in the huge emperor's suite, Ye Chen looked at the little demon girl beside him with a little bit of laughter and tears. Wrong, don't talk nonsense in the future, it's too easy for people to misunderstand. What kind of misunderstanding? You are a cultivator in the first place. Ning Rongrong laughed proudly, then pulled Ye Chen into the quilt. For a while, a man's strange shouts will be heard in the emperor's suite from time to time. What kind of tiger-wolf words like don't move, I'll sleep on the street like you're here. I heard that Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were cultivating hard next door, blushed, even though everyone hadn't experienced it, who didn't know a little bit of knowledge when they grew up. Chapter 10, Money-Making Machine. Early the next morning, Ye Chen and Tang San met in the dining area of the hotel. They ordered a few simple food and used breakfast. Tang San saw Ye Chen's eyes bag dark, he couldn't help but smiled and said, Brother Chen worked hard last night, I didn't expect to get up so early. Where is Rongrong, why is she not here? Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San couldn't help but tugged at her sleeves and said, Sister-in-law must be still resting. Let's finish eating quickly. There will be an admission test later. Hearing this, Xiao Wu nodded, and then silently ate the bread. Ye Chen saw that there was something in the words of these two people, and shook his head without crying or laughing. The relationship between him and Ning Rongrong was always misunderstood, and he was used to it a long time ago. I still remember when he was 7 or 8 years old, one night, Ning Rongrong got into his bed for the first time and caused a new long incident. Ning Fengzi was about to scrape Ye Chen alive, but fortunately there was someone who was very experienced. His sister said her own judgment and helped him get out of the ring. Chewing the bread at the corner of his mouth, Ye Chen yawned a little sleepily. After tossing all night, he was really bored. Ye Chen, today is the recruiting birthday of Shrek Academy, or you can ask Shang Rongrong to go with us. After drinking a glass of milk, Tang San continued, the teacher said that this academy is very special, and he strongly urged me. Come here. Shrek Academy. Ye Chen took a bite of the bread and shook his head helplessly. Forget it, the academy teachers are not very helpful to me in my practice. The sign-in task issued by the system only needs to walk around in Shrek Academy. As for joining, it seems unnecessary. He inherited the two titled Douluos of Sword Bone. Isn't it comparable to the academy teacher? The learning is endless. Ye Chen, we are only great soul masters now, don't you want to go to the top step by step? Tang San didn't expect Ye Chen to make this remark, but as a friend, he still tried his best to persuade him. Hearing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile. Thank you, but I really don't need it. Arrogant. A word came from not far away, and the yellow-haired man with different pupils appeared in front of Ye Chen and Tang San again yesterday. Only at this moment, his right arm was wrapped in a white cloth and hung around his neck, and it seemed that he was badly hurt. Even if you want to enter, our Shrek Academy won't necessarily accept you, kid, dare you to gamble with my daimyo bai. Although he was injured, there are still many Ying Ying Yanyan beside this guy, very cool. What to bet on? I'm not interested in ordinary money. Seeing Ye Chen's arrival, Daimyo Bai couldn't help but a flash of light flashed in his eyes. As long as you dare to take the exam, I guarantee that this bet will not disappoint you. After speaking, Daimyo Bai turned his head and left the hotel regardless of whether Ye Chen said yes or not. There will be no fraud, I don't think that kid looks like a good person. Xiao Wu frowned, her eyes showing a trace of dislike. Ye Chen shrugged indifferently, whether he is scammed or not, you will know if you go and see. After eating, Ye Chen asked Shang Rongrong and Tang Sangxiao to set off together. Shrek Academy is located in the southern suburbs outside Soto City. The four of them walked all the way. There were fewer and fewer shops around, and the landform became very primitive, all with green trees. A few people walked to the gate of the dilapidated courtyard with the characters Shrek Academy, only to see a short school team, but did not find Daimyo Bai's figure. Tang San and Ye Chen looked at each other, and entered the school team one after another to take the preliminary test. The first college exam is very simple, as long as you are under 13 years old and have a spirit power of 21 or above, you can pass it easily. After being tested by a teacher, in addition to Ye Chen and Ning Rongrong, all four of them met the standards, and another young girl also passed the initial test. The young girl's age and height are about the same as Rongrong, but her extremely plump figure is really inconsistent with her age. If you don't look at her face, she is likely to be considered an adult girl, especially her stalwart mind is even more attractive. The eyes of all men, the standard Tongjian Zhulu. The opposite of Huibeo's figure is the cold expression on the girl's face. It is a kind of coldness from the heart, which conflicts with her originally extremely beautiful face. The girl followed Ye Chen and the others, and was immediately taken into Shrek Academy by a burly teacher. I have to say that Shrek is really poor. The surrounding buildings are all standard dilapidated wooden buildings. Some have collapsed and have not been repaired. The only good thing is that the surrounding environment is close to nature and looks very comfortable. Ye Chen, you are still here. Daimyo Bai walked out from behind a wooden building with a smile on the corners of his mouth, as if making some bad idea. Ye Chen nodded, stretched out his hand and said, you have lost, you have a good bet. Daimyo Bai, none of them passed the second test, what are you worried about? Hearing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but smiled, our gamble is just a bet on whether I dare to take the admission exam, and not only did I come and pass the initial exam, I won it no matter what. Haha, I know you would say that. If so, then I will give you the bet. Daimyo Bai smiled mysteriously, and then shouted, Dean, the person you want is here. As soon as the words fell, the burly man who brought Ye Chen into the hospital took the lead to block the gate of the college. Then, a four-eyed bearded man with bird wings on his back landed from a high altitude and landed firmly beside Dai Mubai. It's him. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com defeated you with one trick. The Dean, keep your voice down, I don't want face. Looking at the person beside him, Dai Mubai's tone became more respectful. Face. The bearded man helped his glasses and laughed mercilessly. You have been defeated in seconds, do you still have face? Ha ha ha. After laughing, the four-eyed bearded man stopped paying attention to the embarrassed Dai Mubai, turned his head to look at Ye Chen and said, I'm the Dean Flander here, your name is Ye Chen, right? Yes, it's exactly like the kid said. You'll be a member of Shrek Academy from now on. Welcome to join this big family. Dean, you misunderstood, I just came to complete the betting contract, and I didn't even want to join your hospital. Before Ye Chen had finished speaking, Flender said solemnly to the burly man who was guarding the gate, Zhao Waoqi, you help Ye Chen arrange a place to live, and after a while, let him go out and make money, it's going to exercise. After, Flander flew away in a hurry, leaving only Zhao Waoqi with a smirk at the gate of the academy, staring at Ye Chen grazing his fists. Make money? What does this mean? Ye Chen was stupefied by this series of operations. He had thought that Dai Mubai would call Oscar Ma Hongjun to take revenge on him, but he never expected that the guy would betray him to the greedy Flander. Is this to force yourself to join the academy, and then turn him into a money-making machine with no emotions? Thinking of the miserable life he was about to face in the future, Ye Chen couldn't help swallowing nervously, then lowered his head and walked towards the gate pretending that no one knew him. Before he took a few steps, a wide palm was placed on his shoulder, and a deep voice came from his ear, Where are you going, this new Shrek student? Chapter 11, You won. The sudden change made Ning Rongrong and the three of them look bewildered. When they reacted, Ye Chen had been thrown back by Zhao Wuji. Well, it's not bad, although it's only level 30, I can feel that you are deliberately suppressing soul power. I think it will make a qualitative leap once you break through the soul power. Zhao Waoqi looked at Ye Chen, the smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more obvious, as if in his eyes, Ye Chen had become a member of their academy. Seeing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but smiled bitterly, Teacher Zhao, do you think you are qualified to teach me? Since the negotiation is wrong, Ye Chen doesn't mind using a tougher way to solve this trouble. Oh? You guys are not big-mouthed, but not small. Zhao Waoqi looked at Ye Chen with interest, and then shouted, Fudo Ming Wang, powerful King Kong bear. With a wild roar, a huge King Kong bear appeared behind him, and the pale golden light emitted from his body gave people an indestructible feeling. I am a level 76 soul sage, don't tell me that I bully you, kid, if you can hurt me, then this door will let you in and out. I learned from Dai Mubai that Ye Chen's aptitude was very good, and the first and second spirit rings were both at the Millennium level, and their Shrek Academy was interested in monsters. Students with such an evil foundation are really rare. The teachers in the academy have decided to keep Ye Chen as long as possible. They don't want such a good seedling to slip under their noses. This is what you said. Ye Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, and the 7-star demon abyss between Zhang Shao appeared in his hands, and his whole person suddenly disappeared from the place. What kind of spirit ability is this? I can't even catch the trace. Just when he was surprised, Zhao Waoqi suddenly felt terrified. After subconsciously moving to the left, a sword light suddenly flashed under his eyelids, easily piercing the golden light of his body. Turning his head to look at Ye Chen not far away, Zhao Waoqi thought to himself that if he hadn't had an omen in his heart, he might be injured by that sword just now. Teacher Zhao, be careful. A cold sound suddenly sounded in his ears, and when Zhao Waoqi recovered, the blood-red long sword in Ye Chen's hand suddenly appeared in front of him, almost close to his hair. Before he could think about it, Zhao Waoqi fiercely raised his hands together and firmly clamped the sword that was about to stab him. However, when he thought it was okay, the long sword that was clamped by him suddenly disappeared without a trace, just like Ye Chen appeared strangely before him. Ye Chen's offensive was too weird, and Zhao Waoqi was overwhelmed by being beaten for a while, and he launched the martial spirit skill, Immovable King Body, without thinking. For a while, the Vajra bear behind Zhao Waoqi rose in the wind, and immediately wrapped him in it. There was a loud bang, and the long sword that disappeared rushed to his chest from nowhere, directly piercing most of the immovable king's body. "What a strong sword, where did you learn it, kid?" Hearing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but curl his lips and said, "What is strong, isn't it still blocked?" Ye Chen was very disappointed with his offense. He retreated tens of meters and shouted, "Second spirit ability, space jump." The words fell, Ye Chen slashed 3 swords forward with all his strength, each of which cut out 6 sword lights, and the 6 sword lights attacked Zhao Waoqi and combined together to form a 3-skilled sword light. Looking at the several killer sword lights with amazing spirit power, Zhao Waoqi didn't dare to be careless. But when Zhao Waoqi was ready, Ye Chen's real ultimate move had just begun. His second spirit ability is a space assist skill, which can make any object energy travel a short distance through the void to achieve the purpose of teleportation. I saw the 3 moves. Ep Wufeng suddenly disappeared out of thin air, and then appeared directly inside Zhao Waoqi's Fudoming King's body, pointing directly at his throat. The extremely strange spirit ability made Zhao Waoqi's complexion changed. At this moment, he could not take care of any face. Even if he activated the second spirit ability, Powerful Diamond Palm. Soul power flowed to the palm of his hand. Almost instantly Zhao Waoqi's hands became as hard as a King Kong, and he quickly swung the sword light towards the 3 killer words. Without any accident, Ye Chen's sword light was easily shot off. The gap between the spirit powers of the 2 parties was so great that it could not be offset by the subtle combination of martial arts skills. "I lost." Ye Chen shook his head, secretly saying that the other party's spirit power is too strong. But Zhao Waoqi suddenly retorted, "No, you won, alas." He sighed, and Zhao Waoqi moved his body and walked towards Flanders' office. Looking at the unobstructed gate of the college, Ye Chen couldn't help turning his head to look at Tang San, scratching his head and saying, "Did I hurt him?" Tang San smiled, pointing to the blood on the ground and said, "Not only did you hurt Teacher Zhao, but you also hurt a lot." Dean Shrek's office. "How is that kid's strength? Is it as strong as Mubai said?" Hearing Flanders' question, Zhao Waoqi couldn't help but stretched out his hands and handed them to the other person to see. "Dean, Ye Chen may be more exaggerated than we thought. He always feels like him. I didn't give all my strength in the fight against me." On both palms, there are 3 explicit bloodstains that are very conspicuous, and the air is gradually filled with a stench of rotting flesh and blood. I saw the wound on Zhao Waoqi's palm, 3 domineering residual sword auras looming, and there was a strange black spirit power in it, which was still destroying his flesh and blood. "Can hurt you to such a degree, are you sure he is only level 30? Flender was a little surprised, knowing that Zhao Waoqi was a level 76 soul sage, and not only did he have a huge difference in soul power with Ye Chen, but his own martial arts soul was also known for defense. Although old Zhao was careless about the enemy, even the soul sect could not easily hurt him. Zhao Waoqi smiled bitterly, "That kid is indeed a 30th level great soul venerable, but his martial soul is the legendary 7-star demon abyss sword, which can easily break my immovable king's body, and the swordsmanship he uses is also very good. Like the sword art of 7 kills unique to the Ning family, I suspect that he and the other little girl are both related to the 7 treasure glazed tile school." Hearing this, Flender was relieved. If it were the direct disciple of Title Douluo, it would make sense for this kid to be so strong, but it's a pity that he could not be included in Shrek. Such a good old man really wants to personally give him a lesson, and let him go to the arena of souls to exercise and earn some college funds back, alas. "Don't worry, Dean, I think Ye Chen has a close relationship with the little girl named Ning Rongrong and Tang San Xiaowu. As long as these people come to our college, he can't run away. That said, haha. In the office, two big men sitting on the shabby sofa looked up and laughed. They seemed to have seen the picture of Ye Chen's severe training in the future. Chapter 12, Good Accident. Shrek Academy Square, Dai Mubai walked from a building not far away to Ye Chen's side. It's a pity, I thought that with teacher Zhao's strength, I could keep you, but I didn't expect you to be stronger than I thought. Hearing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but smiled. Don't worry, I will live in the academy for some time, and I can talk to me anytime. Remember what you said, don't be annoying then. Being defeated by someone younger than himself is very difficult for the proud Dai Mubai. He wants to defeat Ye Chen, even if he can't do it now, but it doesn't mean he won't do it in the future. I was afraid that he would become stronger, but he couldn't find Ye Chen, so this was the main reason why Dai Mubai kept Ye Chen in the academy. The sky darkened quickly, and Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu and others also passed Zhao Waoqi's second test and entered Shrek Academy. Followed Dai Mubai into the boys' dormitory. Ye Chen was arranged to live with this guy. Although he did not join the college, after Zhao Waoqi tried Ning Rongrong and the others, he still arranged a place for Ye Chen. In the middle of the night, a strange sound came into Ye Chen's ears. Xiao Dai. The strange sound of Suanji was unbearable. After Ye Chen was awakened, he saw two human figures on the next bed stacked on top of each other, entangled endlessly. Damn, when I don't exist. After waking up, Ye Chen rolled his eyes suddenly. This Dai Mubai is really a slutty reborn, is there someone here? So he directly staged the picture of the living Chungong Palace? It's not a good person. Ye Chen, who couldn't stand it, slipped out of bed quietly and jumped out of the room directly from the open window. The moonlight was sparse here, and the sky was already bright. Thinking of the sign-in task issued by the system, Ye Chen took advantage of the present and started to walk around Shrek Academy. This time the task is very simple, as long as you walk around all areas of the academy, even if it is completed, it is not difficult to think about it. There are not many buildings in Shrek Academy. Ye Chen only spent 10 minutes walking around the teacher's quarters and the dean's room. Flender didn't seem to live in the academy, and other teachers found that Ye Chen didn't have much. Just as he was here to visit. The sky was already bright at the moment, and he seemed to have only one place left that he hadn't been to. Looking at the two-story building not very far from the boys' dormitory, Ye Chen whispered in his heart, it seems not good for him to enter the girls' dormitory so directly, but it's not his character to give up halfway. After thinking about it, Ye Chen felt that it is better to go sneakily now than later. There were very few girls in the college. Ye Chen stood downstairs and called out Ning Rongrong. What, you want to enter the girls' dormitory? Why? Hearing Ye Chen's strange request, Ning Rongrong expressed confusion. Then she seemed to have thought of something, and she lay down on Ye Chen's ear and whispered, just tell me what you want to see. I'm also a woman. I have some of them, don't believe me. As he said, Ning Rongrong wanted to untie his pajamas, and wanted him to see enough. Seeing this, Ye Chen quickly grabbed Ning Rongrong's hand and said, where do you want to go? I'm just curious about the buildings here and want to visit it. I just saw it out of Zhao Wuji's courtyard, really. After listening to Ye Chen's explanation, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but smiled and went back to discuss with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, and after a while he came out again. Go in, Xiao Wu agreed. Well, thank you. After touching Ning Rongrong's long hair, Ye Chen finally walked into the girls' dormitory. The first room after entering the small building is where Ning Rongrong lives. The small building seems to be smaller than expected, and the furnishings are similar to Dai Muabai's. In addition to the simple tables, chairs, and benches, there are also many more clothes on each side. The place is slightly messy. Xiao Wu seemed to have just woken up. She was wearing pink drowsiness and said hello to Ye Chen, and then fell asleep again. Didn't spend much time in Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu's room. After Ye Chen passed through a short corridor, he was blocked by a door. Squeak! Opening the door, Ye Chen thought he was going out of the small building, but he never expected that as soon as the door opened, a stunning scenery came into his eyes. I saw Zhu Zuqing sleeping on a small bed half naked, wearing black silk, exposing small pieces of white skin like mutton jade, with a perfect rugged figure and a charming and dazzling face. She has grown so well, as if she has been carefully crafted by God. It is hard to imagine that a girl who is only a teenager can have such a perfect proportion. Who is there? Walking footsteps awakened the opponent. Zhu Zuqing opened his beautiful eyes and saw Ye Chen standing in the room at a glance. For a while, the atmosphere in the air became embarrassing. Ye Chen swallowed, and grinned. I said I came in with permission, do you believe it? Zhu Zuqing did not speak, but her long nails and fast-moving figure are enough to show everything. Meow! A cat cry banged. Zhu Zuqing directly summoned the Wuhan ghost cat, and rushed towards Ye Chen. She is very fast, even if Ye Chen's spirit power level is higher than hers, she is still not as fast as her. I didn't think much about it at the moment. After Ye Chen jumped out of the window with a stride, he ran straight to the deep forest outside the courtyard. He didn't understand, Ming Rongrong had already explained it, but why Zhu Zuqing was so angry. Besides, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com will not lose a piece of meat, not to mention he didn't mean it. Successfully visited Shrek Academy. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of signing into the goddess. The automatic training speed increased by 100%, and Zhu Zuqing's favorability increased by 300%. The sound of the system was untimely in Ye Chen's mind. Although it was annoying, it seemed to be a turning point for this misunderstanding. Remembering the change in Ning Rongrong's attitude towards him, Ye Chen couldn't help but stop fleeing and face Zhu Zuqing who was chasing him. Ahem, I didn't mean it, listen to my explanation. Before the words were finished, a sharp violent shout rang out, nether stab. Fuck me, really? Seeing Zhu Zuqing's martial arts ability, turned into an afterimage and rushed over, Ye Chen's heart suddenly became suspicious, and the increase in his favorability was not very obvious. The system. While avoiding Zhu Zuqing's attack, Ye Chen asked the system again and again. Ding, the goddesses have different personalities, but what is certain is that there is indeed a 300% goodwill between the other party and the host, perhaps because the way the goddess expresses it is different. Are you kidding me? All of her moves are killer moves. Was talking in his heart, an extraordinary figure suddenly threw Ye Chen from mid-air onto the grass, and then a pair of cat's claws directly pierced his chest. Soon, blood leaked from Ye Chen's chest, gradually staining his clothes red. It's so ruthless. Ye Chen stared at Gao Feng with a smile and said, the blood flowed from his nose madly. In fact, he was only scratched by Zhu Zuqing. As for the reason why he dyed the red shirt, it was completely because of some beautiful things that he saw that made him lose hormones. Caused by a controlled surge. Chapter 13, I don't want to work hard anymore. You. Zhu Zuqing had a hint of anger in his eyes, but when he saw Ye Chen's chest covered with blood, he lowered his claws again. If you don't kill me, can you get up first? Being pressed by Zhu Zuqing, Ye Chen felt that he was going to become very strange. Puffing heavily in his mouth, Ye Chen said with difficulty, if you can't live anymore, something might happen. Facing such a stunner, Ye Chen didn't know what to say, so he could only get him up quickly, otherwise the evil fire in his heart would instantly engulf him. It seemed that his words had some effect. Zhu Zuqing frowned and scanned Ye Chen's chest. After finding that he was not seriously injured, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then got up from him. The hostile relationship that was originally pursued and killed became a bit embarrassing at this moment. They didn't speak and didn't know what to say, so you look at me and I look at you. It's okay. In the end, Zhu Zuqing broke the deadlock. I'm fine, thank you for your concern. This is not caring about you, it's just. I felt a little guilty, but I was just glanced at it. Zhu Zuqing now thinks about it and it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Alright, I'm really fine, don't worry. Ye Chen grinned and tore off a thin strip of cloth from his clothes. After wrapping the wound, he glanced at Zhu Zuqing. There was no dialogue between the two, but they walked back to the academy very tacitly. Their chase in the woods was delayed for a long time, so that when they returned to Shrek, it was almost noon. Back to the boys' dormitory, Ye Chen lay in bed and recalled what happened today. Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong gave Ye Chen completely different feelings. She was like a ripe apple, and she no longer exuded alluring breath all the time. Ye Chen, the dean asked me to call you to practice together. With a squeak, Dai Mubai opened the door and pulled the reluctant Ye Chen to the grass square in the college. At this moment, Tang San Xiaowu and others are all waiting here, while Flander personally leads the team, and when Ye Chen comes, he is even more energetic. Humph, the cultivation of martial arts excluding talents, your own exercise is also indispensable. A strong body can make your meditation smoother, so you first run 20 laps around the city of Soto. Flender waved his hand, and Dai Mubai and the others started to run obediently. This was an essential exercise for them. Especially Rongrong, she was spoiled by the two big Douluo since she was a child, so she needs such training even more. Come on, Rongrong, I will buy something delicious at the end and wait for you to come back. Cheering for Ning Rongrong, Ye Chen also looked at Zhu Zuqing's figure and waved his fist at him to signal her to work hard. Suddenly, Flender approached Ye Chen, patted him on the shoulder and said, Ye Ziazi, do you want to follow along? Maybe there will be an unexpected gain. No, I'm too tired, I'm only suitable for lying down. Ye Chen shrugged, found a piece of dense grass and lay on it, then took out a novel and read it with gusto. Seeing this, Flender's mouth twitched with anger. He didn't understand why this kid didn't practice. Could it be that his enchanting talent was so wasteful? No, I must not watch such a good seedling folded under my nose. Thinking of this, Flander could not help but organize the language, and then said, no matter how talented a person is, he can't become a strong person if he doesn't work hard. As the so-called one is born with 9 points of effort, you want to get full marks. Do you know that hard work is the most important thing? I know, but I don't want to work hard anymore. Cultivation is boring and tedious, so there is no good novel. After experiencing the devastation of the two Douluo sword bones, Ye Chen really didn't want to work hard anymore, so he changed to a more lazy posture and continued to lie on the grass and read a book leisurely. The anger in Flender's heart, he wanted to grab Ye Chen and throw him away for a run, but no matter what, the opponent was not a disciple of his academy, and using strong words would definitely scare this kid away. Just as he was at a loss, Zhao Waoqi walked over from not far away. Seeing this, Flandre whispered to the side with Zhao Waoqi, discussing how to get Ye Chen to join the training plan. If the two Douluos of Jianbon saw this scene, they would have a stomachache with laughter. In 6 years, the two title Douluo used all kinds of methods, but the result? Isn't it just a little bit of effect? After a long time, Flender and Zhao Waoqi walked to Ye Chen together, confidently said, since you don't believe us, you dare to make a bet with us. Hearing the words, Ye Chen glanced at the two and shook their heads and said, I'm not interested, Dai Mubai stunned me last time. Do you still want to repeat the same tricks? Don't you want to pay a price? I refuse routines. Zhao Waoqi is a bit speechless. They seem to have nothing good at Shrek Academy to get their hands on. They want money and no money, but no baby, etc. As if thinking of something, Zhao Waoqi couldn't help but leaned against Flender's ear and asked softly, Dean, take out the private money you hide, or our strategy won't work at all. How about that? Flander said firmly and decisively. I'll bet 1,000 gold soul coins, how interesting is it? As if cutting the flesh off his body, Flander asked this with a look of dismay. Are you calling me Hwazi? Ye Chen rolled his eyes. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com casually took out a small bag and threw it in. There are 10,000 golden soul coins in it. I'll give it to you. Don't bother me again. 1. 10,000 soul coins? Flander took the brocade bag with both hands and opened it, and the corners of his mouth suddenly smiled like a flower. However, at this time, Zhao Waoqi pushed him against him with his elbow, and whispered, Dean, you must keep your heart. Whether our strategy can be achieved depends on you. As soon as he said this, Flander's face suddenly became serious, and then he sat beside Ye Chen and bid, 20,000 gold soul coins as a bet, you see. Pattern. Another bag appeared in Ye Chen's hands, and then a disdainful voice came from Flander's ears, there are 50,000 gold soul coins here. Do you think I am like a person who lacks money? I look down on who, the old man pays 100,000. As long as you promise to bet, I will pay 100,000 gold soul coins. The last sentence seemed to roar from Flanders, and Zhao Waoqi, who stood beside him, reminded him in a low voice, Dean, do you have so much money? Ye Chen heard the 100,000 gold soul coins, and finally replied with a smile, Okay, I promised, but you must sign the agreement to bet against, otherwise it's fine. With that, a sheet with the bet against this time was written. All the detailed agreements appeared in front of the two Zhao Waoqi, not focusing on the content of the bet, but the bet of 100,000 gold soul coins was written in detail and couldn't be more detailed. Seeing this, Flander couldn't help but beard crooked, and then said angrily, Ye Chen, you are as cunning as a little fox now, but I will make you regret it. Without any hesitation, perhaps mixed with impulse, Flander waved his hand, and his name was left on the agreement. Chapter 14, sadly reminded Dai Mubai. Very good. Looking at the three big characters of Flanders on the agreement, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile. I wanted to put him into the hospital and let myself go out to make money. Now that there is this agreement, it is not certain who helps who makes money. Let's talk about the right gambling conditions. If it is too harsh, this agreement will be invalidated. Ye Chen's meaning is very obvious, as long as he doesn't gamble too much, he can accept it. After hearing this, Flander and Zhao Waoqi looked at each other, then ran to a corner of the square to start discussing. After a while, Flander came to Ye Chen again and cautiously said, the conditions for betting are very simple. If your spirit power can surpass Dai Mubai in a month, then you will win the bet. If you can't surpass it, in addition to giving me 100,000 gold coins, you have to accept the personal teachings of the Dean, and you have to accept unconditionally no matter what hard cultivation requires. Is it too, Dean? This is different from what we discussed before. Zhao Waoqi whispered. Flanders shortened the time frame for the original gambling conditions by 2 months, and also added the following personal teaching conditions, so that he felt that it was a bit too much. Okay, that's it. Ye Chen agreed very readily, and then continued to look at the book in his hand, as if he had just said something very ordinary. Flander was a little surprised. He thought that Ye Chen would fight for reasons and lower the conditions of the bet, but it was obvious that the other party did not regard the bet as the same thing, or that this kid was more confident than Dai Mu. White. There was a touch of puzzlement in his eyes. Flander didn't know why Ye Chen was so confident. Could it be that if you continue to be decadent and not practice, your soul power can grow by itself? Just let him go, anyway, after I win, this kid can't be arranged clearly by the old man. 2 copies of the agreement bookmark. Ye Chen also signed it. When Flander collected his own copy, Tang San and the others returned after a lap around the city. Seeing this, Flander couldn't help but yelled at them, the speed is too slow, add 10 more laps. Dai Mubai, as the oldest student with the strongest spirit power, give me 10 more laps. As soon as he said this, Dai Mubai was so frightened that his legs became weak, and he almost fell to his knees. Dean, why should I run 10 laps more? Do you know how long this lap is? Before he finished speaking, Flander pulled his face down and said, 20 more laps. No, Dean, I know I was wrong, please don't do this to me. 50 laps, get out of me. Facing Dai Mubai's begging for mercy, Flander couldn't help but roar back. This is related to the bet of 100,000 gold soul coins. He will never allow any accidents. Even if Ye Chen is still so decadent and lazy, he has no intention of practicing at all, but maybe that kid is arguing about it, maybe at night. Will you practice, crazy? Thinking of this, Flander couldn't help but nodded to himself, and then called out a four-eyed cat and eagle flying to catch up with the training team. Dai Mubai, who was running, thought that the dean was here to relieve his penalty training, so he smiled and waved to the other party. Dean, you finally found out with your conscience. Before he finished his words, he saw Flander yelling at him, is training a child's play, Dai Mubai, you dare to laugh at the old man. As he said, a big rock that helped the vine fell from the sky, and quickly fell on Dai Mubai's body. After the big stone fell, the figure in the sky disappeared, leaving only a heavy word that followed the wind. Put it on your back with a heavy load, and wait until you finish 50 laps before you return to the college to find me to report. A word caused Dai Mubai to collapse and fall to the ground, with broken thoughts from the corners of his mouth. Suspicion of life. Is the dean targeting me? Why did you do this to me? Did I do something wrong to annoy his old man? Or was I found out when I took my sister back to the dormitory last night? Ah! Why is that? Slumped his face and got up, Dai Mubai weakly walked to the boulder and picked it up. He didn't dare to disobey the director's words, even if he didn't want it in his heart, he could only endure it silently. Thanks for your hard work. Ning Rongrong first ran to Dai Mubai's side and patted him on the shoulder, then couldn't help laughing loudly, and ran away gleefully. Thanks for your hard work. Thanks for your hard work. After Xiao Wu and others ran to comfort him, they all quickly ran out of Dai Mubai's field of vision, leaving him alone and running in the sunset with the big stone on his back. It wasn't until late at night that Dai Mubai finally finished 50 laps. When he thought he could have a good rest, Flander dragged him into the soul-hunting forest, and hurried back to Shrek until noon the next day. Tang San and the others were still a little unclear at the beginning, why the dean trained Dai Mubai so rigorously. Later, from Zhao Wao Qi, he learned that the matter was related to the gambling between the dean and Ye Chen. But compared to Dai Mubai's tragic experience, Ye Chen's life was as usual, he should eat and sleep, and he didn't take cultivation seriously. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. Early this morning, Tang San found Ye Chen, who was still sleeping late. Remember the agreement 6 years ago? I know that you don't practice or acquire spirit rings these days because you want to fight me fairly, now it's okay. Tang San watched Ye Chen's internal power surge away, demonstrating his spirit power that had just broken through to level 30. Okay, I also want to see how strong you really are. Ye Chen nodded, and followed Tang San Chao on the grass outside the dormitory. It has been 6 years, and the 2 rural boys who walked out of the Holy Soul village have undergone earth-shaking changes. This time the competition is inevitable. The actions of the 2 attracted a lot of onlookers. Yu reading www.yuuganchu.com. Flander and Dai Mubai took the lead, occupying the best place to observe. Mubai watched carefully. This battle may be able to expose Ye Chen's strength. Both of these 2 boys make me feel very difficult. Hearing Flander's words, Dai Mubai nodded casually. Since knowing that he was taken by the dean to bet against Ye Chen, he hadn't complained anymore. Dai Mubai didn't want to lose Ye Chen a second time, so no matter how hard he practiced, he managed to support it. Beside the 2 of them, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu looked at each other, and then each spoke. Who do you think will win? Of course it is brother. Brother's real combat power is far more than the side that is exposed in front of him. I also think Tang San is unfathomable, but I believe Ye Chen, he will definitely win, he will definitely. Hearing this, Zhu Zuqing suddenly said, I also think Ye Chen will win. As soon as the voice fell, Ning Rongrong turned to look at her, then hugged the perfect body that would make all men crazy, and said with a smile, do you like Ye Chen too? Don't deny it, I found that there is something weird between you. Have you seen it all these days, flirting with each other? Wrong, don't get me wrong, I didn't want to Ye Chen from you, I just can't control my inner thoughts. Zhu Zuqing has no sophistry, she just thinks she might like someone. Be honest. Ning Rongrong curled his lips and continued, we can like Ye Chen together, but Zuqing, you must promise me not to enjoy him alone, even if you really do that kind of thing, you have to follow me. Together. What are you talking about? Zhu Zuqing was a little embarrassed by Ning Rongrong's words, and his pretty face gradually became red. Chapter 15, Dawn 3. On the open field, Ye Chen and Tang San stood opposite each other. Neither party was in a hurry, and both seemed to be observing each other. After a while, Tang San took the lead and said, I have seen you fight Teacher Zhao before. If necessary, I can show some. There is no need to do this as a junior, because whether you know it or not, you may not be my opponent. Ye Chen's words suddenly made Tang San frown slightly. He admitted that Ye Chen was very strong, but would he be weak himself? Without saying much, maybe to prove himself, Tang San directly released the first martial soul entanglement. The blue-silver grass carrying toxins came from behind him, and a large dense grass and vines formed between entangled with each other, and all the wrapped stones were firmly trapped in it, with full control. Lan Yinko's speed is not slow, but Ye Chen's figure is many times faster than that, but with a few taps on the soles of his feet, he easily escaped. However, just when his body stopped in the air due to jumping, Tang San made a decisive decision and immediately activated the second spirit skill, parasitism. Seeing Tang San's hand waved, strange-looking ghost vines emerged from under Ye Chen's feet, trapping it tightly and wrapping it tightly. Once I am entangled by my ghost vine, almost no one below the same level can escape, and the ghost vine contains paralytic toxins, even if it breaks through the restraints, it will be poisoned and weak. Looking at the dense ghost vines without movement, Tang San couldn't help thinking, Ye Chen couldn't be so weak, but if he continued to stay in the ghost vines, even teacher Zhao Waoqi would be infected with severe toxins, but why was it so quiet? Zhang! There was a sword sound suddenly behind him, which made Tang Santon feel that a crisis had struck. The purple magic pupil was instantly opened, and he stepped on the ghost shadow and quickly swept to the side. But when he took the first step, Ye Chen's figure followed closely like a shadow, and even when Tang San took the second step, Ye Chen's demon abyss was already across his neck. Swanyu hand! After a secret cry in his heart, Tang San's hands suddenly became as firm as a rock like a mysterious jade, and he stretched out his hand to receive Ye Chen's long sword. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen couldn't help but reminded, be careful, you can't stop it. The sharpness of the 7-star demon abyss sword, even the soul saint Zhao Waoqi, couldn't handle it at all. Clang! It seems that he didn't hear Ye Chen's words. Tang San still chose to use Swanyu's hand to take over the demon abyss, but even if it was blocked, his Swanyu-like hands also opened a wide wound. After pulling a few distances, Tang San's eyes had never been more cautious. Ye Chen's second spirit ability was too flexible, and his ghostly fascination steps before his eyes were as weak as a baby's steps. The second spirit of the clear sky hammer does not have limited combat power without a spirit ring, and Tang San felt that at this moment he could only use his biggest reliance on the hidden weapon to decide the victory or defeat against Ye Chen. Are these two men perverted? How come they are so powerful? Dai Mubai, who was watching the battle, was shocked by Tang San. He thought that even if his strength was not equal to Ye Chen, he could still crush most of the others in the academy, but it seemed that he might not be Tang San's opponent. It was obvious that Xiao San hadn't used all his strength yet. Dai Mubai felt that he was on par with him, and Ye Chen was even more invisible, and he hadn't even seen him launch an attack after playing for so long. How big is the gap between me and them? There was a sense of powerlessness in his heart, but he was quickly suppressed by the conviction of not admitting defeat. Turned around and walked to the side to sit down cross-legged. Dai Mubai felt that too much time had been wasted over the years to make himself so weak. Dean is right, if you want not to lose others, you must be strong. Without looking at the two Ye Chen fighting again, Dai Mubai sat silently meditating and cultivating, feeling quite a waste of sleep and food. Seeing this scene, Flender, who secretly followed him, couldn't help but feel relieved. You can teach you, Mubai, you have to work harder. The old man's 100,000 gold soul coins can all be placed on you. Thinking, Flender waved his hand to set up a spirit power barrier for Dai Mubai to avoid disturbing him by the sound of fighting. In the empty field, Tang San could not help but activate the hidden weapon, saw his hands waving forward like a phantom, and then countless dense hidden weapon needles flew towards Ye Chen like raindrops, blocking all his avoidance directions. Seeing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckle and said, "This is you, Tang San. If you don't use hidden weapons, this contest would be too boring." Looking at the dense hidden weapons overwhelming the sky, Ye Chen knew that even if he used the space jump, he could not escape the area covered by the hidden weapons, but that's how it would be interesting, wouldn't it? Didn't use any soul abilities, Ye Chen just stood there. One person and one sword gave people the feeling as if they had blended into this world. Then, when the various hidden weapons approached Ye Chen's side, the sword in his hand suddenly danced quickly. After blocking several thin needle hidden weapons, the speed of Moyuan's swing also became faster and faster with Ye Chen's movements. The formation of afterimages. Gradually, within 1 foot of Ye Chen, an impervious sword wall was formed. Countless hidden weapons were blocked and fell under his feet. After a while, they piled up like a dune of hidden weapons, which is eye-catching. It turns out that weapons can still be used like this. Zhu Zuqing looked at his cat's claw, and then Yukong waved it a few times, which was similar to Ye Chen's sword swing but was different. Suddenly, she understood what was normal, and immediately began to meditate after sitting down cross-legged. After a long time, when Zhu Zuqing opened her beautiful eyes, there was an indescribable excitement in her eyes. She unexpectedly performed a defensive move suitable for herself in Ye Chen's sword move. Although it was not a martial arts skill, it made her having a strong defensive ability can be said to completely make up for the shortcomings of her martial arts can only attack. Upon discovering Zhu Zuqing's changes, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but pouted. Ye Chen's swordsmanship has improved a lot. Even Zhu Qing has benefited a lot from watching it. Obviously this guy is always lazy around Grandpa Jian. Here, I really envy people. They grew up together. No one knows Ye Chen better than her, but the more they understand, the more they can't understand each other, so that Ning Rongrong doesn't want to possess all of Ye Chen all the time. She wants to truly integrate with Ye Chen, presumably until then, this man won't have any secrets in front of her. Come on, brother, I believe you will win. Xiao Wu looked at the blood dripping from Tang San's palm from time to time. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com was very distressed, but she still encouraged the other party. Will you win? Tang San smiled bitterly. All the hidden weapons in the 24-bridge Minjiu Knight had been used up, and even secretly shot out the few dragon's whiskers left in his hand, but it was still like a stone sinking into the sea, without splashing a drop of water. Flower. He didn't expect Ye Chen's swordsmanship to be so superb, and he easily blocked all the hidden weapons he sent out, as if he was born as a Tangman nemesis, and there was no flaw at all. I want to come, and only when the soul power crushes Ye Chen, will he have a chance to defeat the opponent. You have attacked for so long, why don't you try my own sword trick? Ye Chen stood there and smiled softly. Yujian. The demon yuan in his hand suddenly broke away from his palm, and then automatically cut off at Tang San, and Ye Chen performed a spatial jump again at an extremely fast speed. Very abruptly, Mo Yuan instantly appeared in front of Tang San, and then displayed various exquisite sword moves around him. Combined with Ye Chen's second spirit skill, Tang San was beaten in just a few seconds. Some embarrassed. It's over. Ye Chen smiled, and after traversing a wonderful arc with his fingers, Mo Yuan stood on Tang San's neck like a ghost, making it impossible to resist the slightest. When Flanders watched this scene, he inadvertently sighed, this kid is really strong, and even though Tang San's methods are peculiar, it may have a miraculous effect on others, even if the old Zhao is in his hands. It's not unharmed, but if you encounter Ye Chen, you still don't look enough. Shaking his head, Flender left Shrek Academy alone. Ye Chen gave him too many surprises. He had to find a powerful helper to win 100,000 gold soul coins. Chapter 16, Master, Ye Shenwei. The result of the martial arts contest was self-evident. Tang San stood a little disappointed and stood still, looking at Ye Chen with helplessness. Obviously, my talent is much better than him, but why does it end like this? He is innately full of soul power and Ye Chen's innate soul power is only level 1. According to reason, his cultivation progress will be much faster than Ye Chen, but the reality is very hard to hit him in the face. Thinking of the 6 years after the two were separated, Tang San still thought that when he met again, he had to worry about Ye Chen's face and chose to release the water appropriately, so as not to let him lose unsightly. However, the current situation is a fantasy result. Upside down. Are you okay, brother? Xiao Wu walked to Tang San and said comfortably, temporary failure does not express the future outcome. As long as brother continues to work hard, one day he will surpass Ye Chen. When is it your turn to comfort me? Touching Xiao Wu's head, Tang San said with a smile, I'm not unhappy, just a little unwilling. I also have confidence in myself. Wei Wei turned his left hand down, and the second martial spirit clear sky hammer in her body quietly revealed. The source of his self-confidence is not groundless. He can cultivate to this level with the blue-silver grass martial spirit alone. If the clear sky hammer absorbed the spirit ring, Ye Chen would no longer be his opponent at that time. If Tang San knew that Ye Chen's cultivation progress would be faster and faster, he didn't know how he would feel. Now that they signed in, the two goddesses increased their cultivation speed by 200%. If they continue to complete the sign-in task, they will increase their cultivation speed by 300%, 500%, and 700%. Even reaching the highest level of 1000%, it's hard to imagine the future picture. Then you have to work harder as a junior, and I hope you and I will have more fun in the next match. Ye Chen chuckled and patted Tang San on the shoulder as a sign of encouragement. Suddenly noticed Dai Mubai who was working hard not far away. Ye Chen couldn't help but think, now that the spirit power in his body has been suppressed to a certain limit, it will almost overflow, and there will be no benefit if he doesn't break through and upgrade. The first and second spirit rings are obtained from the novice gift pack, which are the 1000-year spirit ring and the 2000 spirit ring respectively. If you want to continue to upgrade, you must prepare to absorb the third spirit ring. Regarding the gambling game, although Ye Chen is not interested in money, he doesn't like the feeling of losing even more. It's time to go to the soul hunting forest. I hope I can find a soul ring that suits me. After making up his mind, Ye Chen found Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing and told them that he was going out. How long is it going to go? Can we go together? Ning Rongrong looked at him tightly, with a trace of worry in his beautiful eyes. Ye Chen nodded her little forehead and said, Why do you follow me? It's the most important thing to cultivate well. Before I came out, Uncle Ning asked me to discipline you. When I come back, if you haven't improved your spirit power, don't brother blame hits your ass. Hearing the words, Ning Rongrong's playful rising hips writhed in front of him, as if he was talking about hitting me. with a look of indifferent expression. Be careful when you go out. Wrong and I will be waiting for you in the college. Zhu Zuqing rarely looked at Ye Chen tenderly. There were many things in his heart that he wanted to say, but he couldn't say it. You have to take good care of yourself, don't miss me too much. Smiling at Zhu Zuqing, Ye Chen waved his hand as a farewell, and rushed towards the Stardo forest by himself, saying that he was going to the soul hunting forest just to prevent Rong and Zhu Qing from worrying about him. After all, his third spirit ring was determined. Cannot be absorbed at will. 3 days after Ye Chen left, Flender returned to Shrek Academy with a middle-aged man. Tang San saw the person clearly, and couldn't help but respectfully said, "Teacher." Xiao Wu also smiled sweetly when she saw her acquaintances, "Master." "Okay." Yu Xiaogang just nodded, and began to search around, as if looking for someone. At this time, Flender called Zhao Waoqi and asked, "Where is Ye Chen? Where did that kid go to sleep? And ask him to come out and let my old friend palm the palm of my hand." "President, he left the academy after the martial arts match with Xiaosan. I wish he went to the hunting forest to obtain the third spirit ring." Zhao Waoqi replied honestly, and then said his own understanding, "You shouldn't worry about it. The strength of the kid is nothing to say about hunting a soul beast that has been more than 1,000 years old." "That's wrong." The master suddenly said, "Old Fu said that Ye Chen's first and second spirit rings are all at the millennium level. Do you think that the third martial spirit he wants will still be in the millennium?" Although Yu Xiaogang didn't believe it when he heard about Ye Chen's 1,000-year spirit ring for the first time, he couldn't help but become cautious now that his life is at stake. "Brother, take someone to the nearest Stardo Great Forest, and be sure to find Ye Chen as soon as possible, otherwise the enchanting genius in your mouth will disappear from this world." Hearing this, Flanders suddenly yelled badly, and then took Zhao Waoqi and flew straight to the Stardo Forest, which is the nearest to the academy. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, who got the news, also rushed over, not only asking about the reliability of the matter. Finally, Yu Xiaogang decided to take Rongrong Zuqing and Tang San Xiao to the Stardo Forest. Stardo Great Forest is one of the 3 most famous settlements of soul beasts in the Douluo continent. It is a huge virgin forest spanning the borders of the Heaven Do Empire and the Xingluo Empire. Unlike the hunting forests that are raised by humans, they can only produce primary soul beasts that are less than 10, 100, or 1,000 years old. There are many soul beasts over 10,000 years in the Stardo Great Forest, and there are even 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Transcendence exists. At this moment, Ye Chen has easily passed through the periphery and walked toward the inside of the forest. The closer to the center, the stronger the spirit beast that appeared. At the periphery, the strongest soul beast Ye Chen saw was only about 1,000 years old, but just after reaching the inside of the forest, a 3,000-year fire-scale winged snake equivalent to the Soul Sovereign Realm blocked his way. This fire-scaled winged snake is coiled on the tree trunk in front. It is about 100 meters long. It has a huge body. It has a pair of short wings with purple flames. It is as funny as the front claws of a dinosaur, but its slight fanning makes people feel the stalks are hot and dry. The bright red snake apricot confided from time to time, and the erect pupils stared at Ye Chen, as if it were lunch. It was noon at this time, but there was no sunlight in the forest. The dense and towering trees seemed to cover the sky, and only some peculiar glowing plants illuminate the surroundings. Ye Chen stood on a giant branch and summoned the 7-star demon Abyss Sword casually. This soul beast just came, and he was a little hungry right now. Without waiting for the wing snake to act, Ye Chen took the lead to attack, and saw that he stepped on his feet. The whole person broke into the void and jumped to the top of the wing snake's head, and immediately slashed forward with a violent épée sword without front. The killer sword light composed of 6 sword auras was so fast that it landed on the head of the fire-scale winged snake in the blink of an eye, and it was so painful that it roared to the sky. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. This winged snake is not bad. After being attacked by Ye Chen, it only exploded a blood hole above its head, which was not fatal. Was fluttering with short purple flame wings, the fire-scaled winged snake's belly suddenly swelled and enlarged, and then a large purple flame was ejected from its mouth, with a shocking momentum. Seeing this, Ye Chen did not retreat but moved forward. After making the sword retracting posture, a whirlwind instantly swept over the demon abyss, and then he pulled out the long sword in his hand with all his strength. As soon as the first martial arts skill, Wind Slash, was activated, the huge amount of purple flame that had swept across was instantly cut in half, and flashed across Ye Chen's head and feet. Immediately, the semicircular black wind blade that was violently slashed by the wind cut directly slashed between the neck of the fire-scale wing snake, cutting it into a different place. Ye Chen wanted to cut some meat and roast it after falling back to the ground, but before he got close to the snake corpse, a huge claw suddenly fell from the sky and grabbed the fire-scaled winged snake. A soul beast more than 10,000 years old. Ye Chen was startled, hurriedly pulled away and hid behind a tree in the distance, secretly observing the behemoth in front of him. Just standing there is a height of hundreds of meters, it looks like a black and white thunder eagle, the body is covered with black feathers but the wings are white and shiny, but at this moment, the white wings are covered with blood, and the curved eagle's beak is also the small half was broken, and blood was constantly flowing out. Within a short time, the earth began to vibrate violently. Not far away, something seemed to be approaching quickly under the ground. All the ground surfaces along the way were arched into small bags of soil, as if the grandson was performing the escape technique. Soon, a 1,000-meter-long poisonous centipede broke out of the ground. It was wrapped around the wounded black and white thunder eagle with its wings as soon as it showed up. It tightened its body, and then opened its sturdy double pliers mouth to bite thunder eagle's neck. Chapter 17, Two Fishermen Fighting with Snipe and Clam. Seeing the poisonous centipede bite, the black and white thunder eagle couldn't help but roar to the sky with a long roar, and then the white feathers' wings burst into two groups of turbid and dazzling powerful thunder lights. Boom! The two groups of thunder mans burst open from the inside, and numerous tiny thunder snakes broke out and attacked the 10,000 poisonous centipedes, blasting them away. After getting out of trouble for a while, the black and white thunder eagle immediately wanted to spread its wings and fly high, but just as it took off, the wounds on its two wings turned purple rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the blood that came out immediately turned black, obviously. The poisoning is deep. Fluttered its wings a few times, and the black and white thunder eagle fell vertically from mid-air to the ground, and soon trembled uncontrollably. Seeing this, the poisonous centipede immediately pounced on it, using its long and narrow body to keep tightly entwining the thunder eagle, and the double pliers and big mouth also bite its neck firmly. The black and white thunder eagle struggled very violently. Its huge body with the poisonous centipede kept rolling in the forest trying to break free, but at the moment it was bitten by the centipede, its body had been injected with tens of millions of poisons. If it wasn't for the spirit beast's body to be strong, I'm afraid it would have been poisoned and died. Gradually, its struggling motion became smaller and smaller as time passed, until it finally lay on the ground and stopped moving. 10,000 poison centipede was very cautious. Even if the black and white thunder eagle stopped moving, it still entangled the opponent tightly, and with increasing force, Ye Chen could hear the sound of broken bones from a distance. After about a stick of incense, the poisonous centipede slowly let go of the black and white thunder eagle, ready to eat. But at this moment, the black and white thunder eagle was already breathless, suddenly opened his eyes, and then spit out a huge pillar of black thunder in his mouth, instantly piercing the head of the poisonous centipede. At this point, the black and white thunder eagle finally fell to the ground and couldn't move anymore even if he wasn't dead. The damage suffered by the poisonous centipede is fatal, but its vitality is indeed tenacious. Even without its head, its 1,000-meter-long body is still twisting on the ground, as if venting its unwillingness. Watching the two great spirit beasts fight you to death, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel that his luck is too good, right? It's a 10,000-year spirit ring in vain? There was a smile at the corner of his mouth. Ye Chen didn't hesitate, and immediately jumped off the giant tree and ran towards the two dying soul beasts. At the same time, another figure in the other direction almost followed Ye Chen to the two big spirit beasts. The two people who had never met looked at each other, both of them were wary in their eyes. This extra person is a young woman with a short blonde hair and a nice body proportion. Upon closer inspection, she is also of a superb appearance. Compared to Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong, they are no less inferior, and even compared to them, in terms of it's a bit more mature and charming. I have been staring at these two soul beasts for half a month, you can withdraw. The woman's tone seemed to give orders, with a trace of despising nobility from her bones, just like Ye Chen didn't even have the qualifications to look at her. In response, Ye Chen couldn't help shrugging his shoulders and said, "Is it better to have two 10,000-year soul beasts, one for you and me?" Hearing the words, the beautiful woman immediately disdainfully said, "It's ridiculous, where are these two 10,000-year soul beasts? Where did you come from, with such a low vision? Not a 10,000-year soul beast." Ye Chen wiped his eyes, carefully put his hands on the two spirit beasts, and laughed awkwardly. It turned out that only the poisonous centipede was a 10,000-year soul beast, and although the black and white thunder eagle had a cultivation base of more than 9,000 years, it was indeed not a 10,000-year soul beast. Ahem. Lightly coughing to ease the embarrassment, Ye Chen said again, "The 10,000-year soul beast belongs to me, that thunder eagle is quite suitable for you." After saying that, he wanted to completely end the life of the poisonous centipede. With your 30th level spirit power, you also want to absorb the 10,000-year spirit ring? Aren't you afraid of being crushed to death? The woman stood in front of Ye Chen, and her spirit power was released without cover. She had a level 40 spirit power. "I said they don't belong to you, leave quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being polite." Hey, you are unreasonable, you can't absorb the 10,000-year soul beast, it's shameful to waste. Ye Chen was a little depressed. According to common sense, the age of the soul ring absorbed by the soul sect after reaching level 40 is only 5,000 years old. Want to forcibly absorb the 10,000-year soul ring? Ye Chen was afraid that no one would be feasible except him in this world. "Waste is also my business, if you don't leave, I will kill you now." The woman obviously can't wait, the two spirit beasts on the ground are getting weaker and weaker. If you don't kill them as soon as possible to obtain spirit rings, you will miss two excellent spirit rings. Ye Chen naturally knew that the other party didn't want to be entangled, and now he didn't want to smile with a smile. "Come and kill me, after killing me, there will be no two spirit rings." Some rascals were sitting on a tree stump that had been smashed to the roots. Ye Chen raised his legs to show that he did not panic. It is not impossible to hunt 10,000-year soul beasts with his strength. It just takes a lot of work. But this young lady in front of me, if there is no special means, I am afraid that even a 9,000-year-old soul beast would be difficult to hunt. At this time, the comparison is just who is patient. If it really fights, the two sides will be entangled for a long time, but the two big soul beasts can't wait that long. You. It was the first time I met a man who was so presumptuous to me. There was a hint of anger on the white face of a beautiful woman, but she had nothing to do. She must obtain the spirit ring as soon as possible, otherwise, if the spirit beast is dead, there will be nothing left. But when she thinks of the shameful state she will exhibit when she absorbs spirit rings that exceed her age, the beautiful woman becomes a little hesitant. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Secretly glanced at Ye Chen, the woman found that this guy was a bit rascal, but his appearance was exceptionally handsome. He might be able to accept it when he saw it, as long as he was killed later. With a touch of firmness in her eyes, the beautiful woman moved away and walked to the side of the black and white thunder eagle without saying a word. She escaped with a delicate dagger and executed the soul beast. Then a purple halo rose, and she was quiet. Sit there to absorb it. Seeing this, Ye Chen didn't hesitate, and when he summoned the demon abyss, he cut off the last breath of 10,000 poison centipede hanging, and immediately absorbed it with peace of mind. Although the spirit power cultivated by the system is extremely pure and tolerant, if the age of the spirit ring is too high, the majestic energy carried will also explode Ye Chen. He will forcefully suppress the spirit power after every 10th level. The reason is to withstand the spirit ring of a higher age. As long as the spirit ring bomb Ye Chen can bear, the process of his absorption will be extremely easy and fast. A few minutes later, Ye Chen slowly opened his eyes, and then spread out 3 kinds of purple, and black spirit rings around it, which also meant that his spirit ring absorption was completely completed. Stretching out a little while moving, suddenly a tearing sound came from his ears. Ye Chen thought it was some soul beast nearby, so he turned his head to observe. But at this look, he stayed where he was. I saw beside him, the clothes of that beautiful woman was shattered and clean at some point, and then her beautiful figure, like an immortal, was completely exposed in front of him. Beautiful, it's so beautiful. The nosebleeds flowed out unconvincingly. Although the beautiful woman in front of her is not as Zhu Zuking's figure, she has 2 lovely fox ears and a fluffy tail. Open your eyes. Chapter 18, Fel Hulina. Seems to be magical, Ye Chen's eyes are closely watching the beautiful woman in front of him. It's not that he has never seen a beautiful woman, but he doesn't know why this woman feels such a special temptation for him that he can't extricate himself. The sinful right-handed ghost was about to move forward, but fortunately, Ye Chen retracted his mind in time and forcibly diverted his eyes so that he did not commit an unforgivable sin. Taking off her coat and putting it on the beautiful woman, time flies very slowly at this moment. Every minute and every second is a kind of miraculous suffering for Ye Chen. I hope it will pass quickly, but also feel unwilling to give up. Finally, after the woman raised a black-purple spirit ring all over her body, she woke up from the sedative state. She is very keen, and she noticed Ye Chen Ruo's fiery gaze when she woke up. When she looked at the clothes she draped on, there was a rare softness in the eyes of the beautiful woman, but she was quickly replaced by Lang Yu. Thank you for your clothes, but you must die if you look at my body. The beautiful woman didn't wait for Ye Chen to say anything, she immediately shook her whole body's spirit power, and activated her special spirit ability, Charm. A giant golden fox emerged from behind her, and then the fox-like pointed ears on her ears and the fluffy tail on her hips became more and more obvious, emitting a strange red light all over. The beautiful woman's eyes flashed with a pink light, and her index finger slowly slipped across her red lips, causing her lips to jump in the air several times, very sexual, and then she stretched out her graceful posture again. Ye Chen's coat came from her back, it slipped, so that the beautiful woman was once again exposed to him. A red enchanting spirit power rushed out of his body, and instantly hit Ye Chen, who was looking attentively. Immediately, a powerful suppressing force came out of his body, blocking nearly half of his spirit power. Isn't this person's spirit power level 30 before? How could he jump to level 38 after absorbing a spirit ring? Feeling the power of Ye Chen's soul power, the beautiful woman couldn't help but think to herself, fortunately, she charmed the other party, otherwise she might not be able to keep him today. Hoo, it's so uncomfortable. Ye Chen subconsciously pulled the clothes on his body, watching the beautiful woman in front of her mouth constantly muttering. At this moment, in Ye Chen's field of vision, except for the woman not far away, there was no room for anything else. If you observe carefully, you will find that the center of his pupil has revealed a pink love. As if controlling him. Swaying, Ye Chen stepped toward the beautiful woman, and the clothes on his body were also unconsciously taken off one by one, and the whole person was in a state of sending a request. Seeing this, the woman did not panic but was very calm. She knew that as long as she was charmed by her, the other party would fall in love with herself in a short period of time, impulsively losing her mind. Slowly raised his right hand, a large group of white thunder lights instantly condensed between his fingers, the shape changed and restless. Die. Looked away from the men's jacket on the ground, the woman showed a trace of unbearableness in her eyes, but she did not show any mercy, and the thunder light in the wave of her hand went straight to Ye Chen like a dragon going out to the sea, instantly submerging it in a large area of thunder light. Turning back, he took out a set of purple nail powder gauze from the necklace on his neck and put it on. The beautiful woman stood there and said to herself, "Remember, the one who killed you is called Hulina, even though you are dead." After saying this, the woman shook her head secretly, and wanted to leave the Stardo Great Forest. But just as she raised her leg, two big hands suddenly hugged her from behind without warning, and then a huge force struck her directly onto the grass, splashing a little dust. How is this going? Hulina struggled to escape, but her big hands were so powerful that she couldn't get out of it at all. She didn't understand. She had clearly activated her powerful fourth spirit ability, not to mention that the 38th level soul veteran who was suppressed by half of her spirit power could not resist for a second. Even if the opponent of the same level was accidentally killed, she would be killed. His fourth spirit ring is a black and white thunder eagle that is more than 9,000 years old. Before I could understand, Hulina's body was turned over by a huge force. When she could see what was in front of her, Setsuna was startled by the person in front of her. This person is Ye Chen before. Not only has he not died, but his overall appearance has also undergone tremendous changes. I saw that Ye Chen's originally handsome cheeks became more and more handsome, almost a kind of enchanting beauty, and 12 black angel wings grew on his back. The dark soul power radiated from the wings, making the heart palpitating. In his eyes, there are two strange red glows that are not like human beings, which makes Hulina feel that the person in front of him is a demon. "Let go of me." Hulina was unwilling to be controlled, and after condensing all the soul power from his body, he transformed it into a thick black thunder snake like a bowl and condensed on top of her head. This is the final state of the fourth spirit ability, realized from the beast soul inheritance of the black and white thunder eagle. This blow is her strongest attack. ZZ. A few looming small lightnings filled the black thunder and lightning snake, and gradually boiled with the trembling of the constantly solidified electric snake, and even the air became extremely hot and dry. After the cohesion was completed, Hulina was released immediately. Calm, because she discovered that her charm skills for Ye Chen were still there, and the man's actions were getting more and more excessive. The clothes she had just wore was rudely torn to pieces in just a few seconds. The black thunder and lightning snake uttered a side-ear roar, and after Hulina's urging, it rushed towards Ye Chen's heart, trying to kill him with one blow. The black thunder snake was so powerful that Ye Chen destroyed his chest clothing before he even touched it, and then the thunder snake opened his blood basin and mouth like a living creature and instantly pierced him, leaving a bowl on his chest. Mouth-sized charred blood hole. The red blood flowed violently like a river bursting a bank, and Ye Chen's rude movements also stopped, and there was no movement when he stood there. Finally, it's dead. Hulina looked at Ye Chen, who was like a demon god, and then the blood marks on her chest made her frown in pain, and she thought to herself that this man really didn't know how to pity Xiangziyu, and he was rude like a demon. Took out a set of clothing from the necklace of containing objects, and when Hulina was about to put it on, she suddenly found that the fingers of the man who was dead in front of her seemed to move. No, that is not an illusion. He immediately ruled out that it was the cause of her mistake. After Hulina observed Ye Chen again, she suddenly saw that the hollow flesh and blood in the bowl of blood pierced by her was actually squirming quickly under the action of a dark soul power, and then it was visible to the naked eye. A live heart grew out of speed, followed by a banging heartbeat. After the heart regrowth, the blood hole that was punctured began to heal rapidly, and in just a few seconds, it had returned to its original state. The entire recovery process only took less than a minute. Hulina sat slumped on the spot and she was shocked and forgot to run away. Then, she was thrown to the ground by a strong figure. Chapter 19, Grandmaster? You do not deserve. The heavy heat hit her face, and Hulina's whole body began to show a tight state. At this moment, her soul power was almost exhausted, and it was impossible to even remove the charm skills. Looking at Ye Chen close at hand, Hulina regretted why she wanted to charm this man and had to kill him. Isn't it just being looked at? Forbearance also passed, and now that I think about it, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. But in this situation, it is no longer enough for people to look at it casually. What should I do? What should I do? The distance between Ye Chen and Hulina is getting closer and closer, and they can feel all kinds of breathing even if they don't speak. The man's breath became more and more disordered, and the red heart shape in his eyes grew larger with his emotional excitement, as if it was possible at any time to become a beast and eat himself. Can you let me go? As long as you agree, I can give you anything you want. Looking at Ye Chen with a hint of expectation, Hulina knew that even if she had her charm skills, she still had a little self-consciousness. I only want you. It's a pity that Ye Chen was full of Hulina at the moment, and he kissed her forcibly before she could speak. Being treated extremely arrogantly, before Hulina had time to resist, she was brought into the cloud and mist by Ye Chen's subsequent rude behavior, and her mind went blank. It took a long time for Hulina to regain her freedom. She wanted to kill Ye Chen before she even had time to pass on her clothes, but her raised hands paused in the air for a long time, but then slowly put them down, and then she clung to Ye Chen's chest cruelly. After taking a bite and hanging it on a concealed giant tree, he limped towards the direction of the branch hall of the Wuhan Hall. I don't know how long it has been, Ye Chen felt something moist behind his face in his dream, and suddenly woke up. Then he found himself in a huge spider web. On top of his head was a weird big spider with a body diameter of more than 1.5 meters and 8 spear-like legs that were more than 3 meters long. The whole body is black carapace with shiny tiles, and the tip of the long legs is slender. Every step forward, it pierces the ground silently, showing its sharpness. There are some white ground patterns on the lower abdomen of the spider, which are in sharp contrast with his black body, and these white patterns form a vicious human face, with a total of 8 small eyes shining with faint purple light close to them. It's under the abdomen. Ye Chen hadn't made any movement, and several very familiar voices came from a distance. That is a 5,000-year-old human face spider, Zhao, let's go quickly. Brother Ye Chen, we're here to save you. Ye Chen, try to stay still, don't struggle anymore, otherwise the human face devil spider will eat you. Flanders, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing yelled anxiously from a distance. Seeing Ye Chen go deep into the spider's lair, they, Tang San, Master and others could not wait to rush towards him at full speed, each anxiously like ants on a hot pot. I saw the master Yu Xiaogang running again, and then shook his head solemnly. This boy is so reckless, I dare to look for the bad luck of that human-face demon spider. You must know that this kind of soul beast not only has a solid carapace, but also has a strange speed. At an extremely fast speed, even if it has just grown to 100-year level, it can already fight against an ordinary 1000-year level spirit beast. And this human-face demon spider has a cultivation base of 5000 years, even if it encounters a 10,000-year spirit beast, there is still the power of war. Ye Chen is too arrogant. It seems that he understands that Ye Chen has the aptitude to guard against the sky but does not practice. Maybe it is this arrogance that has harmed him. If he can, he really wants to correct all the bad habits of Ye Chen and lead them to the right path. When the master was thinking about how to train Ye Chen in the future, Flanders shouted in shock. Looking at the sound, Ye Chen, who was tied to only one face, suddenly saw his spirit power surge, and broke the shackles in an instant, but this action also completely attracted the attention of the human-face demon spider. It strode 8 sharp points. The long legs quickly rushed to Ye Chen's side, opened his mouth and bit towards his head. Old Fu, hurry up and save people. Seeing the thrilling scene, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help shouting in a hurry. Flanders also reacted very quickly, seeing the 4-eyed cat eagle behind him violently waving, launching hundreds of blue wings to attack the human-faced demon spider at a rapid speed. But in mid-air, there was a blood-red sword that was faster than Flander's wings. After Yukong flashed a brilliant red glow, the 8 long legs of the human-faced demon spider broke away from its main body at the same time. Turned into a spider, fell on the web and kept twisting. Hey! Has Ye Chen already had a third spirit ring to break through to the Soul Venerable? But even the senior Soul King is not so exaggerated. He killed the human-faced demon spider with the strength of nearly 10,000 years of spirit beast with a single sword? An evildoer. Couldn't help swallowing, Yu Xiaogang felt like a person who had never seen the world, and seemed a little at a loss. Before, he thought that the other party was too arrogant, but now he feels that Ye Chen has the powerful capital to match the word arrogant. This son is simply terrifying. Are you okay, Ye Chen? Why did you come to the Stardo forest without telling us? Didn't you go to the soul hunting forest? With these crying voices, Ning Rongrong hugged Ye Chen, who had come down from the spider web, and brought his head very close to his chest. His eyes were very red and tender, as if he would cry at any time. In the future, you are not allowed to take risks without telling us. Don't you know that Rongrong and I will be more worried if you do this? Zhu Zuqing stood beside Ye Chen indifferently. Her delicate body moved slightly and wanted to hug him, but she still endured it in front of so many people, but a bloodshot appeared in her beautiful eyes. Upon seeing this, Ye Chen took Zhu Zuqing into his arms regardless, and smiled and comforted. Okay, don't be sad, I promise you will report to you both wherever you go in the future. It's time to go. Lightly patted Ning Rongrong's jade back, and after Ye Chen touched Zhu Zuqing's hair, he smiled helplessly at Flender and the others. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Ye Chen, how many levels are you now? How do I feel that your spirit power seems to exceed me by a lot? Tang San looked at Ye Chen, who was hugging left and right, with a hint of admiration in his eyes, but he was more concerned about the progress of the opponent's spirit power than these. 38 level Soul Venerable, how is this possible? Boy, did you grow up on hormones? Flender looked at Ye Chen in surprise. He jumped 8 levels in just 10 days? This is too shocking. Level 38 Soul Sovereign. Yu Xiaogang couldn't believe it. After asking Flender again and getting an accurate answer, he began to re-examine Ye Chen. Isn't this the one who can realize all of his theories the fastest? That's right, that's right. Yu Xiaogang suddenly became excited. He couldn't cultivate himself but knew a lot of theoretical knowledge. If a peerless genius could help him practice all his fantasy theories, wouldn't it prove that everything he thought of was possible? Thinking of this, Yu Xiaogang's gaze towards Ye Chen was a bit fierce. Although Tang San had good aptitude and could help him, Ye Chen was the most suitable person to be his disciple. I couldn't wait to walk over, Yu Xiaogang said excitedly. Ye Chen, would you like to be my disciple? Upon seeing this, Zhao Waoqi on the side laughed and said, Master, don't forget what you promised the dean. Even if you accept Ye Chen, you have to wait until the gambling is over and you will teach him again, you know. Of course, you can rest assured. Yu Xiaogang's answer made Zhao Waoqi and Flender nodded happily, but they seemed to ignore the protagonist of this matter. I saw Ye Chen holding the 2 beauties, frowning and saying, why do you want to accept me as an apprentice? Master, right? Seriously, you are far behind my master. Chapter 20, Flanders. Yu Xiaogang didn't pay much attention to Ye Chen's words. He had known from Flanders that his character was extremely arrogant, and he had never seen anyone in his eyes. Smiled self-deprecatingly, Yu Xiaogang was a little lost and said, I know you are not qualified to be a qualified teacher because my soul power is not as strong as you, but anyway, I still appreciate you very much. If one day if you encounter any problems in cultivation, you can come to me. I appreciate your kindness, but there shouldn't be that day. Ye Chen shrugged, secretly saying that he could level up while lying down, and that would encounter cultivation problems. Teacher, don't mind, Ye Chen has this kind of personality. Tang San comforted the master, but Flanders smiled and hugged Yu Xiaogong's shoulders, and whispered, this kid is so crazy, but if you teach Dai Mubai better than him, Xiaogang, maybe there is still a turning point. Maybe. Yu Xiaogang smiled, and then looked at Ye Chen's eyes still fiery. He admired this person very much, but there seemed to be no fate between the two. Suddenly, Flender's gaze swept to the side of the spider and said, don't waste this 5,000-year-old human-faced demon spider, it just happened that Tang San reached level 30, otherwise let him absorb the spirit ring of this soul beast. Right. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but questioned, this is a 5,000-year-old spirit beast, can Xiao San's third spirit ring bear it? The risk is too great, I don't agree. Teacher, I can, since Ye Chen can absorb 10,000 years spirit rings, I can definitely do that with 5,000 spirit rings. Tang San walked to the side of the human-faced demon spider. Sparrow wanted to try. Seeing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but toss at Tang San's sleeves and said, you'd better not try. The reason why I can absorb the 10,000-year spirit ring is because my spirit power has a special tolerance. The spirit ring absorbs, you have to be cautious. Ye Chen clearly remembered that it was very difficult for Tang San to absorb the human-faced demon spiders of 2000, and the impact of the 5,000-year demon spiders must have been even greater. If Ye Chen were not special in spirit power, he would not dare to try indiscriminately. Absorb. Thank you, Ye Chen, but I really want to give it a try. Seriously looked at everyone present, Tang San finally decided to absorb the 5,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. Ye Chen looked in his eyes and didn't say anything. He knew that Tang San was unwilling to be dragged down too many levels by himself, but there was no way. Who would let him practice faster as he signed to the goddess? Flanders Zhao Wao Qi stabilized Tang San and protected Tang San, and Tang San also simply ended the life of the human-faced demon spider with his own hands and then sat on the ground to absorb it. At first, Tang San's progress was somewhat stable, but after a while, his entire complexion suddenly darkened, sweat on his forehead could not stop frantically, and while his whole body was shaking, blood was still flowing out of the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, Ye Chen hurriedly put his hand on Tang San's shoulder, and then agitated his soul power to help him relieve the pressure. Puff! After a squirt of black blood came out of his mouth, Tang San regained consciousness from a steady state. Seeing the lost expression on his face, Yu Xiaogang, Flender, and others also knew the result, but they didn't say anything. After a small episode, Ye Chen and others also returned to Shrek Academy, and when Dai Mubai heard that Ye Chen had obtained the 10,000 years spirit ring with a single effort, his whole person became more and more excited and crazy. Practice. Yu Xiaogang and Flender were teaching with all their strength, constantly changing various effective training methods and meditating. For a while, his spirit power also jumped 2 levels during this period, reaching the 39th level of the soul. 1 month passed very quickly. From the moment the gambling game was formed, Dai Mubai practiced desperately, and tomorrow was to test the final cultivation results. I don't know if that kid has ever practiced, somehow I still feel a little worried. Flender is sitting in the dean's office with his chin on his hands. Yu Xiaogang sat aside and drank a tea ceremony. In my opinion, Ye Chen's child is not like a lazy person. He will take risks for his martial soul, which shows that he still cares about his cultivation. Why did he do nothing all day? Maybe it's because his former master didn't strictly discipline him, and he will get better in the future. I hope so. Flender sighed, with a trace of regret on his face. If Jianbone and Douluo heard these words here, they would be scolded at these 2 people who didn't know anything and were still blind. They spent 6 years trying to take care of Ye Chen's affairs, but he did not intend to take care of them. Flowing water is merciless. On the 2nd day, the agreed date for the gambling game finally arrived. On Shrek Meadow Square, Flanders and Yu Xiaogang led Dai Mubai to the center of the square and met Ye Chen, who had been waiting here long ago. Zhao Waoqi and Ning Rongrong and other teachers and disciples of the academy are all on the sidelines, wanting to witness this miraculous moment related to the academy's income generation. Win, Shrek Academy will no longer worry about money, and it will do better in the future. Lose, Shrek Academy estimates that they will not be able to do it next year, because they are really poor, and the salary of a few teachers at the academy is almost non-existent, and they are all generating electricity for love. Okay, Ye Chen, show your soul power, let me see how much you have grown this month. Flender looked at the front with confidence. It has been 10 days since Ye Chen came back. He didn't believe that this little guy could surpass Dai Mubai, who was trained by him and Xiaogang himself as the devil, in such a short period of time. Then I will come first. Are your 100,000 gold soul coins ready? Ye Chen smiled, and the spirit power in his body instantly surged out, rising from the surface of his body, exuding milky white brilliance. So pure soul power, as if it were automatically generated, without any impurities. Yu Xiaogang was taken aback by Ye Chen's spirit power. He had never seen such a pure and incomparably clean spirit power. It was unbelievable. Level 39 Soul Venerable, haha brat, just wait to lose. After exploring the specific level of Ye Chen's spirit power, Flender couldn't help laughing out loud. Then, Dai Mubai took a step forward, and the spirit power in his body began to explode with all his strength. The surging spirit power was amazing, but his level seemed to be in the 39th rank. I won, Ye Chen. At this time, Dai Mubai said something that was unclear. Just when Ye Chen wanted to ask a question, Flender couldn't help but explain, look carefully, Mubai's spirit power is 39, half, far beyond Ye Chen's spirit power, ha ha ha. The Dean, you are shameless, it is clear that it is better than the soul power level, what is this level 39.5? Ning Rongrong could not help defending Ye Chen by speaking nonsense in Flanders during the day. Zhu Zuqing also echoed on the side, the same level as 39, I think this bet is a tie. Hey, you don't understand this. Flender smiled while touching the beard on his chin, if the spirit power level is to be accurately assigned, there are so-called half-levels. There is indeed such a rule, Ye Chen, you don't have to be too entangled, it's okay if you lose. Yu Xiaogang comforted, but Ye Chen suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, who told you you won at level 39.5? Said, Ye Chen no longer hides, completely revealing all his soul power. Level 40, it's level 40. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing looked at each other, and then laughed out loudly. Their sweetheart won. No matter what they bet, they were all happy for Ye Chen. I went from level 38 to level 40 in just 10 days. This practice is simply unreasonable. How did he do it? How can he progress so fast without practicing at all? Yu Xiaogang was so shocked that he was stunned and muttered to himself without knowing what else to say. Dai Mubai, who was on the side, felt even more that he had desperately cultivated the 39th level half-spirit power to lose its fragrance in an instant, and he was extremely frustrated for a while. How is this possible? You can't cheat anymore. What Flanders said made him feel guilty. Immediately, he touched his pocket, and his face instantly turned waxy white. He didn't have 100,000 gold soul coins at all. At that time, he was betting to increase the amount in one go, which was very embarrassing. Looking at Ye Chen's gaze with a smile, Flender took out all his belongings, 30,000 gold soul coins, and threw them to Ye Chen. I owe the remaining 70,000, and you will pay you back when I have time. Saying to play, Flender ran away dingy, leaving only Ye Chen with a smug look, and kept tossing the money bag in his hand. After a while, there was an earth-shattering news from the Battle of Souls in Soto City, which roughly meant to say, a mysterious powerhouse appeared in the arena. For this reason, the organizers of the arena opened a special case for him to fight more than 100 games a day, which stimulated the arena economy for more than a few months, and the mysterious powerhouse also just for a word of money. But this big action caused Wuhandian to send several strong men to Soto City. What is strange is that they quietly left after watching the last match of the mysterious strong men. According to witnesses going outside the city, it seems that there is no plan to come to Soto City. Chapter 21, Sign in Bibidong. Soto City, on the battlefield. Flender dragged his exhausted body, struggling to agitate his soul power to attack his opponent. He was relieved by the last duel. He owed Ye Chen 70,000 gold soul coins for several months, but fortunately, he finally had to pay off his debts. Boom! Fully used the 7th spirit ability, the opponent on the stage finally couldn't hold on to fainting to the ground. After the referee announced that Flander had won, he also lay on the ground and smiled helplessly. These days, he was too tired to pay off his debts. Now he just wants to go home and have a good night's sleep. Stretching his body, Flender took the bonus and walked towards Shrek Academy. Along the way, he ran into people that he would not meet in normal days. They were all in the same direction as Flender, and they were all heading towards Shrek. The path to the college is much more lively than before. Wait, aren't these people from the surrounding villages? It doesn't seem to be the way they go home. Seeing more and more people around him, a hint of ominous omen suddenly appeared in Flender's heart. He didn't care about being tired at the moment, and he opened his spirit wings and flew towards Shrek quickly. Hadn't even approached, I saw a whole thick smoke floating above the college, as if it had caught fire. Nothing will really happen, right? Flander increased his speed, and after a few minutes he finally reached the sky above the academy. But soon, his face became more and more ugly, and the buildings in Shrek were destroyed and burned everywhere. It seemed that he had gone through a great battle. On the grass square, 3 men in Wuhan temple robes surrounded everyone in the academy, while Zhao Waoqi, Li Yuzong and other teachers would block in front of the students and stand against them. Flander fell beside Zhao Waoqi, with a sullen expression, "Everyone in the spirit hall, why do you trespass into my Shrek Academy for no reason? If you don't give a reasonable answer today, I will report it tomorrow. The Stardo Empire comes to preside over justice. Dean, this group of people are not good at coming. They wanted to kidnap Ye Chen after they got into the college's male dormitory. If Daimyo Bai hadn't found it early, I'm afraid Ye Chen would have been hurt." Zhao Waoqi whispered in it, and he put out his own guesses one by one. At this moment, after the bald man headed by Wuhan Hall took off his white hat, he pointed to Ye Chen and said, "We only need him, and you can escape this person by surrendering this person. Otherwise, Shrek Academy will not re-exist." With that, the bald man's spirit power surged out from his body, and the majestic spirit power made people recognize that this was a level 80 or above Contra, and the spirit power of the two behind him was also very strange. Only strong, not weak. Seeing this scene, Flander exclaimed to himself, 3 Contras, how can you find this kid? Looking back at Ye Chen, who was looking plain, many questions arose in Flender's heart. Afterwards, he tentatively replied, "You know that this kid's master is the senior of the Ning family who uses the sword, even if it is your martial artist. If the Soul Palace wants to mess up, you have to weigh it." Hearing the words, the bald man took out a delicate token and said coldly, "His Majesty the Pope, no matter what background he has, he must come with us today." You. There was a trace of prudence on Flender's face. The order of the Pope of the Spirit Hall was not something he could stop with a soul sage. In front of the 3 Contras, even if he fought his life, it was useless. "Don't bother the Dean, just let me go with them." Ye Chen broke away from Zhao Waoqi's big hand and walked out, facing the Wuhan Hall 3 people and said, "Let's go." The Su Yun Tao incident finally fermented. Ye Chen knew that he couldn't hide it today. After hiding for so many years, his fallen angel martial spirit could not escape the martial spirit hall's tracking after all. "Brother Ye Chen! Ye Chen! Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing wanted to run over to protect Ye Chen, but they were firmly grasped by Flanders and others. Everyone knew that the impulse at this time was meaningless, and the real action was just to die. Don't worry about Rongrong and Zuqing. The Pope just invited me to have tea. We will meet again soon. Waved his hand. Before Ye Chen's voice passed, the person was picked up by the three Contras and disappeared in Shrek Academy. Brother Ye Chen! Ye Chen! Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing are full of tears. They hate that they are not strong enough to protect their sweetheart. If time can go back, they vowed to use all the available time to practice and make themselves strong enough. Even if they knew that even so, they couldn't stop today's scene, but Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing still thought this way in their hearts. Don't be depressed. We can't save Ye Chen with our strength. As long as you work harder, you can shake the big tree in the spirit hall. Tang San is very sensible, he is very aware of the power of Wuhan Hall, and at the same time knows that depression and decadence are useless. I have to say that most of his words made Shrek and the others clear, and they practiced hard, just to save Ye Chen in the future or, to avenge him. Wuhan Hall headquarters, inside the Pope Hall. In the empty and glorious lobby, Ye Chengu was standing in the center with three Contras. His whole body was with a special iron chain, and there was no soul power left in his whole body. In front of Ye Chen, there is an unusually tall and gorgeous throne. The whole body is made of gold and crystals of various colors. www.readaloud.com. The overall feeling is very Western. On the throne was a woman, not tall, wearing a luxurious black robe with gold patterns, wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown, and holding a scepter about 2 meters long with countless gems in her hand. Fair skin and almost perfect face make her look so different. Especially the invisible nobleness and sacredness that reveals on the body, it is even more tempting to worship. When Ye Chen really saw the woman in front of her, she realized that the woman in front of her was so stunningly beautiful, noble, elegant, and tranquil. It seemed that all kinds of beautiful words could be used on this woman. Although she is no longer young, the traces of the years do not seem to leave any traces on her body. Just as Ye Chen guessed that the other party had arrested him and didn't kill the target immediately, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Sign in the goddess task released, target, Bibi Dong, task content, pat the target buttocks or touch the head to kill the task is completed. Damn, the system, don't you know that tigers can't be touched? You are asking me to die. As for touching the head to kill? I'm afraid that I will be beaten to dust by the scepter in the woman's hand before my hand is stretched out. He swallowed nervously. Although he knew that the mission was too risky, Ye Chen felt that it was better than fate in the hands of others. What if he completes the sign-in task? Even if the woman in front of her was cruel, she wouldn't hurt him, and she would even be obedient to herself. As soon as he thinks that this incomparably perfect woman will fall in love with herself, Ye Chen's heart beats quickly involuntarily, and there is a kind of excitement and complicated emotion in her heart. Chapter 22, Bibi Dong's Strange Decision. Above the towering throne, Bibi Dong slowly got up, almost perfect face without any expression, but wherever his eyes looked, a solemn and sacredness unconsciously emerged from Ye Chen's heart. Without any words, after Bibi Dong stood up on his own, he wanted to wave the scepter in her hand in the direction of Ye Chen. Suppressing the feeling of heart palpitations, Ye Chen adjusted his tone as much as possible and calmly said, "Should I still kill me? But if I can I fulfill a wish before I die?" He yelled loudly, but there is still no expression on his face. Seeing this, the three Contras who escorted Ye Chen couldn't help but hand in hand and said, "This son is like an ant. Why do you need His Majesty the Pope to do it yourself? I should do it for you." After finishing speaking, the headed bald man showed a grin on his face, and Ye Chen tried to escape many times and caused them a lot of trouble along the way. Although the level of realm is very low, the various methods are too many. What gravity squeezed, the imperial sword attacked, and even summoned a second mysterious martial arts spirit that broke the chain that suppressed the spirit power and forced to escape. If he was the only one present, I am afraid that this kid would have been run away long ago, which is very annoying. Now that His Majesty the Pope wants to deal with this kid, the bald man naturally wants to do it himself, in order to avenge the torment on the road. Damn! The Pope didn't say anything, so please don't mess around. Looking at the dagger in the hand of the bald man, Yechenexen raised her throat, but when his gaze turned to the giant throne, he found that Bibidong did not stop his movements, and directly waved the scepter in the direction where he was. A black light. Seeing this, the bald man and the two people beside him waved their hands to Yechen one after another. Die, ants! Did you die by? Yechen couldn't help but explode, and then watched the black light flying in the sky quickly, waiting for the moment of death. Wrong, Zuking and Hulina, sorry, I may never be with you anymore. If you can give me another chance, no matter what the price is, I will come to Wuhan Hall in advance to complete this sign-in task. An unwilling snarled in his heart. Yechen did not struggle, he clearly knew that he could not survive under the title Bibidong. As long as the opponent was willing, he would not be able to hide with a single blow. Just die like this? I'm so unwilling. Looking at the oncoming black light, Yechen's mind suddenly came up with all the things he had experienced before. Now he regrets knowing Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuking and Hulina. If he had known that he would die so early, perhaps Yechen would never complete any sign-in tasks, let alone have a relationship with Hulina, so that the life of the three girls was delayed. Yechen closed his eyes and enjoyed death. Suddenly there were several pops in his ears, and then another popping sound followed, as if something was falling heavily on the golden marble slab. Immediately afterwards, Yechen fell to the ground, but it was strange that after a while he realized that there was no pain in the body, but there was a wet touch on his face, which seemed to be stained. Some kind of liquid, smelly abnormally. Very well, I am content to die so easily. Yechen murmured, death without pain may be the greatest comfort to him. Do you want to die that way? Suddenly, a voice mixed with a little smile came from my ear. It was very nice, but there was a feeling that no one would enter. Hearing this, Yechen opened his eyes fiercely, only to find that he was lying in a pool of blood, and there were three other people lying beside him, namely the bald man and the other two contras. They have lost their breath of life, their mouths are slightly open, and their eyes are very puzzled and confused, and they die with such regret. How is this going? Got up from the ground, Yechen snapped off the soul power chain on his body, turned his head and looked at the woman on the giant throne with a confused expression. Yechen didn't understand why this woman didn't kill him, but instead killed her own men. For a moment, Yechen's head was full of question marks. The Emperor knows that you have a lot of questions, but so far, it's better not to ask anything. Bibidong looked indifferent, and after slowly sitting back on the throne, he continued, Yechen, are you willing to follow this Emperor as a teacher? I already know the relationship between you and Ziona, if you don't want to let her down. Come in under my door. Hearing this, Yechen suddenly realized that it was not just because of Su Yuntao, but Hulina must be the main reason for arresting him. Although Bibidong is cold and arrogant, she still values her apprentice Hulina very much. It can be said that it is much better than her biological daughter. But is it just because of Hulina's unclear relationship with him? Logically speaking, his apprentice was forced to deal with him. She, the master, should still kill him. Looking at Bibidong, who is like an invincible empress, Yechen can hardly guess what idea this woman is making in her heart, but in any case, survival is the most important thing. Meet master. It's impossible for this master not to worship. Yechen can keenly detect that the scepter in Bibidong's hand is accumulating soul power. Before the sign-in task was completed, he still had to behave better. Who made Yechen a man who can bend and stretch? Well, get up. Bibidong is still so noble and sacred, and slightly raised her hand and said, "Later, Ziona will come and pick you up to the college. As long as your good student cultivation reaches the Emperor's expected value, you and Xiao I won't pursue the matter of NA, otherwise." Without going on, Ye Chen also nodded wittily, "I will live up to the master's high expectations, I will work hard." Before he finished speaking, Bibi Dong's figure disappeared in the lobby of the Papal Palace, leaving a faint fragrance. Not long after she left, Hulina walked in from the gate, and when she saw Ye Chen, she just lowered her head and did not speak, and stood there quietly. Sign in the goddess mission is being released. Target, Hulina, mission, become the first in Wuhandian Academy. Long time no see, how have you been recently? The voice of the system was automatically ignored by Ye Chen. This Karen in front of him was the first woman in his true sense. Even if there was no system task, Ye Chen would try his best to be with her. Talking in his mouth, Ye Chen walked to Hulina and wanted to hug her and say hello. But just as Ye Chen's hand was raised, Hulina said coldly, "If you don't want to die, it's better to be honest." Master said, "If you just come around before you have fulfilled her expectations, then you will die very much." Awful. After finishing speaking, Hulina turned around and walked outside the Pope's palace. It was as cold as an iceberg, but Ye Chen could feel that the other party still cares about him, otherwise he would not give a reminder. If Hulina hated him, then the other party would definitely hope Ye Chen would die soon, so why not say so much? Chapter 23, My Woman Only I Can Bully. Wuhandian Academy is located in a huge building complex on the east side of the Pope's Hall. The surrounding landscape is very beautiful, surrounded by mountains and rivers. Compared with Shrek Academy, the architectural environment is simply a world. Following Hulina, Ye Chen came to the edge of a huge city wall. At the gate stood a group of middle-aged soul masters in dark costumes. The cultivation bases were actually among the soul sages, which made people look at him. After showing a token, Hulina walked in with Ye Chen. As soon as he entered the city, Ye Chen was dominated by the bustling streets. Wherever his eyes stood, merchants stood full of merchants who were trying to tout their products, and most of the customers standing in front of the shop were young people wearing a style of clothes. People. Hi, Lena, where have you been? We also want to invite you to the west of the city to enjoy flowers. A group of women in white-sleeved and purple-collared costumes came in groups. Hulina and the two began to talk non-stop, let her go for tea for a while, and then invite her to dinner together. Although his face was grinning and friendly, Ye Chen could detect something wrong. Sure enough, Hulina's expression became unhappy after not listening to it for a while, and when she shook her head, she refused most directly, "Go ahead, I have work to do." "Oh, sister, it is important to have our sisters together. You know how to practice cultivation on weekdays, and you don't come out to walk around with the school sisters," said. These women found Ye Chen who was following, and seemed to have discovered something interesting. They all turned their heads and walked towards Ye Chen, laughing. "Yo junior sister, from which ravine you brought this wild man? He was dressed so poorly, is he your little friend?" "Shut up Su Mei, otherwise don't blame me for tearing your mouth." Hulina stood beside Ye Chen, with disgust that couldn't be more obvious in his eyes. The woman named Su Mei is tall and beautiful. Although she is not as good as Hulina, she has a bit of beauty. Seeing Hulina's toughness, Su Mei couldn't help but cover her mouth and smiled back. "You are allowed to take a wild man back to the academy. Are you not allowed to say a few more words? You have to know that Wuhandian Academy is not your own pleasure. Don't think that you can be unscrupulous and unruly if you have the support of His Majesty the Pope." Su Mei's words became more and more awkward, and the reason why she did not take into account Hulina's identity was that everyone in Wuhandian Academy had an equal competitive relationship, and the weak deserved to be bullied. What's more, Hulina's master is the Pope. This will cause most people to be jealous and crowded out. Ye Chen didn't know this, but he couldn't help getting angry when he heard this woman. Only he could bully his woman. Eyes condensed slightly, Ye Chen raised his hand and a big mouth slammed Su Mei's face. There was a loud bang. Ye Chen used all his strength with this palm, and suddenly drew the woman named Su Mei upside down, and fell heavily to the ground after dozens of laps and somersaults. This action immediately scared the other women back several steps with horror, and then looked at Ye Chen in disbelief. Ye Chen didn't care about this. Instead, he took a step forward and said in a cold tone, "How can my senior sister be slandered by you as a bitch? If I hear any rumors again, you will be able to learn from this world." Disappeared. After all, Ye Chen took Hulina's little hand and walked towards the huge European-style building not far away. If it was correct, it would be Wuhandian Academy. The two walked out of Su Yuan, and Hulina behind him suddenly withdrew her hand and whispered, "Ye Chen, you have to be careful with that Su Mei, she is very popular in the academy, maybe she will find someone to retaliate against you. Welcome anytime, for the sake of my sister, I can be the enemy of the whole world." Ye Chen chuckled and said indifferently, but the sincere look in his eyes made Hulina stay where he was. Thinking of the previous scene in the Star-Do Great Forest, Hulina's face couldn't help but climbed up to Hungzia, her eyes became a little dodging, she didn't dare to look at Ye Chen. After entering the Wuhandian Academy, Hulina took Ye Chen to the teaching office, only said, "This is my junior," and then hurriedly walked away. The director of the teaching department is an uncle with a face with Chinese characters. He always has a serious expression on his face, giving people a very difficult feeling to get along with. "My name is Feng Zheng, your dean, now tell me your name, age, innate soul power level, and current level." As Ye Chen really thought, the director named Feng Zheng seemed like a robot with no emotions. He watched him for a long time before uttering a word. "Hello director, my name is Ye Chen, 12 years old, and I have level 1 innate soul power. I have just reached level 40 not long ago." In no rush to promote spirit power, Ye Chen started to suppress spirit power after reaching level 40 a few months ago, so that he could absorb the 4th spirit ring with a higher age. Innate soul power level 1? Currently level 40. Could it be that there was a surprised expression? Feng Zheng looked up at Ye Chen, and then remembered Hulina's words. He resumed his previous expression, and threw a data card to Ye Chen and said, "Take it, this is your class assignment." "Thank you director." Ye Chen just wanted to bow his hand politely, but found that he had been sent out of the office, but at that moment, Ye Chen felt an extremely majestic spirit power, not under the contra, and even stronger. Shook his head, Ye Chen secretly said that the martial soul palace is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon, no wonder the forces on the Douluo continent are almost unable to suppress it. Senior Grade Class 3 www.readaloud.com Dormitory. Looking at the display on the data card in his hand, Ye Chen learned that the entire Wuhandian Academy's students were divided into low, middle, and high grades, and the students in his upper grade had a minimum of 50. Above level. Ye Chen doesn't know what it means to allocate this way, but when faced with the unknown, he always chooses to find out. Asked the passerby about the location of the boys' dormitory, Ye Chen walked over to the west building. After being tossed for a day, he wanted to rest, but when he walked halfway, he was stopped by 5 burly men. "Are you Ye Chen, who was just admitted to the hospital? You hurt Sister Su?" "Sister Su?" Ye Chen scratched his ears, yawning in his mouth. "If it's Su Mei, that's me, that's right." "Arrogant, you can move Sister Su too?" Her beautiful face was almost disfigured. "Kid, you are looking for death, no?" Hearing that, Ye Chen showed a cold color in his eyes, and smiled slightly. "What is it to you if I hit her? Does that woman have a leg with you? She is so delicate that she can handle 5 of you at the same time, haha, this is she too sloppy, or are you too short to be satisfied? Shut up, if you dare to say one more thing, I will tear you apart." Agitated the big muscle bumps on his arms, and the 5 burly men had a surge of spirit power on their bodies, all of which had a cultivation base of level 40 or above, but they were slightly older, and they all looked 8 to 9 years older than Ye Chen. Is this angry? It seems that not only Su Mei Tailang, but you are also very short. Looking at Ye Chen's little thumbs up and the evil smile at the corners of his mouth, the strong men suddenly thumped their chests and banged like 5 brain-dead gorillas. Chapter 24, Hulina's Marriage Battle. Being so provoked by others, Ye Chen would naturally not tolerate it secretly. His sign-in task was to become the number 1 in Wuhan Hall. Don't keep a low profile when it is time to be arrogant. He wants Bibi Dong to see that his performance meets her expectations. Ye Chen would be able to regain freedom. As for these 5 clowns, they just practiced for him. Ye Chen twisted his neck from side to side and made a few crisp noises. Then he smiled and looked at the 5 people ahead. If you fight in private, will the academy take care of it? If you are killed, will there be a teacher to preside over justice? As soon as these words came out, the 5 burly guys suddenly grinned. Be fair? Ha ha ha, come to our Wuhandian Academy and be wronged. Do you still want to sue the teacher? It's ridiculous. No matter how you fight in this college, as long as there is no chaos, no one will care. Even if you are a direct disciple of His Majesty the Pope, no one will come to help you collect your body if you die the next day, kid. Several people thought that Ye Chen was scared, and they laughed at it all the time. They heard the name Ye Chen from Su Mei's mouth, and they thought it was a ruthless character. It turned out that this was just a little Mensin who had just entered school. If you kill this person, wouldn't it be a cool night? The 5 people looked at each other a few times, and then they all showed excitement in their eyes. In the past, they could get together at most 2 people together. After this, maybe they can go to Su Mei for a tank battle together. That's the case, no wonder senior sister, the strongest householder, is still being bullied in the college. It turns out that Su Mei was jealous and deliberately excluded her. Ye Chen offered the 7-star Demon Abyss sword, and his whole body's spirit power exploded fiercely, and he suddenly blew the branches and leaves of the surrounding trees. The headed brawny man with short hair felt a majestic soul power pressing on his heart, and his face was uncertain. This talent is a 40th level soul. Why is the soul power that bursts out so powerful, even me? The 53 level Soul King feels very stressed, it's not good. Before he finished speaking, a flat, semicircular sword light suddenly appeared in front of him. The speed was so fast that only a flash of red light could be seen, and the brawny man with short hair felt a cold waste. This is impossible. His eyes began to tilt and fall, and the consciousness in his mind gradually blurred. After a while, the brawny man with short hair fell heavily to the ground. At the last sight, only a few lower bodies were still standing on the ground. The people walking around suddenly stopped, but most people just looked at Ye Chen's direction and then continued to walk in their respective directions. Only some students who were close to him made a few hiss noises in their eyes, showing surprise in their eyes. Meaning. Very quickly, everything returned to its original appearance, everyone went their own way, very indifferent. Seeing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh. It's no wonder the Wuhan temple is so powerful. Its new generation of power was born under this kind of cruel elimination mode. Only by getting stronger can it survive. The weak are not worthy of breathing fresh air, and they are simply inhumane. After yawning, Ye Chen walked into room 3 on the 10th floor of the West Building and fell asleep. Wuhandian Academy's dormitory rooms are all single person, and Ye Chen also saved a lot of the trouble of negotiation. He rushed to the advanced class after getting up for breakfast. This advanced class is very special. It is located in a small courtyard in the back mountain. Ye Chen came here after many inquiries. Pushing open the front door of the small courtyard, Ye Chen saw that Hulina was there at a glance, and there was a man who looked a little like her beside her. Judging from his appearance and temperament, he should be Hulina's brother. There are not many people in the small courtyard, only about 7 or 8, but apart from Ye Chen, Hulina, and her brother, there is also a man with red hair. There is no doubt that everyone else is a genius student of more than 50 levels. There is even one who reaches level 59. And judging by their appearance, none of the oldest is over 18. Ye Chen, come here, the teacher will come here later, don't neglect. Hu Lina stood not far away and greeted Ye Chen. It seemed that after he helped him teach Su Mei, this girl's attitude had changed a lot for him. Bibi Dong is coming. There was a flash of light in his eyes. Ye Chen actually didn't want to be trapped in the Wuhan Hall. Staying like this was a waste of time and completely broke his original plan. If you can take the opportunity to sign in Bibi Dong, then all these problems will not be a problem. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Ye Chen knew that it would be hard to see Bibi Dong on weekdays. Perhaps it would be a good opportunity today. Come on. Stepped to the side of Hu Lina. Suddenly a hostile gaze shot from the other side. Ye Chen raised his eyes and saw that the red-haired man had some anger in his eyes, as if his beloved thing had been snatched away by him. Who is that sister? Ye Chen pointed at the red-haired man. Hu Lina looked at the sound, frowned and said, an annoying guy, I don't like him. Who does the elder sister like? Hearing the words, Hu Lina's beautiful face instantly rose to Hungzia. Although it disappeared quickly, Ye Chen caught his eye. Stand honestly and don't talk. Glancing at Ye Chen, Hu Lina shifted her gaze. At this time, Bibi Dong also slowly fell from the sky, holding a scepter with majesty. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is still the sacred pair of fireworks. Noble. I saw him scan the few people under his eyes, and when he saw Ye Chen, he waved at him. Ye Chen was a little confused, but he still walked over. In a short distance, the closer you get to Bibi Dong, the faster Ye Chen's heart beats. Seeing the close buttocks and the perfect shameless beauty, Ye Chen's hands trembled a little uncontrollably. As long as he stretches out his hand and pats, he can counterattack the pinched situation in front of him no matter where he is in the shot. Where are you looking? The cold notes came into his ears. Ye Chen raised his head and grinned and said, the master is dressed so beautifully, don't you allow others to look at it. Suddenly, Bibi Dong said something unexpected, is the emperor not beautiful if he doesn't dress up? S voice is very small, as if only he can hear it. Hearing this, Ye Chen scratched his head and said in a low voice, even if the master is without makeup, she is the most beautiful woman in the world, she is absolutely gorgeous. Bibi Dong's expression is impermanent, still very calm, but he uttered a cold sentence, say one more sentence, I cut your tongue. After, Bibi Dong recruited Hu Lina again, and asked him to be next to Ye Chen, and she said solemnly to everyone below, from now on, the emperor will give Nair to Ye Chen to marry him, and we will get married soon. As soon as this statement came out, Ye Chen and everyone underneath were shocked. They didn't expect Bibi Dong to announce this kind of thing specifically, it was incredible. Just when Ye Chen thought it was impossible, it was a conspiracy, Bibi Dong really didn't say another word. But anyone who disagrees can grab a marriage. As long as you defeat Ye Chen, you can become Xiona's fiancé. The fight for marriage will start immediately after 3 days. Chapter 25, Thrilling Sign-In. 3 days, only 3 days? Ye Chen looked at Bibi Dong's brows furrowed. These guys underneath are not ordinary people. In addition to the spirit power required to reach the advanced class, their martial arts must also be in the top ranks. They are not at all the strong man who can kill before. On par. Regardless of their aptitude or understanding, this group of people belonged to the strongest group in the entire Douluo continent, even at the current level. This can be described as a contest between genius and genius, but Ye Chen, who is only level 40, is at a natural disadvantage. Looking at Hu Lina, who was close to him, Ye Chen couldn't help but a wave of anger rose in his eyes. This was his woman, but now she was treated as a victim of Bibi Dong's scheme. I can't lose, even if it's just for Nair. A flame rose in Ye Chen's heart and turned to look at Bibi Dong, who was indifferent as usual. "Master, can I say a few words to you alone?" Hearing this, Bibi Dong waved his scepter casually and said, "The marriage contract cannot be changed. If you want to say something, come with me." As he said, Bibi Dong turned and walked into the house inside the hospital. Ye Chen didn't hesitate, and followed closely. But after not taking a few steps, Hulina's soft reminder came from behind, "This matter was decided by the master when he knew about you and me. Don't be impulsive, don't offend the master. It seems that you feel like you." When she did something wrong, her voice became smaller and smaller. Squeak! Seeing the door closed, the eyes of everyone outside the room looking at Hulina suddenly heated up. Who wouldn't want to marry the saint of Wuhan Temple, the closed disciple of His Majesty the Pope? As long as you get Hulina, both your status and status will skyrocket in the Wuhan Hall. I am afraid that as long as you exceed level 60 and reach the graduation of the Soul Emperor, you will be promoted to the position of the Elder of the Pope Hall. How many people dream of the position? It is a goal that many people will never achieve in their lifetime. You must know that in the Hall of Souls, the elders have the lowest level of cultivation in the Contra realm, but the Saint Hulina is so noble and can bring them many honors. Among the group of martial arts geniuses, the red-haired man was the most excited, standing in the middle of his hands, as if he wanted to immediately grab a marriage. "Yan, you have to come on. After chasing my sister for so long without success, now the opportunity has finally come. If you still can't catch it." Ziyu stood in place with her arms folded, and looked at the red-haired man with interest. As Hulina's brother, Ziyu naturally hopes that his sister can marry the strong who does not lose to him. Now, according to His Majesty the Pope, the one who can marry his sister in the future will be the strongest of the younger generation. He is very pleased. "Brother Xiaoyu, I am a little unconfident. Although I really want to get Hulina, there are many people who are better than him in the advanced class. Even if Yan likes it anymore, it is futile to fight without strong strength." Seeing this, Xiaoyu didn't speak either. He didn't like the weak, and only the strong could get his admiration. Inside the small courtyard house, Bibi Dong stood upright in the hall, looking at Ye Chen without squinting, and said, "Let's talk. What are you going to talk about?" "The Emperor will give you 1 minute." "Master, 1 minute is too little, I want to say too much to you." "You have 56 seconds. Bibi Dong looked at Ye Chen, who was approaching step by step. Her thin and mouth showed a trace of disdain. She seemed to know what this man wanted to do, but the difference between the spirit power levels of the two sides was so great that Bibi Dong had much confidence in herself. Even if the opponent sends a full blow while he is not arming, he is afraid that it won't hurt her hair, really a little lunatic. If it weren't for this man to be of great use to her, Bibi Dong felt that he wouldn't have kept Ye Chen alive for so long. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong simply put away his scepter, and even his spirit power was hidden. She wanted to see what Ye Chen was going to do. "Is there 55 seconds left? Then I can only talk more about the master." Ye Chen took a few more steps forward. At this moment, the distance between him and Bibi Dong was less than 1 meter away, as if he could reach Bibi Dong and complete the sign-in task as long as he stretched out his hand. But this was not enough. Ye Chen knew how far his spirit power was from Bibi Dong, so he continued to move forward carefully. Step by step, very vigilant. After a while, Ye Chen was already less than 20 centimeters away from Bibi Dong, so close, even Bibi Dong, who was indifferent, felt a little uncomfortable. When she was about to step back a few steps, Ye Chen suddenly knelt on one knee and cried loudly, "Master, please help me hunt the martial soul. I really like Naer. I will fight for marriage 3 days later. Don't want to lose, Master." The sudden pleading Dafa made Bibi Dong look dumbfounded. After a while, she smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't send Ziona out easily as long as you practice in my way. It is very likely to win this marriage scramble." Thank you, Master, I will work hard. Ye Chen crying loudly, tears filled his bright eyes. Seeing this, Bibi Dong couldn't help but think to himself, it's hard to understand that I think too much. This kid doesn't seem to have much guts. He seemed to have taken the initiative to beg for mercy before, and he was taken back to the Wuhan Hall smoothly. Master. Suddenly, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Ye Chen knelt on both knees, opened his arms, and hugged Bibi Dong, who was still thinking about it. There was a loud bang, and Bibi Dong's face, who was hugged by Ye Chen, instantly ignited infinite anger. The pain from Mo Ming's buttocks suddenly made her go violently, and the whole body's spirit power also burst out at this moment. Boom! A mighty monstrous spirit power poured out from Bibi Dong's body. In a short while, this senior class courtyard was crushed to pieces like tofu, and Hulina, Xiaoyu and others realized that something was wrong and went crazy. They fled, but even so, they were hit by the shock wave hundreds of meters away in this spirit power explosion, unconscious. Only Ye Chen, who was alone in the center of the storm, was accidentally untouched, so he had to do it well. But Bibi Dong looked at Ye Chen's eyes at this moment, but he almost made him think that he had fallen into the boundless darkness and would never be able to climb out. Fortunately, the voice of the system announcing the success of the sign-in mission is still echoing in Ye Chen's mind, so he firmly believes that Bibi Dong will not kill himself, should he. Guru. My heart is still a little nervous, because Bibi Dong's eyes are too scary, it is so cold that it makes people unable to resist the slightest. The two faced each other for a long time, but in the end Bibi Dong broke the terrifying silence, you shouldn't act on me. I almost killed you just now. Bibi Dong had a complicated look in his eyes, and Ye Chen felt a little regretful when he saw it. He remembered the tragic experience of this woman who is strong outside and soft inside. Perhaps, he should change it in another way. At my son tonight, I will be waiting for you in the Pope's Basilica. She changed her name to herself. Ye Chen could feel it, after standing still in a daze. Ye Chen said, I'm sorry. Chapter 26, Spirit Ring Gift, Azure Dragon Fox. The news that the saint of the Martial Soul Palace was betrothed to Ye Chen spread quickly. In just a few hours, no less than 100 people came to challenge Ye Chen. But when they were told that they would not officially start the marriage robbing 3 days later, these guys were not welcome and sat directly on the grass in front of the West Building, quietly waiting for the time to come. Ye Chen's cultivation is only a level 40 soul sovereign. This level of soul power can be said to be everywhere in Wuhandian Academy. They all want to defeat Ye Chen and marry a saint, so that they can reach the sky. Time passed quickly, and the sky over the West Building had darkened. After Ye Chen lay in the dormitory for a while, he set off for the Pope's palace. He doesn't know what Bibi Dong thinks now, but one thing is certain, the other party will never harm him. Squeak! Pushing open the towering and wide giant door, Ye Chen walked into the empty papal hall. There were no other people around, only Bibi Dong sat alone on the giant throne. She is still so beautiful and sacred, there is no distraction in her eyes. Ye Chen feels that the sign-in task has failed, and Bibi Dong has not increased his favorability by 300% at all. The two went up and down, like two strangers. Let's go to the East Hall. There is a gift I prepared for you. Bibi Dong pointed to the east gate inside the hall without expression, and then continued, I hope you don't disappoint Ziona, this time you must win the fight against marriage, otherwise you will kill me. Ye Chen looked at Bibi Dong, lifted his foot to walk towards the giant throne. But he had just stepped up a step, and Bibi Dong violently swung his scepter, creating a barrier of spirit power to prevent him from going further. Bibi Dong suddenly turned around, his tall and perfect figure was completely indifferent at this moment. If I lose, I will abolish your spirit and drive you out of the spirit hall. You will never be able to step into the spirit master world. What's wrong with her? Looking at Mo Ming's annoyed Bibi Dong, Ye Chen couldn't help feeling a little weird. According to reason, she shouldn't be so indifferent to herself. What's wrong? Finally, he glanced at Bibi Dong, who turned his back. Ye Chen retracted his footsteps and said, I will definitely win, and I will not let the master down. As soon as the word master was said, Bibi Dong's delicate body trembled, but it quickly returned to normal. Shook his head, Ye Chen turned and walked towards the East Hall and the Pope's Hall. The closer he got to the East Gate, the more he felt his heart palpitations, as if there was something terrifying in him. Until Ye Chen's figure completely disappeared at the East Gate, Bibi Dong slowly turned around and stared at the closed East Hall gate blankly. Why do I feel that way about him? Why am I his master? Why do I have that kind of experience? Kept asking herself in her heart. Bibi Dong looked up at the starry sky outside the window, feeling complicated, a drop of tears slowly falling down her white jade cheeks. She fell in love and didn't dare to get close. She suspected that she was sick or infected with a virus called love, which made her look forward to, but she was afraid of getting rid of it. Everything in the past is like an invisible door, blocking her and Ye Chen from each other, one outside and the other inside, as if this door would never open. Squeak! Suddenly, the sound of a door opening disturbed Bibi Dong's contemplation. When she raised her head to look at the sound source, she saw Ye Chen's figure returning to the hall for some time, standing there quietly looking at her. You really have something on your mind, and I didn't even notice it when I came back. Ye Chen actually only made a round in the East Gate. Compared with the unknown gift, he cared more about what happened to the other party and showed such a bleak expression. Bibi Dong is a very poor woman. She was forced to stay by her master just because she was too talented and wanted to leave the Wuhan Hall, so she separated from her boyfriend Yu Xiaogang. What's even more annoying is that after so many years, that Yu Xiaogang actually left like that, and even found him differently without clarifying the situation. Ye Chen felt sorry for the woman in front of him. He wanted to protect Bibi Dong from any harm. Let's go, my business has nothing to do with you. Bibi Dong didn't turn his head and turned around this time, but just stood quietly and looked indifferent. She is a little too strong, which makes Ye Chen feel more distressed. She is also a woman who needs protection, but she forcibly pretends to be inaccessible to others. A spirit power barrier appeared again in front of him to hinder Ye Chen's footsteps. With a touch of firmness in his eyes, Ye Chen raised his eyes and stared at Bibi Dong very seriously. Although I am weak now, one day I will become stronger than everyone else, and then I will always stand by your side, forever. Go to the East Hall. A wave of fluctuations flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, and the complicated mood in her heart was somewhat calmed. She quietly looked at the mad boy in front of her, and Mo Ming felt relieved. Didn't hold on any longer. Ye Chen only hated that he was too weak and couldn't bear everything Bibi Dong wanted to subvert, but he could do it one day. Stepping into the gate of the East Hall, I saw a huge soul beast lying on the ground vainly, with blood all over the body and staining the floor of the hall. www.readaloud.com. This is 50,000 blue sky dragon fox, soul beast? An extremely rare species of spirit beast. Only a 1,000-year cultivation base can compete with ordinary 10,000-year spirit beasts. Is this the gift you gave me? Ye Chen was quite excited. The 50,000-year soul beast is just the 4th soul ring, and this blue sky dragon fox is extremely rare, and the soul abilities that can be produced after absorption must be very special. But this time he was not fully prepared. According to the original absorption method, Ye Chen had to save enough spirit power at the 40th level to suppress the various negative effects caused by the absorption of the cross-year spirit ring. But 3 days later, there will be a fight for marriage, and now he can't take care of it anymore. Start to absorb it. Summoned the 7-star demon abyss, Ye Chen pierced the head of the blue dragon fox with a sword to end its long life, and then, a huge dragon fox soul flew from the corpse. The overall appearance is still a normal fox, but with dragon scales on its abdomen, and several long and narrow dragon foxes hung along both sides of its long mouth. At this moment, the spirit of the dragon fox was very violent, and Ye Chen was dizzy as he raised his head and roared. A strong mental attack. It seems that I want to absorb this blue sky dragon fox. I am afraid it will take a lot of effort. Frowned, Ye Chen placed his hand over the dragon fox's soul, and immediately urged the spirit power in his body to try to merge with it. The dragon fox soul was dragged into Ye Chen's body instantly by its soul power, but soon, its violent mental attack burst out wildly in his mind. Just for a moment, Ye Chen couldn't help but spout a big mouthful of blood on the ground, and his spirit suddenly became sluggish. Fortunately, his soul has been nourished by the soul power cultivated by the system for several years, and it has become very powerful. Otherwise, if he changes to other people, he will die suddenly on the spot. Chapter 27, Illusion, Sneak Attack. In the main hall of the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong was lying halfway on the throne, thinking of Ye Chen's words constantly in his mind. For a while, her perfect face showed a smile like a small woman, but it disappeared quickly, but the uncontrollable private thoughts in her heart made her very entangled. Enlighten your Majesty, the disciple of Wuhundian Academy, Yan Yan, come to see you. The announcement came from outside the main hall, which made Bibi Dong regain his former aloof expression. So solemnly, he said, "Let him come in." Soon, Yan followed a contra elder and knelt on the ground to meet him and said, respectfully, "Your Majesty the Pope, the Hall of the Elders asked me to invite you to come over, and I would like to discuss with you about important matters. Why can't you wait until tomorrow?" "Leave it." Bibi Dong waved her hand. She didn't even understand Ye Chen's words. How could she have any thoughts to deal with trivial matters? "Your Majesty, the great envoy said that I want to know about the disappearance of Ye Chen and the two elders who escorted him back. Please move forward." Hearing the word Ye Chen, Bibi Dong couldn't help showing a vigilance in his eyes, then stood up and disappeared into the Pope's palace. "Your Majesty? Your Majesty!" Seeing Bibi Dong leaving, Yan didn't rush to leave after getting up from the ground, but looked around. But soon, he discovered that there was no one else in the Pope's palace except himself, and he couldn't help but wondered for a moment, where did the kid go? I saw him come in with my own eyes, why wouldn't he be here? Suddenly, Yan's gaze swept to the East Hall gate, and suddenly thought to himself. Should it not be inside? This is the private domain of His Majesty the Pope. On weekdays, His Majesty will rest here when he is tired. How can he let people come in at will? Is it a man? Quietly opened a crack in the door, and when Yan saw the scene of Ye Chen inside, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hidden here to absorb the spirit ring, haha, God helped me. There were waves of murderous intent in his eyes, and Yan was already excited at this moment. He took the initiative to take over the mission passed on by the Elder Palace in order to detect the traces of Ye Chen and wait for his mobile hands to get rid of him. The news of the fight against the marriage has spread in the academy, and even many seniors who went out to experience have rushed back, just for this fight against the marriage. The competition in the battle for marriage is getting more and more difficult, and his realm's strength is really inconspicuous in this battle for marriage. How can he take advantage of the talented seniors when he is only at level 42? In order to prevent the girl he likes from falling into the hands of others, the best way Yan thought of all day was to kill Ye Chen. As long as there is no such instigator, Hulina's marriage contract will naturally be dismissed, and the fight against marriage will no longer be established. As soon as he thought of this, a flame ignited in Yan's heart. He liked Hulina so much. Even if the other party didn't pay attention to him at all, Yan believed in an old saying, as long as the skill is deep, the iron rod will be ground into a needle. As long as Hulina hasn't become someone else's woman, then he still has a chance. If he knew that Hulina had belonged to Ye Chen, whether it was a person or a heart, and he didn't know if this kid would go crazy. The cat slipped into the East Hall, and Yan stepped on a small step behind a stone pillar, carefully observing the front. What? Suddenly, Ye Chen yelled wildly, and as the veins on his forehead violently blood flowed out of his closed eyes. Blue Sky Dragon Fox belongs to the spirit-type soul beast, possessing a very keen high IQ, even if Ye Chen's soul power has a sense of intimacy, but it is still threatened by its soul. The resistance of the Dragon Fox soul was fierce, and a powerful spiritual force wreaked havoc inside its brain. At the same time, it also released an illusion and brought Ye Chen into its spiritual world. At first, the surrounding grey scene was very hazy, but within a short while, the surrounding scenery began to change drastically, and in a blink of an eye it turned into a real-world scene. Where is this? Clutching his aching head, Ye Chen pressed the alarm clock on the bedside in a daze. Suddenly, a very kind figure walked in from the small door, put down a glass of milk, and said softly, "Wake up soon in the morning, it's time to get up to school. I'm so lazy in my third year of high school. I won't have a university in the future. I dare to want you. No, I am the first in the class." I automatically ignored the headache. After Ye Chen got up from the bed quickly, he looked at the gentle woman in front of him and smiled, "Mom, don't worry, I will try my best to go to university and make money to support you. In the future, you will be waiting to enjoy your luck. What is blessed or not, I just hope you will be safe in the future, I'm relieved, cough cough." The woman smiled gently and shook her head. After walking out of the room, there was a sound of a cutting board. After Ye Chen finished washing and drank milk, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. White on all sides, and people in white coats beside him. Ye Chen lay in front of a hospital bed, tears in his eyes unconsciously. "Mom, what do you see in my hand?" "Clang clang clang, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. This is your favorite. Get up quickly. I really want to make it for you myself." Held the gradually cold hand on the hospital bed, still as gentle as before, but the tears in Ye Chen's eyes could not be restrained from flowing out of his eye sockets, and he was paralyzed on the ground for a long time without moving. The surrounding scene gradually collapsed and disappeared, as long as a piece of endless darkness swallowed towards Ye Chen. At the end of the darkness, the blue sky dragon fox soul with dragon scales on its belly and beak and beard laughed. Although he could not speak, he looked at the arc of his mouth as if he was saying, "Go to sleep. Come, fall into the endless darkness with me." Once the spiritual world constructed by the dragon and fox collapses, the spiritual agglomeration of the people drawn into it will collapse and die completely. When the darkness was after Ye Chen, Yan from outside the spiritual world had already walked over. He shook his hands in front of Ye Chen's eyes, and after finding that he had no response, he summoned his spirit, Flame Lord. In an instant, the temperature in the entire East Hall suddenly climbed, and the terrifying heat wave hit Ye Chen's body, causing the clothes on his body to start to ignite spontaneously, but the ordinary fire couldn't hurt his body. Seeing this, Yan's eyes showed a killing intent, and he secretly said in his heart, "Second spirit ability, Granite Rock." The huge Flame Lord's true body took a step forward, and the huge flaming rock arm magically merged with Yan's arm, turning his arm into a giant fist made of fire rock in a short time. Constantly churn with fiery flames. Go to hell, Ye Chen. Without any hesitation, Yan knew that this action in the Papal Palace was very risky, so he didn't use the range spirit ability, and he had to fight quickly. Yan's giant fist of igneous rock blew up a gust of flames, and it fell on Ye Chen without any accident, and the huge fireworks that followed instantly swallowed his whole person. At this moment, an urgent call suddenly came from outside the main hall, "Naughty animal, you dare!" At the sound of falling, Bibi Dong's figure instantly appeared in the East Hall like a beam of light. When she saw Ye Chen, who was still in dominance, was engulfed by flames, an indescribable rage and pain suddenly surged in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 28, Soul Skill, Unreal Fox Eye. Your Majesty the Pope. Bibi Dong's sudden arrival made Yan hurriedly put away the Flame Lord martial soul, and then knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Please also surrender the Emperor." Only when I found out that this person sneaked into your dormitory, I was afraid that he would have any attempt to move his hand here. If there is a crime of transgression, I will ask the Pope to punish him." Yan's head was close to the ground, and his arched body became more and more awkward. He knew that entering the Pope's eastern palace was a capital crime, so he didn't dare to quibble at the moment, so he had to kneel there and wait for the Pope's instructions. There is no forgiveness." There were bursts of black light from the scepter in his hand, and the cold eyes in Bibi Dong's eyes almost turned into a substantive light. Yan just took a peek at it, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. "The Pope is forgiving, I didn't mean it, I was just worried that someone would be against you, so I did it." Yan banged his head desperately, the panic in his heart had spread, and he regretted why he had to do it in the East Hall. Perhaps the ending of killing Ye Chen in another place would change. But right now, is it too late? Feeling an extremely majestic soul power gathers violently not far away, and the faint aura makes Yan Xingen tremble and cold all over. The signs of death are gradually filling my heart. Yan feels like he is going to die in the next second, and the whole person is crawling on the ground and dare not move in the slightest. At this moment, Bibi Dong had already summoned the martial spirit Death Spider Emperor. The skin of his body was covered with a layer of purple-black armor, and his face was covered by a carapace. Under his eyes, there were 4 small eyes that grew out like a head. A huge poisonous spider, thin and elegant. She wanted to use all her strength to kill the murderer who harmed the person she liked, slowly raising her hands, and a majestic spirit power was condensed in her palm, forming a huge ball of spirit power, directly occupying more than half of it. East Hall space. Dead. With a cold word in his heart, Bibi Dong urged the soul power light ball in his hand, and wanted to throw it forward with all his strength. But at this moment, a huge ringing like a bell suddenly rushed from not far away, and immediately, a body-building shadow sprang out from the place swallowed by flames, standing erect in the middle of the hall. Looking at the person in front of her, Bibi Dong's soul power light ball disappeared like a deflated balloon, and the state of martial spirit possession was automatically lifted. Tears could not help but shed tears in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth murmured, "You are not dead." With that, Bibi Dong's figure swayed slightly, and she came directly to Ye Chen's side and hugged him, burying his head in her towering chest. At this moment, she seemed to abandon all distractions and just want to firmly protect what was in her arms. The man. The deep sense of loss and recovery constantly impacted her nerves, making Bibi Dong feel an unprecedented sense of happiness. However, compared with her, Ye Chen struggled in his arms at this moment. "Master, I will really die if you don't let go." Can't breathe any air, Ye Chen is in a state of extreme hypoxia. Although he enjoys softness and stretch, he will die if he too much. Yet, seemed to realize something. After Bibi Dong quickly released his jade arm, his face was rarely shy, but Hengxia, who had just climbed up, was forced down by her again. "Master, you blush." The perfect face was dyed with a faint blush, and Ye Chen was stunned to see the graceful scene like a celestial being. He soon became bolder. I saw him holding Bibi Dong's small waist without a trace, and with a slight force, the other party leaned into his arms uncontrollably, and then Ye Chen kissed her attractive red lips like a peach. Bibi Dong struggled slightly in Ye Chen's arms, but was quickly trapped in Ye Chen's uncanny kissing skills, and his perfect body became weak and boneless as if it had melted, showing a lot of tenderness. "Your Majesty the Pope, you." After a long time, an untimely voice came from behind, interrupting the intimacy between the two. Ye Chen looked back, and suddenly saw Yan Zheng, who had already raised his head, looked at him and Bibi Dong in shock. His open mouth seemed to be able to swallow a giant elephant. "I forgot about you." Ye Chen chuckled lightly, and his pupils suddenly turned golden and said, "Fourth soul ability, Unreal Fox Eyes." The pupils emitting golden light suddenly stood up, changing from the initial round shape to the erect ellipse, and a golden light burst out of his eyes, directly into Yan's mind. Immediately, Yan's pupils were covered with a layer of golden light, and the whole person knelt on the ground without saying a word, completely sinking into the illusion constructed by Ye Chen for him, unable to extricate himself. "Let's go ahead, master." Licked his wet lips, Ye Chen looked up and wanted to continue to taste the sweetness of peaches. But Bibi Dong pushed him away, coldly said, "Laughter." The original gentle eyes have changed back to the original indifference and ruthlessness, and the cold eyes on the body are particularly chilling. "This is Wuhan Hall. I am the Pope. You must pay attention to your identity. Now, take that kid and roll with you." Hearing the words www.readaloud.com, Ye Chen just wanted to say something, but Bibi Dong waved his hand to the outside of the Pope's palace. Boom! The huge door of the temple was closed tightly, like Bibi Dong's self-enclosed heart. No one was allowed to enter. The Hall of Spirits, the Pope. Ye Chen took a deep breath and said with a firm expression in his eyes, "One day, I will let these shackles no longer be an obstacle between us. Even if I encounter any difficulties, I will always beside you." Ye Chen can feel that Bibi Dong has feelings for him. Although the other party has been suppressing him, Ye Chen will not give up, and he protects this poor woman. "Master, are you the master?" A call came from beside him. Ye Chen turned his head to look, and saw Yan kneeling on the ground obediently, calling him his master. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Ye Chen waved his hand, "Go back to your dormitory to practice, and live according to your normal routine before receiving instructions." "Yes, master." Yan handed over, stood up and walked towards Wuhandian Academy. The fourth soul ability, Elusive Fox Eye, can not only create illusions to confuse opponents, but also plant an illusion seed in the minds of middle-skilled players. As long as Ye Chen thinks, his image can exist in Yan's memory with any identity. If you want to completely erase it, you must have mental power several times stronger than him. But after absorbing the spirit ring of the Azure Dragon Fox, Ye Chen's mental power was comparable to that of ordinary people, and coupled with the continuous nourishment of spirit power, his mental power would only become stronger and stronger. The reason why didn't kill Yan was because he thought that this person would still be useful in the future. In addition, he attacked Ye Chen before, and instead of succeeding, he helped him. Recalling the scene of absorbing the Dragon Fox spirit ring, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel a little daunted. Chapter 29, I just like when you see me upset and look like I can't help it. Without the foundation of soul power, Ye Chen almost failed to absorb the soul ring this time. After falling into the illusion at that time, the scene of the death of his mother in this world kept reappearing before his eyes, over and over again. That kind of endless pain is infinitely magnified in his heart. Even if Ye Chen had a bit of a world-weary thought at the time, he would fall into endless darkness forever. And what allowed him to persevere and break the cycle of illusion was the last sentence left by Ye Chen's mother before his death: "Life is to move forward with weight, as long as you don't look back, there will be no difficulty that can crush you." Recalling this sentence, Ye Chen's state of mind could not help but change, and the cycle of illusion was also vulnerable to his firm heart. Yan's attack also hit at that time, and Ye Chen speeded up his escape from the illusion like icing on the cake, thus completely absorbing the spirit ring of the Azure Dragon Fox. Looked up to the sky, the bright moon and the stars were still so quiet. Ye Chen looked at the lonely figure reflected by the lights in the papal hall, and muttered, "Wait for me. Time flies quickly, and the 3 days set by Bibi Dong has already arrived." Before dawn, the grass in front of the West Building was full of hundreds of people who wanted to challenge Ye Chen. The low cultivation base is only more than 40 levels, and some of the geniuses who are well known in the Wuhandian Academy are at least level 50 and above, and the number is still quite large. West Building, Room 3 on the 10th floor. "Let's go, Master, then I will lobby for you." "Where are you going?" "Leaving you in the college." Looking at Hulina, who sneaked into the boys' dormitory, Ye Chen said earnestly, "You are my woman, and I will not leave you alone anyway." Hearing that, Hulina didn't like to turn angrily and said, then do you know what you are going to face next? How sure are you that the group of people downstairs can defeat them? They are not the ordinary people you have encountered before. Student, do you understand what I mean? Some anxious words made Hulina's emotions mess up. Ye Chen chuckled, took her hand and walked out the building. I understand what you say, but all I have to do is fight for the senior sister. The two walked out the door of the dormitory hand in hand. For a moment, such a scene caused a huge riot, and countless people were talking about Ye Chen's behavior. Shameless person, but he dared to hold the saint's hand just after getting engaged. Isn't he afraid that His Majesty the Pope would chop him off? Yes, it's really damnable. Well, even so, do you dare to say that you don't envy him? That's a saint, who is so beautiful that she is still a closed disciple of His Majesty the Pope. Hey, look, that kid is actually holding the saint's waist again, and he is stunned. Thousands of people's discussion whines were once again triggered by Ye Chen's next actions. Everyone looked at him like hatred, and the jealousy in his eyes almost overflowed his eyes. Seeing this grand occasion, Ye Chen suddenly became playful, holding Hulina in his arms, jumped onto the huge stone statue in front of the West Building, and shouted, "Are you all here to challenge me?" Hearing this, the crowd suddenly burst into curses. Nonsense! Didn't we come to grab the marriage? Did we come to see you spreading dog food? Come down and die, the saint is Lao Tzu's. Ye Chen looked at the boiling crowd below the stage with a smirk at the corner of his mouth. After turning his head and kissing Hulina, who had not yet reacted, he yelled again, "This is my woman, you dare to covet it? Cao, this kid is too arrogant. Maiden, shut up, the saint is mine. Kill Ye Chen and seize the saint. Kill Ye Chen, take the saint. Kill Ye Chen, take the saint." A stone shook 1,000 waves. Ye Chen and Hulina's intimate behavior immediately caused dissatisfaction among everyone under the megalithic statue. They all clamored for murder, but the battle of marriage was a personal decisive battle, so if Ye Chen didn't speak up, they would fight. There is no alternative. Raised a downward, Ye Chen tightened Hulina's arms and whispered, "Senior sister, would you like to help me?" "What do you mean?" Hulina was stunned by Ye Chen's words, but when Ye Chen pouted towards her, Hulina understood what he wanted to do. Now that the battle for marriage is inevitable, if Ye Chen really loses, then she will marry someone else. If this is the case, it would be better to be presumptuous. Looking at the man she loves, Hulina slowly closed her beautiful eyes and met Ye Chen's lips. Under the gaze of everyone, the two kissed on the giant stone statue, hugged each other while kissing, and did not shy away from anyone. In this situation, the challengers suddenly saw their eyes split apart. The noble and holy saints in their hearts were being contaminated, and they might also stand up at that position. For a while, countless people screamed under the stone statue. "Ah, the saint is mine! Shut up the despicable boy, come down and die!" "That's right, Ye Chen, you are a coward. You have planted a duel. You are not worthy of the position of the saintess. Grass, come and fight with me, I will give you a spirit ring, so I can beat you into a dog. I will let 2 spirit rings, as long as you are willing to come down to a duel." However, in the face of everyone's provocations, Ye Chen tasted Hulina's red lips while holding his 2 middle fingers pointing downwards. In an instant, the crowd's anger and jealousy became more and more soaring. Almost everyone's face and the back of their hands had a violent appearance. If it weren't for the rules of scrambled marriages, I'm afraid that thousands of people would rush at the same time. The stone statue was murdered. But it's a pity that Ye Chen didn't pay any attention to what these guys meant, still hugging Hulina affectionately, and calmly listening to everyone's monstrous curses. He just likes others to see him upset, and then he looks like he can't help it. In this battle of marriage, he is destined to be the protagonist. Thousands of people under the stone statue, there are also a few men who are not angry and very calm. They sit on the grass and meditate with their eyes closed, adjusting to their best state at any time. Ye Chen carefully observed the few people sitting on the grass. After urging the soul power to probe, he was surprised to find that the lowest level among these people was 55 or above, and one of the women's soul power reached the academy graduation. To the extent, he has a level 60 cultivation base, but he has not yet absorbed the spirit ring breakthrough, so he has reached the basic conditions for a marriage grab. But the strange thing is, why does a woman come to participate in a marriage robbing battle? Is it because of the power in the Wuhan Hall? Or does this woman have some special thoughts about Hulina? Just as Ye Chen was thinking about it, Hulina suddenly left his embrace, standing in place and constantly fanning her hot red face, while her slightly swollen mouth was panting hurriedly, as if it was severely oxygenated. Caused by insufficient. Chapter 30, I mean, everyone here is rubbish. Thank you. Smiled at Hulina, Ye Chen turned and jumped off the giant stone statue, and stood face to face with thousands of challengers. Since this fight cannot be avoided, let's fight it happily. Looking at the cursing crowd ahead, Ye Chen was not polite, holding the sword and laughed, I don't like wasting time the least. People below level 50 should stand up. As soon as the voice fell, the 7-star demon abyss sword emerged from its palm, and then slid slowly in the air around its body. Although the speed was slow, it was as agile as it possessed life. As soon as this statement was made, the crowd in front of the west building suddenly became agitated, and soon several self-sufficient guys stood up. Finally dare to fight? Haha, let me be your first opponent. Fuck off, the saint is mine, let me come. Several men with spirit powers around level 45 scrambled to quarrel, all wanting to be the first to challenge Ye Chen, but when they were arguing, a blood-colored long sword flashed in front of them like a ghost. Over. Several clear and crisp sound waves rippled away, and the few people who were still arguing suddenly stopped, then they clutched their blood-oozing necks, their eyes widened, and they fell straight to the ground and couldn't get up again. The sudden scene made everyone angry. They didn't care about the deaths of a few people, but were extremely disgusted with Ye Chen's behavior. How can you carry out a sneak attack without specifying who you accept the challenge to kill people without authorization? Despicable villain, hasn't anyone taught you the most basic duel etiquette? What a Ye Chen, I have never seen a brazen person like you. Murmured endlessly, and when everyone was angry at Ye Chen's sneak attack, he indifferently scratched his ears and said indifferently, garbage. Although this statement was light, it was heard by a bald man with level 49 spirit power. Right now, he pointed to Ye Chen's nose and shouted, are you scolding me? Hearing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but shook his head, then laughed and said, no, don't get me wrong, I'm not targeting you, I mean all of you are rubbish. The words are not shocking. Ye Chen suddenly raised everyone's anger to a few levels again, but before they broke out, Ye Chen said again, I clearly said that challengers below level 50 can stand. I have come out to do it. Is it difficult to understand this? Or is it that everyone here is too mentally retarded to understand me? Is very direct and arrogant. Ye Chen stood calmly, his raised mouth filled with arrogant smiles. Well, since your kid is looking for death, don't blame us for bullying too many others. The bald man took the lead in summoning his martial soul, and rushed to Ye Chen, what are you guys waiting for? Get rid of him first. Let's fight for the position of the saintess by ourselves, kill. Needless to say, all the academy disciples below level 50 on the scene have long seen Ye Chen upset, and they have deep grievances. Now Ye Chen says he wants to single out all of them. At the moment, no one can care about any face. He rushed out to kill Ye Chen to the saint. The scene became chaotic in an instant. Most of the thousands of people rushed to Ye Chen. Only a few talented students of more than 50 levels stayed in place staring at the scene of the upcoming war. A 53rd level long-haired man frowned and said, is this Ye Chen crazy? The only 41st level soul sect dared to utter wild words? Does he want to die that way? Another genius student next to him answered, knowing that he will lose, he can understand the situation by saying a few big words, but he can't control the next situation, and I don't know why the Pope will the saint betrothed to him is really uncomfortable. Hearing this, the Soul King students who slowly gathered together nodded in agreement, but they were also happy to see this scene, so that after the melee, it can reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. The war was about to start, and Hulina, who was standing on the huge stone statue, couldn't help feeling impatient when she saw such a scene. The beautiful and pretty face showed a complex look. After a short struggle, she couldn't help moving any more, tapping the statue on her jade feet and wanted to jump down to help Ye Chen. But she had just acted, a slender figure suddenly appeared beside her and held Hulina's fragrant shoulders, preventing her from moving. Kill! Kill! In front of the West Building, thousands of people rushed towards Ye Chen frantically like a tide, and all kinds of martial arts bloomed like 100 flowers, occupying all the airspace in front of the West Building in just a few seconds, and the air was full of colors. The ray of soul power squeezed toward him like mountains and oceans. In the face of such a battle, most people have been scared to flee for a long time, but Ye Chen stood still unmoved, but the speed of Moyuan soaring around him was getting faster and faster. Since everyone is here, let's start. With a calm smile on the corner of his mouth, Ye Chen slowly said, Fourth soul ability, Unreal Fox Eye. With a loud shout, Yu reads www.yuyu. A golden light flashed in Ye Chen's eyes, and then a large dazzling golden light burst into the golden pupils in his eyes, covering all the crowds rushing towards him. The fox pupil appears, and the illusion is out. Ye Chen mobilized his soul power with all his strength, weaving a huge dreamland in the large splendid golden light. For a while, the students who were full of fighting spirit stopped the impact, staring blankly at the front, all fell into within the illusion. Powerful spiritual power swept the audience. Ye Chen worked hard to weave the illusion of temptation, so that a number of beauties of different appearances appeared next to everyone. What kind of gentle, playful, high-cold imperial sister Lori, all scratched their heads. Teasing them. There are many different postures, as long as you can think of it, there are all in the illusion. After a while, everyone laughed, holding their arms around the air or the people beside them being affectionate, and the scene became very strange for a while. Although he controlled everyone, Ye Chen was also very uncomfortable at the moment, cold sweat kept coming out of his forehead, and his whole body was shaking. The weaving of a large-scale common illusion not only requires strong spiritual power as a foundation, but also a strong soul power is not necessary. Such a large-scale illusion consumes a huge amount of his soul power almost every second, which takes less than a minute. Ye Chen I felt that the spirit power in the body had disappeared by about 1/3, and the illusion would collapse before long. It's not too late, it must be done quickly. Looking at the thousands of people who were lost in the illusion, Ye Chen whistled from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, the demon abyss that had been around him for a long time flew out suddenly, turning into a red glow to quickly shuttle through the crowd, like a turning star flashing in the sky, leaving a long and curved red glow. At the end, the butcher's music score is written. Chapter 31, The Legendary Rhubarb. Every person who is swept by the 7-star demon abyss sword will have a fist-sized blood hole on his chest. It is like a night elves, wearing all those who fall into the illusion, fierce and violent. After absorbing the blue sky dragon fox, Ye Chen's mental power was already enough to crush the powerhouse who was several levels higher than him. Even if it was better than the titled Douluo, he wouldn't let it go. Coupled with the constant nourishment of system spirit power, Ye Chen can display a giant common illusion that controls thousands of people. He wants to be more powerful than his spirit power. These students with only level 40 spirit power are like children in front of him. Generally weak, if it weren't for the excessive spirit power required to perform the 4th spirit ability, Ye Chen felt that he could directly obliterate the consciousness of this group of challengers in the illusion. Seeing a person falling in a pool of blood, Ye Chen did not show mercy. If he was relatively weak, this group of people would kill themselves without hesitation. If you dare to participate in a marriage grab, you must have the determination to die. No one is born bloodthirsty, but this does not mean that Ye Chen will be kind. In the airspace in front of the west building, the long and narrow red light tail that Moi Wan brought out of the land became longer and longer, and the curve surrounding Yukong became more and more mellow and changeable, and the breath in the air gradually became thicker, just like the essence. The sex-like red tail is like a bloodline, which is chilling. Ye Chen is so strong, he did not expect that he has grown to this point in just a few months. Hu Lina on the stone statue exclaimed, her eyes filled with relief. She only hoped that Ye Chen would be fine, so she was satisfied. Bibi Dong, who was standing beside him, smiled with satisfaction, and the secret road's future plans would not fail in the end. Hi! 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 The genius students who were watching the battle saw this scene like a slaughterhouse, and they all took a few breaths, and the shocked expression on their faces was also exposed. This Ye Chen is only level 41, how can he be so powerful and have such a heaven-defying method? It's incredible, it's unbelievable. It's easy to suppress thousands of peers with one person. How can anyone else in the world have such invincible means? If I face the siege of thousands of people, I am afraid I won't be able to hold on for a minute, at most I can only kill a few people to be enough. The real combat power of this sun is far beyond expectation. The illusion cast by one person can affect thousands of people at the same time. Who can match this kind of spiritual power? It is hard to imagine how I would be killed by fighting against it alone. It was a trick. Is it resolved or can't resist one of his eyes? Wait, this kid killed so many people, why did you say that His Majesty the Pope didn't stop it, don't you? I think I need to go to the Elder Palace. Most of the talented students present were constantly calculating the possibility of defeating Ye Chen, but the more they thought about it, the more they had no bottom in their hearts. Based on the powerful mental power transmitted from the battlefield, they judged that they would not be able to escape Ye Chen's illusion, and once deep in the illusion, even the Soul King would not be better than the people on the battlefield. Where to go? It is still a lamb to be slaughtered. Even if you are lucky enough to get rid of the illusion, who can say that the illusion is Ye Chen's full strength? This gentle boy in front of him looks handsome and kind, but he is extremely cruel when he actually started his hands. How long has this passed? There were not many people standing on the battlefield. The corpses on the ground were scattered in every corner of the grass, and the soil on the ground was red with blood. Such a cruel picture constantly attacked the hearts of talented students. It is because they don't want to die easily, and they are all talented, even if they can't marry a saint, they will have a bright future. Seems to be all aware of this, the remaining dozen talented students looked at each other for a few times, and most of them showed a look of retreat. At this moment, the 7-star demon abyss sword on the blood-infested battlefield had already killed the last person, and after flying to Ye Chen's side, he cleverly floated around it. Took a sigh of relief. After Ye Chen regained his spirit power a little bit, he felt that he could fight for a few more games, so he turned to look at the remaining Soul King students, and said, "Who else?" Halfway through the words, a strong man suddenly yelled, "Oh, the clothes I just washed have not dried yet, my brothers say goodbye, I will go one step ahead." Before the words were finished, people ran far away, not for a while. Kung Fu is gone. Immediately afterwards, another person beat his chest and stomped his feet and said, "No, there is still an old hen stewed in my pot. I will be hungry at noon if I don't go back." Immediately, another person laughed and said, "When you said that, I also remembered that there is a 6-year-old sister who did not breastfeed. She must be crying hungry now, brothers, I will go." Grass, whose sister is still breastfeeding at the age of 6. Can you make up a reliable reason? The man beside him frowned, then said solemnly, "Everyone, I still have a newborn baby dog that I need. I'll take care of it, so I won't stay any longer." Hearing this, All the talented students who were still there couldn't help screaming. Li Yang, don't you just have a male dog? Yesterday your rhubarb secretly fell on my quiwa, how come you have become a newborn milk dog? That's right, that rhubarb is not only a sleazy dog, but also a thief. After ate the sausage I hung in front of the door the day before, I was afraid that I would secretly replace it with its own shit. I took it off and tasted it. Is that really him? 10,000 words omitted here. More than that, his rhubarb is simply a beast. The little alpaca I raise has been ruined by it. Do you return him 3 times a day? Now my alpaca will go crazy as soon as he hears the word dog. Biting people everywhere. And my family. And me. Everyone immediately pointed the finger at Li Yang with a dumbfounded look, and looked at the pair of unforgivable eyes. He suddenly grieved and said, Dog Ri's livestock, are you still human? My little Huang is only 1 month old, you guys. To slander him so much, I tried to fight with you. www.readaloud.com. A group of people scrambled with red faces and even summoned the spirit of martial arts, and various spirit abilities were flying everywhere. Ye Chen couldn't figure out who these guys were saying was true and who was false. They saw them chasing and rushing towards the distance, and they all disappeared within a short while. Now, apart from the corpse and blood stains in one place in front of the west building, only 2 people are left standing still. One was a woman with a 60-level spirit power before. She was beautiful and tall, and she was about 25 years old. She was dressed in a cool black leather jacket with a dot on her wrist, vermilion, like a legend. Gecko in the sand. The other is a man who has never seen him before, but his suit and leather shoes are trimmed with a plain head that is very different from his temperament, and his feet are on flip-flops. It seems clean but always makes people feel sloppy and contradictory. Ye Chen hadn't even opened the invitation to fight. The delicate woman first said, My name is Chu Xiao Xiao, you can call me Xiao Xiao, but as a woman who is about to marry Hulina, you can also call me Ziona. Just call me Chu Bin. Another man also said aloud, and then he sighed again, Oh, please forgive my stupid sister who is talking in sleep again. As a brother, I still hope she can marry a normal man like you, strong and handsome, and more than enough to match my sister. Brother, don't make trouble. My wife is destined to be Hulina. You can get married. Well, in order not to let you go astray, my brother had to reluctantly win the marriage grab, my idiot sister. You are the idiot brother. Watching the 2 quarrel, Ye Chen couldn't help showing a trace of helplessness on his face. Not only was he ignored, but there were also girls who wanted to steal his wife from him. Chapter 32, Bibi Dong. Chu brothers and sisters were vying next to each other, and they all wanted to be the first to challenge Ye Chen, but before the 2 of them discussed a result, 2 powerful oppressive forces spread over the Wuhandian Academy. After a short while, Chu Xiaoxiao and Chu Bin's expressions became solemn, and they knelt towards a certain place and said, Welcome to the elders. As soon as S words fell, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of the Chu brothers and sisters, exuding an unspeakable and powerful aura. After Ye Chen felt slightly, he could not help but secretly said, Title Douluo. Among them is a tall and thin man, handsome, wearing a black robe. The most obvious sign is the snake tattoo on his forehead. The other man is unusually tall, with a big beard and stubble on the corners of his mouth, and his black armor is covered with thorns, like thorns. The disciples pay homage to Elder Snake and Elder Stabbing. Chu Xiaoxiao and Chu Bin saw the person coming, and immediately became honest and respectful, as if there was a special relationship between the 4. Get up! The man called the Elder Snake Lance raised his hand, and when he observed the blood corpses around him, his brows wrinkled. Are you Ye Chen? Turning his head to look at Ye Chen, Elder Snake's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. You know that these people are the elite of the academy, the mainstay of the future Wuhan Hall. As a disciple of the academy, you dare to kill evil in vain. The last word was spit out, and the old snake elder's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and his whole body was gloomy, as if he was about to kill at any time. But he didn't do that. His eyes shifted slightly. The elder snake arched his hands at the giant stone statue and said loudly, "Please also ask your majesty the Pope to give me an order for this heinous kid to be handled by me. Seriously sinful." Bibi Dong led Hulina from the stone statue to Ye Chen's side, raising his eyes to look at the two elders, Snake and Sting, with indifference in his eyes. The marriage grab was set by the emperor. The challengers here are all spontaneous. It is their own choice to live and die. You said that the death of these disciples is to blame on Ye Chen, then if it was him today, are you dead? Is the fate of this group of disciples a fate? Should the emperor's disciples deserve to die? Bibi Dong spoke indifferently, exuding unparalleled pressure all over his body, so that the two elders, Snake and Sting, looked waxy and dared not speak for a long time. But seeing that the two were not persuaded by Bibi Dong's words, they stood there with a firm expression, not as if they were about to compromise. Seeing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but tugged at Hulina's sleeve and asked in a low voice, "Sister, these two elders seem to be very unconvinced with the master's attitude." Upon hearing this, Hulina could not help but explain, "They are very unconvinced, but they are the people worshipped by the elders, and no one can tell them except for the great worship. Although our master is the Pope, he is in charge of everything in the Spirit Hall. But in fact belong to all the branch forces in the Elder Hall, the master is not in power. Just like the middle and high class students of our college, most of them will enter the Elder Hall after graduation. That's how it is, no wonder the master." Looking at Bibi Dong, who was expressionless, Ye Chen did a good job of borrowing a knife to kill. Almost all of these level 40 challengers are middle and high grade academies, and Bibi Dong used his hand to clear away the hidden dangers in the future just by relying on a marriage battle. In the world of Douluo continent, human lifespan is very short, even a titled Douluo can't live forever. And Bibi Dong is still young now. If all the great worship and others in the Elder Hall are returned to the west, I am afraid that the entire Wuhan Hall will be firmly controlled by him. No wonder this woman gave me such a good spirit ring to absorb. You must know that Ye Chen hadn't completed the sign-in task at the time, but the Azure Dragon Fox was prepared by Bibi Dong in advance, so that all of this was under his control. Such a scheming, really worthy of the woman I like." Looking at Bibi Dong, who was opposing the two elders, Ye Chen couldn't help but admire her more and more. "Also, please don't protect your majesty too much. We must take it back to the Elders' Hall." Elder Thorn bowed. The three words of the Elder Hall were extremely heavy, and the tone of the clock seemed to be mixed with a certain kind of firmness and unnegotiable meaning. Elder Snake also spoke to the side, "Your Majesty, this is an order sent to us by the Palace of the Elders. If I don't bring Ye Chen back today, I'm afraid I will suffer the torture." The meaning of these two elders is very clear. Ye Chen must be taken back to the Elder Hall, but Bibi Dong suddenly sneered and said, "The Elder Hall? So what? The Emperor will protect him today, you can what about me? I didn't have to go back quickly to receive the punishment of the fire, so I said it was an order from the Emperor himself." Waved the scepter in his hand, Bibi Dong took Ye Chen and Hulina and flew towards the papal palace, without giving the snake and stabbing elders any face. Watching the three of them disappear into the field of vision, Shilong and Xing Shui couldn't help but glance at each other, and then showed gloomy eyes. But even if they feel uncomfortable, the two of them can only do nothing about it. After all, Bibi Dong is the Pope of the Wuhan Temple, and they had to take the Chu brothers and sisters to the Elder Hall and angrily. Located in the huge building on the south side of the Pope's palace, Shilong and Thornblood knelt in front of a white-haired old man, and said cautiously, "I also ask the elder to forgive me. I am incapable of bringing Ye Chen, and the Pope I personally ordered me to wait for the punishment of fire." Hearing this, the white-haired old man sitting high in the temple slowly opened his turbid eyes, and said calmly, "That girl has been getting shorter and shorter recently. How many people have died at UU reading www.uuganshu.com Academy, Senior? How about the casualties of the students in the class? After the report, go and lead the torture. After all, she is the Pope of the Wuhan Temple. Yes. Shi Long and Chang's complexion slightly changed, but they still responded honestly. Initiate a great worship. There were no casualties in the senior class academy, but the elite of the intermediate class were all. Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by the white-haired old man waved and said, "It's fine if the senior class is fine. As for the students of the 40th level who have died, the students in the junior class will fill them up quickly, just have to wait a few minutes." Year. Speaking of this, the white-haired old man's turbid eyes showed a faint color, and then he continued, "But the kid named Ye Chen is indeed a bit bold, thinking that with Bibi Dong's favor, he can do whatever he wants. Great worship, that boy has only 41 spirit power, but he is really arrogant. It's better to let Chu Bin and Chu Xiao brothers and sisters go." Shi Long raised his hand and wiped his neck, the implication was very obvious. The white-haired old man didn't say much about this, but slowly closed his eyes again and sat there quietly. "I'll retreat first, and make great sacrifices." After bowing and bowing, Shi Long and Stabbing walked out of the elder hall. After recruiting the Chu brothers and sisters, the two of them smiled at the corners of their mouths. Chu Bin and Chu Xiao listened to the order. Ye Chen's fate is about to be worshipped. This is a good opportunity to show your face in front of the elders. I found it positively, and there will be big rewards after this incident. The elders don't worry, our brothers and sisters wanted to fight against Ye Chen, and we will live up to the promise of great worship." Chu brothers and sisters glanced at each other, and immediately after leaving the elder hall, they swiftly moved towards the Wuhandian Academy. Chapter 33, Who is the Sword, Who is the Fish? In the magnificent palace of the Pope, Ye Chen and Hu Lina stood side by side in front of the giant throne, while Bibi Dong sat in front of them and looked at them. After a long time, she slowly said, "Ye Chen, Hu Lina will be your fiancé from today onwards, don't neglect her in the future, otherwise the emperor will never forgive her." After speaking, Bibi Dong's red lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but after looking at Hu Lina, he did not continue to speak, but a sentence rose in his heart, "Two well-matched people, maybe I shouldn't have that kind of idea." Forcibly suppressed his emotions, Bibi Dong sat on the throne and helped his forehead, "Retreat." Hearing the words, Hu Lina nodded obediently, and wanted to pull Ye Chen out of the Pope's hall, but Ye Chen signaled her to leave first and stayed alone. After Hu Lina left, Ye Chen asked, "I have always had a doubt before. Why did the master bring me to the Wuhan hall but didn't kill me? Now I understand a little bit." "Oh? Tell me about it." She seemed to be tired, or perhaps she was not so restrained in front of Ye Chen. Bibi Dong took off the crown and lay halfway on the wide throne. The soft split skirt was affected by gravity and fell to the ground, exposing a large section like snow lotus root. White jade legs. Her curve proportions are immaculate, even these jade legs are too slender, wrapped in a purple dress, it also brings out that perfect figure. Bibi Dong, who took off the crown, exudes another unique sense of beauty, which is different from the sacred and inviolable in normal days. Now she has purple hair with hanging shoulders, beautiful eyes and lazy eyes. She looks relaxed like a civilian woman, but with a stunning face. But it exudes a fascinating and suffocating charm all the time. Looked slightly stunned. When Ye Chen came back to his senses, Bibi Dong also showed his beautiful eyes and looked at him with spring, but the amorous feelings quickly dissipated without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Ahem. The atmosphere was a bit embarrassing. Ye Chen turned his head and looked away, but from the bottom of his heart he swears that one day he will be strong enough to completely conquer this woman and enjoy tenderness. After correcting the language, Ye Chen said slowly, "The master doesn't kill me, he wants me to deal with the elder palace, or it is just a great offering. It's up to you." Bibi Dong turned over her coquettish body and laughed softly. Yes, it depends on me, but to be precise, it is my martial soul. Ye Chen did not hide, and directly summoned the 12-winged fallen angel martial arts spirit. In an instant, Ye Chen grew 6 pairs of black wings on his back, and his handsome face also became more and more enchanting at this moment, as handsome as a reader, a rare beauty in the world. It's smart, but do you think I will bet my treasure on you based on this alone? Bibi Dong smiled mysteriously, then took out a black cloth map studded with gold silk from his arms, and revealed it. Wahundian College, West Building Dormitory. After coming out of the Pope's palace, Ye Chen lay on the bed and kept reminiscing about the map scenes she saw. The strange events and the sketched addresses recorded on it made him awake all night. If those are true, maybe it will completely change his future plans. Boom! Suddenly, there was a very slight noise in his ears. Ye Chen turned his head and looked around, and suddenly found that there were 2 more figures in his room at some point. After seeing the appearance of the incoming person, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile and said, "Change the place, I think you have this need. I have to say that although you are arrogant, you are also very witty." After smiling at Ye Chen, the 2 people who had touched his room immediately jumped out of the room and swept towards the undeveloped east wall of the college, while Ye Chen followed them. Soon, 3 figures appeared one after another in a bamboo forest in the mountains on the east wall, surrounded by many fallen leaves, and the surrounding sky was dark, giving people a sense of oppression. When they came to this barren land, the 2 men also revealed their true identities. They were the brothers and sisters Chu Xiaoxiao and Chu Bin who participated in the marriage grab. Looking at Ye Chen, Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but said in surprise, "Are you really afraid of death?" Hearing that, Ye Chen shrugged indifferently, "Is it a blessing or a misfortune or a misfortune? Will I be spared if I don't come with you tonight?" "Obviously, no. If that's the case, it's better to fight a good fight." "Ha ha ha, just rely on you." Chu Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and laughed again and again, "A mere 41-level soul sect, you are also worthy to fight with me." After, she raised her right hand and shouted loudly, "Wuhan, break the soul wheel." As soon as the voice fell, the 5-layered spirit ring composed of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black rose from the solace of Chu Xiaoxiao's feet, and then a huge hollow wheel appeared on top of her head. The whole appeared silvery white, and the surface of the wheel was like blue smoke. The faults of the world seemed to be unreal. As soon as the round wheel appeared, Ye Chen felt that the spirit power in his body was not flowing smoothly, and then a strange feeling came from the bottom of his heart, as if some kind of connection with him was blocked. Seeing that Ye Chen's complexion changed, Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laughed and said, "This is the soul-breaking wheel, specializing in spatial and spiritual spirit abilities, and you are very proficient in these 2 aspects." With tongue out, the smile on Chu Xiaoxiao's face was already a bit exaggerated, and Chu Bin, who was standing next to her, patted her head and said, "How can anyone introduce her martial arts characteristics during battle? Are you stupid? Younger sister?" Although he blamed the other party, Chu Bin didn't procrastinate, and directly summoned his martial soul. It was a very ordinary spear, it was black all over, but there were a few sunken blood troughs on the spear body, which made it look uncommon. www.readaloud.com. Seeing this, Ye Chen's brows couldn't help. He wrinkled and murmured, "Desperate spear." As the name suggests, this weapon spirit can be cultivated to a certain level, and the power to slay the gods can be exploded in the titled Douluo realm, and it can be regarded as the top breed of weapon spirit in the Douluo continent. However, although Wuhan is strong, it is harder to cultivate than Deng Tian. Chu Bin's age is obviously older than his sister. The latter has 60 spirit power, but he is only 52, and the age of the spirit ring is also the same as Chu Xiaoxiao's. About the same, only 5 circles of yellow, yellow, purple, and black spirit rings rose. Looking at the 2 men who burst out of martial arts, Ye Chen suddenly said seriously, "Give you a chance to commit suicide, so, you can die easily. Haha, are you kidding us? Through the crushing of soul power and the perfect restraint of martial soul, Chu Xiaoxiao is confident that as long as their brothers and sisters work together, they can kill Ye Chen in seconds, but what else can that guy say to let them kill themselves? It's ridiculous. Don't want to? Then don't blame me, the opportunity has been given to you, I hope you don't scream too loudly when you die. Ye Chen smiled at the corner of his mouth, saying that the 7-star demon abyss sword appeared in his palm, and then Ye Chen quickly grew 6 pairs of extremely dark angel wings on his back. Take his body off the ground. At the same time, a large swath of black light surged out of Ye Chen's body, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped all the bamboo forests within 100 miles. The moment the black light enveloped their bodies, Chu Xiaoxiao and Chu Bin noticed an extremely unclear feeling, and then the martial souls they summoned, the soul-breaking wheel and the god-destroying spear. The state of this incomprehensible state turned into a pure energy body and slowly disappeared, as if it was slowly swallowed by some terrifying creature. Chapter 35, I'm afraid of breaking you. 12 Winged Fallen Angels. Looking at the state of Ye Chen's spirit possession, the complexion of brother and sister Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly became difficult to look. The legendary top martial arts spirit is regarded as the most threatening existence by the Pope, who enshrines the Seraphim, the highest order in the martial arts hall. No matter who encounters such a spirit owner, he must do everything at all costs. Destroy it, because it can be seen how taboo it is to worship the name of the fallen angel. Her own martial spirit was being gradually swallowed, and the situation was very bad. After Chu Xiaoxiao and Chu Bin looked at each other, they quickly fought back. The second spirit ability, Suppress the Void, the fourth spirit ability, Mental Resonance. Displayed 2 spirit abilities in a row, only to see that the air-breaking soul-breaking wheel above Chu Xiaoxiao's head rotated with the wind, and Yukong continued to expand, and in just a few moments it would obscure the huge airspace 100 meters above. In the covered area, the air seemed to be compressed dozens of times inward, and the firmness of the space made Ye Chen extremely uncomfortable. He tried to use the second spirit ability to jump in space, but only to break a small spatial crack in front of him. There is no shuttle at all. Moreover, the mental power attack of the fourth spirit ability was also completely suppressed. Once the spirit ability was used, he himself would be counterattacked simultaneously, which could be described as hurting the enemy 1,800. At the same time, Chu Bin beside Chu Xiaoxiao also exudes a daunting wave of annihilation. He was holding the of destruction spear in his hand and raised his shoulders in a throwing posture. There were circles of cone-shaped black ripples on the tip of the spear, constantly fluctuating like a tide. Although the momentum was average, Ye Chen felt unstoppable, as if he could be killed at any time. Is worthy of being the strongest student of Wuhandian Academy, their strength has greatly exceeded Ye Chen's expectations. The special martial arts and excellent qualifications of these 2 brothers and sisters will not fall behind even if they are more fearful than the junior third, which is really impressive. Now, do you still think you can beat our brothers and sisters? Chu Bin looked at Ye Chen quietly. The god-destroying spear in his hand was ready to move, and the few green bamboos beside him were torn to pieces by the spirit power fluctuations emitted from the spear tip, and scattered all over the place unrecognizable. And Chu Xiaoxiao is also confidently controlling the hollow soul-breaking wheel, continuously increasing the suppression force within 100 meters, intending to completely press Ye Chen on the bench so that he can't use powerful soul abilities. You are indeed very strong. I am afraid that even the soul sage will not be able to get the slightest benefit in your hands. Ye Chen nodded in approval, then smiled indifferently, but in front of me, it's no exaggeration. Saying that you are like 2 babies, if you move your hands, I'm really afraid that you will break when you touch them fragilely. Ha ha ha, it's so crushed with one touch, let us see how many caddies you have. Chu Bin's eyes were slightly condensed, and the veins on his arm violently said, Single soul skill, the fall of the gods. With a violent roar, Chu Bin threw the God Slayer spear with all his strength. Yu Kongcha turned into more than a dozen black spears, and went straight to Ye Chen. The tidal ripples carried on the tip of the spear cut through the night sky, leaving a line of light black scratches in the air, where no bamboo grows, and the aftermath of the impact alone destroys a large bamboo forest. The power is amazing. Brother, let me help you. Chu Xiaoxiao watched Chu Bin show his power, and she couldn't help shouting, "Fifth soul ability, space distortion." Before the words fell, the air-broken soul-breaking wheel above her head spun high in the sky, and then the large space below her spirit was brought into a frantic rotation, forming a giant twisted air sphere in a short span of time. Slowly crashed into Ye Chen. As soon as the twisted sphere appeared, the bamboo forest within tens of meters swayed and trembled, and then the green bamboos were attracted to the ground by a huge force, and after flying into the twisted sphere, they were also twisted to pieces, even a bit of bamboo dregs not left. Both of them were doing their best to attack, and they activated the strongest spirit abilities as soon as they came. They didn't want to leave Ye Chen a little room at all. Looking at the god-destroying spear that first attacked, Ye Chen's mouth gradually rose up and said, "It is worthy of a spear that can kill the gods." The breath of annihilation alone is enough to make people feel terrified. If you are hit by a head, I don't know if Soul Sage and his ilk will die on the spot. Said, the wings of the fallen angel behind him slowly flapped and brought Ye Chen into the air. Then there was no sign of him using his spirit abilities, he just stood there quietly, nothing more. Seeing this, Chu Bin frowned, and said inwardly, "I want to use my body to resist my deity spear without my soul skills? Is this kid crazy? You need to know that the fall of the gods he launched can have an amazing record of killing high-level soul saints, and what is Ye Chen doing at this moment? Brother, Ye Chen didn't want to die, right? He didn't resist at all. Could it be that he was frightened by our spirit abilities?" Chu Xiaoxiao also noticed Ye Chen's strangeness, and couldn't help asking questions. Maybe. Chu Bin didn't say much. At this moment, his fall of the gods had already hit Ye Chen, and if the opponent didn't fight back, he would definitely die. Right under the eyelids of Chu Bin and Chu Xiaoxiao, Ye Chen, who was suspended in the air, suddenly raised his hands, and then moved quickly, seeing that he wanted to grab a spear with his bare hands. Looking for death. Chu Bin, who saw this scene, showed a slight disdain in his eyes. He thought Ye Chen would do something amazing, but it was a pity that the kid was so dead as to use his hand against the spear. The deity spear is one of the world's best assault artifacts and souls. Not to mention that the flesh and blood can't bear it. Even a carefully crafted artifact will be destroyed by the annihilation energy carried on the deity spear. His martial spirit is capable of destroying the gods. His eyes were full of confidence. Chu Bin felt that he didn't need his sister's martial arts skills. Ye Chen would be killed by his fallen gods. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. It's just a pity. That kid was also a peerless genius. It would be okay if he had some peace of mind, but the blame was that he was too arrogant and offended the palace of the elders, seeking his own death. Rest in peace, I will help you collect the body. Seeing several destroying spears rushing into Ye Chen's palm, Chu Bin couldn't help but sigh. Boom! As soon as the two came into contact, a huge storm of spirit power erupted, and the frantic and messy remnants of spirit power raged in the bamboo forest of Zhoufang. In just a few seconds, a circular open space centered on Ye Chen's position appeared, stretching nearly every corner. 100 meters. Is it over? I knew I shouldn't have done this. Before Chu Xiaoxiao finished speaking, Chu Bin, who was standing by, suddenly shouted, "No, this is absolutely impossible." Following Chu Bin's gaze, Chu Xiaoxiao looked around, but at this glance, she was shocked to close her mouth from ear to ear, and her face was horrified. I only saw the center of the soul power storm, a figure suddenly suspended in the air, the 12 black wings on the back flapped unhurriedly, and the corners of his mouth were even more chuckling, as if it were an okay person. When the spirit power storm dissipated, Chu Xiaoxiao could even see that Ye Chen was holding 18 black spears in his hands. At this moment, the god of destruction spear was like a toy, so he was able to play with it in his hand. After that, Ye Chen opened his mouth and bit at the spirit power spear, making a clicking sound, and in a while, he ate all the goddess spear, just like a monster. It's crackling, it just tastes so-so. Wiping his mouth, Ye Chen looked up at the slowly falling space distortion sphere, and suddenly spread his black wings and said, "Falling angel magic, devour." After that, he opened his mouth and waited quietly for the distortion. The sphere hits. Chapter 36, Strange Reward Sport Coupon. A huge suction burst out from Ye Chen's mouth, and then a stream of pure white spirit power surged in the body of his head, and then it turned into an open mouth and swallowed Chu Xiaoxiao's space distortion with just one mouthful, and ate everything into his stomach. The violent spirit power of the twisted space was like a big meal, and it was completely swallowed by Ye Chen, and nothing was left. The scene was too weird. Chu Xiaoxiao was shocked so that her mouth was slightly opened, and she was speechless for a long time. And Chu Bin is also a dumbfounded person who can directly devour spirit abilities. He has lived so long and has never heard of such a thing, but at this moment, such an absurd fact is placed in front of him and is witnessed by his own eyes. What kind of monster are you? That's a martial arts ability. Ordinary people will get injured or even die if they touch it, but you just ate it like this. When said the word eat, Chu Bin couldn't believe that it was what he said, but the facts were so, he couldn't help but believe it. After a full hiccup, Ye Chen patted his stomach and said, "Since they are all dying, it's okay for me to tell you." After a little pause, after organizing the language, Ye Chen continued, "The so-called magical skills are the martial arts skills that only gods can possess. My fallen angel martial arts are very special, and they are born with 4 magical skills, too. The only 4 skills: swallow, self-heal, curse, resistance. Whether I become a or not, I will no longer possess other magical skills, even if I become a being beyond God." Speaking of this, Ye Chen couldn't help but curl his lips. He also didn't know whether this natural magical skill was good or bad, but as far as he became a god, he who possessed the 4 magical skills would exert unimaginable combat power. But so far, the only magical skills Ye Chen can use are swallowing, self-healing, and cursing, and the magical skills will become stronger as his soul power cultivation base increases, which is very practical. As for the resistance magical skill, there is no sign that it can be used, and Ye Chen doesn't know what magical effect the last magical skill has. Magic skill. After hearing Ye Chen's brief introduction, Chu Bin and Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel desperate. The strongest attack was eaten as a snack. What else did they use to defeat each other? Why are you so powerful? You already have level 41 spirit power when you are less than 13 years old, and you are still a twin spirit. Why do you always feel that I am not facing a soul sect, but a contra? A wry smile exuded from the corner of his mouth. Chu Bin looked at Ye Chen, who flapped his black wings like a god, and the powerlessness rising in his heart suddenly made him languid. You are not a human being, you are a devil. Chu Xiaoxiao stood still and looked at Ye Chen blankly, at a loss. Don't be like this, fight with me for a while. Looking at the 2 brothers and sisters who had lost their fighting spirit, Ye Chen was anxious. For the first time in a real sense of using the fallen angel martial spirit to fight, the warm-up is about to end, at least let him try the power of other magical skills. Self-healing magical skills were understood when they got along with Hulina, but what about cursing magical skills? If you say you don't fight, what do you think of me? The 7-star demon abyss sword appeared in his palm. Ye Chen's eyes gradually became cold, his eyes full of killing intent. Seeing this, the 2 brothers and sisters know that there is only one dead end if they don't fight. Since they are all dead, why not fight for themselves? Chu Xiaoxiao winked at Chu Bin, and then with a simple move, the hollow soul-breaking wheel returned to her hand from a high altitude. And Chu Bin didn't say much, he gradually condensed the divine destruction spear in his hand and held it firmly. Soul ability, rotating air slash. Soul ability, sky spear. Chu Xiaoxiao took the lead in launching an attack, and saw that the hollow soul breaker in his hand was violently thrown out. Yu Kong's crazy rotation formed a huge wind wheel with the soul breaker as the main body, and it was still not rising in the wind, becoming more and more bigger. Rotating Kongzhong was incredibly fast, and he came to Ye Chen in a short time, and then cut it through without hindrance, and then cut Ye Chen back and forth under Chu Xiaoxiao's control. The scene was very at one time, but it was not over yet. After Chu Bin used the martial spirit ability, the God Destruction Spear in his hand began to grow rapidly, and then he was thrown out with all his strength and thrust into Ye Chen straightly. Without any accident, Ye Chen was pierced through his chest by the huge sky spear, and most of his chest was smashed to pieces in an instant, and blood was scattered all over the ground. But the strange thing is that within a short while, the scattered corpses on the ground quickly gathered in one place as if consciously, and then the intact Ye Chen appeared in front of the two brothers and sisters again. Ye Chen did not take the initiative to defend, just to test the recovery limit of the self-healing magical skills. The power of the magical skills is a bit unexpected, but while having a strong recovery ability, it also has huge drawbacks. It may be because of the near-death, Ye Chen actually used half of his mental power permanently during this recovery, and his spirit power has also dropped by 1 level, and it is even about to fall below level 40. Although there were some losses in this experiment, he also knew the price of self-healing after a fatal injury. Regardless of the result, this wave is not a loss. Moved his body, Ye Chen looked at Chu Bin and Chu Xiaoxiao, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose up and went away. Magic skills. Curse, weakness. Curse, aging. Curse, extremely negative. The 3 mantra curses came out. Chu Bin and Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly changed their faces. Soon they felt that their spirit power was like a river bursting a bank, crazily leaning towards the body, and 50% of their spirit power disappeared in a short moment, and their appearance was also aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seems to have spanned several decades in an instant, from adolescence to old age. He has a crooked body, white hair and beard, and the whole body functions show a sense of exhaustion. This is not over yet. When the 3rd mantra curse strikes, Chu Bin and Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly cancelled the release of their soul skills, and then sat on the ground in frustration with a look of lifelessness, and they still said something in their mouths. I've lived for 20 years, I'm not as good as a big yellow dog, forget it if I die. Yes, brother. I have become so ugly, why don't the soul beasts in the bamboo forest come to eat me? We don't deserve to be alive at all. Even breathing is a waste of world resources. I'm sorry, world. Brother, let's commit suicide. Talking, Chu Xiaoxiao and Chu Bin immediately called out their respective martial arts, and then stabbed them towards the chest without hesitation, very hard, without leaving a trace of backing. Looking at the 2 old men who were committing suicide, Ye Chen raised his sword to block their weapon spirits, then cancelled the curse, and the 2 returned to normal. As soon as they recovered, Chu Xiaoxiao and Chu Bin immediately jumped tens of meters away, and then looked at Ye Chen with fear. You are the devil from hell, no, you are scarier than the devil. They still remember everything that Chike experienced. The feeling that he was the most incompetent person in the world was even more uncomfortable than being in the 18th hell. It seemed that only death was the only relief that came from the soul. No one wants to experience his extremely negative emotions again. Isn't it so exaggerated? Ye Chen scratched his head. This was the first time he had performed the curse magical skill, so he didn't know the specific effect. Seeing Ye Chen's interest, Chu Xiaoxiao and Chu Bin immediately raised their heads with ugly expressions and shouted, "If you still want to play, you might as well just kill us." With such a determined attitude, Ye Chen looked dazed, and he couldn't bear the 3 curses. As far as he knows, the types of magic curses will continue to increase as Ye Chen's cultivation level improves. If you count them carefully, there will be at least more than 300 curses after becoming a god. Looking at Chu Bin and the two of them who were going to die, Ye Chen thought about how they would react if they knew that they had so many kinds of curses. Shook his head, Ye Chen waved his hand and said, "Now I give you two choices, 1. Death. 2. Surrender to me." The sudden change made the brothers and sisters a little surprised. "Why didn't you kill us? We are here to kill you tonight." With a trace of unbelievable gaze, after the two looked at each other, they both saw the surprise in their eyes. Hearing this, Ye Chen suddenly laughed, "There is no reason, but I just feel that it is a pity that you two died. There is still some use value in continuing to live. Dead or alive is a personal choice." Chu Xiaoxiao and Chu Bin immediately knelt on the ground and knocked their heads at Ye Chen without hesitation, showing their loyalty. Seeing this, Ye Chen didn't say much, but after two golden lights burst into the two people's minds suddenly, he let them leave freely. Inside the desolate bamboo forest ruins, Ye Chen stood alone, looking in the direction of the Elder Hall through thousands of miles away, and said with a cold smile, "Since I want to die, my brother will accompany you for fun." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in task. Reward: increase the training speed by 100%, and get 300% of the target Hulina's favor ability. The sound of the system echoed in his mind, and Ye Chen was already accustomed to its sudden attack, so he ignored it. But the subsequent words of the system made his face become a little abnormal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 4 sign-in goddess tasks and winning the one-time prize of the system, the sport coupon. Hearing this, Ye Chen was stunned immediately, secretly saying how the name always has a sense of familiarity. After recalling some things in this world, reading www.yuyukanshu.com, Ye Chen couldn't help but said speechlessly, "System, did you eat my Xiang brother's melon?" The system doesn't know what it means. If the host wants to know about the prize sport coupon, he can ask questions at any time. The system's cold voice was still ruthless, and Ye Chen had no choice but to say, "Then you can explain the purpose of this prize." As soon as the voice fell, the voice of the system came into my mind. The sport coupon is a one-time system prize, you can choose many people together, and it will disappear completely after you use it. Effect: increase the host's mental power by up to 1000%, and strengthen the soul by 500%. System prompt: the actual effect triggered by the exercise coupon will vary with the number of exercisers selected by the host. The minimum limit is 1 person, and the maximum is unlimited. Ye Chen listened and felt that this sport coupon revealed all sorts of weirdness, because the system never specified what would happen after the gadget was used. The system didn't explain clearly, he didn't dare to think about it, in case it was shivered all over, and the sky was gradually brightening. Ye Chen didn't stay in the bamboo forest much, and hurried back to Wuhandian Academy. Now he is the strongest academy in the academy. Not only has he completed the sign-in task, he may also be able to meet Bibi Dong's expectations. In this way, Ye Chen might be able to leave the Wuhan Hall and find Rongrong and Zuking. They haven't seen him for a long time, and I don't know if they are doing well. Ye Chen returned to the Wuhandian Academy soon, but he didn't expect that just after returning, Hulina waited for him in front of the West Building, and then took him to the Pope Hall. Bibi Dong, who is aloft, sits on the high seat of the hall, and when he sees Ye Chen coming, he directly said, "In 3 months, it will be the exchange meeting of the various colleges. You will lead the team this year." Chapter 37, Meet the Dugagoos for the first time. After explaining the exchange meeting, Bibi Dong got down from the high seat and walked to Ye Chen's side. "I will help you deal with the affairs of the Elder Palace, and the things of last night will not happen again in the future." After saying this, Bibi Dong left the Pope's palace and looked at the slim figure going away. Ye Chen couldn't help but warm up, and he knew Bibi Dong had him in his heart. Smiled, Ye Chen took Hulina on the side and walked towards Wuhandian Academy. The exchange meeting was entrusted to him by Bibi Dong. Now Ye Chen and Hulina are the only candidates to go, but it is clear that they are definitely not enough. In previous years, Wuhandian Academy would send more than 10 to 20 students to participate. On the one hand, it was to find out the elite level of the disciples of each academy, and on the other hand, it also helped Wuhandian Academy to become famous, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. As for this year, Ye Chen didn't want to be too troublesome. Back to the academy, Ye Chen, holding the Pope's order, selected a few students from his age, and began to wait for the arrival of the academy exchange meeting. Time passed quickly, and 3 months passed in a flash. In front of the gate of Wuhandian Academy, a few brave teenagers are gathering here, waiting for their captain. After a long time, the figures of Ye Chen and Hulina walked out of the west building, and soon gathered with the teenagers. "Hi Captain! Hi Captain!" After the Battle of Marriage, Ye Chen's reputation has long resonated throughout the Wuhan Temple Academy. He singled out and killed thousands of students of the same realm, and used thunder to scare away the elite of the advanced class, and fled without a fight. Such a glorious record, coupled with the status of a disciple of His Majesty the Pope, made Ye Chen's prestige in the academy and even the entire Wuhan Temple reached a peak, and even many students regarded him as an idol. "Let's go, Yan, Ziyu, Su Ning." Holding Hulina's thin waist, Ye Chen took the lead in boarding a carriage. The other three couldn't help but smile at each other when they saw it, and then got into another vehicle. That's right, Ye Chen only selected 3 people for this college exchange meeting. It wasn't because of anything else, but he felt that the exchange meeting was just enough. 5 of them were enough. The venue of the exchange meeting was at the Tiandu Imperial Academy. Some of the more well-known students from the Tiandu Empire came, but there was an accident that Ye Chen invited Shrek Academy in Soto City in the name of Wuhandian Academy. All the way forward, the 5 Ye Chen came to the Tiandu Royal Academy without any hurries. Looking at the huge white European-style buildings in front of him, Ye Chen led Hulina and others directly into the huge square in front of the college. At this moment, a group of men dressed in white and yellow were sitting on the square. After they discovered that Ye Chen and his party had broken in without permission, they also walked over with their hands in their hands. The red-haired man headed by was very arrogant. He raised his head and asked, "Who are you?" Ye Chen did not speak, but Yan, who was behind him, stood up and whispered, "College exchange meeting, Wu." Before he finished speaking, the red-haired man glanced at Ye Chen in casual clothes and waved his hand impatiently, "No matter who you are, get out of here immediately. This is Tiandu Royal Academy, no. Where you poor boys come from?" As he said, the red-haired man walked out behind several smiling teenagers. They were all dressed in academy-style white clothes and yellow attire, and they should all be disciples of the Royal Academy. "Get out!" Xiaoyu's complexion changed slightly beside Yan. "They are all geniuses of Wuhandian Academy. When have they been treated so impolitely? Can you say that again?" Ziyu's voice was cold, and the red-haired man frowned when he heard it. Then he said a little angrily, "What are you waiting for? Drive me out of these hillbillies." Hearing this, more than a dozen Royal Academy disciples behind him came forward and surrounded Ye Chen and the others. "You said you don't have long eyes, and you have offended the 4th prince. It's still too late to get out of the academy." The leading royal disciple is tall, with a grin on his face, his fists are constantly rubbing, making noises, and his joints are moving. There were probably more than a dozen people surrounding Ye Chen and the others. They were all good at cultivation level, but after Ziyu and Yan looked at each other, they couldn't help but say in unison, "I'm here." After that, the 2 of them didn't even release their martial arts, so they rushed out in opposite directions. After less than a minute, the ground was full of screaming dog legs. Stepped towards the red-haired man, who was startled. Ziyu pinched his neck with one hand and lifted it off the ground, and said coldly, 4 princes, now, who is going to go? I roll, yes. I'm sorry, but I don't know Tarzan. How arrogant the red-haired man was just now, how embarrassed it is now. Xiaoyu looked at him with disgust in his eyes, and then slammed it to the ground and said, "Get me out. If you don't get out, I don't mind helping you." Said, Xiaoyu twisted her 42 size big foot panting with leather boots, and showed a smile that was not a smile. "Go away, I'll go right away." The red-haired man lowered his head, a trace of insidiousness flashed in his eyes, and then he really lay on the ground and rolled up like a dog. The scene was very funny for a while, and the downed royal disciples couldn't help but laugh after they slowed down. They never expected that the 4 princes, who always used to bully the weak and molested women, would become so embarrassed. www.readaloud.com. They were both happy and surprised, and they felt funny and afraid of being accounted for afterwards. So, the royal disciples lay on the ground tacitly pretending to be injured and screamed and refused to get up. "What are you doing there?" When the red-haired man just rolled tens of meters, a sharp female voice came from the gate of the academy not far away. When Ye Chen looked at it, he saw a beautiful figure running quickly. The woman had a capable short purple hair and a pretty face. She was wearing a short strapless tube top skirt and a pair of white tender long legs with red fruit. It is quite playful when exposed to the air and paired with a pair of short boots. Seeing someone coming, the red-haired man shouted, "Dugagoose, save me! Who told you to stop?" With a loud bang, a big foot suddenly kicked from somewhere, causing the red-haired man to hold his belly and curled up on the ground and yelled. The pain continued. Seeing the man in front of him even dared to do it, the purple-haired beauty, Dugagoose, couldn't help showing a trace of warmth. "Do you know who he is? 4 princes? It seems to be." Ye Chen looked at the other party with a smile, then kicked to the side again, and kicked the red-haired man 10 meters away. "You?" Dugayan looked at Ye Chen in disbelief. She didn't understand why this man was so courageous. He even dared to kick him when he knew the identity of the 4th prince. Isn't he afraid of being retaliated by the empire? With curiosity, Dugayan looked at Ye Chen seriously, but before she could see what happened, another group of people came over outside the square. The people here are a group of women, all wearing uniform blue dresses, even their hair is the same blue, and they are all beautiful and very beautiful. They are all uncommon beauties. Chapter 38, was attacked by rhubarb. The scene fell into anxiety for a while. The 4th Prince Xuebeng originally thought that there would be no humiliation if there was a lone geese to help him, but the current situation was very bad for him. He had to continue rolling under the cold eyes of Xiaoyu and Yan and did not dare to slack in the slightest, for fear. Was kicked again. Although he admitted, Xuebeng swears viciously in his heart that if he waits for him to leave the current situation, he must find someone to teach these guys and let them crawl under his feet. Avalanche. Looking at the 4 princes who were assessed as a dog, Dugayan's pretty face gradually became difficult to look at. She was also a disciple of the Tiandu Royal Academy. She really felt ashamed to be at the door of her house. "Hello everyone, I am Shui Binger, from Tian Shui College. I am the representative who came to participate in the college exchange meeting this time. What happened here?" A large group of beauties walked slowly, all of them with extraordinary looks. For a moment they looked at the Royal Academy disciples lying on the ground pretending to be dead, drooling. The talking woman has a pretty face and soft speech, which gives people a very gentle and comfortable feeling. A blue and purple dress and a short tutu skirt with a slightly long skirt at the back. The slender legs wear a white stockings, while the other long leg is only tied with a ribbon. The unique dressing enhances the charm of women. This grade is eye-catching. Seeing someone breaking the deadlock, Dugayan couldn't help but change the subject. "My name is Dugayan. Welcome everyone to the Tiandu Royal Academy. I didn't dare to look at Ye Chen alone." Dugayan felt that this popularity was too strong, and there was no possibility of negotiation. She was a little overwhelmed to deal with it. Hello there. Nodded at the dugagoose, Shui Binger turned his gaze to Ye Chen and others, and then asked aloud, "Are you also here to participate in the exchange meeting? Which college do you come from?" Wu. Ye Chen just wanted to answer, but a yellow figure suddenly appeared in the center of the square, standing in front of everyone. The visitor looked like an ordinary big yellow dog, but watching his running speed just now surprised everyone present. Because the dog ran so fast, even Ye Chen only observed a figure, and others didn't know where such a strange dog emerged from. After sniffing around, the big yellow dog actually ran to Ye Chen's side, and then circled around his feet, constantly sniffing something. "Captain, is this your dog?" Ziyu came over and stared at the big yellow dog with a curious look. He didn't remember bringing a dog with him when he came out of the academy. Although Ye Chen and Hulina have a marriage contract, Ziyu and Ye Chen are still a little strange, perhaps because they have too little contact, or because Ye Chen's strength is so strong that his brother-in-law's face some can't talk about it, but he still wants to deal with Ye Chen. After all, as the best disciple of His Majesty the Pope, Ye Chen is likely to become the next Pope's successor. "I don't have a dog." Shook his head, Ye Chen was also very surprised. Why this dog of unknown origin would go around him, it is simply inexplicable. Suddenly, Hulina, who was standing behind Ye Chen, wrinkled her beautiful eyes slightly. "It looks like a dog from Li Yang's family. With the same color, I can't remember anyone else in the academy with a yellow dog." "Li Yang!" Ziyu exclaimed, as if thinking of something. He suddenly yelled at Ye Chen, "Quickly stay away from the dog, it." The big yellow dog of the Li Yang family is notorious in the Wuhandian Academy, and everyone hears of it changing color. If it weren't for the dog to run too fast, it would have been slaughtered and stewed long ago, eating blood and bones. Ziyu was only halfway through. When Ye Chen was still in a daze, the big yellow dog suddenly rose from the ground and opened his mouth to Ye Chen. Had to be so fast that it was frightening. Ye Chen ran his hand and grabbed it as soon as he realized it, but only touched the miscellaneous hair of one hand. Fortunately, even though he did not catch the big yellow dog, Ye Chen was not injured either. "Ah! Ah!" Suddenly, there were screams and loud noises in the square, and Ye Chen looked at the panicking crowd around him suspiciously. I saw all the girls staring at him, covering their mouths and shouting. Their faces rose red, and their eyes were full of shock, as if they saw something extraordinary. While the other boys looked calm at first, they all lowered their heads soon, and subconsciously blocked their lower body with their hands, seeming to have received some blow. "Don't look at it, close your eyes!" Hulina screamed in front of Ye Chen. Qiao blushed like a ripe apple, red. What happened? Just as Ye Chen wanted to ask some questions, a breeze hit him, and he suddenly felt chilly under his crotch. Feeling bad, Ye Chen lowered his head and looked down. It didn't matter if he looked at it, he petrified in place after seeing it. Immediately, angrily said, "Cao, I killed your beast." After said, Ye Chen stomped his foot with the 7-star demon abyss sword, and the whole person swept in the direction where the big yellow dog disappeared like a cannonball, urging his speed to the extreme. But in the sunny weather, a pair of slender puddings are a bit conspicuous in the Sunday. Royal Academy Plaza, Xiaoyu coughed a few times, pulling Hulina, Yan, and Suning to block the vision of the distant figure. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Don't read it, everyone, let's advance to the academy, the captain should be back soon. The expression on Ziyu's face was very unnatural, but he still kept smiling, pulling his sister and team members towards the gate of Tiandu Royal Academy. "Walk, let me go to the college to check in." The regained lone geese clutched his hot cheeks, quickly turned around and patted his chest, trying to calm herself down, but no matter what she did, the amazing things Shijia saw always echoed in her mind. How could she forget? I can't forget it. Not only her, but all the female disciples of Tian Shui College also showed unspeakable and complex colors. The blush on her pretty face couldn't disappear, especially the very well-behaved Shui Binger, who blushed so much that she could be seen clearly. The tiny blood vessels under the fair skin are radiant. Soon, the female disciples of Tian Shui College covered their faces and followed behind Duguyan, and quickly walked into the academy like a wind. Hulina and others also followed. On the square, only a group of men covering their crotches were left with their heads down and sighing. They didn't get up until they saw the others leaving, and they helped the fourth prince who was rolling away quietly. After a while, the well-dressed Ye Chen walked out from the side, looked behind him and said, "Don't let me catch you, I'll get rid of you, I will definitely pick up your yellow skin, cramp, and break your bones." Tightened his fists, Ye Chen put away the 7-star demon abyss sword, and walked to the Heaven Do Imperial Academy alone with a black face. "Thank you Lzu for the big reward, thank you Defined Domain Don't Ask for Nothing Lonely Addiction Yuxiang for the reward. Thank you for your support, I will try my best to code words, fighting." Chapter 39, Sleepless Night. After a while, Hulina, Xiaoyu, and others didn't know where to go. After Ye Chen walked into the Royal Academy alone, he didn't know where to look, so he could only look around in place. "Ye Chen, are you by this name?" A soft sound came from behind. Ye Chen looked back, and suddenly saw Dugagoose walking out of the guard room at the gate of the academy. "I don't want to argue with you anymore, just tell me Xiaoyu where they went." Ye Chen curled his lips, turned his head uncomfortably, and didn't want to stare at anyone. "Don't get me wrong, I just want to have a new look with you, that's all." Duguyan pulled his forehead bangs, and continued, "My name is Duguyan. I said a lot of things that shouldn't be said before I didn't know the specific circumstances. Please don't mind if you offend. It's not guilty that you don't know, I'm not angry, so don't take it to heart." Hearing Ye Chen's answer, Duguyan laughed softly, and after looking at him carefully, he took Ye Chen to the VIP residence area. Dugagoose's hospitality was amazing, and he kept introducing the situation of the Royal Academy along the way, very enthusiastic. Just when the two were about to reach the VIP area, a loud voice suddenly came not far away, "Little Goose, come here, I'll bring you good things from home." Looking for the reputation, I saw a man with long blonde hair dressed in Royal Academy costumes, who was calling here, looking very hospitable. "Why don't you go there first, right? The VIP area is right in front of me. I can. It doesn't matter, let me take you there." The dean ordered me to personally receive all the people who participated in the exchange meeting. "You should also be a disciple of a certain college." After Duguyan randomly glanced at the blonde man, he turned his head and said with a smile at Ye Chen. Only for this, he was too embarrassed to refuse, and then nodded, "Yes, I am the captain of the Wuhandian Academy disciples. I have never had a chance to make it clear before making oolong. I am embarrassed." "No, the 4 princes are already domineering, you are right to teach him." As if thinking of something, Dugagoose's pretty face turned red in an instant, then quietly glanced at Ye Chen, and said in an inaudible voice, "Do you have a girlfriend?" "What?" The voice was too low, and Ye Chen couldn't hear it clearly. Hearing this, Duguyan's small face became more and more rosy, and he ran away without even looking at him at the moment. With such a scene, Ye Chen looked dazed, shook his head, and walked to the suburbs of the VIP area. "Ye Chen, you are back." As soon as they walked into the gate of the community, Xiaoyu and Su Ning beckoned and called, but they looked at Ye Chen Ho's posture a little wrong, their legs were very unnaturally tilted to the side, as if they wanted to hide something. "Well, I'm back." Saying hello to the two, they took Ye Chen into a luxurious single-family villa not far away, and each rested. Time passed quickly, a new moon hung in the sky, and night fell in the Royal Academy, but in the dark environment, there was no peace of the past. Outside the small single-family villa where Ye Chen and others lived, a slender shadow came slowly, and soon she knocked on the courtyard door. Boom boom boom. It was the eve of the day. Ye Chen and the others hadn't rested yet. After hearing the knock on the door outside, Su Ning couldn't help but walked out of the villa and asked, "Who?" "Tian Shui College." The visitor did not say his name, but Su Ning became excited when he heard the term. This time, Tian Shui College is all big beauties, so in the middle of the night, could it be? Dreaming of a trace of beauty, Su Ning hurriedly opened the courtyard door, and said with a smile, "Welcome, who are you looking for?" Then, Su Ning raised his eyebrows and kept raising his forehead bangs, making a pair of him, looking at each other in a posture that he thinks is handsome. Seeing this, the blue-dressed woman with Chi Liuhe's short hair stepped back, looking at the villa from time to time and said, "Excuse me, is Ye Chen at home? I have something to do with him." "Looking for the captain?" Su Ning's excitement dissipated when he heard the question. "Captain, please come in the west room on the first floor." "Thank you, trouble you." The beauty Chi Liuhe bowed slightly to thank her, showing a small piece of grey. Su Ning's eyes were about to break away from her eye sockets. But before he could see clearly, he walked into the villa towards the west room on the first floor. The tall figure was very enchanting. Wiping the dripping saliva from the corner of his mouth, Su Ning stood still and said with admiration, "The captain's luck is really good. He has a saint and can have such a beautiful woman with fine sweat, but in terms of the captain's appearance, it is enough to have a girl." He took the initiative to jump up, not to mention that the captain still has that huge hardcore condition. Thinking of the scene he saw this morning, Su Ning couldn't help covering his hands somewhere, and then he looked around and found no one before returning to his normal posture. But when he closed the door and wanted to go back to rest, a knock on the door came from outside the courtyard again. Boom boom boom. Looking at the closed door www.readaloud.com, Su Ning was a little expectant. This time, "Always come to me." Thinking that he is also a genius who is admired in Wahundian Academy and looks good. Not bad, it should be able to attract some peach blossoms. Squeak. After the door was opened again, the outsider in the courtyard was again a beautiful woman in a blue dress, with a small and exquisite figure, which made people feel a sense of protection from the bottom of their hearts. "You look for?" "I'm looking for Ye Chen, is he there?" Before she finished speaking, the blue-clothed beauty asked with a smile. This question made Su Ning's expression difficult to look at, but it was excusable to find the captain. After pointing to the room where Ye Chen lived and letting him in, Su Ning closed the courtyard door again. But before it really closed, a long thin finger stretched out from the crack in the door and pushed the door open. Seeing the visitor, Su Ning numbly pointed to Ye Chen's room and said, "The captain is in that room." "Thank you, you are such a good person." The glamorous woman smiled at Su Ning, and then walked towards the villa, leaving a scent of fragrance. "There won't be any other women coming to the captain, right?" "No, really not." He was babbling, but Su Ning didn't close the door anymore, just stood there and stared outside the courtyard. Sure enough, a few minutes later another disciple from Tian Shui College walked slowly, and under Su Ning's guidance, he went to the west room on the first floor. After so many times, 3 more beauties appeared in the villa. After Su Ning sent them to the west room, the lonely villa finally calmed down and no one was disturbed. Dragging his exhausted body, Su Ning felt that tonight was destined to be a sleepless night that was hard to fall asleep. Looking at the western room where the figure was shaking, Su Ning's eyes were full of envy, and then he made a fist weakly and shook, and said in a cheering posture, "Captain, Ollie." Chapter 40, This misunderstanding is a bit shameful. On the first floor, in the west room, Ye Chen was lying in the bathtub for a shower, trying to wash away the bad luck. "It was really unlucky today. I was actually fooled by a big yellow dog, so that I was embarrassed in front of so many people. Now I think about it and I feel speechless." Boom! There was a knock on the door outside the house, and Ye Chen didn't leave the bathroom just halfway through the wash, and said directly, "Please come in. Anyway, there are several people living in this villa. The only girl is his future wife. There is no need to avoid suspicion. Squeak. The door was opened, and it seemed that someone had come in, but it was strange that the person who came there didn't speak. Who? What can't you say tomorrow? Where are you, Ye Chen? I'm from Tian Shui College. Tian Shui? Ye Chen secretly said a bad word in his heart. Tian Shui College is all girls, so you can't be so rude. After hurriedly taking a bath towel and wrapping her lower body, Ye Chen walked out of the bathroom. At this moment, on the sofa in the living room is a woman with Chi Liuhe wearing a tube top and short skirt. She has a beautiful appearance. After seeing Ye Chen with her upper body naked, her face suddenly became blushing. Drink tea? I'll pour you a cup. The visitor was a guest. Although he didn't know why he came, Ye Chen still schemed over the sofa with basic courtesy and walked to the marble table in the corner to make tea. No need, I'm just here to tell you one thing, and I'll leave soon. The beautiful Chi Liuhe ran over and reached out to stop Ye Chen from making tea, but the girl seemed to be anxious, and accidentally knocked over the glass teapot, and the debris fell all over the floor. Sorry, I didn't mean it. With a trace of apology on her face, the beauty of Chi Liuhe squatted down and began to pick up the teapot fragments, her frantic look rather cute. At this moment, a petite figure appeared at the door of the room, but before she stepped into the room, she covered her mouth and looked at the corner of the wall in shock. In her perspective, Ye Chen is standing behind the half-person high sofa, only showing her upper body, while the beautiful Chi Liuhe, who is half of her head at the end of the sofa, is exactly in front of Ye Chen. Ever since, an ambiguous picture was presented in front of the petite Jianying. At such a scene, she was immediately stunned to see her. Her small mouth was slightly open in consternation. Suddenly, a woman walked outside the door of the villa. When she saw the petite shadow, she couldn't help asking, "Junior sister, why are you here?" After speaking, she also walked over. Shhh. The petite girl quietly moved 2 steps away from the door, then stretched out her hand to compare her mouth, and said in a very low voice, "Senior sister came earlier than me, and she is now with Ye Chen." It seemed a little hard to tell, the petite girl's face turned red with no idea, so she could only pull the blue-clothed woman along with her, and take her to look inside the house secretly. Yet, at this sight, the woman in blue was about to scream, but the petite girl quickly covered her mouth with eyesight. Immediately the two looked at each other, both showing an expression of "I understand." But this was not over yet. The two watched for only a minute or two, and 3 seniors and younger sisters came one after another outside the villa. Upon seeing this, the petite girl and the blue-clothed woman prevented them from speaking out like the law, and then took a few people together to observe silently. After a long time, the third elder sister behind the sofa finally stood up, but at this moment she was obviously very hot, and there were many beads of sweat on her white and tender face, which she was raising her hand to wipe. Senior sister must be very happy. The petite girl showed envy on her face, but she had seen Ye Chen with her own eyes, and she would be envious of all women. The other 4 pretty women who watched at the door nodded their heads, not to mention the experience of the 3 senior sisters, even the few of them were already excited just by looking at them. Actually, there is no need to keep it so clean, just make it so that it is not dirty. Looking at the dwindling glass shards, Ye Chen thought it would not be necessary to live in the Royal Academy for long, so why bother to clean up the glass shards? It's okay, I'm not tired. Shaking her head, Chi Liuhe's beautiful woman said so. Her eyes suddenly swept to the door of the room. She couldn't help but said in surprise, "Senior sister, junior sister, why are you all here?" Upon hearing the question, the 5 people were all embarrassed to shift their sights and look away, saying, "Nonsense, let's come and have a look." By the way, observe the spirit power level of the people participating in the exchange meeting. "Oh, yes, sister, you. What are you doing here?" The subject suddenly changed, and the woman with Chi Liuhe was ashamed when she asked. She came tonight just to make a friend with Ye Chen's. I accidentally broke the teapot in Ye Chen's house just now, so I helped him clean up. With that, the beautiful Chi Liuhe raised the glass in the bag in her hand. In such a scene, the other 5 blue-clothed women were suddenly stunned. Immediately, everyone suddenly remembered the picture of their own brain replenishment. For a while, all the beautiful girls had large red clouds on their faces, secretly saying that they wanted to be crooked. Let's help too. A simple sentence broke the embarrassment that had just arisen, and a group of 5 enthusiastically walked into Ye Chen's room, squatted on the ground and picked up the glass shards for him. After patrolling the courtyard, Su Ning also wanted to go back to the room and continue to rest after finding that no one else came. But when he just stepped into the villa lobby, he heard several frolics from the west room. After sneaking over and taking a look, Su Ning's mouth suddenly became a little dry, only to see Ye Chen standing alone in the corner behind the sofa with his upper body, reading a book. There were voices of girls from underneath around Yuncha.com. Hello, I haven't slept yet. Ye Chen couldn't help but greeted Su Ning standing at the door. I'm sorry to disturb you. Su Ning quickly closed the door, ran back to his room with a stride, and then went directly into the bathroom to take a shower. While taking a bath, he murmured, "The captain is too much, I'm CAO, I must let the captain teach me the pickup tomorrow." Thinking of the stimulating scene I saw just now, Su Ning couldn't help but look at her 5-finger girl. In the night outside the courtyard, a group of people hurriedly rushed towards the villa. The leader was the lone goose, and behind her was Shrek Academy that had received the news and rushed to it. Pointing to the villa not far away, Duguyan said with a smile, "Ye Chen lives here, I will take you to find him." "Thank you." Zhu Zuqing nodded calmly, but there was a look of expectation in his eyes. Looking at the emotional Ning Rongrong beside him, Zhu Zuqing couldn't help sighing. After Ye Chen was arrested, Ning Rongrong quickly went home to ask for help, but facing the martial Soul Palace, even the 7 treasure-glazed glass sect did not dare to act recklessly. Their sect was originally a supporter, and the combat power was too weak, and it was impossible to be tough with the Spirit Hall, so Ning Rongrong and her father only set a long-term plan. Regarding this, Ning Rongrong cried after returning to Shrek and didn't know how many times, but fortunately, they finally got news from Ye Chen not long ago. Zhu Zuqing was grabbed by Ning Rongrong's wrist and broke into the villa directly, then pushed open the door of the west room eagerly. But soon, the two of them were completely stunned by the scene Su Ning had seen before, and then Flanders, who walked over, looked dumbfounded and muttered, "Smelly boy, Yanfu is not shallow." Chapter 41, Rongrong, Zuqing, let me explain. Rongrong, King Zhu, you are here. Seeing the person who missed every night, Ye Chen couldn't help but laughed happily, and then walked towards everyone in Shrek. But before he took a few steps, the towel around his waist suddenly touched the upper corner of the sofa, and an embarrassing scene suddenly appeared. At the same time, the 6 beautiful female disciples from Tian Shui College behind the sofa stood up when they heard the movement. "What?" Xiao Wu's panic yelled from the door, which caused Tang San to say angrily, "Ye Chen, you really should check yourself." After speaking, he chased Xiao Wu out of the villa. But Flander and the others also covered their eyes and walked out, shaking their heads continuously. At the door of the small room, only Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing and the shy face of Duguyanzu were left there. "Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding." Quickly picking up the bath towel to wrap himself, Ye Chen looked at Rongrong and Qingzhu with a distressed face, and rushed away in his heart. "Misunderstanding? How do you explain the corners of these women's lips?" Pointing to the 6 pretty girls of Tian Shui College, Ning Rongrong's delicate face suddenly surged with unspeakable anger, and even Zhu Zuqing, who was usually very cold, had a fierce light in his eyes. "Hey? What is the corner of the mouth?" Ye Chen frowned and looked back at the female disciple of Tian Shui College, but with this look, the corners of his own mouth twitched. Afterwards, Ye Chen pointed to the small mouths of 3 of the girls, and said with great depression, "What are you eating? Why are there white drops of water on the corners of the mouth?" Hearing that, several girls wiped the corners of their mouths, and then smiled sweetly. "The milk tea you put on the table, we were thirsty, so we drank some alone. I'm sorry, it seems to have caused you trouble." The 6 sisters from Tianshui College looked at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, and looked at each other disappointedly. Then they said a few words of sorry and left the villa quickly. Ye Chen swallowed nervously, and explained with a smile, "Look, I said it was a misunderstanding, right, haha." Obviously, his explanation is slightly pale, even if it is fact, it is very unconvincing. Ning Rongrong turned around and said softly to the lone geese, "Thank you for taking us over, so I won't give it any more." After speaking, after taking Dugagoose out of the house to take care of the door, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing slowly walked towards Ye Chendao. "It's true or not, let's check it, and the truth will come to light. You can't hide it today." The momentum on the 2 of them was rising steadily, seeing Ye Chen swallowing hard, and stepping back. "Listen to me, it was really just a misunderstanding just now." "Ah!" Without any suspense, Ye Chen was slammed down by Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, and then dragged into the bedroom, leaving only 2 scratches on the smooth floor. For 7 or 8 hours a night, Ye Chen's howls continued to be heard from the huge villa, and the screams made people stand upright. In the morning, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing walked out of the west room with satisfaction, and happily went to have breakfast with Xiao Wu. In the westing house, Ye Chen, whose eyes were full of dark circles, was lying like a dead fish on the tossed big bed, with a look of despair. For a whole night, Ye Chen was by the 2 chicks, constantly teasing in a different way. He didn't know how he survived. That kind of torment that can't be seen and can't be eaten is simply unbearable to look back. If it weren't for its strong mental power and unparalleled tenacity, I am afraid Ye Chen could not help eating the 2 young girls. Hateful! He clenched his fists tightly. Ye Chen's eyes were full of revenge flames. When the 2 of Rongrong grew up, Ye Chen vowed that he would make these 2 mischievous ghosts kneel in front of him and sing conquest. Thinking about it, Ye Chen turned his head and fell asleep, both mentally and tortured, making him mentally exhausted. "It's not good, the captain, there are a lot of people outside, you can see it out." Several eager shouts came from outside the house to awaken Ye Chen, rubbing his sore eyes and opening the door. Su Ning couldn't wait to say, "Captain, go out and have a look. Our courtyard is surrounded by people. It's not a good thing. What's the matter? Is it because the 4th prince yesterday was unwilling to find a place?" After yawning, Ye Chen waved his hand boredly and said, "If it is him, you can just solve it at will. Don't have any scruples, I will carry it if an accident occurs." Hearing this, Su Ning shook his head and said, "It's not the 4th prince of Avalanche, this matter is directly related to you, the captain." "Hey? It has something to do with me." Ye Chen frowned slightly, walked towards the villa courtyard, and continued, "Let's listen specifically. Captain, you have to be mentally prepared, don't be too angry." Su Ning was a little bit hesitant to speak. Ye Chen frowned, as if about to get angry. Seeing this, Su Ning no longer hesitated and explained everything that had just happened. After listening to it, Ye Chen's face suddenly changed, and then he roared, "Too much deception, I haven't been framed like this before." Ye Chen has lived for so long, The anger in his eyes was almost gushing out of his eye sockets, and Su Ning was so frightened that Su Ning stepped back and didn't dare to breathe. The captain of his own, but a killer from the Wuhandian Academy, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com wanted to kill thousands of academy elites in a rage, who would dare not accept it. Soon, Ye Chen and the 2 came to the front yard of the villa, but at this moment, the door had been blocked and there were more than 100 people, and the number of people outside the door was still increasing. Xiaoyu and Yan were guarding the door, standing against everyone, not allowing anyone to enter the small courtyard. Have you rest? Hulina stepped forward, staring at Ye Chen with a bit of resentment. Is it exhausted last night? Hearing this, Ye Chen couldn't help coughing twice, and patted the other's small buttocks. Get out of trouble first, and I'll explain it to the senior sister in the evening. After speaking, Ye Chen walked to the gate and looked at the troublemaker with cold eyes. You are going too far. If you have something, it's better to figure it out. I came here for no reason. Do you really think I'm a bully? The sound is not loud, but everyone present can hear it clearly. At the right time, a man in a white coat and gold armor stood up, pointed at Ye Chen and yelled, "Shameless boy, don't you have any points in what you do? Last night, you gave me medicine to trick the 6 females in Tian Shui, and you still have to talk to Jiang. Taking 2 beauties into captivity and tossing for one night, so silvery. No wonder your family will raise that kind of beast, and have the same virtue as you." After that, a man in Xingyi standing behind continued to say, "Ye Chen, if you don't give us an explanation today, let alone the Royal Academy will not let you go, even the other hospitals will not give up." Another woman in a fiery red dress answered, "Well said, Ye Chen is a silver evil person at all. He must be fair to us, and fair to us." With the speeches of several people, the protest outside the academy became more and more intense, and other new students from the academy also had great hostility towards Ye Chen. At this moment, he seemed to have become a public enemy of the world. Chapter 42, What to do if it is too popular. With the confrontation between the two sides, a man finally couldn't help it outside the hospital and ran out of the crowd to narrate his own experience. Just last night, my little demon wolf who is less than 3 months old was insulted. The demon leaf of silver drift will soon hand over the vicious dog. Today I will kill the big yellow dog to sacrifice to the sky. A beautiful girl standing next to her heard this and couldn't help crying, "Your little devil wolf looks like a dog, but my fat orange is a 5-tailed demon cat, and that silver vicious dog is also down. You have to get rid of it, it's impossible not to kill it for atonement." Hearing this, another man was uncontrollable in grief and anger, and roared uncontrollably, "You are nothing but pets suffer." But when I was dealing with Big Hands last night, his big yellow dog unexpectedly jumped in from the window. He kicked me hard and quickly escaped. Do you know what kind of experience it is to have excrement and urine flying in the sky and nose rushing into the entrance of the ear puppet? Does he think of last night's scenes? Oh! Before he could finish his words, hundreds of people vomited again and again in the same place, and then they moved away from the man with eyes full of disgust. But there are also some people who are looking around, quietly going to crowded places, as if they are afraid that others will know of his strange experience and stay away from them. The scene is a bit comical. It's miserable. Compared to the tragic accusations of these people, Ye Chen began to feel that what happened to him was nothing. Faced with so many people's corrections, coupled with the weird rumors last night, Ye Chen is now a little undisputed. I am afraid that no one will believe what he said. But the big yellow dog, the initiator of all this, didn't know where he went. After causing such a riot, it left a lot of trouble, which is really horrible. Taking a step forward, just when Ye Chen wanted to forcefully suppress the scene, the lone geese suddenly passed through the crowd and stood in front of him, and said seriously, "Everyone has misunderstood Ye Chen. Actually, the big yellow dog who caused the chaos was not his own. Yes, I saw that dog attacked Ye Chen with my own eyes yesterday, so the only thing that offended you was the big yellow dog. Little goose, come down quickly, don't ignite your upper body." Outside the courtyard, a blonde man walked out of the crowd and reached out to the lone goose, trying to get her away from this place of right and wrong. But Duguyan shook his head and said very seriously, "I can't watch him being framed, Yu Tianheng, I hope you can understand me." Hearing this, the blonde man's face suddenly became difficult to look. He didn't expect that he would care about an outsider so much after chasing a goddess who hadn't even held his hand for several years. "Are you sure you want to fight everyone for a silver thief?" Yu Tianheng's face was already black and couldn't be black anymore, saying this was already the last chance for the other party to turn around. However, Du Guian's next sentence made him a little skeptical of life. I am willing, and he is not a silver thief. Du Guian said very firmly, and then continued, I didn't know what a heartbeat was before, but just yesterday, my heart beat violently for the first time. Looking back at Ye Chen, Du Guigus boldly revealed his heart in front of everyone, very bold. At this time, the fourth Prince Xuebeng, who was hiding in the crowd, suddenly stood up and shouted, Senior Tianheng, it must be that Ye Chen used some temptation spirit skills to make Du Guigus such a shameless woman. This son is really despicable and shameless. After that, the corners of Xuebeng's mouth raised up without concealment, and he secretly smiled in his heart, isn't he just a kid from the spirit hall? Since my son of the great emperor alone cannot move you, what about the thunder and lightning Tyrannosaurus family? Haha. Thinking of this, Xuebeng's smile couldn't help becoming more frantic. He seemed to see Ye Chen kneeling at his feet begging for mercy. Du Guigus's accidental performance coupled with what Xuebeng said suddenly made the crusaders outside the courtyard become irritable. If they said that Ye Chen had such a means to seduce women before, they would not believe it, but now they have to believe it. That being the case, that big yellow dog that behaves a lot and has a sloppy scorpion, who else is not Ye Chen's caregiver? Avalanche. Ye Chen squinted at the four princes in front, a murderous intent surged in his eyes. Ye Chen had already let go of his previous provocations, and now he dares to disrupt the situation in public. Is it because he thinks his life is too long? The spirit power inside his body was tumbling, and the seven-star demon abyss sword slowly floated in his palm. Just as Ye Chen was about to start his hands, 7 blue figures quickly came to the gate of the villa from a distance, blocking him and facing the crowd of hundreds. Among them, the gentle and beautiful Shui Bing'er whispered beside Ye Chen, for a while, you don't want a war between Wuhan Palace and Heaven Do Empire. After speaking, Shui Bing'er took a step forward and said sharply to everyone outside the hospital, who said that the female disciple of our academy was tricked into losing her body by Ye Chen's medicine? Do you know that Tian Shui's punishment for those who pretend to spread rumors is kill without mercy? The seemingly gentle Shui Bing'er burst out with a powerful aura at this moment, and the outsiders were silent for a moment. Who are you scaring? At this moment, Xuebeng confidently jumped out and said with a smile, last night, I saw with my own eyes all the female disciples of Tian Shui running out of Ye Chen's room, with the corners of their mouths. There are Bailu, how can you sophistry? With excitement surging in his eyes, Xuebeng was suddenly very lucky to have stared at Ye Chen's tips last night. At that time, he was thinking of making some means to disgust the other party, but he never wanted to see the scene she cai said. It was God who helped him. Since I can't touch you for the time being, then I will ruin you and be conquered by thousands of people. With a ruthless heart in his heart, Xuebeng said again, if it weren't for medicine or special spirit skills to trick, how could a disciple of the 6 great Tian Shui College get together with a man? Who would believe this? Who would believe it? You. Looking at the plausible avalanche, Shui Bing'er couldn't think of any words relative to each other. Don't admit it. Difficult to convince the public, admit 61? Wouldn't it ruin the reputation of the senior sisters? Just when Shui Bing'er was thinking about countermeasures www.readaloud.com, the 6 people behind her suddenly walked forward and said with a smile, we were very awake last night. Even if what happened with Ye Chen, it was our voluntary choice. Your Highness Xuebeng, why should you slander a good person here? How is it possible? I don't believe it. Ye Chen also tricked 2 peerless beauties. Yes, as long as you find them, you can prove that what I said is true. Xuebeng shook his head frantically. He believed that the charm of a man would be so huge that a girl would automatically jump up. However, the words spoken from the 6 females of Tian Shui had already blown up the audience like thunder, causing a great uproar. With such a free and easy admission, who would dare to question Ye Chen's tricks in that regard? People say that they have committed themselves voluntarily, but are you still trying to force them? Who is as funny as a clown, at a glance? But when this sentence came out, it also had a great impact on the reputation of Tian Shui 6 girls, and the sacrifices were not insignificant. Just as Xuebeng was dying and struggling, Flander, who had just heard the news, also hurried over with Shrek Academy and others. Before getting close to the villa courtyard, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing mobilized their spirit power to quickly rush to the front of the courtyard. Then the two threw themselves into Ye Chen's arms. And then looked back at Xuebeng and said, "Are you talking about the peerless beauty? Thank you. Praise. Impossible, I never believe it." Puff. The scene in front of him suddenly saw an avalanche of anger, and then a mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth uncontrollably, and then a dizziness came in his mind that made him fall to the ground, but the corner of his mouth still said, "I don't believe it, I don't believe it." In the villa courtyard, Ye Chen embraced Rongrong and Zuqing, looked at the many beauties who stood in front of him and tried their best to help him, and said in his heart, "What should I do if I am too popular?" Chapter 43, Used is also very fragrant. Many people outside the courtyard seemed to feel Ye Chen's inner thoughts, and looked at him almost simultaneously. The envy and jealousy in his eyes were like substantive rays of light, incredibly hot. In the crowd, one person bowed his head and said, "Damn guy, isn't he a silver devil who lied to women? Why are there so many beauties like? One is more beautiful than the other, and they all rushed to give a blood." A person standing next to him answered, "Who said no? If you look closely, there is still a stunning woman in the courtyard, plus she has 11 beautiful beauties. Why is there such a man like Ye Chen in this world? It's simply intolerable." Hearing this, another person said in a daze, "I really admire me, so many beauties, it would be great if there was one who could see me. Daydream about you, just your foolish looks, let alone such a beautiful beauty like you, even if Xiao Fang at the end of the village can't look down on you as a fool, so you won't have a girlfriend." The man not far away raised his middle finger, then quickly rushed into the crowd under the angry gaze of the other person, and quickly disappeared. While everyone outside the courtyard was talking about it, inside the courtyard of the villa, Ning Rongrong leaned on Ye Chen's chest, pointed to the females such as Dugagoose and Shui Binger, and said, "So many people like you, you want to accept it. As long as you want, Zuqing and I won't mind." 100 people are quiet in one word. On the square outside the courtyard, everyone stopped making noise after hearing Ning Rongrong's question. They also wanted to know who Ye Chen would choose after being liked by so many people, or all. "Ahem, Rongrong, wherever you are talking, people are just here to help, I choose Dugagoose and Shui Binger." Ye Chen had a sordid smile on his face. How could he answer such a sensitive question? "So many people are here, so of course you have to announce it loudly." Hearing this, the square outside the courtyard suddenly exclaimed, and then the voice of discussion began again. A flat-headed man looked at the 6 women in Tian Shui behind Shui Binger, and said, "It's really a violent thing. Although these 6 are not as amazing as other girls, they are also very good. Ye Chen is really an elm head. If you want me, I will definitely want it all." A long-haired man beside him said angrily, "Come on, you're not Ye Chen. You can earn a lot of money if you can catch one. You want 6 more? Idiot." Hearing that, another bald man burst into laughter, causing others to roll his eyes, but he explained, "Haha, didn't you find out? If Ye Chen doesn't choose, then our chance will come. They are all girls of the first-class beauty level, and being able to ask a wife to be a wife is not a waste of life in this life." Flat-headed man, the beauty is extremely beautiful, but you haven't heard Xuebeng say that they have all been used by Ye Chen? Is this what you want? Long-haired man, that's right, there is no fragrant grass anywhere in the world. We are young and we have many choices. The bald man touched Cheng Liang's forehead, and said in a naive way, "The 26-year-old brother is still relying on his hands. Can you find a girlfriend? As for the miserable life? Goodbye, I'll go first." As soon as these words came out, the other two suddenly cursed, "Dead bald, wait for us." Obviously they were in a hurry. In the villa courtyard, Ning Rongrong punched Ye Chen's chest and said with a pouting mouth, "Okay, Ye Chen, you really dare to choose, I'm so angry." After running him away, Ning Rongrong couldn't help looking at the blushing Dugagoose and Shui Binger. She could clearly sense that these two women had a strong affection for Ye Chen. "Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, let's go first." Shui Binger blushed and didn't dare to look at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, and hurriedly led Tian Shui's 6 daughters to the small courtyard where she lived. The lone geese didn't stay too much. After sneaking away, they ran into a forest and sat on a big rock, laughing out loud from time to time, just like a girl holding spring. After a short fight, Flender, Tang San, and others came over, and when they saw Hulina, Xiaoyu, Yan, and Su Ning behind Ye Chen, they suddenly became vigilant. The spirit power cultivation of these 4 people is not low. Who are they? Your companion? Flender asked in a low voice, but Ye Chen waved his hand and said, "I'll talk about this later, I have to deal with the individual." Turning his eyes to the square outside the courtyard, Ye Chen paced up to Shuebeng, looking at him with a smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of killing intent. With a ruthless gaze, Shuebeng's whole body was cold. He struggled to get up and thumped and knelt in front of Ye Chen, holding his thigh and crying, "I'm sorry, I'm blind and wronged you, please let me go if you have a lot of it." "Me, as long as you let me go, I can give you countless wealth, rights, and women. As long as you don't kill me, you can do anything." A lot of nasal mucus flowed out of Avalanche's nose due to his emotions. Ye Chen kicked it to the ground in disgust, and said indifferently, "I have given you a chance before, but you didn't cherish it." Hearing this, Shuebeng suddenly turned to begging for mercy, and laughed wildly, "Ha ha ha, you won't kill me, and you don't dare to kill me. Lao Tzu is the 4th prince of the Sui Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire. The captain of the small Wuhan Hall student, dare to kill me? Even if the elder of your Wuhan Hall kisses me, you have to bend down and call the 4 princes when you see Lao Tzu. It's up to you." As he said, Shuebeng wiped his nose and raised his towards Ye Chen and said, "What's wrong, is the identity of the prince scared you? Ha ha ha, if you dare to kill me, my father will definitely send troops to Pingguo Soul Palace, don't say you will die miserably by then, even the Pope will have to accompany me to hell. Did you finish?" Ye Chen twisted his neck and moved, and when Shuebeng stopped talking, he grinned and said, "When you finish talking, then go to death." With that, Ye Chen flexed his fingers slightly, and after a thin white sword light condensed between his fingers, he was about to bounce towards the avalanche. At this moment, a big hand grabbed Ye Chen's wrist, and then a voice came into his ears, "You can't kill him. Even if the 4 princes are at fault, they must be dealt with by the people of the empire. What's more, the fault of the 4 princes is not dying. Let go." Yan flickered and came to Ye Chen's side, coldly looking at the middle-aged man who grabbed his master's wrist. And Tang San also stepped under his feet, blocking the person he wanted to protect. Looking at the 2 masters and apprentices in front of www.readaloud.com, Ye Chen said without a smile, "Master, I ask you, if I am the weaker and fall into the hands of the 4th prince today, can there be a way to survive? The chances are small, but there is always a ray of hope, and I will not watch the 4 princes killing innocent people indiscriminately, and I will also fight for you a chance to survive." The master said awe-inspiringly, as if all the truth was taken by him. Ye Chen raised his head and suddenly covered his face and laughed, "Ha ha ha, a 29th level Great Spirit Master, who can you fight for?" As soon as the cold light appeared in his eyes, Ye Chen fiercely exerted force between his fingers, and immediately shot the sword light that had been condensed long ago. The master and Tang San, who wanted to stop, moved too slowly, they could only watch that tiny sword light penetrate directly through Xuebeng's head, bringing out a trace of brain white splashing to the ground. You got into a big disaster, you know. Seeing the avalanche of life quickly disappeared, Master Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but exclaimed. In response, Ye Chen smiled disdainfully and didn't mean to pay any attention. He just turned to look at Tang San and patted him on the shoulder. My master said that everyone has their own way. If you want to, I shouldn't be confined to others, thinking if I catch up early, and try to open up a path of my own. After speaking, Ye Chen looked at the more than 100 people in the square who were shocked by the killing of the 4 princes. He clapped his hands and said, I know that you are deeply persecuted by the big yellow dog. In fact, I am also one of the victims. This disaster. Why don't we all work together? Slightly recovering from the death of the avalanche, everyone suddenly remembered the big yellow dog that was almost forgotten. Xuebeng's death is only related to Ye Chen, and people are not afraid. Those who have an academy and have nothing to do with this matter will naturally not be persuaded, and then they echoed loudly, well, find the big yellow dog with the sword. Kill and sacrifice to the heavens. Chapter 44, Ye Chen was captured. It was agreed with the disciples of the various colleges to start the hunting dog project tomorrow, so that Ye Chen had time to rest. Back in the small courtyard of the villa, Flanders and Zhao Wuji and others seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Ye Chen entering the door, Dai Mubai took the lead to greet him, with a serious expression. Ye Chen, why don't you go back to the Star Luo Empire with me, so that at least your safety can be guaranteed? Am I dangerous? Ye Chen patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder, and smiled at everyone. Don't worry, a prince will be killed if he is killed. How much storm can a dead person cause? That's how it is said, but that is after all. The son of Emperor Shui Yat, you will inevitably suffer revenge for killing Xuebeng. Zhu Zuqing walked to Ye Chen's side, holding his arm with a sad face. She once again felt that she was an ordinary woman with no background and too weak strength. She could only stand by and watch the person she liked was stuck in the quagmire but could do nothing. Suddenly, a big hand covered her head, and Ye Chen's gentle voice came from her ear, don't worry, trust me, okay. Okay. Rarely nodded obediently, Zhu Zuqing hugged Ye Chen's arm tightly. The towering peaks made it hard to look directly at it. Although Ye Chen said it was okay, don't worry about things like that, but the atmosphere in the villa hall was still solemn, and everyone still felt that he was dangerous. Ye Chen, let me tell you something. Hu Lina dragged Ye Chen to the west room and continued, the master wrote to say that 2 super Douluos had come from Wuhundian Academy not long ago, and they were at least level 95 or above. They arrested several students and asked one person. However, the arrested people lost their memories after they were free. Master asked me to ask if it is related to you. If it is not, the master will send a super Douluo to find out, in case someone knows the secrets of the spirit hall. If it is related to you, the master will not continue to investigate. Ye Chen touched his chin, nodded and said, I want to be my master and the others, don't worry, they should just go to the Wuhan temple because they are worried that my life is in danger. Well, I just wrote back as you wanted. Hu Lina took out a pen and paper from her arms and was about to write immediately. But Ye Chen said again, are those 2 super Douluos okay? There are so many masters in the spirit hall, so there are no accidents. It shouldn't be a major problem, but the Elder Palace sent 4 super Douluos to fight with them for a while. Hiss. Hearing Hu Lina's answer, Ye Chen indifferently took a breath. 4 super Douluos played at the same time. Isn't that a big deal? Looking out the window, Ye Chen thought secretly, but he also didn't know what happened to Master Bone and Senior Sword. I hope it's all right. The next morning, the Hound Dog project was officially launched. According to Ye Chen's understanding of the big yellow dog, that guy is by no means a good stubborn, since his initial goal was himself, and this time the Royal Academy was rioted, it seemed that all were directed at him. I have to say that the IQ of the big yellow dog is really amazing, and it will kill people with the knife, and I don't know what stuff is in its head. Early in the morning, all the people who had been violated by the big yellow dog gathered in the square in front of the villa where Ye Chen lived. Ye Chen looked at the people below, and couldn't help sighing, "Good fellow, the number of people who came today has almost doubled from yesterday, and there are almost 300 people at full budget. What is our slogan?" Ye Chen raised his arms, and the passion in his words instantly ignited the crowd in the square. "Our slogan is, if you are a big yellow dog, you must kill if you are wrong. When you see yellow hair, the iron whistle blows. A beast big yellow dog, Ningqiu has to kill it, seeing the yellow hair, the iron whistle blows. A beast big yellow dog, Ningqiu has to kill it, seeing the yellow hair, the iron whistle blows." Looking at the enthusiasm of everyone, Ye Chen was also quite excited. He didn't know what was wrong with him, and he was actually full of interest in the dog. "Go, Nanshan Forest ahead." Holding the banner of two dog, Ye Chen ran to Nanshan first. It was the nearest forest to the Lishandu Royal Academy and the best hiding place for the big yellow dog. Someone once saw it come here after being tricked for several times. Nanshan has lush forests and is close to the college. It is very suitable for the cunning big yellow dog to fight gorilla. The team of nearly 300 people were all soul masters, marching fast, and arrived at the outskirts of Nanshan Forest in a short while. Looking at the dense forest and shrubs, Ye Chen waved his hand and said, "According to the plan, a group of 10 people, a carpet search. If you encounter a big yellow dog, immediately blow the iron whistle to notify others to support. Everyone must remember not to be arrogant, the dog runs fast." "Don't worry, we know how to do it." A large group of people smiled, and then divided into dozens of teams, starting from the periphery of the forest in a fan shape, continuously spreading the search area. But it didn't take long for the team to disperse completely, and an iron whistle sounded from the left. When Ye Chen rushed over with people, the scene before him was speechless. "I saw this group of 10 people, all of them inexplicably falling into the dung pit where the soul beasts specialize in storing poop. The smell was so smoked that people couldn't open their eyes before they got close." Ye Chen couldn't imagine how this group of guys approached this area. "You stay and rescue them. I'll look elsewhere." After speaking at random, Ye Chen hurriedly walked away, but soon, several iron whistles came from the right side, as if several teams had encountered the enemy. Without thinking about it, Ye Chen just wanted to catch the big yellow dog at the moment, and rushed over, but after arriving at the place where several teams sent out signals one after another, Ye Chen was not defeated by the big yellow dog's ingenuity. This team of 10 people was actually calculated by the big yellow dog. Some people either stabbed the poisonous beehive or accidentally broke the soul beast egg. There are even more teams that are chasing yellow hair. The 10,000 young soul beast sticks. As a result, the people of these teams were either completely stung by the poisonous bee, or were chased by the powerful soul beasts, and the guys who chased the 10,000-year-old soul beasts were even more miserable. "Meatloaf, the dead can't die again." Rubbing his temples, Ye Chen still felt that it was impossible to go down so blindly, so he took out a pet soul beast from the bag behind him, Ice Crystal White Wolf. This is something he stole from some unlucky guy, and it should be the type that big yellow dogs like. Originally, Ye Chen's plan was to induce the big yellow dog to appear by beauty, but it was directly rejected by many pet lovers. He had no choice but to prepare a two-handed plan. Touching the ice crystal white wolf hair with only more than 10 levels, Ye Chen secretly said in his heart, "It's up to you, big girl. As long as that stupid dog dares to touch you, I will definitely be able to catch it." With a smile, Ye Chen put the white wolf into a tree hole, and then sprinkled the soul beast female hormone he collected around. After doing everything, Ye Chen jumped onto a big branch and waited quietly. The iron whistle of teammate was constantly heard in his ears, and Ye Chen ignored the screams, and the nearly 300 people were just smoke screens he released. Zixi. There were a few faint noises not far away. Ye Chen watched his eyes fiercely, and suddenly a yellow figure probed his head in the yellowing grass, very vigilant. However, the mouth of the white wolf cave was exuding extremely strong female hormones, constantly attracting the other's attention. At this time, two tall forest grass wolves drilled not far away. After obsessively smelling the hormones in the air, they gradually walked towards the hole where the white wolf was. As if to feel the competition, a big yellow dog about 1 meter high suddenly rushed towards the tall forest wolf in the yellowed grass. The difference in size did not affect the operation of the big yellow dog. It turned into a yellow lightning and jumped up. With a wave of his arms, two timber wolves of about 30 level were killed in seconds, which was very easy. Damn, it's a cruel dog. Ye Chen was a little surprised when he saw this scene. Even if he had discovered that the other party was not an ordinary dog, it was too strong. Wow! The victorious rhubarb stood at the entrance of the cave, looking up to the sky and screaming. Afterwards, the ice crystal white wolf in the cave unexpectedly walked out, pouting his to the big yellow dog. When Ye Chen looked speechless, the big yellow dog was excited, but after shaking his strong body, the big yellow began to have the most primitive impulse. The happiest thing to wait for a dog and a wolf is when a scream suddenly came out from the mouth of the big yellow dog. Seeing this, the corner of Ye Chen's mouth gradually rose. He knew that the thorns restriction he had placed in the ice crystal white wolf was working, and he quickly approached, and the seriously injured big yellow dog was cut in half with a single sword. Seeing the blood on the ground under the wicked dog, Ye Chen, who had been revengeful, also laughed heartily, and the depression that had been calculated twice by it also disappeared. Just happy, 3 powerful breaths suddenly came from high above, full of hostility. Before Ye Chen could see the situation clearly, 3 elders exuding powerful soul power instantly appeared in front of Ye Chen, pinched his shoulder with one hand and led him into the sky, and disappeared over the Nanshan forest in the blink of an eye. Chapter 45, Kill Me? Have you considered the consequences? In a dimly lit dungeon, the surrounding walls are in the shape of a patio and are very smooth. Only the mouth of the well can see the outside world, and the huge internal space is terribly quiet. 3 figures appeared above the patio dungeon. After throwing Ye Chen in their hands, they also jumped into the deep well one after another. The long white-haired old man with his head erected in the lead stepped forward. The leather black suit on his body was tightly supported by his body. Although he was quite old, his body was very strong. Looking at Ye Chen, the white-haired old man said calmly, "I am the Chief Menchenji of the Tiandu Royal Academy's Education Committee, and Ye Chen of Wuhandian Academy. Because you abused the disciples of this academy and were punishable by the law, it will be 3 days later. On your execution day, you can plead, but I have the right to refuse." "Old stuff, aren't you talking nonsense? I killed the 4th prince. You arrested me and you didn't want me to go out alive. Defeating? Who is disgusting? You are very smart, but you are also very young. You may not understand the truth of the floppy in this life. Ha ha ha, do you think you killed me? Dare to catch me, Ye Chen, have you thought about the consequences? I am dead, not to mention the Royal Academy can't afford it, even the entire Heaven Do Empire will become history." Ye Chen suddenly laughed loudly, eyes full of disdain, as if Dream Machine and the other 2 Contras did not exist. "Consequence, do you think the Wuhan Palace will turn against my Heaven Do Empire for an academy disciple? You 2 value yourself too much." Menchenji's tone was very cold, but Ye Chen smiled and said, "I bet that in 3 days, you will regret your actions at this moment and pay a heavy price, don't believe it? Then let's just wait and see." "Boy, you are too arrogant, that's why you ended up like this." The rickety blonde old man walked over and shook his head and said, "Although Shuebeng is very dumb, and sometimes loves to bully the weak, but the child is still kind and never hurt. To live the lives of others, even if you have been against you, you shouldn't have a murderous heart. He is the son of Sui Great Emperor, you." "Shut up! Ye Chen snorted, and smiled with a thumbs up on his right hand. What a kind child, isn't it because he is the fourth prince? Why is it so high-sounding? Don't you feel guilty? Presumptuous. The rickety old man looked fiercely, and several green vines suddenly drilled out of the ground to immediately tie Ye Chen, and then the roots of the green vines violently shrank inward, immediately causing blood to ooze out of Ye Chen's body. The old man is the second elder of the Board of Education of the Royal Academy. Your underage baby dare to talk to me like this? The cold light in the eyes of the rickety old man turned, and the green vines on Ye Chen's body suddenly tightened again. Seeing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but sneered. This is what the elders of the Royal Academy do? Yes, you are all great, I've taken down this hatred. What about writing it down? How long do you think you can live? Okay, Zhilan, argue with a little baby about what these are doing. You ask him to say that, anyway, he will be beheaded in public in 3 days. It doesn't hurt to let him talk more now. With a big wave of Mention's hand, he turned and flew towards the mouth of the well. Although it was just a contra, it was possible to fly for a short time. After that, the rickety old man waved his hand to Ye Chen, cherish the remaining days. Then, following the fat old man and the dream machine, flew out of the well. After the three of them left, the well was glowed with special metal brilliance. The iron fence is sealed, completely isolating the dungeon from the outside world. Tiandu Royal College, Villa Courtyard. Ning Rongrong, Hulina and others all gathered in the hall, blazing around, but more often they looked out of the courtyard. Everyone was walking around in the hall with sad faces. No, it's been 2 days, I also want to find Ye Chen. Seeing that no one was seen outside the courtyard, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but want to run out of the villa anxiously. Zhu Zuqing also followed her. At this time, Hulina stood in front of them and said sternly, although the spirit beasts in Nanshan are not as good as the Star Do Great Forest, they will be killed if they can't even enter the middle circle with our spirit power cultivation base. Want to see everyone's bodies after Ye Chen comes back. But brother Ye Chen has been missing for 2 full days. Dean Flanders and the others have also been looking for 2 days, but as for the others, why didn't they come back? Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Hulina's face was somewhat unnatural. She understood that Ye Chen might have encountered an accident, but even if she was worried about her in her heart, she could not watch Ye Chen's woman die in vain. Just as the 3 girls were anxious, Shui Binger hurried over with the 6 girls from Tian Shui. Just as they were about to ask what they had heard, the figure of the lone geese also walked in at this moment. Moreover, behind her was an old man in a green armor. Although he was thin and long, he looked like a javelin. His beard and hair were all dark green, and his eyes shone more like emeralds. Seemingly coming in a hurry, Duguyan pulled the old man and gasped, "This is my grandfather, did Ye Chen really have not disappeared in 2 days? If possible, I want my grandfather to help find it." "You girl, I thought something had happened. It turned out to be for a little boy." The old man shook his head indifferently, and wondered in his heart who Ye Chen really was, who made her precious granddaughter so anxious that he even invited his title Douluo over. "We're back." Flanders' voice came from outside the courtyard, and it didn't take long before he walked into the villa with Zhao Waoqi and others, and he carried a man with a poisonous bee bag in his hand. "How about it, is there any news from Ye Chen? Let him talk about it." This person went out with Ye Chen to catch the dog. He said he had seen Ye Chen, so he caught him back. www.readaloud.com. I heard urgent questions from Ning Rongrong and Hulina. Then, Flender couldn't help pushing the man in his hand. He had been busy for a few days in order to find the insider. He didn't even sleep, and he was so tired. Yet, Ye Chen was given 3 seats by the Board of Education, that is, the dean took him away. "You just let me go if I know so much." The man replied aggrievedly, and was thrown out of the villa by Flander. "How so?" Ning Rongrong was so sad that she was about to cry. She was just getting together with Ye Chen, so why was she taken away again? Zhu Zuqing also showed worry and sadness. She knew that Ye Chen had killed the 4 princes before, but she didn't want revenge to come so soon. What a dean of the Royal Academy, who dare to catch my soul hall at will! It seems necessary to let the master know. Hulina angrily took out a delicate jade bead from her arms, and squeezed it easily. At the same time, Bibi Dong, who was resting in the papal palace, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and looked into the distance. Chapter 46, Arranged Lone Goose. Seeing Hulina's actions, Ning Rongrong wiped away his tears, and clenched his hands tightly and said, "Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Bone, come on too, brother Ye Chen has been taken away again." The peace symbol between the neck was torn in half. Dugubo, who was watching, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said with curiosity, "That kid is very important to the Wuhan Hall?" The deans of the Royal Academy are all very strong contras, and they will be sent to contra level only if they are notified. The strong came to rescue? Sword and Bone? How come this name sounds so familiar? In the living room of the villa, everyone was discussing how to rescue Ye Chen. The plan should be impressive, and the discussion was very hot. Suddenly, Su Ning ran in from outside the courtyard and smiled at Hulina. "Sister, the person sent by His Majesty the Pope has arrived. Are we going to save people now? So fast?" Dugubo looked outside the villa, and there were indeed a few more figures on the square, but he didn't know the level of his cultivation. "Let's go, the longer it is, the worse it will be for Ye Chen." Hulina took the lead out of the villa courtyard. Ziyu and Flanders followed suit. Shui Binger from Tian Shui College was no exception. She was very worried about Ye Chen. Even if it didn't make a difference, she would do her best. Try it hard. In the lobby of the villa, there were only 2 people left, and Dugugoose was dragging Dugubo and wanted to go with them. But obviously, Dugubo stood there and didn't mean to move at all. "Yanner, you also know who I am. Then Ye Chen killed the 4 princes of the empire. Do you think he is worth my desperate move?" The reason for reluctance to go is very simple. His identity is the royal guest, and the Shuebeng who killed Ye Chen is a member of the royal family. It stands to reason that he should not appear in the villa courtyard at this moment, but stand on the opposite side of Ye Chen. "Grandpa, don't you think Ye Chen did something wrong? It's obviously that the avalanche deceived people too much. Ye Chen had let him go for the previous provocation, but the guy got worse and brought hundreds of people to Ye Chen. When attacking it, I constantly instigate discord. Not to mention Ye Chen's resolute character, even I can't bear it." Duguyan pulled Dugubo's sleeves, and seeing that he was still thinking, she couldn't help but snorted, shaking her head to catch up with Hulina and the others. "It's really a rash man." Looking at the Dugugoose going away, Dugubo couldn't help sighing, "It's really a female eldest girl who doesn't want to stay. Ye Chen, I hope you can be worthy of what Yanner expects of you, otherwise I will do nothing. I won't hand the geese to you." As he said, Dugubo paced up and walked towards the big team. A large group of people came to the front of the dean's office building in a mighty manner. Such a battle also attracted the attention of the 3 men of dreams. The dean's building door opened, and Hulina everyone walked in without hesitation. The huge and luxurious hall is surrounded by white stone walls carved with stripes. Both sides of the hall are supported by Roman stone pillars, which resemble a Western palace. The 3 directors of Menchenji, Zhilan and Bai Basehan sat on the stone seat of the main hall, watching everyone enter, their eyes full of indifference. "Head of Dream, was Ye Chen in the Hall of Souls captured by your hospital? Do you know his identity? He was arrested secretly. Hulina is very strong, her beloved is in danger at any time, and her emotions have become extremely irritable. Ye Chen indiscriminately killed the disciples in this courtyard, so what if he was arrested? Speaking of identity, the person killed by him was the prince of my Heaven Do Empire. If it weren't for the face of Wuhan Palace, it would be more than just paying him for his life." Menchenji's words were calm, and the expression on his face was calm, as if everything was within his expectations. Hulina has a pretty face and anger. She knows that things can't be solved by talking about it, so with a wave of her hand, 3 old men in red robes rushed to the center of the hall. The powerful spirit power exuded from her body was dare not contempt. 3 contras. Flender felt the unconcealed spirit power cultivation base of several elders, and was immediately shocked, knowing that Ye Chen was arrested and sent to the spirit hall. The kid who had thought that he had been wicked a long time ago hadn't seen him in just over half a year. Has this become the key protection object of the Wuhan Hall? It is incredible. His Majesty the Pope has a purpose. If Ye Chen is intact, the Royal Academy can stay. If Ye Chen is damaged, this academy will have no meaning. If he dies, the whole Tiando will pay the price. Between the words of the 3 elders, the Pope's majesty and Ye Chen's special importance to the Wuhan Hall were revealed all the time. Haha, it's a martial arts palace, but just because you dare to speak up here. The whole body of the dream machine was trembling with spirit power, and Wuhan Black Demon instant appeared behind him. The huge body of the Black Demon occupies 1/3 of the volume of the hall, and a purple monster with 4 horns directed at Wuhan Hall 3. With a loud roar, the old man suddenly burst out a powerful vibration that did not resemble Contra. The 3 red-robed elders raised their hands in front of them, but they still stepped back uncontrollably. It was clear at a glance who was strong and who was weak, and the scene suddenly fell into anxiety. Why did the dignified Martial Soul Palace send so many unused elders here? Is it that Ye Chen has this weight in the eyes of the Pope? A fishy wind hit from outside the hall, and then Douluo stood in the middle of the hall at some point, and a circle of 9 layered spirit rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black appeared all over his body. Douluo looked at the 3 red-robed elders and shook his head. It's really weak, just because you 3 want to save people. Title Douluo. Seeing the appearance of Douluo, the elders of Wuhan Hall suddenly looked embarrassed. They were only supported by the Pope's order, and they didn't even know what to do just because they were close, but they didn't even hear that they would face the title. Douluo, the 3 red-robed elders who didn't know whether they were friends or foes were afraid, and slowly withdrew from their feet towards the gate. The faces of the Menchenji trio were also very ugly, and they summoned their own martial arts. They had long discovered that Douluo was in the rescue team, and the appearance of Douluo at this moment also made them feel more pressure. Readaloud.com. At this moment, a petal glowing with metal light suddenly fell from the sky in the Dean's building, and then more and more metal petals, and soon a large shower of flowers began to fall in the entire hall. Suddenly, the 3 Contra elders who were retreating clutched their necks and fell to the ground, and then a female voice like laughter came from outside the hall. They can't, it depends on me, hee. As soon as the voice fell, a blonde man surrounded by metal petals flew up from the sky, with a handsome appearance like a woman, covered in dark gold armor. Seeing the incoming person, Douluo couldn't help frowning and said, "It's you, Zhu Douluo." After that, a huge biphosphorus snake emperor appeared behind him, staring at the other party and constantly confiding the snake's letter. But soon, another figure wearing a ghost head and black armor appeared beside Zhu Douluo, exuding black spirit power. 2 Level 95 Super Douluo. Chapter 47, Douluo's Strongest Relationship Household. Chapter 46, Douluo's Strongest Relations. Menchenji and Zhilan looked at each other, and both saw extremely shocked expressions in their eyes. They didn't know what kind of existence Ye Chen was in the spirit hall, and why the Pope sent 2 super Douluos in front of them. Come. See the 2 elders, Zhu and Gui. When Ziyu saw the person coming, she knelt on the ground with Su Ning, respectfully addressing her. Get up. Yuegwen and Gaimei slightly raised their hands, then looked at Douluo and said, the grievances between us will be discussed later. It is important to save people. Humph. Douluo snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. Zhu Douluo turned his eyes to the dream machine, and the strange velvet chrysanthemum petals flying around his body suddenly rushed over. Say, where is Ye Chen? Facing two super Douluos and a title Douluo at the same time, Menchenji and Zhilan were trembling with fright a long time ago. They gave up resistance in their hearts. If they could start all over again, they would never dare to touch Ye Chen again. For a moment, it's just that it's hard to ride a tiger now. Before Menchenji could reply, the ghost next to Zhu Douluo frowned fiercely, and then looked sideways at the two silhouettes approaching outside the dean's building with full vigilance. Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Bone, you are finally here. Seeing the two flying into the hall, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but smiled and greeted him, and then fell into Chen Xian's arms and started sobbing quietly. Okay Rongrong, don't cry, let's save that kid now. After pacifying Ning Rongrong a little bit, Chen Xian and Gu Rong walked towards the Menchenji trio and said coldly, where is Ye Chen? With just a few words, the three major education committees, Menchenji, Bai Base Han and Zhilan almost on their pants, standing there with trembling corners of their mouths saying something, but their speech was slurred, making people incomprehensible. It wasn't until this moment that they realized what Ye Chen had said. Yes, they regretted it, but looking at the four super Douluos with cold complexion, it seemed that it was too late to regret. These are the two super Douluos of the Ning family. Seeing Chen Xian Gurong, Dugubo's heart was also shocked incomparably. It would be reasonable to say that Zhugui came, but the arrival of the two Ning family was beyond his imagination. Suddenly turned his gaze to the Dugugu's side, Dugubo couldn't help but said to himself, my dear granddaughter, who is the kid you are looking for? It has attracted four peerless powers to rescue it. It's amazing. After Ye Chen is rescued, the old man must marry his granddaughter to him, definitely. There was a little excitement in his eyes. Although Dugubo felt that he had been here a lot, his eyes were getting closer when he looked at Chen Xian Gurong, as if they were about to become in-laws, and even had enemies with him. The two chrysanthemum ghost Douluo were also pleasing to the eye a lot. Thump! The Menchenji trio knelt on the ground under the powerful pressure of the four super Douluos, and the martial spirits summoned from behind also retracted into their bodies like tortoises. They couldn't afford to resist any resistance, and were terribly frightened. After finally stroking his tongue, Menchenji slowly said, Yet. Ye Chen is in the patio dungeon. After that, the three royal deans walked to the West Court dungeon with a mighty group of people. After Menchenji opened the special iron fence, looking at the voice of the four super Douluo, he trembled and said, he is inside. Hearing this, Gu Rongchen's heart jumped directly into the patio without saying a word, while the others looked at the mouth of the well expectantly. In less than a few seconds, Chen Xian and Gu Rong flew out one after another, but there were only two of them. Grandpa Jian, where is Ye Chen? Where is he? An unknown omen rose in his heart, and Ning Rongrong almost fainted to the ground. After Chen Xian supported her, she shook her head, there is only a hole that leads to nowhere. The internal routes are complicated. Lao Gu and I tried walking several times but we almost got lost, and Ye Chen didn't know where to go. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes turned to the Menchenji trio, especially the two big Douluo Zhugui, and the martial arts within their bodies summoned out without hesitation. The coercion that seemed like the sky collapsed made the Menchenji trio tremble and hurriedly said, they must have escaped. We don't know that there are caves in the patio. Looking at the colder and colder eyes of Yuegwan Ghost and other people, the cold and killing intent of the stalks is like a knife, as if to strip a few lives. Suddenly, a few thick sorrows filled the sky, and only the three major directors of Menchenji's crotches were constantly flowing out of yellow liquid. Just as everyone was wondering where Ye Chen had gone, a group of soldiers was hurriedly rushing into the Royal Academy, and not long after they arrived at the office building, they yelled after seeing Menchenji and the others, 3 Academy long, the imperial capital is in trouble, so please come to support as soon as possible. Support? Are you blind? It is us who really need support. Menchengji knelt on the ground and wanted to cry without tears. The atmosphere didn't dare to take a breath, for fear that it would annoy the 4 Super Douluo and be killed on the spot. Suddenly, a few soul seals sealed half of the spirit power of the Menchengji trio. Then Zhu Douluo's charming laugh came from just listening to him. Cooperate honestly, otherwise the gods will not be able to save you. Hearing that, Menchengji couldn't help but smile at the team of soldiers. We will be there soon, you should go back first. After dismissing the group of soldiers, Zhu Douluo and Gui Mei mentioned the dream machine and the 3 of them flew towards Heaven Do Imperial City, with murderous intent in their eyes. Seeing the 2 leave quickly, Gurong couldn't help but frown. There is something weird, they don't seem to be going to join in the fun. Do you feel it too? Chen Xian's eyes condensed slightly, and an ominous feeling suddenly rose in her heart, which could not be said, but only felt that something major might happen. Wrong, go back to the villa first. No matter whether Ye Chen is still alive or not, I will bring him back. Patting Ning Rongrong's shoulder, Chen Xian's foot was a little bit, and he flew towards the sky with his sword. Gurong followed without delay. Be sure to bring him back. Looking at Jinexin and Gurong who disappeared quickly, Ning Rongrong could only pin all his hopes on them at this moment. Let's go back first, maybe Ye Chen will be back soon. Lightly patted Ning Rongrong's jade back to comfort, but Hu Lina's eyes were also full of worry. At this time, Dugubo, who was hairy as seen by the Dugagoose, scratched his head, and flew towards the imperial capital a little under his feet. Don't worry, Yanner, Ye Chen will definitely not die. In the huge Tiandu Emperor's capital, the towering imperial city where the imperial family originally lived, is now covered with black smoke, and the city is filled with thick poisonous fog, covering the sky and the sun. Faced with such a battle, the soldiers didn't know how to deal with it. The royal family and aristocrats had already escaped from the imperial city and ran into the city of Heaven Do, where the civilians lived. For fear of poisonous fog, they could only invite the 3 chiefs. Sit down. When Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo arrived, they didn't care about the poisonous fog covering the sky. After throwing the 3 people of Dream Machine in their hands to the ground at will, they headed towards Tiandu City next to the Imperial City. Yu reading. www.yuyuganshu.com flew to the area where the soldiers gathered the most. But before flying a few meters away, Chen Xian and Gurong stood in front of them. Where are you going? Hearing Chen Xian's question, Zhu Douluo couldn't help but smile and said, it has nothing to do with you, but I advise you to stop doing too much, otherwise you will be at your own risk. Hearing this, Gurong suddenly laughed, it's up to you. No, you are misunderstood. Zhu Douluo raised his eyebrows slightly, and then said with a smile, His Majesty the Pope has a purpose. If you can't see Ye Chen alive, the Royal Academy and the Tiandu royal family are connected, there is no need for existence. That's it. His words were plain, but chilling. What does it mean that there is no need for existence? Is it to destroy the Academy and the bloodline of the Emperor Tiandu? For Ye Chen, can the Temple of Martial Soul be crazy to this point? M has another chapter. End of this chapter. Chapter 48, Stealing Treasures, Killing People. Chapter 47. Really? Chen Xian frowned and asked, although the imperial family of the Tiandu Empire is not strong, there are 7 major sects under the empire. Not to mention that the position of the lower 4 sects is a bit erratic, just talk about the 7 treasure-glazed sect and the Thunder Tyrannosaurus family of the upper 3 sects. They are stalwarts who support the royal family. If the Pope of the Wuhan Temple kills the royal family one line, that was a war against the Heaven Do Empire. That's right, that's the order. Zhu Douluo smiled and touched the metal petals floating beside him, then looked at Jinexin and Gurong and said, if I can't figure out the ghosts, then the Pope Your Majesty will come in person. Madman. Chen Xian's eyebrows were raised slightly, and the other party's words were already very obvious. If that situation is reached, I am afraid that the so-called Pope will completely destroy the Tiandu imperial family at all costs, even if the upper three are prevented. Is it no exception? You can't go there for the time being. Ye Chen's life or death is uncertain. Even if you want revenge, you have to wait for things to come to light. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid that His Majesty the Pope won't be able to wait that long. You try. Chen Xian's expression was icy, and the seven-killing sword appeared in his palm, carrying endless killing intent that made people eye-catching. The two sides were in a stalemate at the time when the swords were drawn on the spot. The three men who returned to the ground just wanted to escape. They were stopped by Prince Swexing of the Heaven Do Empire, and then they were led somewhere in the corridor. The poisonous smoke in this area was much less. It seemed that someone had cleared it, but ordinary spirit masters still couldn't get close. At the end of the tunnel, a huge stone gate stood faintly. After Menchenji carefully observed it several times, he couldn't help but said, "This is the Royal Jubeo Pavilion." "That's right." Prince Xuexing nodded and said, "It is the Jubeo Pavilion. It is Sui's order to let you come this time. The Emperor wants to take control of the overall situation in Tiandu City, so 3 deans are invited to come in and check 1. Fan, make sure that no thieves break in, but the foundation of the empire must not be lost." The 3 men of Menchenji looked at each other a few times, and were unwilling to go. Now their cultivation base has been sealed for half, and it is dangerous to get into the poisonous mist. But the master of the Heaven Do Empire personally issued the order. They did not dare to disobey. Even if they didn't want to go, they couldn't help it. Without a word, the 3 men of Menchenji bit their heads and summoned their respective martial arts, and then hid in the super defensive martial arts star furnace of Bibase Han, slowly walked into the tunnel full of poisonous mist, and when they reached the end, they pushed away the huge shim and walked in. Only after this entry, the Dream God machine discovered that the treasure-gathering pavilion, which had a dazzling array of rare and exotic treasures in the past, was actually empty at the moment. The ground is full of broken bottles and cans, and countless messy empty boxes are piled up like a mountain, and there is no valuable thing left. It symbolizes the huge wealth accumulated by the empire for countless years, so it was swept away? That many fairy grass magic weapons, soul bone strange treasures, are they all gone? Just thinking about it, Menchenji suddenly found a big hole in the west corner, and a masked figure was standing there, carrying a huge package several times larger than others. Everyone knew that the sneaky guy who emptied the Jubeo Pavilion was the one who did not hesitate, and immediately shouted, "Grab him!" With that said, the 3 men of Menchenji immediately activated their spirit abilities and killed them towards the masked man. Feeling the danger approaching, the masked man who was able to carry it suddenly dodges to avoid the attacking spirit ability, but the cloth strips on his face are lifted by the aftershock of spirit power and fall to the side. Ye Chen. After discovering the true face of the masked man, Menchenji couldn't help but said dumbly, "Why are you here, and the poisonous fog in the imperial city did you do it? Old fellow, you didn't expect that I could escape from birth." Ye Chen laughed loudly, pointing to the huge hole in the corner and said, "I am not only fate, but Fuse is also very prosperous. I didn't expect to be in that well. The underground cave found in the dungeon will actually take me to this wonderful place full of treasures." With that said, Ye Chen opened his right hand quietly, and activated the 3rd spirit ability he had learned from the 10,000 Poison Centipede Spirit Ring, 10,000 Poison Heavenly Mist. After that, bursts of black flame poisonous mist continuously overflowed from his palm, and in a short moment, it filled every corner of the treasure-judging pavilion. The poisonous mist aggravated, and the faces of the 3 men of Dream God Machine turned a little dark. After hiding in the defensive Wuhan Tianxing furnace, they improved, but they were still affected by the poisonous mist, and their complexions were very ugly. Seeing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but secretly said in his heart, "How come these 3 old guys have become so weak? Even my 10,000 poisonous sky fog can hardly resist? Are they injured?" A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes, and the corner of Ye Chen's mouth gradually rose up, and the mood that he had originally planned to poison to escape disappeared. Right now, Ye Chen's eyes showed golden light, and the fourth soul ability, Illusory Fox Eye, quietly released. In an instant, Ye Chen brought the three men into the illusion created by Ye Chen. They were still the Heaven Do Empire, but the position of the three men was no longer the director, but the real master of the empire. The bit. High on the throne, a group of graceful beauties surrounded the three of them, feeding them with their mouths, and their fiery figures were even closer to each other, coquettish and charming. Under the throne stage, Ning Fengzi, Tang Xiao and Yu Yuanzheng, three sect masters, knelt and shouted. Emperor Shenji. Emperors Hilan. Emperor Base Han. The seven great sects have already breached the Star Luo Empire, and internal fighting has taken place within the Spirit Hall. In half a year, the Heaven Do Empire will be able to unify the mainland. Long live the great emperors, long live, long live. Ha ha ha, all the Qings are flat. The trio of Zhilan dressed in imperial clothes laughed and laughed again and again with the beauty in their arms, and the domineering pride rushed into the sky. But after a short while, Dream Shen Machine suddenly stopped laughing, and then stared at everything in front of him in a daze. After a while, his eyes began to gradually recover a little bit of expression. Upon seeing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but secretly said, as expected of the owner of the Black Demon martial spirit, he is still very sensitive to fantasy. After speaking, he quietly summoned the fallen angel martial arts, pointed at the three people and shouted, "Curse, vanity! Curse, aging! Curse, extremely negative!" After successively issuing magical skills, Ye Chen also fully urged to use it, raising the power of the curse to the limit he could control. At the same time, the illusion changed in an instant, from the previous majestic appearance of the great emperor to the darkest side in their hearts. All three curses came out. The breath of Menchenji, Zhilan, and Bibase Han decayed by half in an instant. In addition to the half of the soul power that was sealed, their cultivation base at this moment was only less than 1/4, weak and pitiful. Subsequently, their appearance also changed. The wrinkles on their faces became more obvious when they were very old, and the old skin folds overlapped together, like dead wood. If you can't win, why don't I die? It's better to die. By Base Han knelt on the ground, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com hugged his head with his hands as if recalling something. His old face was full of negative colors, and even despair had begun to slowly erode him. My body is so tired, I don't even have the strength to raise my hand. Who will help me? Dean Zhilan slowly raised his arm. Under the influence of extremely negative psychology and illusion, his gesture of raising his hand was almost the same as that of a sloth, as if he was playing slowly. What's the point of being alive? Although they have all taken the position of Dean and have worked for Tiandu for decades, haven't they been driven in like a dog by the royal family? No, we are not as good as a dog, at least dogs are cared for by their owners before they die, and I don't know how many times they are better than our group of old guys who have no love and no care. Menchenji hung his head blankly, and his old eyes were full of numbness, as if there was no vitality, and despair had completely swallowed it. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen couldn't help taking out an amethyst dagger that he had just obtained in the treasure judging pavilion, and threw it in front of the three of them. 3 chapters are here. End of this chapter. Chapter 49, Dugu Boss Forced Marriage Plan. Chapter 48, Dugu Bo's Forced Marriage Plan. Clang. A metal sound sounded, and Menchenji looked up weakly, and found that it was the dagger that had crawled past it. After picking up the dagger, a relieved smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He wiped his neck and fell to the ground. The smell irritated the other two people. They saw Dean Zhilan and the second seat of the Board of Education by Base Han climbed onto the body of Menchenji. Then they fought each other with daggers and killed each other. Not long after, the two were killing each other. The trick turned into a puddle of flesh. Seeing the disgusting picture, Ye Chen shook his head and shook his head, then he carried his baby package and drilled into the big hole, and soon disappeared under the imperial city. In the sky above Tiandu city, the 4 super Douluo that were facing each other did not even start. Zhu Douluo smiled in a charming voice, "Wait for the presence of the Pope." After saying that, he and the ghost flew back to the villa courtyard of the Tiandu Royal Academy. The two figured that if they could not see Ye Chen again, even if they could not destroy the royal family, they would be considered an explanation to His Majesty the Pope if they destroy the Royal Academy. Moreover, no matter how strong the 2 swords and bones are, they will not be able to protect the majesty of the college. Landing in the small courtyard of the villa, Zhugui and Douluo immediately looked around and watched. Chen Xin and Gurong also followed, and found that Ning Rongrong was sitting in the hall, and said indifferently, "I'm sorry Rongrong, we still didn't find Ye Chen." As soon as this remark came out, Ning Rongrong suddenly scratched his head and said, "Needless to say, I'm sorry, Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Bone, Ye Chen has already returned." "What did you say?" Chen Xin and Gaimei looked at Ning Rongrong in disbelief, and then said in unison, "What you said is true or false? Ye Chen is still alive." "Why, you old guys still think I can't die?" Before Ning Rongrong could reply, Ye Chen walked out of the west room and looked at the 4 super Douluo with a smile on his face. There was no sense of crisis in Chunfan's proud appearance. Realizing that it was really Ye Chen, Chen Xin and the 2 were completely relieved, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo were also relieved, and secretly avoided a battle. Seeing this, Chen Xin and Gurong looked at Ye Chen again, then turned their eyes to Ning Rongrong, reached out and touched her little head, with a hint of reluctance on their faces. "Since Ye Chen is okay, then we should too. When I go back, the 7 treasure glazed glass sect still needs my protection. Rongrong, you must pay attention to your safety when you are outside. We cannot protect you at any time if we are not by your side. You must pay attention not to be bullied, no? Your father has an order, you must be careful around you people." Puff. Hearing this, Ye Chen immediately wanted to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Sect Master Ning can really speak, who is bullying whom? Thinking of what happened after being by Ning Rongrong a few days ago, Ye Chen felt that he was the victim. It was an unreasonable family. "Well, I know, but it's only for me to bully Ye Chen's brother. It's too late for him to treat me well." Ning Rongrong hugged Ye Chen's arm and smiled sweetly, while Ye Chen habitually smirked, "Don't worry, as long as I'm still alive, Rongrong will not be hurt. Such the best, we should go back too." After that, the 2 rose into the air and disappeared over the Royal Academy in the blink of an eye. At the right time, the 2 elders, Zhu and Gui, walked to Ye Chen and said, "Is there anything you want us to bring to the Pope? Your lord cares about you very much." Scratching his head embarrassedly, Ye Chen took out a shimmering purple and gold gauze skirt from the ring and said, "This dress is called Suanation Zijin Chong, which is helpful for sleep. I wish master every time. You can have a good dream at night." Seeing that this thing is not ordinary, Zhu Douluo immediately smiled and said, "It's a good treasure, even if you have a conscience, it is worthwhile for your majesty the Pope to treat you so well." After finishing, Zhu and Ghost Douluo they all flew out of the Tiandu Royal Academy. After the 4 super Douluos left, Flanders, Tang San and other Shrek academies all quit their villas and returned to their place of residence. The college exchange meeting was not over yet, and they had to prepare for 1 or 2. When everyone in the hall was almost gone, Ye Chen couldn't help but hugged Hulina and wanted to have a stormy battle, but before he walked a few steps, a big hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder. "Yeziazi, let me go, the old man has important matters to discuss with you." Dugubo finished talking on his own, then grabbed Ye Chen and Dugugoose and flew towards his nest in the sunset forest. His speed was very fast, and it didn't take long for Ye Chen to take Ye Chen into a huge valley. Looking around, apart from some protruding ordinary rocks, his eyes were full of sharp blue and red crystals, which made the valley reveal something kind of extraordinary breath. After Ye Chen completely entered the valley floor and observed the whole valley, he glanced at Guangzai and the full range of flowers and plants, and he suddenly said dumbly, "Isn't this the eyes of ice and fire? There is also the best immortal grass." "Ha ha ha, a bit knowledgeable, kid, do you know why I brought you here?" Dugubo's figure appeared beside Ye Chen, while Dugugus lowered his head to follow behind him, and I don't know why his face was red. But it doesn't matter, I'm also curious. Seeing Ye Chen's calmness, Dugubo's appreciation in his eyes became more intense. He touched the white beard and laughed and said, "You guy is very good, and I also have a very good granddaughter. The old man sees that you two match well, but you can make one to beloved." As he said, he pulled the wrist of the lone geese and Ye Chen's big hand forcibly and said, "It is better to hit the sun than to choose a day. Today, the old man is in charge and let my granddaughter marry you and form a couple." "What?" Ye Chen was stunned in place, secretly saying that Dugubo was making trouble like that. Forced marriage, this is when he just wanted to respect the thoughts of the girl Duguyan. Dugugus also seemed to perceive that Ye Chen was a little unnatural, and immediately shifted his target to the Dugugus and asked, "Yanner, do you like Ye Chen, right? Would you like to marry him today?" Dugugus did not speak, but silently nodded. The red glow of her pretty face remained, but no surprised expression appeared. www.readaloud.com. Seeing this, Ye Chen shook his heart, and thought to himself that the grandfather and grandchildren were both ancestors and grandchildren. "I won't discuss it early, just force me to give up. When I thought that the 4 super Douluo such as Master and Senior Sword had just left, I was brought here by this old poison, no matter how I thought it was not like a temporary motive, but premeditated." Seeing Ye Chen staying in place, Dugubo was also proud, and he waved his hand, "As long as you marry Yanner, everything here will be given to you as a dowry. In the future, the old man will also be your eternal backing. How about? Give an alluring beauty as a wife for nothing, with such a generous dowry?" Looking at the shy and lovely lone geese and the icy eyes with tumbling energy, Ye Chen couldn't help touching his chin and thinking seriously. "Thank you, don't ask for anything for your rewarding support, it feels like no one has rewarded me for a long time, haha. Today is also the 3rd watch, and I hope you readers will vote for more recommendations, give more rewards, and the author will update more." End of this chapter. Chapter 50, Kill Me, Are You Worthy? Chapter 49, Kill Me, Are You Worthy? After thinking about it for a long time, Ye Chen finally raised his head and looked at Dugubo and said, "I refuse." As soon as he said this, Dugubo's eyes widened with anger, and the long hair on the top of his head also fluctuated without wind with the strong spirit power fluctuations. The emerald green poisonous mist overflowed from the surface of the body. In a short time, the ordinary flowers and plants all over his body were eroded into powder by the poison. Trying to suppress the anger in his heart, Dugubo yelled at Ye Chen, "What are you thinking about, this kid? My grandson is kind and the dowry prepared by the old man is so rich that anyone will immediately agree to it, and you?" With that, a powerful spirit power finally came out of a violent body that could not be controlled, and directly rushed Ye Chen dozens of meters away. And the lone geese on the side was also pale, and the whole person looked at a certain place idly, as if he had lost his soul. "Senior, you misunderstood." Ye Chen got up from the ground, patted the dust off his body, and laughed softly, "There is a reason for my refusal. Let me explain." "Explanation? Why do you need to explain, since it is a rejection, it is not a misunderstanding?" Dugubo was so angry that the martial spirits in his body were automatically summoned. The huge and incomparable green phosphorus snake emperor stared at Ye Chen coldly. "Was poisoned to death. Really misunderstood." Ye Chen shrugged helplessly, and then took out a serpentine arm with a clear texture and twisted circular shape from the ring, and said very seriously, "I refuse because my hometown has rules. Marriage and marriage are all prepared by the man's bridegroom. Of course, Dugu's family doesn't like ordinary money, so I want to use this soul bone right arm as the bridegroom money for Yanner. After speaking, Ye Chen saw that Dugubo's anger quickly dissipated, and Dugugus also regained his spirit, and his face was filled with joy and happiness. Why didn't you say it earlier? Why didn't you say it earlier? If you didn't say it earlier, everyone would be happy. Dugubo laughed and kept patting Ye Chen on the shoulder. A huge force coming from him almost didn't dislocate him. Grandfather! Dugugus snorted, and Dugubo realized that he was a little overjoyed. He immediately helped Ye Chen adjust the neckline of his clothes, and then took over the right arm of the soul bone. Okay, old lady bride price, but this Sunset Canyon will belong to you from now on. Dugubo smiled happily. The original intention of the match was finally not in vain. His granddaughter must be a talent like Ye Chen to be worthy. Suddenly, the smile on Dugubo's face stopped abruptly, and then he looked at the snake-like bone arm in his hand and exclaimed, "This is the spirit bone of the right arm of a 30,000-year-old black snake? This is... It's too expensive." After Dugubo saw the value of the things in his hand, he couldn't help feeling very hot. This is an extremely rare soul bone, and it is still a 10,000-year soul bone. This heavy feeling is enough to see that the kid Ye Chen attaches great importance to Xiao Yanner. Degree. Looking at Ye Chen in surprise, Dugubo thought that the snake-shaped ring was just a 2,000 to 3,000-year-old soul bone, but he never thought that the year had reached such a high level. Poison Douluo likes it. This is a goose's betrothal gift, so naturally you can't take it lightly. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Dugubo suddenly felt that the word slightly slack was so heavy, and at the same time he thoroughly understood the other party's intentions. Turning his head to look at Dugugus, Dugubo couldn't help touching her little head and said, "Little goose, Grandpa can rest assured that you will be handed over to Ye Chen. The goodness of this child is really rare, you should cherish it." With that, the Dugugus was pushed to Ye Chen's side. "I disagree." Suddenly, a huge roar came from a distance, and immediately after the setting sun outside the forest, two figures flew quickly, and within a short while, they came to the heart of the valley. "Yu Tianheng, why do you disagree? This is between me and Ye Chen and has nothing to do with you." Seeing the person coming, Duguyan immediately retorted that she just liked Ye Chen and wanted to marry him, and no one could stop it. "Sister Yan, have you forgotten what I treated you well? Before Ye Chen came to the academy, everyone said that we are a good match, you forgot all of these." Yu Tianheng cried out, obviously unable to accept the current result. After learning that Dugubo had brought the two to the Sunset Forest alone, he felt that this could not be that simple. Now that he came, he also confirmed that Dugugus and Ye Chen were going to unite here. It was obvious that he was the first to know Dugugus. This was unfair. "Those are all your self-righteousness. I never promised to be with you before, did I?" Duguyan's expression was cold, and he glanced at Ye Chen secretly, for fear that he would be unhappy with Yu Tianheng's insolence. Yu Tianheng wanted to say something more, but the black-clothed old man standing beside him took his arm, and then looked towards Dugubo. "Old poison, how old Xiao Yan is, do you want her to marry?" "I didn't want to take care of the children's affairs, but I really like Xiao Yan, and I have been with my stubborn grandson some time ago. There are many intersections. In fact, the old man hopes that Xiao Yan will marry my blue electric Tyrannosaurus family." After finishing speaking, the old man with long black hair smiled and looked at the lone geese, and said with kind eyebrows, "Little girl, the old man cheekily came to tell you one thing today. My family Tianheng has extraordinary qualifications. If you can marry him in the future, you will be the mistress of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family." The temptation of this sentence cannot be said to be small. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family is one of the three sects in the Heaven Do Empire, and the old man said that the Dugugus could become the future mistress of their family, which means that Yu Tianheng is the next an imperial candidate for the patriarch of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, has great rights and is a transcendent existence respected by thousands of people. Hearing this, Duguyan looked angrily, but only spit out impossible, which made it difficult to swear due to the identity of the other party. At this time, Ye Chen stood up and stood in front of Duguyan and said, "This man, the hardest place is the beard. No matter how thick the skin is, you can go through it, but why don't you have a beard?" With the raised corners of the mouth and the raised eyebrows, Ye Chen faced the black-clothed old man directly, stiffening his aura without letting down the wind. "You are Ye Chen?" The black-clothed old man frowned slightly. He naturally heard about the great incident in the Heaven Do Imperial City. The 4 super Douluos fighting against the mysterious powerhouse also seemed to be related to a kid named Ye Chen, which made people have to pay attention. "You are the patriarch of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, Yu Yuanzhen." Seeing Ye Chen face each other without giving himself any face, Yu Yuanzhen couldn't help but laughed. The hero is a teenager, and he has the courage to talk to the old man like this at a young age. "Are you not afraid that I will kill you?" Upon hearing this, Ye Chen grinned and said, "Kill me? If you are not afraid of the destruction of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, you can kill and watch." "Asshole, you dare to threaten the old man?" Yu Yuanzhen stared at his old eyes, and a large number of thick thunder snakes appeared all over his body. And the majestic soul power exploded in place of the blue-red crystal that was crushing in all directions, splashing countless broken stone remnants. "Dare, what about you?" Ye Chen looked at each other indifferently, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, without any fear. Upon seeing this, Yu Yuanzhen's eyes were full of anger, but he inadvertently revealed a touch of jealousy. Everyone knows that the Wuhan Hall and the 7 treasure glazed glass Sex 4 Super Douluos have a very close relationship with Ye Chen, and he shouldn't offend the 2 superpowers for a grandson-in-law, and the gain is not worth the loss. And as far as he knows, this son is a relative of the Pope, and Bibi Dong turned his face with the Elder Palace for him. "Kill his grandfather, Yanner can only belong to me," Yu Tianheng said with fierce light from the side, and the sarcasm in his eyes almost came out. "Ye Chen, you have today, are you still arrogant? I will take good care of Yanner after you die." Hearing that, Ye Chen raised his arm and slapped Yu Tianheng fiercely with a slap. In an instant, a blood-red palm print appeared on his face, instantly swelling like a pig's head. "Kill me, you are worthy." There was a fierce light in his eyes. Ye Chen looked at Yu Yuanzhen, who was trembling with anger, opened his arms and said, "I'm here, there is a kind, you kill." Hearing this, Dugubo's palms instantly burst into cold sweat. No one thought that Ye Chen would dare to be so arrogant in front of a super Douluo. "I really don't know who gave him courage, Liang Jingru? You're looking for death, Grandpa will kill him soon." Yu Tianheng held his swollen face and screamed in a trembling voice. "Shut up!" With another slap and fan, Yu Tianheng was hit in the air several somersaults, but this time it was indeed Yu Yuanzhen. I saw Yu Yuanzhen darkening his face and said in a deep voice, "Okay, what a Pope's disciple, but I don't know how long Bibi Dong can protect you, one day I will come to you personally." After that, he turned to mention, "Escape into the sky with Yushenheng." "No." Ye Chen waved his hand, his eyes showed a touch of anger. "Dare to grab his wife www.readaloud.com, no matter what the ending is, he will not give up. This is a great shame for a man, he will find this place one day. Are you okay?" Dugubo cared, and Ye Chen shook his head, "It's okay, but it's very uncomfortable. I have to soak in the ice and fire spring water to wash the bad breath." As he said, he jumped into the eyes of the ice and fire and sank into the surface of the spring. The fallen angel martial soul suddenly appeared, and the self-healing divine ability automatically repaired the body that was constantly eroded by the spring water. This son is calm and tough. He is definitely not a dragon in the pool. After thinking about it, Dugubo walked to the side of Duguyan and whispered, "My dear granddaughter, go too. Grandpa will go outside the valley to protect the law for you and try to take down him." After squeezing a fist, Duguboyun picked up most of his soul power to protect Dugugus. The hot and cold spring water is too tyrannical, and I can't protect you for long, so time is limited. Come on. With that, he headed out of the Sunset Valley. Fly away, leaving a pretty girl with a red face, standing in place with her small hands clenched. Thank you for your reward and support. End of this chapter. Chapter 51, Love is a Tornado. Chapter 50 Love is a Tornado. After Dugabo's figure completely disappeared to the bottom of the valley, Dugagoose hesitated for a while before trying to get close to the eyes of the ice and fire. The lone goose soon felt discomfort when it came into contact with the spring water that alternated between extreme cold and extreme heat, and the guardian spirit power on the body began to quickly dissolve. If it weren't for the huge protective spirit power given by Grandpa, she was afraid it would last for even a second. Can't stay. Soon, Dugagoose jumped into the eyes of Binghuo Lianji, and after looking around for a while, he saw a figure floating not far from the bottom of the spring. After the lone goose approached, he suddenly saw Ye Chen behind the 12 large angels with black wings flapping slightly, coupled with the outrageous handsome face like an immortal, and suddenly she was stunned. She had never seen Ye Chen with such a look. His perfect handsome face seemed to be carefully carved by God, revealing a kind of beauty that is not like a mortal, except that the mysterious person named Reader can compare with it. No one else. Only at this moment, Ye Chen's body surface was covered with scars, frosty typhoid on one side, and hot on the other, seemingly severely injured, but Dugagoose discovered that those scars were being repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye, and they returned to normal in a short while, but soon he was hurt by the extremely cold and extremely hot springs, and so on. Ye Chen, he said tentatively and awakened the people around him. Why are you down too? When he discovered the Dugagoose, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel tight. The power of the eyes of the ice and fire is too tyrannical. Even if he is healed by magical skills, he may not last long. Without hesitation, Ye Chenfei immediately repeated the left and right sides of the spring after flying out of Binghuo Lianji's eyes, picking all the octagonal black icegrass and blazing apricots. These two kinds of immortal grasses are the best formula to contend with the Lianjian. After Ye Chen took half of the two immortal grasses at the same time, he sent the other half to the bottom of the spring with soul power for a short time, and then kissed him to take it. In just a few minutes, the green spirit power of Dugagoose's body was completely melted away, so that only the medicinal properties of the two ice and fire fairy grasses were left to counter the power of the two eyes. Ye Chen, I'm so hot. Dugayan's beautiful eyes closed tightly, and he kept pulling the tube top skirt on his body, but as soon as he took it off, he cried cold again, hugged Ye Chen casually, and kept rubbing into his arms. Seeing this situation, Ye Chen couldn't help but shook his head. The secret path was still a little bigger with half the power of the immortal herbs. Although he could resist the extreme temperature difference with his magical skills, Dugagoose couldn't. There is no way. Ye Chen can only hug the lone geese, come to the junction of the ice and fire springs, place it on the extreme ice side, and then continue to absorb the fire spring energy outside of the body, blending and competing with each other. It's cold, I'm so cold. The lone goose that hugged Ye Chen tightly was as cold as a piece of ice for thousands of years. Even if Ye Chen continued to absorb heat and transport it in his body, the speed of absorption could not make up for the extreme coldness. Do you want to send her out? When there was a question in my mind, the voice of the system suddenly came from deep in my mind. Detecting the dual energy of ice and fire, the host can try the method of yin and yang conversion and combination, through the most direct transmission method, absorb the ice and fire energy in the spring to the extreme, whether to activate this method. Damn, your dog system actually puts me at risk? Is your host father that kind of person? Ye Chen sneered at this. He has always been very upright, and it would be impossible to do such a thing without the consent of the other party. Just as Ye Chen's meaning was awe-inspiring, a pair of small hands stroked his chest, and immediately began a full body scan commonly seen in the medical world. With such a stimulating experience, Ye Chen suddenly said, "I'm sorry, I am a beast." Afterwards, there was a cry, activate shockingly spread from the eyes of Binghuo Lianji. As Ye Chen's behavior became more and more presumptuous, the surrounding extremely fire energy suddenly poured into his body like a violent storm. And another force of extreme ice madly entered the body of the Dugagoose one after another. Soon, as the yin-yang conversion between the two became more and more intense, the ice and fire spring water in the eyes of Binghuo Lianji was slowly spinning around the two, and in a short while, a huge ice and fire water spout was formed. Gradually, after absorbing the huge force of extreme ice, Dugagoose had regained consciousness. When she discovered that she was working hard with Ye Chen to absorb the two energies in the ice and fire storm, she also began to become active. Humans are really strange creatures. Even a lone goose who doesn't know anything can learn by itself without a teacher. Even due to the cold brought by the power of extreme ice, her demanding movements have become more and more powerful, which surprised Ye Chen. Endless. A huge ice and fire storm hit the sky for thousands of meters, but with the passage of time, its volume is rapidly shrinking. It was not until a few hours passed that the change of the ice, fire, and water storm completely stopped, turning a huge spring lake into a beach. Almost all the power of ice and fire contained in the small puddle was absorbed cleanly. And the two people in the storm, because of the energy absorption to the limit, after the next 10 minutes, there was no movement. Outside the forest, Dugubo frowned as he watched the brightening sky. How long has it been? What the is that kid doing? It's disgusting that he doesn't feel sorry for my little goose at all. Say they didn't touch at all, but just healed. While thinking about it, a soft tone suddenly came from a short distance, "Grandpa." Hearing this, Dugubo raised his eyes and saw Ye Chen grabbing the small hand of Dugagoose quickly, but the two people felt a lot worse than before, very strange, as if they were cold and hot. "Have you absorbed the power of ice and fire in that spring water?" He guarded the Sunset Valley for an unknown number of years, and he was naturally very familiar with the energy radiated by Ye Chen and his granddaughter. Grandpa, I seem to be a lot stronger now." The Dugagoose agitated the whole body's soul power, and suddenly burst out a cultivation base no weaker than level 40, and after its soul power surged out, the temperature of the surrounding sky suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees, which was very strange. The body of extreme ice. The well-informed Dugubo laughed joyfully. He never expected that the legendary God-given physique would appear on his granddaughter, and he laughed a little from ear to ear. What is an extremely ice body? Hearing Ye Chen's question, Dugubo couldn't help but smiled and said, "You can understand it as a God-given cultivation physique. Once you have this extremely ice or extremely fire body, you will be better than ordinary people in cultivation. That's why some people jokingly called it, direct access to the body, very magical." "Oh." Ye Chen nodded, and then followed Dugubo with Dugagoose and swept towards Tiandu Royal Academy. As soon as he returned to the villa to open the room and wanted to rest for a while, Ye Chen was taken aback by the scene before him, and saw Ning Rongrong sitting on his bedside, pouting his mouth and looking at him, as if he already knew it. The good deeds he did outside made Ye Chen feel guilty for a while. Thank you, no regret for your reward. End of this chapter. Chapter 52, Bibi Dong Domineering Love. Chapter 51, Bibi Dong Domineering Love. With a lot of thoughts in his mind, Ye Chen decided to tell Ning Rongrong the facts. After all, she was also his own woman. Sooner or later, she would know about the Duguyan, so it's better to say it earlier. Thinking of this, Ye Chen sorted out the words, opened his mouth and said, "Duguyan is already my woman, Senior Poison. Aren't you going to tell me what did you do during the missing days? How did you come back?" Ning Rongrong interrupted Ye Chen's words abnormally, and then dragged him to sit on the bedside, watching him quietly, extraordinarily well behaved. Those bright and clear beautiful eyes seemed to say, "I understand all of them, but at this moment I just want to talk to you about our whispers." With a smile, Ye Chen stroked Ning Rongrong's hair, and slowly talked about his being captured by the three chiefs, and then escaped and stole the royal Jubeo pavilion by mistake, and killed the 3 chiefs. Story: Royal Jubeo Pavilion. Speaking of these 4 words, Ning Rongrong's eyes suddenly burst of interest. Seeing this, Ye Chen couldn't help taking out a crown-shaped glass soul bone and handing it to her. This is the wisdom skull of the 50,000-year-old sea phoenix demon fox. I specially selected it for you. Try it quickly. Looking at the exquisite crown spirit bone, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but look at Ye Chen in a little surprised and said, "Brother Ye Chen doesn't need it. I remember your 4th spirit ability is a mental attack. If you absorb it, it will definitely change. Stronger. My family's Rongrong is not important for getting stronger or anything. Your 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda is very mentally exhausting. This sea phoenix demon fox wisdom skull is also the most suitable for you." With that said, Ye Chen suddenly thought of something and took out the newly obtained fairy grass from Naja, Kiluo tulip, coxcomb phoenix sunflower, 8-petal immortal orchid, Kirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, and acacia heartbroken red, all of which were placed in Ning Rong. Before Rong, choose whatever you like, but you must accept this acacia heartbroken red and Kiluo tulip. These 2 fairy grasses are of great benefit to you. They can continuously improve the quality of your martial arts, and they can also protect. Brother Ye Chen, you are so kind to me. Before he finished speaking, Ning Rongrong hugged him fiercely, and then whispered in his arms, his delicate body trembling. "Okay, don't cry, I'm not good to you. Who is good to you? Who made you my Miss Rongrong?" Ye Chen gently patted her jade back, patiently comforting. "Who is the eldest lady? I used to tease me about things when I was young." Touching the corners of his eyes and tears, Ning Rongrong changed from crying to laughing, and then snatched Kiluo tulips and acacia heartbroken and said, "I just took it. For these 2 things, you can give the others to other women. Oh yes, Zuking must not be less." Ning Rongrong pouted a small mouth habitually, revealing the cuteness that only appeared in front of Ye Chen. I know, our family Rongrong is the most sensible." Jing Jing held Ning Rongrong and sat on the bedside for a long time. It was not until noon that Ye Chen let go of her a little bit. Then he said, "I will find a way to inform Sect Master Xiaoning. I will take out half of the royal treasure house. Sect Master or my master come and pick it up. Know it." Ning Rongrong waved his hand at Ye Chen with a sweet smile, ran out of the villa happily, and occupied her beloved alone for so long. She was already very satisfied. Ah! Stretching, Ye Chen leaned against the head of the bed tiredly. He didn't sleep for a whole night, and now he feels a little sleepy. Aha! While yawning, Ye Chen was about to fall asleep in a daze. Suddenly, a fragrant wind hit, and then a slim and perfect figure appeared beside him. Who? Feeling the emergence of a powerful spirit power, Ye Chen instantly awakened from his drowsiness, and then he held the demon abyss and looked forward vigilantly. Only after seeing the incoming person, his martial soul immediately took it back, and then smiled and said, "Master, why are you here?" "Why, I disturbed you and that little girl. I can leave now." Bibi Dong looked at Ye Chen indifferently and said that he was going to leave, but his body did not move half a minute. Ye Chen scratched his head, dragged a soft bench and said, "Master, please sit down. I wonder if I have anything to order here." He glanced at the bench disgustingly. After Bibi Dong looked at Ye Chen, he sat up and slowly said, "Last time you were kidnapped, I only sent Ju and Gui Douluo to help you. I thought it could deter some people, but I didn't expect that less than a day passed, you would be bullied again. As a master, how can I rest assured?" As he said, Bibi Dong's anger was rare in his eyes, and his tone of voice was even greater. It was cold and scary, as if the surrounding air temperature had dropped several degrees. "It's okay, it's a group of bullying guys. When I get stronger, I will make them look good." Ye Chen clenched a fist and said firmly. I don't know how many young people are going to be until you become stronger. You can't help but I can't help it. Bibi Dong stood up slowly, looking into the distance and said, as a person in the spirit hall, I have not been bullied. Yes, as long as you use the power to deceive others, so this time the Emperor has personally recovered it for you. After saying it, www.readaloud.com, the sacred and coercive feelings of the past returned to Bibi Dong again, as if she would remove these disguises as long as she was in front of Ye Chen, but it was as if it was for him that Bibi Dong had to become the supreme pope again, despising the world. Let's go, some accounts should be cleared up early. After speaking coldly, Bibi Dong waved his hand and took Ye Chen out of the villa. At the same time, the two elders Zhu and Gui appeared beside her instantly, and then the four flew towards the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. In such a situation, Ye Chen was dumbfounded. Although she wanted to take a humiliation herself, according to Bibi Dong's temperament, who would she dare to refuse? Such overbearing love makes people, can't stop it. Ye Chen, who was flying around Bibi Dong's waist, kept raising the corners of his mouth, and roared in his heart, Blue electric Tyrannosaurus, your grandpa is here. In order to support all my book friends, I still watch 3 changes today. First in the morning. End of this chapter. Chapter 53, Bibi Dong, I am the rules. Chapter 52, Bibi Dong, I am the rules. Bibi Dong's flying speed was extremely fast, and even if he brought Ye Chen with him, he was like a swift speed, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at the gate of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Long Zone. Although it is considered the weakest sect among the 3 sects, the magnificent city and the many tall buildings in front of them are worthy of the name of the 3 sects. Various European-style buildings are scattered across the vast area, which is much larger than the area occupied by an ordinary city. When the 2 elders, the chrysanthemum and the ghost, flew in succession, Yu Yuanzhen's figure flew out of the tallest building like a bell tower on the ground. You kid! Seeing Ye Chen, Yu Yuanzhen couldn't help but frowned, and immediately looked at Bibi Dong and the elders Zhu and Gui who were holding him. After a while, that pretty handsome old face collapsed and became extremely ugly. After arching his hands, Yu Yuanzhen greeted him, I have seen the Pope. I wonder what you are waiting for, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. As one of the top 3 sects, Yu Yuanzhen's tone is still a bit emboldened, but facing the lofty, sacred and inviolable temperament that Pope Bibi Dong exudes, it also makes him feel inferior. Why? Don't you know, Sect Master Jade? Bibi Dong looked at Yu Yuanzhen calmly, with an indifferent tone, but even if he was in the same position, Yu Yuanzhen suddenly felt a little cold. Don't you remember me so soon? The kid never forgets the Lord. Ye Chen walked to the person, his eyes raised slightly, recalling the scene of his wife being robbed in person last night. The uncomfortable feeling in his heart became more intense. What do you want? Needless to say, Yu Yuanzhen also knew that Ye Chen came here with Bibi Dong's purpose, so he was outspoken. In this regard, Ye Chen didn't mean to be entangled anymore, and said straight, today, the master actually insisted on taking me here, but I can't come back empty-handed. How did Sect Master Jade remember my kid last night? So here I also want to discuss one thing with the suzerain, and I hope not to refuse. After that, Ye Chen walked to the ghost and whispered a few words in his ear, and then he flew back to the Royal Academy with Zhu Douluo. This kid, what are you thinking about? Squinting his eyes slightly, Yu Yuanzhen wondered what Ye Chen would do, but in any case, his Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect was not the master of bullying. Thinking of this, Yu Yuanzhen couldn't help but bowed his hand to Bibi Dong and said solemnly, this son has no respectable eyes. Isn't His Majesty the Pope, who is a master, doesn't care about it? He's not young anymore and doesn't understand the rules at all. Hearing that, Bibi Dong moved his Yushao lightly, watching Ye Chen smile slightly, and then said coldly at Yu Yuan, this seat is the rules, today he can do whatever he wants. The words were simple and clear, and Yu Yuanzhen's old face was black when he heard it, and the dark Wei Wuhan temple was so arrogant in the Heaven Do Empire? Could it be that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, one of the upper three sects, had no face at all? Pope Bibi Dong, please pay attention to your words. This is the site of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. If you don't look at the monk's face, you have to look at the Buddha's face. As soon as the voice fell, the inside of the sect behind Yu Yuan Zhen suddenly jumped out of hundreds of people, and they opened vertically, standing full of the tall sect retaining wall. Afterwards, raging thunder flashes continuously from the crowd, and then, behind the 1,000-man column, huge blue electric dragons overwhelmed the sky, roaring among the dragons, thick and dense thunderbolts in the sky. The momentum is mighty and magnificent. Seeing this provocative scene, Bibi Dong said coldly, "That's it." As he said, the scepter in his hand slammed the ground forcefully, and immediately burst out a sea of monstrous spirit power that resembled a tidal wave. It rapidly swelled and turned into a tsunami and rushed hundreds of meters high in the sky, even the sun was completely covered. Immediately afterwards, the towering spirit-powered tsunami tumbling in the air, instantly rushed towards the sect guard wall. With such an overwhelming soul sea, the Yu family's child on the parapet was in fear, his legs trembling constantly, and he couldn't even escape. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Yu Yuanzhen didn't care about the 3 or 71, and he slammed his feet, and wanted to fly to protect his family's children. But just when he was just a few meters in the air, a heavy weight of spirit power like Mount Tai swept across his body, causing it to fall back to the ground heavily, and 2 deep pits of more than 10 centimeters were printed under his feet. At the same time, the overwhelming soul rushed away, and in an instant washed the blue electric Tyrannosaurus on the retaining wall completely. Even the city wall collapsed a lot, and the gravel and broken bricks piled up like a mountain, and the scene was simply embarrassing. Seeing this, Yu Yuanzhen's old face was dark and shiny with anger, and his whole body's spirit power exploded, surrounded by thick thunder snakes, crackling loudly. After doing all this, Bibi Dong's indifferent voice faintly sounded, "As I said, I am the rule. The rules of the game today belong to Ye Chen." The suppression from absolute strength should not allow the slightest doubt. Yu Yuanzhen stared at Bibi Dong closely, his chest ups and downs. He seems to have forgotten how he bullied Ye Chen last night, so the incident has developed to this point, and he also feels that Bibi Dong is bullying others, and his heart is very angry. At this moment, Gui Mei and Zhu Duluo flew quickly from a distance. Behind them were a group of happy young men, all of them like chicken blood, excited. Among them were Xiaoyu, Yan, Su Ning, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, and a middle-aged man Yu Xiaogang was mixed among several teenagers. Once he landed, the master Yu Xiaogang ran to Yu Yuanzhen. When he found the collapsed retaining wall and many injured family children, he couldn't help turning his head to look at Bibi Dong with a cold and arrogant expression. "What are you doing? Don't involve others because of our previous things. The past things can never look back. I hope you can let go. Now I also have a new lover. Don't worry about the past anymore." With that said, Yu Xiaogang stepped towards Bibi Dong, opened his chest and continued, "If you hate me, then do it." As soon as the voice fell, a small fist suddenly appeared in front of Yu Xiaogang, knocking him upside down for hundreds of meters with one punch, and after turning dozens of laps in the air, he landed in embarrassment. "What kind of thing do you dare to yell at my master, at such an age? I don't understand the rules at all." Ye Chen stood in front of Bibi Dong and looked at the master with cold eyes. To this scumbag, he was not at all merciful. At this moment, Bibi Dong lightly opened her lips, and said lightly, "I have forgotten the past, and I came here today only for Ye Chen." The meaning in these words couldn't be more obvious. It was never Bibi Dong who was passionate, but Yu Xiaogang. What kind of old love is difficult, but www.readaloud.com she Bibi Dong is thinking at this moment, only Ye Chen is alone. Hearing this, the master tried to get up from the ground with difficulty, but Ye Chen's punch was so hard that Yu Xiaogang couldn't get up after lying on the ground for a long time. Yu Yuan was furious, and yelled, "What do you want? You can turn this story over." Angrily glared at Ye Chen, this servant not only robbed his future grandson-in-law, but also injured his old son. It was so deceiving. It's very simple to want to turn the article. What did you do to me last night? I will double it back to you today. Hearing what Ye Chen said, Xiaoyu, Su Ning, Oscar, and Dai Mubai ran to his side one after another, looking charming and excited. "Brother Ye Chen, what you asked Ghost Douluo to bring us is true." "Yes? We can all choose randomly from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Thank Yulzu for the tip, change the cover, make it yourself, laugh. I am really poor, can't afford Mito, I can only use Mito Xiaoxiu." End of this chapter. Chapter 54, Take a Brother to Choose a Wife. Chapter 53. Of course, why not? Ye Chen grinned and said, climbing on the shoulders of Xiaoyu and Dai Mubai, leading Su Ning and the others towards the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect in stride. After sending a few people in, Ye Chen's voice immediately sounded, "You don't always say that you are single and useless. Today I will give you a chance." With that, Ye Chen walked to Yu Yuanzhen's side and said with a smile, "Today's rule of the game is, let my brother beg a wife in your sect, it's not too much. Yesterday, you came to my sweet wife. Today, I will bring someone to choose a wife." After entering the sect, Ye Chen showed a smirk at the corner of his mouth, while Dai Mubai, Xiaoyu and others laughed again and again. Most of the voices completely covered Ye Chen's laughter, and these guys' faces were full of joy. Her face flushed with her head held high, her face flushed, indescribable excitement. Yu Yuanzhen was very complicated at the moment. He was very angry at Ye Chen's actions, but seeing that Xiaoyu and the others had good future potential, he didn't know whether he should be angry or compromise. But no matter what, the selected girls become other people's wives, and from now on, they will never have anything to do with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. His Yu family still can't afford to lose that face. Bibi Dong and Zhu and Gui Douluo followed Ye Chen and walked in one after another, while Yu Yuanzhen supported the waxy white Yu Xiaogang, and followed closely behind. A crowd of people all came to the main hall of the Blue Electric Overlord Long Zone. The luxurious and spacious hall was very magnificent. The Roman stone pillars were one size bigger than those in the Papal Palace, and even the floor was covered with red carpets. Pay attention to Sect Master Jade, let all the beautiful girls in your family who haven't been out of the cabinet come out. We are already hungry and thirsty. After wiping her saliva, Su Ning said with a smirk, "Oscar, Dai Mubai and others are not in any better condition than him, they all look like Brother Pig. After all, she is a female disciple of the upper three sects. She has been carefully nurtured since she was a child. She is beautiful and beautiful, but she is much more beautiful than the ordinary women outside, at least in terms of temperament. With Lu Erlong's reputation outside, where can the girl from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Long Zone go? One side feeds the other people." Yu Yuanzhen ignored Su Ning, but looked at Ye Chen and said, "The rules of the game can be set like this, but I also have to add one. But it doesn't matter." Hearing Ye Chen's reply, Yu Yuanzhen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was afraid that this kid was a powerful and unforgiving fellow, and that would be troublesome. At this time, Yu Xiaogang suddenly said in his ear, "Don't worry, father, I taught Dai Mubai the three boys, and they are completely worthy of our family's women." "Shut up, you mean that the girls in my Yu family are not as good as those boys? Also, who knows what other wicked eyes Ye Chen holds? Still have to be more cautious." As he said, Yu Yuanzhen looked at Ye Chen and said, "The rule I want to add is that if your brother wants to beat his wife in my sect, he must beat the girl he likes, and as long as my Jade family girl, if you don't agree, it won't work." "Okay, no problem, we all really want to find a girlfriend, so please don't worry about Sect Master Yu." As long as we succeed, we will always be nice to her in this life. Before Ye Chen answered, Daimyo Bai and Xiaoyu responded loudly, their eyes filled with depth, and their bodies were full of fighting spirit. They are not jokes, but sincerely want to find a pretty wife who will love her for life. In the field, there are only Oscar and Su Ning, two auxiliary martial arts guys, standing there with a gloomy look, dumbfounded and depressed. They have no combat power at all. If they face the top beast martial arts girl, it will be very difficult. Yes, you have to remember what you said. Yu Yuan Zhen beckoned, and the two family elders who had been watching for a long time passed by, and then left the hall according to his instructions. After a while, the girls who had not left the pavilion in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect walked into the main hall one by one. Most of the girls were beautiful and had different styles, such as Petite Loli style, Imperial Sister style, High Cold style, the Iceberg Wind, everything, it's so beautiful. With so many beautiful girls, Daimyo Bai, Xiaoyu and others couldn't turn their eyes and talk eloquently. Watching hundreds of girls walk into the hall, Bibi Dong suddenly said, interesting, it's getting more and more interesting, right? Ye Chen. When? As soon as he spoke, Ye Chen noticed the faint resentment in Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes, and immediately changed his words, interesting is interesting, but in terms of appearance, my master must be worthy of it. The title of the best beauty in the world. Glib tongue. Bibi Dong's mouth showed a beautiful smile that was invisible, and then he sat on the sofa with a majestic, holy, and cold arrogant face. Let's start. After explaining the process of fighting for marriage to the girls who came to the main hall, Yu Yuan slapped his hands, and the two arcs collided from the palm of his palm and made a loud noise. The event of choosing a wife officially started. Daimyo Bai couldn't wait to stand up, pointing to a tall, plump, and pretty girl and smiled, it's you. Upon seeing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but give Daimyo Bai a thumbs up, and secretly said that the other party was indeed an old driver who had been on the battlefield. This vision was really harsh, and people who knew it would naturally understand. My name is Yu Meier, please advise. The plump and pretty girl is about 15 to 16. She has a fiery red gold body and leather body and her figure is more sexy. It is obvious that she is very interested in Daimyo Bai and directly agreed. Remember your husband's name, my name is Daimyo Bai. Without saying much, Daimyo Bai rushed over after calling out the evil eye white tiger directly. Daimyo Bai, who was stimulated by Ye Chen, had progressed very quickly in these days. He was already at level 41, while his opponent was only at level 35. Even though the martial spirit had some power to suppress Daimyo Bai, it was soon after losing the battle, Daimyo Bai took a small hand and returned to Ye Chen. Next came Xiaoyu. As Ye Chen's brother-in-law, his cultivation base was 2 levels higher than Daimyo Bai's. Holding 2 special martial soul Xiaoyu scimitars, he defeated a man named Yuzu in just a few seconds. 38-level lowly girl. The powerful strength suddenly made Yuzu's clear eyes lit up with small stars, and looked at Xiaoyu with a look of worship. Seeing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but smiled and said, it turns out this Meng Sao brother-in-law likes this one. Ma Heng-jun, his cultivation level had just reached level 30, but it did not affect his eagerness to have a girlfriend, so he chose a girl from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family who was also at level 30. His martial spirit is the evil fire phoenix, no less than the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, and the battle between the two sides suddenly started. Yuncha.com played fiercely, but Ma Heng-jun won the game in the end. When he took the little hand of a girl named Yuxiang Er, the fat guy with a wide body suddenly made a hairy smile, and the happiness on his face was out of control. Seeing the girls in the family being taken away, Yu Yuanzhen didn't know how many times he rubbed the teacup in his hand, and his mood was as complex as silk. It was only a young woman from his Yu family who was selected. The best in the generation, it is really distressing. Only Oscar and Su Ning have not yet played. They stood beside Ye Chen and did not dare to step forward to challenge. The auxiliary system spirits suffered so much that they became a little hesitant. Try it, in case it succeeds. Yeah. Encouraged by Ye Chen, Oscar and Su Ning looked at each other, and then took a brave step in the direction of the fancy girl. Changed a bit, I hope everyone likes it. End of this chapter. Chapter 55, Involuntary Ye Chen. Chapter 54. On the side, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun and others are also encouraging Su Ning and Oscar. The words between friends are like a trigger, stimulating their desire to find love. However, just as they acted, a glamorous girl with a lowly face but a prince's figure suddenly stood in the center of the hall and looked in the direction of Oscar and Su Ning. No, she doesn't like me, right? She really doesn't want to take the initiative to show love. After swallowing, Oscar and Su Ning looked at each other, and they both saw strong expectations in their eyes. They had never been confessed by a girl, and they looked very nervous at this moment, and the hands hanging beside them didn't know. Wherever he went, the pace he walked out was a little messy. But for the desire to have a girlfriend, Su Ning and Oscar finally walked up to the glamorous girl and looked at her, expecting the scene that would happen in their fantasy. Finally, the girl's red lips moved slightly, and she looked at the two and smiled slightly. You? Are you coming? Did a girl finally confess to me? Su Ning laughed excitedly. So far, he still remembers the scene where his captain was served by 6 beauties in the middle of the night, and now it's finally his turn, but this really delayed the captain's return. Can you give me a hand? Let's let it go, let's let it go. Suddenly speaking, Su Ning's expectant face froze in place, and the corners of her smiling mouth kept twitching. And Oscar's heart beat violently, as if being poured with a bucket of ice water. It instantly gave him a chill. The scene was embarrassing for a while. I saw the beautiful girl hurried past the two, walked directly to Ye Chen's side, stretched out her little hand and said with a blushing face, "Hello, my name is Yu Linger." Compared to them, I want to know you more. What's your name? Ye Chen scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. The reality hit Oscar and Su Ning hard. They thought that the girl wanted to confess, but they never expected that the object of the confession was Ye Chen, who had been encouraging them. At this time, 7 or 8 elegant girls walked out of the Yujia girl crowd, and soon they came to Su Ning and Oscar's side. This time, the two consciously made a way to let them go, but the girls did not continue walking when they came to the front and back of the two. No, is it true this time? For no reason, Su Ning's confidence returned to him, and then looking forward to the beautiful girls who hadn't left for a long time, her mouth was dry. Oscar and Su Ning looked at each other, and then smiles appeared on their faces again. It looks good to laugh. I don't know which girl praised. Oscar and Su Ning couldn't help laughing more happily when they heard it. Hello, can I ask you two a question? Ask. We must know everything we can talk about. Oscar and Su Ning looked at the beautiful girl who asked the question and said diligently. They all wanted to grasp such a rare opportunity, otherwise they would not have the store if they missed this village. Hearing that, the beautiful girl suddenly smiled sweetly. Although I am embarrassed, I still ask. What color does that guy with a good smile like? What does he like to eat? He should have a girlfriend if he is so handsome. Right? Mind if you associate with your sister who is a few years older than him? After one person asked, the other girls all began to rush to ask about the specific situation of the person who was good-looking. For a while, Oscar and Su Ning were suddenly asked by the questions that couldn't beat them. Dumbfounded. Until the two heard the 3 words "so handsome," Oscar and Su Ning's faces instantly became difficult to look at, and then they looked at Ye Chen, who was entangled by the girl with Lolita's face, full of black lines. The young ladies who wanted to curse Chen when the two refused to answer, surrounded Ye Chen one after another, leaving Oscar alone, and they swayed in the breeze. Su Ning looked at Ye Chen, who was surrounded by the girls, and suddenly felt like crying without tears, and screamed in her heart, "Captain, Please stop exuding charm. Give me a chance, even once. What are you still watching? Come and save me. Ye Chen whispered for help with a crying face. His main purpose of planning this event was to help his brothers solve the single problem, but what on earth did these girls want to surround him? However, not only did Dai Mubai and the others look at him with a smirk and didn't mean to help, even if Oscar and Su Ning heard what he said, they did not react at all, and their faces were full of anger. Ye Chen didn't know where she had offended them, she was really a group of ingratitudes. At the same time, the teacup in Yu Yuanzhen's hand was suddenly crushed by him. He never expected that his girls would actually tease Ye Chen so actively. Is this kid really that attractive? But when he heard Ye Chen's tone, he felt a lot of comfort in his heart. At the same time, he was glad that this kid didn't mess around. If he really accepted these girls' provocations, he would definitely not be able to bear the ending. At this time, Su Ning looked depressed at Oscar, who was pitiful with the same illness, and put a fist on his shoulder to cheer, "Brother, don't be discouraged, just get used to it. My captain is so likable. As long as we are willing to work hard, we will definitely find it. Girlfriends." At the end, he didn't know what to say. "Hello, can we make friends?" Suddenly, a crisp soft sound came into his ears, and Oscar slowly raised his head weakly and said, "Ye Chen is over there, go." As he said, he opened a path and stood there dejected. But after lowering his head, Oscar found that the sky blue shoes hadn't moved, and still stood quietly in front of him. "No way." After raising his head violently, Oscar suddenly saw the delicate girl smile at him, and in an instant Oscar felt the sweet taste from that smile. Hey, we are still not good brothers, don't leave me behind." Seeing Oscar and the delicate girl holding hands without even fighting, they smiled at each other happily. Su Ning couldn't help but fight, her face was flushed, and her heart yelled at Oscar as a white-eyed wolf, and he was worried because of it. The other party was comforting for a long time, but this guy was actually hooked away by a girl who said he was hooked. It's so enviable to death. When he looked at the remaining Yu family girls, he saw those girls walking out of the hall one after another, and did not pay any attention to his meaning. Su Ning was very depressed for a while. Also depressed, Ye Chen was surrounded by many young girls. Ying Ying and Yan Yan beside him were beautiful, but Ye Chen didn't mean to appreciate it. At this moment, he was seeing Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes full of coldness. As if saying, "If you dare to mess around, you are dead." In the gaze of Her Majesty, Ye Chen shook his head innocently, and after repeatedly rejecting the girl's kindness, he sat down beside Bibi Dong angrily. With His Majesty the Pope, even if the girls of the Thunder Tyrant Dragon sect still want to communicate with Ye Chen deeply, they dare not step forward to pester him, but occasionally cast fiery gazes. "Let's go, Master, it's too uncomfortable to stay here." "Really? I think you enjoyed it just now." Bibi Dong looked at Ye Chen coldly, a fleeting grievance flashed in his beautiful eyes, and then stood up and walked directly outside the hall. Ye Chen smiled and scratched his head, then turned to look at Yu Yuanzhen. "That's it for today, I hope everyone can live together peacefully in the future." After finishing speaking, he walked out of the main hall behind Bibi Dong. Dai Mubai, Xiaoyu and others also waved to Yu Yuanzhen with a happy face, and then led their girls away in happiness. Only Su Ning turned his head back after 3 steps. He felt that he had missed being a single dog. The best time. "You go back first, I'll talk to my father." Yu Xiaogang waved his hand to Dai Mubai who greeted him, and followed Yu Yuanzhen to the main hall cabinet. After sending Ye Chen and others back to the Tiandu Royal Academy, Zhugui Tu Douluo and Bibi Dong were leaving, and there were only 3 people including Ye Chen and Bibi Dong in front of the gate of the Royal Academy. Looking at the sacred and noble Bibi Dong, who was inaccessible, Ye Chen's heart was full of reluctance. "You go back first, and I have a few words with Ye Chen." Waved to let the Zhugui and Douluo take the lead. After the two disappeared into the sky, Bibi Dong's aura of superiority also weakened. Suddenly www.readaloud.com Bibi Dong took the initiative to hug Ye Chen, and then whispered in his ear, "The Pope order I gave you will break it when it is in danger. Don't let me experience that kind of worry again. Do you know?" "I know." Ye Chen didn't say anything, and the person hugging him disappeared. As long as the warm remaining temperature let him know that it was not an illusion. "Finally found you, Ye Chen, the exchange meeting has started, come back with me." There was a calling sound behind him. Ye Chen looked back, and suddenly saw Duguyan's pretty face full of anxiety. It seemed that he had been looking for him for a long time. College exchange conference. Ye Chen scratched his head and smiled, he almost forgot about it. "Thank you Moyu Hitomi for the huge reward, Sa Lang He. Thank you Yang Jingkai Tao Tai Fried Heaven Gang Yao for your reward. I instantly feel that the codeword is motivated. Is more careful." End of this chapter. Chapter 56, Practice Against the Sky. Chapter 55. Following the lone geese, Ye Chen came to the chamber of the Royal Academy. The huge European-style hollowed-out building, as long as more than a dozen Roman columns support the boulder ceiling, built in a huge long and narrow stone table, simple but without losing the sense of beauty. At this moment, most of the well-known academy disciples in the Tiandu Empire gathered here. In addition to Wuhundian Academy and Shrek, there are also the Blazing, Tian Shui and Shenfeng Academy of the Four Element Academy in the lobby, as well as the Host Royal Academy. Others it was because of various reasons that they could not come. It may also be because I want to hide the clumsy one or two after waiting for the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master competition. After all, in addition to the dispensable discussions in the Academy Exchange Conference, the most important thing is to exchange cultivation experience and learn from each other. The Royal Academy is still headed by Yu Tianheng, but with the word royal, the prestige in the academies is no longer what it used to be. When Ye Chen walked into the hollow lobby, the people who had just been talking about it suddenly calmed down, and then everyone's eyes turned to him. The major changes in the Royal Academy seemed to be related to Ye Chen. Not only was the four princes killed by him, but he was unharmed. The three chiefs also committed suicide violently, and even the Heaven Do Imperial City was patronized by the four Super Douluo. After seeing Ye Chen, Yu Tianheng shrank to a certain corner and hid in the crowd of royal disciples not daring to show up. His grandfather couldn't help Ye Chen, so he had to avoid his edge. "Why are you looking at me, where are you talking?" Sitting next to Hulina, Ye Chen looked at everyone speechlessly. For this exchange meeting, it would be totally fine for him to do a few fights, but when it comes to the theoretical link. As she was thinking about it, Shui Binger smiled and said, "Ye Chen, we mentioned Tang San's soul power cultivation base just now." Everyone was amazed at his cultivation speed. He could actually rely on blue-silver grass for 6 years. More time to cultivate to level 34. Maybe my innate full soul power has an advantage in cultivation. Besides, I have the best teacher in the world. Tang San smiled slightly. This was his first time and the first time for the entire Shrek Academy to participate in this kind of exchange meeting. Naturally, he knew everything he could say. At this time, Feng Xiaotian from the Shenfeng Academy asked, "Besides being born with full soul power, can you talk about the usual cultivation methods? I think everyone should be very curious." Hearing this, Tang San said calmly, "In fact, there is no special training. Our academy is in Soto City, so the teacher asks us to run 50 laps along the city with load every day." "What? Run 50 laps around the city? Or load?" Feng Xiaotian, who was wearing a cyan uniform and a black mask, said in surprise, "This training task is too heavy. No wonder your spirit power upgrades so quickly. In fact, in addition to long-distance running with weights, our Shrek students have another way of training." Daimyo Bai pinched Yu Meier's full-bodied buttocks, and proudly said, "We are also in the Soto City Great Arena. The regulars there have to fight every day, and the battlefields in the 6 nearby cities are full of sweat from our battles." As soon as this remark came out, Feng Xiaotian and the other academy disciples were shocked to speak. They also went into the arena to sharpen themselves, but compared to the terrifying amount of fighting in 7 battles a day, their academy's methods were down. It seems a bit of a play. Just as most people were sighing Dai Muabai's speech, Tang San looked helplessly at someone with a wry smile and said, "The reason why we practice such crazy cultivation is all because of one person." With that, Dai Muabai, Oscar and all other Shrek Academy disciples turned their eyes to Ye Chen's direction, and their eyes filled with complaints that almost came out of their eyes. Even Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing were full of grievances. Crazy training represents their mad suffering. Whether it is a long distance running around the city with a weight of 50 laps or 7 battles a day, it far exceeds the training plan of the master Yu Xiaogang. Originally, Yu Xiaogang's training volume before going to Shrek was only 1/7 of the current amount, but the pressure that Ye Chen and Flender had after the gambling and the sudden attack on Wuhan Palace made all this happen. Change. Perceiving the gaze of Shrek and the others, Feng Xiaotian couldn't help but ask Ye Chen, "Is it because of you?" Then Ye Chen, "Your soul power cultivation base must be even more amazing, can you talk about it?" Hearing that, Ye Chen waved his hand quickly and said, "It's not me or me. I only have level 42 spirit power. It's still far behind my fellow seniors, right?" Turning his gaze to Su Ning and the others, Yan immediately shook his head and said, "I am level 42, but I can't compare to the captain's level 42. Ziyu smiled, "Although I'm level 42, I'm not an enemy of junior brother Ye Chen, shame and shame." As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Lina answered, "I am level 41, so I don't need to discuss it." Up. Everyone was praising Ye Chen. And suddenly heard him a little speechless, and there was a hint of foreboding in his heart. If this kind of scene continues like this, then it's time to get to the theory link next, so what else can he say? Looking at Su Ning's last hope, Ye Chen hopes that the other party will hit him severely at this moment, taunting him, and it is best to put what he said is worthless, and it will be the best result. Seeing Ye Chen's fiery gaze, Su Ning suddenly understood something, and then shouted at everyone, "Although our captain has level 42 spirit power, he is a... Yes, hurry up and say I'm a trash, Senior Su Ning." Ye Chen looked at him with expectation, waiting for Su Ning's next words of shock. Others also paid close attention to Su Ning, curious about the image of Ye Chen in his heart. Feeling the incomparable strong sense of existence, Su Ning finally realized the pride of a genius. He looked around at everyone present and said loudly, "But Ye Chen is a complete evildoer." As he said, Su Ning turned to look at Tang San, Dai Muabai and others and continued, "You may not know the shocking behavior of junior brother Ye Chen in Wuhandian Academy. He once fought alone at the same level as a single person. The elite of the 1,000 Talents Academy, no, it's not fighting alone, but torture." Before he finished speaking, Su Ning saw the dumb appearance of other academy disciples who were shocked and dumbfounded. At the same time, he once again felt a sense of pride sweeping his soul. Ye Chen is his captain, and his captain is so. Doesn't the cowhide also represent the cowhide of Wuhandian Academy? Su Ning cowhide. Thinking of this, Su Ning comfortably enjoyed the horrified gazes of others, and then wanted to continue to expand the sense of pride in this immense pride, so he opened his mouth and said, "The captain not only tortured and killed them, but also took 50% of the senior class. The multi-level academy is scared." Halfway through the conversation, a piece of cloth that had been kneaded into a large ball was slammed into Su Ning's mouth, and then Ye Chen He looked at him with a sullen face, his eyes full of ferocity. Ye Chen was really speechless and messed up. He really didn't want to be too conspicuous in the exchange meeting. What should he do if he shares the theory of exchange practice afterwards? Obviously he is a trash who can't even cultivate his soul power. When Ye Chen's heart was guilty, Tang San suddenly said, "Ye Chen, why are you so strong? Honestly, I now suspect that I am mistaken. Your innate spirit power must not be only level 1. What? Innate soul power is only level 1. It is reasonable to say that the cultivation speed after the innate level 1 spirit power will be horribly slow, but Ye Chen has broken their fixed concept. Shui Binger, Feng Xiaotian, and Huo Wu from Blazing Academy stood up abruptly. The expressions on their faces could no longer be described as shock but fear. They looked at Ye Chen as if they were looking at a monster. Absolute evildoer. Ye Chen, what is your cultivation method? Can you share it with us in details? Huo Wu couldn't wait to ask questions in a hurry, and the passion in her eyes almost burst out. Ye Chen www.readaloud.com. Since you can do what ordinary people can't, then naturally there is a set of heaven-defying cultivation method which is so rich. If you say it, we will also explain the cultivation method of our school. There is no concealment at all. Feng Xiaotian looked at Ye Chen excitedly, imagining the power of that set of cultivation techniques against the sky. If Ye Chen could upgrade so quickly at level 1 of his innate, then he was a genius with level 10 full of spirit power who cultivated this technique. What an ancient majestic appearance that shocked the whole continent will appear. Yu Tianheng, who was hiding in the corner, suddenly stared at Ye Chen with fiery eyes, and said in his heart, "It turns out that you are so strong only by relying on the cultivation method against the sky to achieve success. How can it be compared to the first level of the innate? I am 7th level innate. If I can get that set of cultivation methods, how long will it take Ye Chen to surpass you? 2 years, 1 year, or half a year?" Thinking of this, Yu Tianheng couldn't help but become obsessed. Fantasizing that one day Ye Chen can be stepped under her feet. Not to mention them, even Tang San, Dai Mubai, and others looked at Ye Chen hopefully, hoping that he could share his heaven-defying method. "I haven't finished a chapter for dinner yet, alas, I'm so hungry." End of this chapter. Chapter 57, True Practice. Chapter 56, True Cultivation Method. On the right side of the huge narrow stone table in the chamber of the Royal Academy, Ye Chen was dull and dumbfounded by everyone present. He was stunned by Feng Xiaoshan's remarks. Ye Chen had gained a lot of knowledge in the practice of guarding against the sky before. To be honest, if there is such a thing, he would be willing to try it. But the question is, does Nimana exist? The corner of Ye Chen's mouth twitched, and he didn't understand the heaven-defying practice at all. His practice was to eat, drink, sleep and play, toss all the troubles, and lie down. If this is considered to be a cultivation method against the sky, Ye Chen would like to call it the strongest. With fiery eyes, and countless pairs of eyes looking directly, Ye Chen's face blushed. Forget it, or just say something to fool it. Thinking of this, Ye Chen's complexion returned to normal, and he immediately wanted to reveal the cultivation method that he created against the sky. At this time, Su Ning, who was sitting next to him, suddenly shouted, I know the training method of the captain." Hearing this, Tang San and Feng Xiaoshan's gaze was immediately attracted by him. Even Ye Chen was taken aback by what he said. The ball of cloth in this guy's mouth was taken off at some point, and he was enjoying it at this moment. The comfort of being noticed. Suddenly, Su Ning thought of a big change in face, and after jumping out a few meters away, he looked at Ye Chen violently. Seeing that he didn't do anything, Su Ning was relieved. He was afraid that Ye Chen would steal everyone's eyes and make himself transparent again. The embarrassing scene of the Thunder Tyrant Dragon sect sounded. He couldn't beat anyone without saying, no girl took the initiative to like him. Obviously, Su Ning was also a genius in the Wuhandian Academy. Even though he was only an auxiliary department, the speed at which he was promoted to spirit power was also in the forefront of his peers. It's a pity that Ye Chen is like the sun. It will steal everyone's attention, and it will also illuminate the planets very close to him without any brilliance. He would rather stay away from Ye Chen and then glow with faint light. Don't stand there stupidly, just talk about the cultivation method against the sky. Feng Xiaotian couldn't wait to say, and blood-shots appeared in Yu Tianheng's eyes, and they all began to imagine how wonderful the future would be. What's the hurry? That's the cultivation method of my captain. You can be lucky enough to hear the slightest bit of fun, ants. She seemed to realize that her last words were too arrogant and would be attacked. After Su Ning stopped her words in time, she looked at Ye Chen, as if seeking his consent. Seeing this, Ye Chen immediately smiled and nodded his head. He was worried that he couldn't think of any excuses to get through. Now Su Ning is helping him solve a big problem, why not do it? After all, it's a cultivation method against the sky. What you said is simple, no one believes it, you have to be too esoteric. Ye Chen can't make it up before the level, but now it's up to Dean Su to play. Su Ning, who got permission, immediately pretended to make a deep cough, and soon Feng Xiaotian brought a cup of hot tea with interest, and graciously handed it to his hand. Upon seeing this, the corners of Su Ning's mouth suddenly couldn't be restrained, and he kept secretly asking, is this the treatment that enchanting geniuses can enjoy? Now Su Ning wants to feel it. After narrowing her eyes, Su Ning twisted her head and moved her arms a few times after drinking the tea. Then she said, "Oh, I stumbled last night and my whole body was uncomfortable." Before they finished their words, Feng Xiaotian and Yu Tianheng ran over with a large number of people, pressing their legs, pressing their shoulders, and massaging them. For a while, everything except that position on Su Ning's body everywhere, I was taken care of very well, and this guy also let out a comfortable sound, expressing that he was very satisfied. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen couldn't help but worry about it. This guy is so capable. What if he gets dismantled later? After all, there is no practice against the sky in this world. At this moment, Su Ning touched his stomach again, as if he was hungry and wanting something to eat. The splashing look made Ye Chen want to beat him up. It's almost there. If you don't want to say, we should ask Ye Chen. Feng Xiaotian looked at Su Ning touching his stomach, his face couldn't help but become hard to look. She seemed to have noticed that she was going too far. Su Ning snorted to relieve her embarrassment and waved her hand. Fall away, my captain's cultivation technique against the sky is very mysterious. You wait and see and realize it. After saying that, Su Ning left the crowd and walked to a small Roman stone pillar, began to hold his breath, then jumped up and hugged the white stone pillar with stripes in front of him, and then he closed his eyes. After that, there is no after. Feng Xiaotian and Yu Tianheng have been waiting for a long time, and it can be seen that when Su Ning did not follow up, they couldn't help but ask in surprise, is this over? Hearing this, Su Ning opened his eyes and wanted to answer, but Dai Mubai, who was sitting on the left side of the stone table, suddenly said loudly, I have seen Ye Chen do this kind of holding a pillar movement before, but he hugged him at the time. It's a pillow and you're sleeping. You said this is the so-called cultivation method against the sky? You're not harassing people, right? As soon as these words came out, Feng Xiaotian and Yu Tianheng, who had served Su Ning, had a dark complexion, their hands violently, as if they might strike at any time. No one would have thought that Su Ning would dare to make a fuss about Ye Chen's sleeping posture, and practice the method against the sky? How it looks so different! At this time, Su Ning was also anxious. After jumping off the stone pillar, he looked at everyone and said furiously, how could I lie to you? I have been in the same dormitory with the captain for several months, except for eating and eating. After going outside for a while, I spent more than 15 hours doing this action throughout the day. Do you really think that the captain is really sleeping? Haha, superficial, no wonder only my captain can realize such magical skills. You don't. If you believe it, let's go back to each house and find each mother. After speaking, Su Ning's face was so firm that people could not see the slightest lie. After listening to it, Ye Chen's face suddenly showed a deep shame, and then he couldn't say in his heart, Su Ning, you really misunderstood. I'm not as diligent as you think. Lao Tzu is really just sleeping. That's it. Covering his face, Ye Chen couldn't listen anymore. Su Ning was simply a big fool. If he went to MLM/sale, he could at least mix with a big city manager. He believed all those words, so how could he be convinced? That's great. You really didn't lie to us. Feng Xiaotian was still a little skeptical, but when Su Ning heard this, he suddenly turned his face and said, believe it or not, this cultivation method needs to devote all your attention to it, and only the enchanting genius like my captain can pass through it, you guys. It's best not to practice, otherwise I will blame me for misleading the public if I fail. Okay, just believe you once. Seeing Su Ning's full of pride and determination, Feng Xiaotian didn't hesitate anymore. He jumped up and hugged him when he found the huge Roman stone pillar, and then began to close his eyes and gather all his mind. His movements are fast, but there are also men who are faster than him. Yu Tianheng has long been hanging on a stone pillar with his eyes closed. At this moment, a little time has passed. And his hands are also shaking because of the force. Come, obviously it won't last long. At the same time, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and some disciples from other academies began to find good stone pillars and hugged them. In the lobby, only a small number of men such as Tang San and some girls who were wearing skirts with limited mobility did not move rashly, but they were eager to try. His eyes are very obvious. 10 minutes later, Yu Tianheng took the lead to fall from the stone pillar. Seeing this, Su Ning couldn't help but mockingly said, you are Yang Wei, how long will you be unable to hold on? Hey, that's it. I still want to learn. My captain's practice against the sky is really ridiculous. When the words fell, the male disciples who hugged the stone pillar held tightly to the stone pillar, for fear that someone would fall off the second one and be laughed at. Seeing this scene, Yu reading www.youcanshu.com Ye Chen couldn't help but secretly like Su Ning. He secretly said that this guy can really beep, but what's more interesting is that most of the people present still think it makes sense, haha. Just as Ye Chen laughed secretly, Feng Xiaotian, who was still holding on to the stone pillar, suddenly laughed and said, it's really effective. As time passes by, the pressure I feel is greater, and the concentration of all my mind becomes more and more. The more difficult it is, even the consumption of mental power becomes more exaggerated. But at the same time, as long as you enter the state of meditation practice, the growth of soul power in the body will be much faster than usual practice. I want to come as long as I can turn this against the sky. The cultivation method is practiced to the extreme, and he will definitely be able to increase his level like Ye Chen. With that, he excitedly started the closing eyes and holding the pillar cultivation method against the sky. Under the influence of Feng Xiaotian, everyone else tried to cultivation. Even though they were trembling all over, they still tried to hold on to the pillar. Ever since, such a weird phenomenon appeared in the huge hollow conference hall. Large and small Roman stone pillars were covered with people. They had arms around the stone pillars and legs tightly clamped on the surface of the pillars, which looked like big toads. Thank you again for the reward from Moyu Hitomi. Today's 3 shifts are over, we will continue tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 58, All Our Talents. Chapter 57. Looking at the disciples from the courtyards who were hard at work training against the sky, Ye Chen didn't want to disturb their dreams. He greeted the Wuhandian students together, and pulled Ning Rongrong and Duguyan. Zhu Zuqing wanted to leave the chamber. The exchange meeting will continue for a few days, but seeing how Feng Xiaotian and Yu Tianheng are working so hard, I guess they don't want to communicate any more today. Captain, you should go back first. I will stay here and then give them more guidance, so that these guys will know the profoundness of your cultivation method. Su Ning is still a little excited. For the first time he has led so many people to do something, the pride in his heart has been transformed into pride of himself, and he enjoys it very much. At this moment, he was gesticulating with a group of disciples in his courtyard who had substandard behaviors, and he was in a full posture, and those who were being corrected were also very obedient. He immediately began to adjust the movement of holding the pillar, and some people even asked for instruction. One would like to hit Huang Gai and the other would suffer. Seeing this, Ye Chen shrugged helplessly, but said to Su Ning, "Don't be too hard. If something happens, remember to come back quickly." "Thank you, Captain, for your concern, it's not hard." Waved to him, Su Ning continued his great career in the chamber, while Ye Chen took a group of people back to the villa courtyard to rest. The exchange meeting continued on the second day. When Ye Chen and the others came to the chamber, Feng Xiaotian, Dai Mubai and other disciples from the courtyard were waiting here with a smile on their faces, while Su Ning, who hadn't seen him all night, was a little bit Luo slumped on the stone chair, listless. "Ye Chen, you are here." Seeing Ye Chen's arrival, Shui Binger suddenly smiled at him, and seeing Ning Rongrong and other women jealously pulled him to a position far away from Shui Binger. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian stood up, clasped his fists and said with a smile, "Thanks to brothers Ye Chen's generous teaching yesterday, I have benefited a lot from the cultivation method against the sky. I am not talented, and I have already developed a unique and enhanced version of the practice method. To thank Ye Chen for his selfless dedication, I am willing to speak out about my research." As soon as these words came out, Tang San and Dai Mubai stood up suddenly and said with a laugh, "I am also Shrek and I am willing to announce the newly understood second edition of the heaven-defying cultivation method. Since this is an exchange meeting, everyone you have to learn the selfless spirit from Ye Chen." Afterwards, Shui Binjiu and Huo Wu represented Tian Shui College and Shiwo College, all nodded in agreement, and then they were going to talk about their expertise in the cultivation method against the sky. Ye Chen sat in the position with a dumbfounded expression. He thought that the practice of the method would be over after a disturbance, but he didn't think that they were really comprehending it with their heart, and they were on a higher level. I have to say that the few people on this table are all talents. Soon, Feng Xiaotian, Tang San and others came together with different enhanced versions of the cultivation against the sky. What are the methods of violent wind sweeping against the sky, the weight-bearing upside-down method, the waterfall fusion impact method, and the flame-burning quenching method? Body method. Overnight, Ye Chen's so-called heaven-defying cultivation method has actually derived a variety of enhanced versions, and watching Tang San, Feng Xiaotian and others gathered around and discussing in full swing, it seems that they have all improved the heaven-defying cultivation method. I am always happy, and intend to upgrade this method to the strongest practice method. Hearing their endless discussions, Ye Chen couldn't help but drank tea and was overwhelmed. He finally knew why Su Ning was so listless. It turned out to be rejected. As soon as cha entered his throat, Su Ning walked over, and then his eyes showed expectation. "Captain, you are the original creator of the cultivation method against the sky. You must be able to come up with the strongest version of the cultivation method, right?" Ye Chen paused, touched his chin and said, "Well, there really isn't one." Hearing this, Su Ning's mental state suddenly became sluggish, and it wasn't long before he enjoyed that pride, and now he became a little transparent again, which really made it unacceptable. "Ye Chen." Suddenly, a soft call came, and Ye Chen turned his head to look, and saw that Feng Xiaotian and the others seemed to have completed the negotiation, and they were all walking towards him at this moment. Tang San looked at Ye Chen, his whole body was full of fighting spirit. "Ye Chen, the Mainland Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is about to begin. I am looking forward to competing with you again. You used to have a cultivation method against the sky, now I have also mastered it. One day in the future, I will bring my companions to defeat you head-on. I want to fight against the captain. Let's talk about it when you enter the finals. Our Wahundian Academy is recommended to the finals." Xiaoyu walked over and said with a smile, "This time the Academy Elite Competition will be hosted by our Wuhan Temple. Diane won the championship again and again. Based on your current level, to be honest, it is really not qualified. It's not up to you whether you are qualified or not, Feng Xiaotian said aloud, with a confident smile on the corner of his mouth. This is different from the past, so don't look down on us. Hearing that, Xiaoyu's face showed bursts of disdain, and he really didn't pay attention to a 33-level soul venerable. At this moment, Tang San suddenly said, "Actually, the teacher and Dean Flender have always wanted you to return to Shrek Academy. Would you consider coming back, Ye Chen? How happy everyone was together. I always wanted to ask you, why did you join the Martial Soul Palace?" Looking at Ye Chen closely, Tang San had a little expectation in his eyes, and after he said this, Daimyo Bai, Oscar and others also looked at Ye Chen seriously. They will never forget the time spent with Ye Chen in Shrek. Although it was short, it made them remember deeply. "I cannot go back." Ye Chen gave a wry smile and raised his eyes to look at Tang San. He knew that from the moment he joined the Spirit Hall Academy, he couldn't have anything to do with Shrek. Tang San has someone he wants to protect, and Ye Chen also has someone in his martial soul who wants to protect. "See you at the competition, Tang San. Although I can't be with everyone, you are my best brothers in this life." The words were already very obvious. Tang San, Daimyo Bai and others were not hypocritical either. They just smiled and said, "See you in the finals." Time passed quickly, and the exchange conference finally came to an end with the rewards of the various courtyards. Soon afterwards, the academies left the Imperial Family Academy one after another and returned to their respective cities to practice hard, preparing to attack the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition with all their strength. Villa Courtyard. "Are you really not going back with us? Is there anything I can't even know?" Hulina frowned and she was about to return to the Wuhan Hall, but Ye Chen said that he would not go back, which made her a little puzzled. Xiaoyu and Su Ning also looked at Ye Chen dumbfounded, not knowing why. "It's better to tell you now, but this matter is very important. It is a task that the master personally assigned to me." Ye Chen smiled helplessly. You read www.yukanshu. The Pope order that Com Bibi Donglan gave him before he left was not for nothing, but an important order for him, and it was life-threatening. "Master." Speaking of Bibi Dong, Hulina suddenly stopped asking more questions. Since it was the master's arrangement, she could only obey. Then, "Okay, but you will act more low-key in the future, don't be too risky for the task, safety must be the most important thing in everything." Looking at Hulina, who was worried, Ye Chen immediately hugged her slender waist, then kissed her red lips, and the two separated for a long time. Looking at Ye Chen reluctantly, Hulina waved her hand to say goodbye. "I'll wait for you to come back at home." Then, at the call of Xiaoyu, he drove the carriage and left Tiandu Royal Academy. Ye Chen stood there watching a few people leave, then turned and walked towards the direction of Heaven Do City. The author's online practice is great, and the tickets are coming soon. End of this chapter. Chapter 59, The Double Play with Zero Rongxiu. Chapter 58. Heaven Do, the Imperial City. The towering huge Western-style round-building castle, columns and vaults of various shapes achieve a solid, heavy and powerful aesthetic effect, with narrow windows and interiors. The vast space forms a strong contrast, making the interior of the castle dim, giving people a sense of mystery and darkness. Under the guidance of a guard, Ye Chen walked through a long passage to the center of a wide hall. The surroundings were very empty and quiet. The guards took Ye Chen back and retreated. Only a white-haired old man and a blonde young man beside him sat on a high seat in the hall. After noticing that someone was coming, the white-haired old man opened his eyes, and in a moment, a heavy pressure like a mountain swept towards Ye Chen. Then, an old voice sounded, "Is the Wuhan temple crazy? You actually let a kid who killed the son of the great emperor come to die, aren't you Bibi Dong's apprentice? Why is she doing this?" The direct gaze carries the sense of high pressure all the year round, and the sturdy body in the gold armor robe also makes the white-haired old man's aura soar, which is very extraordinary. Could it be that I want you to assassinate the last son of the emperor?" While speaking, the white-haired old man looked at the blonde boy beside him, and the suspicion in his eyes became heavier. "Disciple Ye Chen, meet Emperor Sui." As he lowered his head and arched his hands, Ye Chen said inwardly, "If it weren't for Bibi Dong's order, do you think I want to come?" Lifting his head to look at Sui, Ye Chen continued to say, "It is precisely because the fourth prince was killed by mistake, so the master asked me to atone for the crime, in order to eliminate the imperial misunderstanding of the Wuhan temple." Manslaughter? Misunderstanding? The Emperor Shuiye raised his eyebrows, and his anger was almost gushing out from his eye sockets. "Since I want to redeem my sins, I will apologize myself to comfort my Benger spirit in the sky." Kong Dang! A long sword was thrown in front of Ye Chen, and Shuiye watched him sneered and said, "Bibi Dong can go to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Longzong to put pressure on you personally, presumably you must be very high in her heart, too. Only your death is worthy of my life." Shuiye recalled the conversation with the Spirit Hall General Zhu Douluo not long ago, and Bibi Dong's partner actually wanted to send Ye Chen to him so that he could work for the Heaven Do Empire, in order to compensate for the guilt of killing Shui Beng. Humph, it's really crazy. With a hostile person by her side, does Bibi Dong really think she's confused? Thinking of this, Shuiye's eyes were filled with aggressive light, and Ye Chen felt uncomfortable when she saw it, and she seemed to have a feeling of being seen through. At this time, the blonde boy beside Emperor Sui said, "Father, the elite competition of the mainland Senior Soul Master Academy is about to begin. Although Ye Chen killed the fourth brother to death, it's not a pity, but it's a good deal. It's an individual talent, why don't we use one or two? You are confused by King He is Bibi Dong's apprentice, how can he use it for us, or kill?" Before Shuiye finished speaking, Shui King He shook his head and said, "Father, I also know that this son is unreliable, but our Heaven Do Empire has never won a championship in the Senior Soul Master Academy competitions over the years, and the prizes in this competition are unusual. Feng Ho, I heard the news that Wuhan Palace will take out 3 10,000-year soul bones, of which one has reached an astonishing 60,000 years, and its value is unimaginable, Father." Shui King He's words are not unreasonable, but Shuiye has more, but only sees his only son. He himself is old, and the future Tiandu Empire will have to rely on King He to support it. That being the case, Sui felt that before he died, he still had to temper his son so that he could control the entire empire on his own in the future. But ordinary people can't help the smart King He. Ye Chen is a very good candidate, but he has to use some means to guard against it. Nodded slightly, Shuiye turned to look at Ye Chen and said, "King He's words are very reasonable. You don't have to die, but Ye Chen, you must promise me to win this competition, otherwise even King He will value you no matter how much you are. The Emperor will never be soft-hearted." Hearing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Sui King He, then bowed his head and said, "Thank you for not killing. From now on, I, Ye Chen, will be a member of the Heaven Do Empire. Win the Advanced Soul Master Academy competition." Bibi Dong sent him on this adventure to assist Shui King He, that is, Qian Rongxiu's plan to claim the Emperor. After Shui Beng was accidentally hit and killed by Ye Chen, only Shui King He was left in the entire imperial family. Logically speaking, he didn't need his assistance at all, and Qian Rongxiu could also sit on the position of Emperor. But the plan of the Wuhan Hall was imminent. Bibi Dong, or the patience of the Elder Hall, could not wait for the natural succession of the throne, so there was the scene of Ye Chen coming to Heaven Do Imperial City. The Elder Hall did not kill him last time, and when he wanted to do it again, he was hindered by Bibi Dong. This time, using Ye Chen to kill the fourth prince of Heaven Do, the Elder Hall sent him to assist Qian Rongxiu, and Bibi Dong could not be here either. In this case, he is forced to protect him. If Ye Chen lurked and failed, then the Elder Palace had just used the hands of the Heaven Do Empire to get rid of him. If it succeeded, their plan could also be implemented faster, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Well, my Heaven Do Empire has talents like you, so why not worry about not winning the competition? There was a hint of happiness in Xue Qinghe's eyes. After so many years of hiding and disguising alone, now a helper finally came, which made the loneliness in her heart a touch of comfort. Qinghe, as the heir to the throne and the future master of the Tiandu Empire, you must be cautious and steady no matter what you do. You are a little impetuous today. I'm sorry, my father, I just think that this time the Senior Soul Master Academy competition our Tiandu is very hopeful to win the championship. I feel very happy. Be careful next time, you know. Xue Ye sighed, then took out a small glass porcelain bottle from the space under the seat cushion and threw it towards Ye Chen. Take this bottle of 9 corpse transforming brain pill. You are a member of my Heaven Do Empire. From now on, you will follow Qinghe to assist him with all your strength. If you act rashly, this emperor can kill you with a single thought. Put it to death. After catching the small glass porcelain bottle, before opening the lid, an extremely disgusting fishy smell came from the bottle, so that Ye Chen couldn't open his eyes and almost fainted on the spot. Looking at Xue Yi's indisputable gaze and Xue Qinghe's helpless gaze, Ye Chen couldn't help but twitched in his heart, and secretly said that the 9 corpse transforming brain pill could not escape himself. If he refuses to accept it, Xue Ye will definitely not believe him. Even if Jian Rongxiu helps him to quibble, it will be in vain, but if he accepts it, his life will be in danger, but he has no choice. After swallowing, Ye Chen bit his scalp and opened the glass porcelain bottle, then raised his head and swallowed the smelly poison pill inside. It is good. Xue saw that Ye Chen took the poison pill www.readaloud.com and the alert and doubts on his face disappeared, and then he showed a long-lost smile. As soon as the poison pill enters his body, he has thousands of ways to instantly killing the kid underneath made him feel helpless. Thinking of this, Emperor Xue Ye patted Xue Qinghe on the shoulder, whispered a few words in his ear, and said with a smile, he will leave Qinghe to you. How to use it is up to my son. After all, Xue Ye walked out of the hall without looking back. After Ye Chen ate the poison elixir, he immediately felt a powerful medicinal power enveloping his cerebral cortex. And then continued to penetrate beyond the internal, but when the medicinal power was about to completely penetrate the brain, a hot airflow suddenly disappeared from the brain. Furiously pouring out of his body, he constantly resisted the powerful medicinal power that was eroding him, faintly showing suppressive power. Although the effect is not very obvious, Ye Chen did feel that his extreme fire body had the effect of fighting against toxicity. Your name is Ye Chen. Xue Qinghe walked down from the emperor's seat and looked at Ye Chen quietly. There are so few recommended tickets, readers, please use the tickets to kill me. End of this chapter. Chapter 60, Sign In, 0. Chapter 59 Sign In, Jian Rongxiu. Ye Chen's words came to his lips, and the long-lost system voice suddenly came into his mind. Sign in, the goddess mission is being released. Target, Jian Rongxiu. Sign in task, help Jian Rongxiu successfully ascend to the position of Emperor Tiandu Empire. Task reward, after completing the task, you will immediately get 300% favorability of Jian Rongxiu. Extra reward, obtain the soul bone gifted by the system. The 100,000-year sky-splitting sword dragon attaches the soul bone, which can evolve infinitely as the soul power level increases. Effect, strengthen all states by 100%, enhance sword attack power by 80%, with soul bone skill, sky-splitting dragon fall. Requirement, the sword can be turned into a dragon before the sword is integrated into one. The voice of the system kept circulating in his mind. Ye Chen became excited after hearing it. He didn't expect that the sign-in goddess task actually had soul bone rewards, and it was still hard to see the soul bones, even reaching the 100,000-year limit. It is the treasure that the entire Douluo mainland people dream of. You didn't hear me. There was a cry in his ear. After Ye Chen returned to his senses, he saw that Shui Qinghe's face was only a palm away from him. His transparent eyes turned slightly to look at him, and suddenly Ye Chen jumped a few meters away from him. Although she knew she was Qian Rongxiu who was pretending to be a man, but she was so close to a man's face, it was still unacceptable to look at. Am I ugly? Qian Rongxiu frowned slightly. Ye Chen waved his hand and grinned, no, I'm just not interested in male people. Are you from the spirit hall? Qian Rongxiu tentatively said. Of course, not only am I, but the Pope is also my master. Ye Chen looked at the person in front of him earnestly and continued, change the place, Prince Qinghe. Upon hearing this, Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but nodded, and then led Ye Chen to her bedroom, or Shui Qinghe's bedroom. After closing the door, Qian Rongxiu said, it's safe here, you can rest assured. Before he could finish speaking, Ye Chen lay on a soft big bed, and the quietness of his nose struck him, making him stretch out and sleepy with enjoyment, and the body of extreme fire confronted the 9-corpse transformation brain. During the pills process, his stamina was constantly consumed, so that Ye Chen was too sleepy before noon. Hey, get out of my bed, or I can kill you with a single thought. Seeing Ye Chen's recklessness, Qian Rongxiu's heart suddenly burst into anger. If it weren't for the fact that he was from the Hall of Souls and the apprentice under the crown of the Pope, Qian Rongxiu had already killed him with the palm of his hand. I'm so sleepy, let me sleep for a while, aha! With a yawn in his mouth and tears in his eyes, Ye Chen felt strenuous even with the strength to turn over. After lying on the big bed for a while, he fell asleep. How dare you be so rude, get up quickly, the prince still has something to ask you. After saying a few words in a row without getting any feedback, Qian Rongxiu frowned inadvertently, and then she grabbed Ye Chen's chest regardless of her clothes, and would fly more than 10 meters away. But soon, she found that Ye Chen was like a dead fish, even if he was thrown on the ground, there was no response, but the voice in her mouth became louder and louder. Could it be that he really fell asleep? Qian Rongxiu also doesn't know very well about the Jushi Huanaowan. The whisper that Shui Ye told her just now only taught her how to quickly obliterate Ye Chen and temporarily relieve Huanaowan. That's it. Hey, wake up! Stretching his feet and kicking Ye Chen a few times, Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but sat on the edge of the bed dully after finding that he was really unresponsive. I thought that someone could finally accompany her to tell the truth, but I didn't expect that the one who could only sleep was a guy who slept in his own bed. But, just throw him on the ground, will he catch a cold and get sick? Thinking of what Shui Ye said, if Jujuaneo pills are not relieved in a certain time, the poisoned person will have headaches, rapid decline in body functions, and even fall into drowsiness on the spot. At this moment, Ye Chen seemed to be in a state of lethargy, and his body functions must have become weak. After thinking about it again and again, Qian Rongxiu walked to Ye Chen's side and lifted him up, and walked towards the big bed. Hey? This guy looks lean, why is he so heavy? Looking back at Ye Chen behind him, Qian Rongxiu suddenly discovered how this man's eyelashes were longer than his own, and that face was too delicate. The three-dimensional features are as sharp as a knife, and the water chestnuts are sharp, the bridge of the nose exudes an aristocratic atmosphere, and the slightly closed eyes are soft, like a little angel in need of care. Looking at it, Qian Rongxiu's face suddenly turned a little red, she quickly turned her head and didn't dare to look at Ye Chen, but she couldn't help but peek at it every 2 steps. Suddenly, a resistance came from under her feet, causing Qian Rongxiu and Ye Chen to fall forward with Ye Chen, but fortunately, there was a soft bed in front of her, so they both fell on the side of the bed. It's so heavy, you fellow, when you wake up, this prince must teach you a lesson. While she was talking, Qian Rongxiu suddenly felt something behind her, so she stretched out her hand and said, "Who is it? She still has roots on her body." Before she finished speaking, she shrank her hand back. And then the pretty face was covered with red clouds. At this moment, a shout came from outside the door, "Are you inside, eldest prince? It's strange how the door is hidden." And many more. As soon as Qian Rongxiu wanted to stop her, a maid left with a basin of water. When she saw Qian Rongxiu's disguised Swekine being pressed by Ye Chen behind her, the maid ran out yelling, and at the same time the golden basin in her hand fell to the ground, and the clear water was scattered all over the ground. Yes. After turning Ye Chen aside forcibly, Qian Rongxiu couldn't help walking to the door and staring at the maid who was going away, frowning slightly. Why did she see it? It's really unfortunate. The maid was the eyeliner that Prince Xuexing placed beside her, and Xuexing had always supported the four princes Xuebeng to inherit the position of the emperor, so even if she found this eyeliner, she did not rush to clean it. In the future, there will be more people hiding in the dark. www.readaloud.com. The gains outweigh the losses. But today's scene, I don't know what it will be passed down. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes, but quickly disappeared. Qian Rongxiu looked around to see that no one was approaching, closed the doors and windows, and placed a spirit power barrier. I was so disturbed by Ye Chen before that I didn't have any defenses. Now I want to blame the guy on the bed. Walking into the room, Qian Rongxiu looked at Ye Chen, who was sleeping like a pig, and suddenly a thought of revenge arose in her heart. After turning her head to look at the pen and paper and some scattered gadgets on the side table, she looked at Ye Chen who was sleeping like a pig. Qian Rongxiu couldn't help showing a slight ill-intentioned gaze. Immediately grabbing the paper, pen, and those gadgets to toss Ye Chen, and after working for a long time, Qian Rongxiu sat aside and slowly admired her stunning masterpiece, and then she smiled unconsciously at the corner of her mouth. Maybe she hadn't even noticed it herself. How long hadn't she smiled so happily? I wish you all readers education and ability, good luck, and prosperous. End of this chapter.